Will you feign inexperience? Feigning inexperience is pointless. I am inexperienced, Lu Wei retorted. You seem a bit shameless, Wang Fan noted thoughtfully, as that remark seemed more fitting for Lu Wei. Let me introduce you to those uncles. Uncle Zhang is involved in energy and steel. His group generates several hundred billion in revenue annually, with profits likely exceeding 20 billion. Uncle Mo is engaged in the construction materials industry, with his company ranking among the top 10 private enterprises in the capital, boasting assets in the hundreds of billions. Uncle Han, on the other hand, operates within the insurance and finance sector, being the proprietor of the well-known Taiyang Insurance, which you might be familiar with. Indeed, they are both influential figures. Lu Wei was intrigued, realizing that Wang Muchuan's circle of acquaintances comprised remarkable individuals. As the two conversed, they completed the first round of golf. The caddy was preparing to tidy up and head towards the first hole, while the four gentlemen ambled over, a distance of more than 100 meters, which served as a light exercise for them. The individual furthest from the hole took the second shot, leaving Lu Wei to hit last. Observing quietly from behind, he noted that the others were seasoned players, exhibiting a commendable feel for the ball, unlike himself, who relied on sheer force. When it was Lu Wei's turn, he casually picked up a putter. With a seemingly nonchalant swing, the ball rolled smoothly into the hole. The others applauded, acknowledging his commendable skill. Not bad at all. Young man, they praised. It's all about the power of a miracle, Lu Wei modestly replied. Too much modesty leads to arrogance, they chuckled. Chapter 210, a request from the uncles. After nearly 4 hours of play, both Wang Fan and Lu Wei felt utterly exhausted. Although the golf course was located in the suburbs and the heat was less intense, the September weather still offered little respite. After a lengthy session, the two sought refuge in the car to cool off, bewildered by how these seasoned gentlemen managed to endure. They continued to engage in jovial banter while playing. Following the first hole, Lu Wei occasionally showcased his luck with hole-in-one shots, leaving Wang Muchuan and the others baffled. As longtime golfers, they found it difficult to determine whether his success stemmed from skill or mere fortune. Yet today, they witnessed a display of international-level play. Consistently achieving hole-in-ones made one wonder who, if not Lu Wei, could claim the title of champion. With a humble demeanor, they inquired how he managed to achieve such feats. Lu Wei pondered briefly and distilled his thoughts into 8 words: find the right direction, strike with vigor. While this sounded insightful, upon deeper consideration, it seemed somewhat vague. Young man, I have spent a lifetime conducting meetings for others, and yet here I find myself being led astray by you, remarked one uncle. Truly, it is not mere trickery. Everyone knows that the essence of golfing lies in controlling one's strength. When power is applied correctly, a distance that typically requires 3 strokes can easily be reduced to 2, Lu Wei explained. Although I agree with your sentiment, I still struggle to understand how to execute it, came the retort. Power brings miracles. You lad, are still pulling our leg. They all erupted in laughter. After the game, the gentleman expressed great interest in Lu Wei, encouraging him to participate in the tour, hoping he would bring home a world championship for their nation. However, Lu Wei, whose aspirations lay elsewhere, could only promise that he would strive to represent his country whenever the opportunity arose. Later, during a dinner gathering, Wang Fan, at Wang Muchuan's behest, raised a toast to several esteemed clients and articulated his request. Esteemed uncles, my nephew Lu Wei and I have established an equestrian club in the suburbs, set to open on National Day. We have imported some racehorses from Hong Kong Island and hope you will honor us with your presence and guidance. Oh, an equestrian club? What does that entail? One of the uncles inquired, akin to the activities on Hong Kong Island, whether there would be competitions or equestrian experiences. We shall host horse racing contests within the club, allowing members to either race their own horses or select from our stable for friendly matches. Can you assist with horse care? The uncle asked. Certainly, I replied. We offer boarding services for our members. That sounds good. Once you commence operations, I shall come by to take a look. I happen to have a horse that I would like to board, Uncle Zhang remarked. No problem, Uncle Zhang. Wang Fan nodded eagerly. This fellow is always up to something frivolous. He even brought over a horse from New Zealand. If everyone is free in a few days, shall we experience it together? Absolutely. Previously, we had to travel to Hong Kong Island for horse racing, but now it's much closer. Let us go visit. The gentleman nodded in agreement. And let us thank these esteemed uncles. Wang Muchuan admonished Wang Fan and the others. The two promptly raised their glasses in salute. Thank you for your gracious presence, dear uncles. After the meal, Wang Fan and Lu Wei took their leave, as the subsequent gathering was for their seniors. A realm they could not intrude upon. This banquet is truly exhausting. It feels like being a grandson who must feign decorum when speaking, one remarked. Haha. We are both juniors, so it's akin to being in the same generation as grandsons, Wang Fan replied, cheerfully ushering Lu Wei into their security vehicle. By the way, could you assist me with something? What is it? There's a woman in the capital who needs a job for her brother, a retired veteran. Could you help me get him a position at your Wantong property? Are you serious? What's wrong? You're supporting a mistress, not marrying her. Why involve her family? A little monetary compensation should suffice. That doesn't seem right. What's wrong with that? It's mutually beneficial. You've enjoyed her company, and she has received her due in return. It's as simple as that. Let us not complicate matters. Oh, I didn't see you being so straightforward with Deng Qi, Lu Wei teased. Come on, Lu Wei, you can't bring that up. Deng Qi is different. Wang Fan retorted, his face flushed with embarrassment. Haha, alright, I want to bring it up again. I'll help you arrange it. Just get him a minor position to make a living. Next time, I'll take you to Hong Kong Island to buy more horses. You're bothering me over such trivial matters. Fine, in light of the horse purchase, I will have someone contact you tomorrow. Haha, thanks a lot. Don't mention it. You should be clear-headed, you're not a novice. You've had several women already, and you still need my guidance? Wang Fan expressed his disapproval of Lu Wei's approach. Lu Wei dedicated all his free time to the club. There was an abundance of preparations for the grand opening, and he needed to oversee the horse racing performances planned for that day, which would involve at least 3 rounds of competition. The racetrack could barely accommodate around 10 jockeys, which would be just sufficient. To ensure the jockeys and horses were well prepared, Lu Wei announced during training that for the opening day, a reward of 50,000 would be given to the winner of each race in the 3 rounds. The daily responsibilities of a jockey primarily revolve around training the horses and fostering a bond with them. For these riders, the opportunity to participate in a rare competition is truly exhilarating. Recently, the preparations for the opening performance have taken on a serious tone, transforming into an authentic contest. The horses that several of them purchased on Hong Kong Island have arrived, and in recent days, they have been acclimatizing to their new surroundings, bringing a lively atmosphere to the racetrack. Lu Wei occasionally engages with his champion horse, yet his riding skills are still inadequate. He is unable to gallop as effortlessly as a seasoned jockey and can only sneakily trot on his victorious steed around the track. Moreover, jockeys tend to be relatively petite, and with Lu Wei's stature, should he compete, the burden on the horse would increase significantly, diminishing any competitive advantage. The profession of a jockey typically requires males to stand below 168 centimeters in height and weigh under 60 kilograms, as this weight range is crucial for maintaining the speed of the racehorse within a controllable limit. Observing the jockeys compete, Lu Wei pondered whether their club could allow a member to ride and participate in the races, thereby enhancing interactivity. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Zhang Boyan. If any member were to suffer an accident while riding, the club could face dire consequences, which they simply could not afford. Chapter 211. The club's opening ceremony in the crisp autumn of October, the National Day Golden Week commenced. Crowds surged towards every notable attraction, and as the capital serves as a cultural hub, it naturally welcomed visitors from all corners of the nation. Lu Wei had previously arranged for Yang Wan to attend the opening, so as the holiday began, she joined the throngs heading to the capital. Lu Wei was so busy that he could not go to the airport to greet her and had to send the club's driver instead. He and Zhang Boyan meticulously reviewed the details and plans for the club repeatedly, ensuring strict oversight over every aspect, from the racetrack to the culinary services. The trio of gentlemen who arrived at the club merely took a quick tour, glanced at their horses, and then departed, leaving Lu Wei to humorously think of them as having gone home to fetch their fathers. The club's entrance and racetrack had been beautifully adorned, complete with a banquet hall, a ribbon-cutting stage, and a registration desk. The guest list primarily included Wang Muchuan and several affluent patrons, along with Lin Xian and Qin Song's parents and friends, totaling around 30 attendees, in addition to 2 or 3 dozen media representatives. In the afternoon, Yang Wan was picked up by the driver. After a long absence, she leaped into Lu Wei's arms. Are you tired? This area is quite far from the city. Wow, is this your club? It looks so comfortable. You must take me on a tour, Yang Wan exclaimed. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed her surroundings, eagerly urging Lu Wei to show her the horses. Lu Wei led her to the stables, introducing each horse in turn. When they reached the Akal Tech, Yang Wan inquired with intrigue, does its sweat really resemble blood? Not at all. Its sweat is akin to that of any other horse. It merely possesses a lighter coat, resulting in the sweat dampening its neck fur first after vigorous exercise. Coupled with its chestnut hue, from certain angles, it may appear blood-like. Lu Wei has only recently acquired this knowledge from his time at the stable. Yang Wan, with great enthusiasm, fed the horses carrots, finding these magnificent creatures quite intriguing. Lu Wei, I think I'll quit my job and come to feed the horses instead. I find it much more enjoyable to be around them. Sure. Do whatever you wish. You're just trying to flatter me. Not at all. I speak the truth. I'll take you to see my horse. You have a horse too? I bought it during my last trip to Hong Kong, Lu Wei responded, leading Yang Wan to see his horse, Chikai Dishing. What kind of horse is this? It's rather dull in color, neither truly white nor particularly bright. Yang Wan expressed her dissatisfaction with its hue. This is a light-colored horse, a warm blood from New Zealand. Don't underestimate it. It has won numerous championships at the equestrian club. Recognizing Lu Wei, Chikai Dishing raised its head and neighed upon his arrival. Lu Wei had been nurturing a bond with the horse, visiting the club daily to feed and groom it. He gently patted its head and stroked its neck, and Chikai Dishing obediently extended its head for Lu Wei's touch. Oh, it knows you. Indeed, it just greeted me. You even understand horse language now? Yes, it just remarked on how I brought along a beautiful lady. Yang Wan's cheeks flushed with delight. May I ride it? Of course, today I shall assist you in mounting and attending to my little fairy. Lu Wei released Chikai Dishing, fetched the saddle, and placed it upon the horse's back. Hand in hand, they led the horse towards the practice arena. Lu Wei, I adore this place. It feels like a farm, so spacious, with the opportunity to feed and ride horses. If only we could plant some flowers, it would be sheer bliss. When we return to Shanghai, I shall establish a farm. And you can be the farmer, raising whatever you wish and planting whatever you desire. Really? Can we have that in Shanghai? As long as you wish for it. It shall be so. Yang Wan stood on her tiptoes and kissed Lu Wei. I love what you're saying. Chikai Dishing neighed behind them. Look, it's laughing at you. No, it's merely envious. Lu Wei helped Yang Wan onto the horse, leading Chikai Dishing around the practice arena. Once she grew accustomed, he even trotted, causing her to bounce slightly. After half an hour of this delightful experience, Lu Wei felt utterly exhausted by the time Yang Wan dismounted. Next time, I'll teach you to ride, and when you wear riding attire, you will look incredibly dashing. After returning Chikai Dishing to the stable and feeding it once more, the horse quickly warmed up to Yang Wan, allowing her to pet it. The betrayal was swift. Subsequently, Yang Wan followed Lu Wei around the stable, eventually accompanying him back to the office, where she briefly encountered Jiang Baiyan. Lu Wei dedicated himself to his work, with her accompanying him in the office. There were indeed matters that required his vigilant oversight, especially with the gathering of prominent figures and media set for the following day. Any misstep was simply unacceptable. During his inspection of other departments, Yang Wan accompanied him, witnessing the rehearsal of the equestrian performances and the horses being exercised, evoking a sense of having ventured into the frontier. That evening, Lu Wei intended to return to the city with Yang Wan. However, she insisted on staying at the club, eager to experience the rustic charm of farm life. Thus, they spent a tender night together at the club. On October 2nd, the Wanma Ben Equestrian Club officially opened. The entrance was adorned with fluttering banners and vibrant flowers. Early in the morning, Lu Wei and Zhang Baiyan greeted guests at the entrance, where all attendees were esteemed dignitaries, making their reception a matter of pride rather than subservience. The first to arrive was Bai Jia, the president of the Equestrian Association, who had arrived in the capital the previous night. Zhang Baiyan had arranged for a driver to pick him up. The three exchanged cordial handshakes, expressing gratitude to President Bai for taking time from his busy schedule. Lu Wei escorted Bai Jia to the auditorium, as they were somewhat familiar with each other, allowing Lu Wei to take the lead in hosting. Soon after, Wang Fan arrived with Wang Muchuan, both arriving in a Rolls-Royce, with Wang Fan impeccably dressed in formal attire. Not seeing Lu Wei at the entrance, Wang Fan inquired with Zhang Baiyan about his whereabouts. "Where's Lu?" he asked. "Mr. Lu is accompanying President Bai into the venue." "Oh, I thought that fellow was running late." With that, he followed his father toward the auditorium. Once Bai Jia was settled, Lu Wei emerged just in time to encounter the Wang father-son duo. "Uncle Wang, good to see you," Lu greeted. "Ah, young Lu, you look quite spirited," Wang Muchuan replied. "Please, Uncle Wang, don't flatter me. This way, please." After arranging for Wang Muchuan to join Bai Jia, Zhang Baiyan called with news of more distinguished guests arriving. Wang Fan and Lu Wei promptly went out to greet them, as several more Rolls-Royces pulled up, followed by a large truck. Disembarking were the gentlemen they had played basketball with previously. The two approached to greet them. "Ah, young Wang, young Lu. We old fellows are here to cheer you on," Zhang Shu remarked with a smile. "I've brought along my horse. Make sure to take good care of it." "Thank you so much, uncles. My father is already here. Please follow me to the auditorium for a moment," Lu Wei responded. "Rest assured, Uncle Zhang, we will ensure your horse thrives." Lu Wei then instructed Zhang Baiyan to arrange for staff to unload the horses and take them to the stables, accompanying Wang Fan to meet the esteemed guests. Once Qin Song and Lin Xian's parents, along with the invited guests, had arrived, everyone gathered in the auditorium. Wang Fan took the stage to deliver a speech of gratitude, ultimately passing the proceedings to Zhang Baiyan to oversee the day's events and activities. The first order of business was the ceremonial ribbon cutting, with Wang Muchuan, Bai Jia, Zhang Hanmo, and the fathers of Lin Xian and Qin Song invited to the stage to cut the ribbon and unveil the club's plaque. Chapter 212. A successful start. With the ribbon cutting completed, the crowd moved to the grandstand overlooking the racetrack. Initially, Wang Muchuan and others were arranged to sit at the head table, beside which stood a large gong, intended for the ceremonial bell ringing to inaugurate the club. The entire event was modeled after the prestigious Hong Kong Jockey Club, aimed at enhancing the ambience. Beneath the head table, 8 lions awaited their moment. Once the guests and media were settled, Zhang Baiyan continued to preside. The first order of business was to perform the eye-dotting ceremony for the lion dancers. Wang Muchuan and Bai Jia, along with the 5 prominent figures who had just cut the ribbon, including Wang Fan, descended to bless the lions. The 8 individuals stood before their respective lions, received brushes from the attendants, and together dotted the eyes of the lions before them. Following this, amidst the sounds of gongs and drums, the lion dance commenced, a traditional cultural display symbolizing auspiciousness and prosperity. After the lion dance concluded, the jockey led the first horse from a distance to make its appearance before the audience, showcasing the club's prowess in horse racing. The horses in this inaugural round were all procured by the club and had undergone considerable training. Once the jockeys showcased their steeds, the most significant segment of the event was set to begin. Thus, Wang Muchuan and Bai Jia were invited to strike the opening gong, a ritual held annually at the Hong Kong Jockey Club in September. Approaching the grand gong with the attendants, they took the mallets offered to them, counted together, and struck the gong resoundingly, signifying the club's grand entrance into the racing world. The crowd rose in applause, expressing their congratulations. The jockeys had mounted their horses, ready at the starting point. Zhang Baiyan announced that the Wanma Benting Equestrian Club was officially inaugurated. Following this, spectators were treated to the club's speed competition, with each lap spanning 1,200 meters, where the winning horse and jockey would receive accolades. Media outlets adjusted their cameras to capture the racecourse. As the starting gates opened, 10 magnificent horses surged forward, racing down the track under the guidance of their jockeys. Wang Muchuan and Bai Jia exchanged banter, the atmosphere reminiscent of a jockey club. A large screen had also been set up in front of the grandstand to document the racing process and its finer details. After just over a minute, the first race concluded. Those at the head table engaged in lively discussion. Wang Muchuan turned to boss Zhang and inquired, "Old Zhang, have you brought your horse?" "Indeed." Zhang replied, "I promised a few days ago to bring it for boarding, and I happened to bring it along this morning." "Perfect, my horse is also here. Shall we arrange a friendly race later?" Watching others race can be rather monotonous. Just the two of us? That seems a tad sparse and lacks excitement. Not at all. We'll gather a few more. President Bai and Old Han, Old Mo, you all can select a horse. Qin and Lin, your young fellows have brought horses as well. Let us all participate. Wang Muchuan called out everyone's names, and they all readily agreed, eager to join in. Taking advantage of the intermission, they set off to finalize their horses. buying Jiacho's Wang Fun's horse, familiar with it as it had previously won championships in Hong Kong, while Wang Fun, Lin Xian, and Qin Song opted out, leaving only Lu Wei to participate. Lin Xian and Qin Song's father utilized the horses purchased by his sons, leaving only the two uncles to select the steeds. Upon arriving at the stable and listening to the staff's introductions, they were captivated by the presence of the legendary Akeltech horses, prompting them to choose two of these illustrious creatures, renowned for their excellence. A total of 8 horses were set to compete, and they instructed the staff to prepare all the horses accordingly. As everyone reconvened in the stands, Wang Muchuan addressed them. Since everyone has shown enthusiasm, I shall offer a prize. The winner will receive 1 million, the second place 50,000, and the third place 20,000. As for the jockeys, I leave the rewards to your discretion, and I shall directly compensate you. Laughter ensued, with one remarking, Old Wang, you certainly exude confidence, hence your generosity. Wang Muchuan replied, to be honest, my horse has clinched numerous championships, so I have quite the faith in it. All right, since you, Boss Wang, have spoken, I shall strive for your prize, another participant replied. Wang Muchuan, eager to give Wang Fun a strong start, was willing to invest personally in the prize. Han Shuo was invited by Lu Wei, alongside Shen Duiyu. However, they could only sit in the rear while the prominent figures occupied the front rows. Yang Wan, spotting her employer, felt no trepidation, having previously encountered him in the underground parking lot. In contrast, Shen Duiyu had not met him before, so Han Shuo introduced them. This is Miss Yang Wan, a pillar of our company and Lu Wei's girlfriend. A pleasure to meet you. I am Shen Duiyu, fortunate to be invited by Mr. Lu, he stated. Oh, you are the director of that film, correct? Indeed, Mr. Lu financed a movie I directed. I've heard of you from Lu Wei. Your work is impressive. And you made him look quite appealing. Shen Duiyu felt a bead of sweat form. He needed to tread carefully to avoid missteps, as this lady might be the genuine article, unlike the lesser-known individuals he was accustomed to. Yet, he mused, such affluent individuals often have their flings. He understood that. As they observed the crowd dispersing and returning after a brief interval, the trio exchanged puzzled glances. Yang Wan discreetly texted Lu Wei, what are you all doing? Lu Wei replied, Wang Fun's father suggested organizing a friendly match. I'm going to cheer for Qi Kai Desheng. Do you think it will secure first place? Really? Then I shall go support Qi Kai Desheng. If it wins, I'll let you spend the prize money. Oh, you should buy it some carrots. With the conclusion of the second round of racing, the jockeys promptly returned to prepare. After a brief respite, they would compete fiercely in the friendly match organized by Wang Muchuan. The boss mentioned that all top 3 competitors would receive substantial rewards. According to the customary practices of the Hong Kong Jockey Club, the prize money would be divided with 70 going to the owner, 10 to the jockey, and 20 to the staff. The selected jockeys were already eager and ready for the challenge. As the break concluded, the competition loomed, with the large screen displaying the numbers and names of the 8 horses. Number 1 belongs to Wang Muchuan, named the Golden Spear of the first generation. Number 2 is Lu Wei's victory at the start. Number 3 is by Ingjia's future star. Number 4 is Zhang's unity in purpose. Number 5 is the Lin family's king of the forest. Number 6 is Qin's as if I were present. Numbers 7 and 8 had not been named until they were chosen by Boss Han and Boss Missouri, who then conferred naming rights upon them. Thus, number 7 is called Son of the Sun, and number 8 is Backbone Strength. The name of number 1 may seem rather ostentatious. Yet those privy to the inside story recognize it as a champion horse with a history of victories. As the race commenced, the gates swung open, and the 8 horses surged forth. Number 1, a horse that has triumphed on international stages, showcased its prowess by taking the lead effortlessly. Closely following were numbers 2 and 4. Yang Wan, seated in the rear, silently cheered for victory at the start. Haha, Zhang, your number 1 has an unmistakable advantage. I fear my number 7 lacks familiarity, Boss Han jested. Haha, it's all about participation. Let's organize another round next time. For the first 800 meters, number 1 maintained its lead. However, in the final 400 meters, victory at the start began to accelerate, seemingly ignited by a competitive spirit, and surged ahead with determination. In a mere 20 seconds, number 2 overtook and claimed first place. Oh, Xiao Lu, your horse is impressive, displaying such stamina. Ah, merely luck. I suspect it has developed a competitive spirit of its own, Lu Wei replied. At that moment, the technical display on the screen captured a snapshot. First place. Number 2 victory at the start, leading number 1 by 2/3 of a length. Lu Wei mused to himself, indeed, the horse I selected is fortuitous. In this venue, it lives up to its name. Watching the replay on the large screen, Yang Wan joyfully stomped her feet. What is happening? Lu Wei's horse has won. Number 2 belongs to Lu Wei? Yes, indeed. Victory at the start. Chapter 213. The galloping horses officially begin. The 8 horses were led by their jockeys to the podium. Young man, you've chosen a fine horse. Let us compete again once my horse is more accustomed to the course. You certainly had the home advantage today, Zhang remarked, reflecting on his horse's failure to secure first place due to its unfamiliarity with the venue. Indeed, my horse did benefit from a bit of local advantage. Lu Wei acknowledged humbly. All right, old Zhang, my horse only managed second place. Let us give it a month, and next month we shall race again. Sounds good. My horse has also been a champion. Let it acclimate to the racetrack for a spell, and we will race again next month. Zhang readily accepted the challenge. Make sure to include us in the race details. Boss Han and Boss Missouri chimed in, not wishing to be left out. They typically enjoyed leisurely pursuits of playing ball and fishing, so a day at the racetrack was a delightful diversion. Xiao Lu, we'll leave our horse in your care. We will return next month for another race, Wang Muchuan instructed. Certainly, uncles. Following this was a photo session for the horse owners, standing beneath the club's grand sign. posing with their horses and teams, holding the reins ceremoniously, embodying a sense of ritual and festivity. Both Uncle Han and Uncle Mo were engaged, directly addressing Wang Fun and the others, declaring that they had claimed the 2 horses for themselves, which would henceforth be their steeds, and they would frequently visit their equine companions. This solidified the presence of 4 significant patrons, significantly impacting the club. Their combined wealth amounted to at least 400 billion. And with Lin Xin and Qin Sung's involvement, the club was anticipated to soar towards a valuation of 500 billion. Lu Wei called down Yang Wan, Han Shuo, and Shun Duyu to take a photograph with Qi Kaidishing, marking the formation of their own team. Wang Fan nodded and greeted Han Shuo, as he intended to engage in conversation with the club's president, now aligned in the same camp. Lu Wei and Yang Wan stood aside holding the horse reins, while Han Shuo and Shun Duyu occupied the opposite side. Qi Kaidishing appeared quite pleased, allowing Yang Wan to stroke its forehead, almost vocalizing its triumph, eager for a treat. Brother, your maneuvers truly impressed me. Just tell me, do I have a chance to care for a horse and participate in the races? You have no idea how exhilarating it was to watch from above, Han Shuo remarked enviously. I've reserved a membership slot for both of you at the club. Whenever there are competitions, or if you acquire a horse, you're welcome to join, Lu Wei replied. Huh, I knew you could be relied upon. Mr. Lu, do I have one too? Shin Duyu inquired eagerly. Indeed, you do. You can also promote it in the entertainment circle, rest assured. This club is open to those valued at over $1 billion, enhancing your status in the industry, Lu Wei assured him. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for considering me and my old friend Shun. Shun Duyu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Is that truly Mr. Wang, the wealthiest man? Han Shuo questioned, his eyes widening. Are you blind? Have you not seen how attentive Wang Fan has been? Lu Wei replied, amused. I never imagined I could be so close to a billionaire. Han Shuo said, glancing enviously at the people nearby. I can't introduce you. Those are all big shots, Lu Wei remarked. Cough, I'm just here to observe. How could I dare approach? Han Shuo bantered. Behind Lin Xin and Qin Song, Lu Wei and Wang Fan were formally introduced to their parents. Previously, they had been received by Jiang Baiyan, while Wang Fan and Lu Wei had been attending to Wang Muchuan, leaving little room for conversation. Only when their parents greeted Wang Muchuan did they exchange a few words. It was not until now that they had the opportunity to converse, with both sets of parents expressing their support and admiration for the initiative, encouraging them to continue their efforts in developing the club. The group listened attentively to the elders' guidance, pledging to strive diligently. After a long day at the club, Jiang Baiyan invited everyone to move to the dining hall, where the catering department had prepared a banquet with modest refreshments. Wang Muchuan led the way, and no one hesitated. After all, it was only fitting to enjoy a meal after a day of activities in the remote location. The club's dining department had engaged top-tier chefs, both Chinese and Western, to provide an exceptional experience for the members. To ensure that members returned frequently, it was essential to cater to their palates. During the meal, Wang Fan, Lu Wei, Lin Xin, and Qin Song, along with Jiang Baiyan, circulated the tables to toast and express gratitude for the elders' presence. The media had not been overlooked either. Red envelopes were distributed, and a meal was provided, with the several business leaders collectively raising their glasses in respect, ensuring ample acknowledgement for the press. In any case, they are unlikely to visit often in the future, so this time, let us elevate their status. Perhaps someone will return home tonight and passionately compose a soft article, thrusting the club into the public eye. After dinner, Jiang Baiyan had the club's membership medals and cards presented in an exquisite box. The membership medal, a bronze emblem depicting galloping horses, bore the inscription of the Galloping Horses Club along with the membership number, accompanied by a membership card, which also displayed the membership number and the club's logo in a luxurious black and gold combination. Wang Muchuan's membership card was W00001, while Lin Xin and Qin Song's parents received 00002 and 00003 respectively. Baiyan also received a card as a gesture of gratitude for his support, while the subsequent numbers were designated for several esteemed patrons, Mr. Zhang, Mr. Han, and Mr. Mo. Friends of Lin Xin and Qin Song's parents were entrusted to decide their membership numbers, and the gift boxes were presented by the two of them. Han Shuo and Shun Duyu also received theirs, with their numbers being the first and second of the Baili members, which were part of an elite tier of members. Thus not overly significant, as Han Shuo's wealth could easily accommodate it, while Shun Duyu was merely a step behind. Haha, this gift certainly demonstrates ample generosity, Han Shuo exclaimed joyfully, snapping photos to showcase his prize. What about mine? Yang Wan looked at Lu Wei, a hint of grievance in her eyes. What more do you want? This club is ours. You can play however you desire, Lu Wei reassured her. Well, I just think this membership emblem is quite lovely. I would like one too. Alright, I will ask Jiang Baiyan to arrange one for you shortly. A woman who knows how to charm will always have good fortune. Lu Wei conceded. In the afternoon, there would be an equestrian performance. Following the meal, arrangements were made for the esteemed guests to rest. It was still quite warm, and a respite was in order before continuing in the cooler afternoon. The resting area was crafted to 5-star standards by the club. They had yet to reach the level of constructing standalone villas, so a place to rest was already a significant luxury. In the future, they would aim for even grander facilities when expanding. The media, however, did not enjoy such privileges and were relegated to the auditorium for rest. After 3 o'clock, the weather cooled slightly, and the sun was less oppressive. The guests were invited to the practice arena to enjoy a series of equestrian displays, featuring both traditional horseback riding and European styles. Following the performances, it was time for the experiential segment. The club had prepared a selection of new riding attire, all from Hermes, each set costing over 10,000, thoughtfully arranged for members who arrived on short notice. Such quality apparel would undoubtedly instill a sense of pride in the members. Of course, today's attire was complimentary. Future members would need to purchase their own. Staff assisted the distinguished patrons in equipping their horses, remaining close by for safety. Wang Muchuan mounted his golden spear, squeezed his legs, and galloped away. Although he had just competed earlier that morning, the experience was a mere leisure ride, and the golden spear showed no signs of strain. The riding experience area soon buzzed with excitement as everyone reveled in the enjoyment. Young man, this horseback riding event is far more enjoyable than playing ball. I must come here more often, the delighted gentleman remarked to Wang Fun and his companions. We eagerly anticipate your future visits, esteemed uncles. After the evening banquet concluded, the gentlemen were escorted to their vehicles. Memberships had already been distributed, and the initial framework had been established. This preliminary opening was deemed a resounding success, marking the official entry of Wanma Benting into the community. However, as the gentlemen departed, they discreetly instructed their assistants to settle the membership fees and the corresponding costs for the horses. All remained at the club, and the opening had indeed been achieved. What the future held would depend on the ensuing effects. Shall we post a Weibo update to announce our success? Wang Fan suggested, nearly forgetting their online presence. They obtained some photographs taken that day from Jiang Baiyan, along with their posed shots, and shared them on Weibo. Chapter 214. The grandiose image of Wanma Benting that evening. The media outlets published reports about the club, along with coverage of the opening ceremony and related activities, creating quite a stir among netizens. Shock. The nation's beloved figure has opened an equestrian club. The club associated with billionaire Wang Muchuan is revealed. Join us as we unveil the mysterious veil of the 500 billion club. Various sensational headlines sparked discussions among internet users. When Wang Fan posted pictures of the club on Weibo, combined with his riding attire, many female netizens were left yearning. They flocked to his post to comment, "Darling, I want to join too, and why did you leave me behind?" In contrast, Lu Wei's Weibo was considerably quieter, as his fanbase was not in the same league. Lacking significantly, some loyal fans expressed their curiosity and congratulations, as Wanma Benting had previously appeared on their radar, and they were aware of the existence of such a company. However, they were surprised that the club, which seemed quite impressive, had attracted the billionaire and the president of the Hong Kong Island Jockey Club. Its strength was undeniably formidable. Fortunately, he did not release any photos of Yang Wan, or else he might have faced difficulties, for in this day and age, posting a real photo could lead to netizens uncovering 3 generations of one's family within minutes, rivaling the prowess of Sherlock Holmes. Indeed, that very night, some netizens discovered the club's location. The following day, numerous influencers flocked to the club's entrance to check in. Luckily, the security measures were robust enough to thwart their attempts. It is likely they began contemplating whether to use scissors to cut through the electric fencing on the outer walls to sneak in and climb into Wang Fan's bed. The Wanma Benting Equestrian Club operates on an exclusive invitation-only membership basis. Merely meeting the requirements does not guarantee admission. One must receive an internal invitation or recommendation from an existing member, thus creating some gaps in membership. After the club trended on social media, they decided to capitalize on the momentum by inviting a select group of well-regarded entrepreneurs and celebrities to visit in batches, merely to tour and experience the billionaire's activities, without directly inviting them to become members, unless under special circumstances. Lu Wei and Wang Fan resolved to give back to their devoted fans by hosting a fan experience event, wherein they would select 10 fortunate fans each week to visit the club for a tour and riding experience. The club would reimburse travel expenses and provide meals at the racetrack for the day. Should any fan be unable to attend, upon confirmation of their withdrawal, they would receive a commemorative gift from the club. The announcement, once shared on Weibo, caused a frenzy among their followers. "Oh, I want to go ride at my husband's place. Darling, will you come to pick me up on a white horse?" exclaimed a fan of Wang Fan. Others displayed a bit more rationality, with one stating, "Honestly, I wish to experience the activities enjoyed by the wealthy. Since I can't go to Hong Kong Island, let me relish a taste of the local horse racing scene." A few days earlier, Lu Wei had been in conversation with Wang Fan about a golf resort they had visited. "Did you see it? What do you think about our model? Should we combine racing with leisure like the golf resort, or focus solely on racing and riding like the Hong Kong Jockey Club? Is there a significant difference?" Wang Fan inquired. "Indeed, there is a stark contrast. If we opt for a leisure model, we would need to construct more facilities to provide customers with a vacation-like experience, allowing them to relax for several days. In contrast, a pure racing model would require merely expanding the racetrack, increasing the number of horses, and frequently organizing events. I believe a combination of both would be ideal. We could reduce the overnight accommodations, but maintain regular daytime activities and riding experiences. For instance, we could host wedding banquets at our club and offer horse services for weddings, though this would be exclusive to members to maintain our standards." Agreed. We should expand our scale. Let's have Jiang Baiyan look into acquiring nearby land for our Phase 2 planning. If we are to undertake this, we must create the most captivating high-end club within the capital region. Having reached a consensus on their developmental direction, they scheduled the first fan tour lottery for October 5th, designating the last day of the holiday for the visit. To ensure the club's security, selected fans were required to present identification and were restricted to designated areas for photography and activities. During the lottery, the refreshed Weibo feed experienced a brief lag as a torrent of fans flooded in to refresh their pages. After half an hour, the list of 10 winners was announced, eliciting envy from many. On the final day of the holiday, a group of young men and women gathered outside a subway station in the capital, their faces alight with excitement. As they awaited their transport, some exchanged greetings, confirming their status as the lucky ones. When the club's vehicle arrived at the designated subway entrance, 8 fans verified their identities before joyfully boarding the car adorned with the club's name, Galloping Horses Club. Throughout the journey, they eagerly documented their experience on vlogs. Upon reaching the club, they were greeted by Wang Fun, Lu Wei, and several staff members at the entrance. As the fans disembarked, they rushed forward, fervently calling out, "Principal, Basketball God." The two men exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what Basketball God meant. It is indeed Lu Wei, who is now affectionately dubbed the God of Golf. His fame has transcended borders, and following that remarkable match, he has been crowned as such. It is quite surprising how illustrious this title has become. Wang Fun, upon hearing this nickname, couldn't contain his joy, while Lu Wei bore an expression of resignation. With the companionship of Wang Fun and Lu Wei, the first batch of fans enjoyed a delightful experience, diligently recreating the club's ambience for the audience within the confines of permissible filming, through their word of mouth. The exclusive membership policy of the Wanma Binting Club has also made its way online. Given such stringent membership requirements, I reckon it will be unattainable in this lifetime. Perhaps in the next life, if I were to find a fortunate rebirth, there might still be hope. Similar to the Hong Kong Jockey Club, can they truly thrive? If no one joins, will they incur losses? However, maintaining horses indeed necessitates a considerable financial foundation, and their demands are quite reasonable. A single horse costs hundreds of thousands. I can't afford that. In the minds of netizens, Wanma Binting has established an image of grandeur and prestige. As the club has begun to find its operational footing, Lu Wei has finally found some leisure time. During Yang Wan's visit, he had been too busy to accompany her on excursions. With only 2 days remaining before her departure, he decided to take her out to explore. Their outings together had been few, and Yang Wan had transformed into a curious little girl, fascinated by everything around her. They ventured to a quaint town, though commercialization had severely marred its charm, with an array of snack shops lining the ancient streets. Passing by a duck neck shop, Yang Wan's appetite was piqued, and she insisted on sampling some. Lu Wei, indulgently, led her inside to choose. She pointed eagerly at the duck necks. The shopkeeper quoted a price of 68 for a box, and Lu Wei promptly made the payment via scan, receiving the duck necks handed over by the attendant, which he then presented to Yang Wan. Excitedly, she opened the box, ready to indulge. However, upon picking one up, she gasped in shock. "What's wrong?" Lu Wei asked, noticing her alarm as she pointed at the dark object in her hand. "A mouse, a mouse," she exclaimed. Lu Wei quickly took everything from her, scrutinizing the contents. To his dismay, there it was, dark, with whiskers and a pointed snout, revealing sharp teeth. This resembled the rats commonly seen back in his hometown, often found near rice bins. But is this city rat legitimate? Frequently spotted lurking in sewers or rubbish heaps. Yang Wan was beginning to feel queasy. "Is it really?" she asked. Lu Wei nodded. Holding the rat's head, wrapped in a glove, he presented it to the shopkeeper. "Is this duck neck authentic?" he inquired. "Absolutely. We prepare it fresh daily with premium ingredients," the shopkeeper assured confidently. Lu Wei pressed further, "Then take a closer look. What exactly is this?" The shopkeeper leaned in for a better inspection, suddenly recoiling in disgust before turning back to Lu Wei, exclaiming, "That's duck neck." Lu Wei was left incredulous, amused by the absurdity of the situation as another couple entered the shop, ready to select their meal. "My friend, I just purchased this duck neck, and there appears to be something unusual within it." The shop assistant claims it is indeed a duck neck. "Could you both take a look?" The two individuals leaned closer to Lu Wei, and the girl adjusted her glasses, exclaiming, "A mouse head. Oh my goodness." She quickly hid behind the man, who, upon inspection, remarked, "What the hell, that is a mouse. Are you blind? This is revolting. This is a shady establishment." Noticing the gathering crowd, the shop assistant attempted to snatch the item from Lu Wei's hands, but he evaded her grasp. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Wei inquired. The shop assistant hastily responded, "Sir, that is indeed a duck neck. Perhaps it was not properly cleaned. Allow me to exchange it for you. This is not merely a matter of improper handling. This item is fundamentally unclean. How can you sell such a thing to others? Where's your conscience?" Lu Wei insisted. "Xiaowan, let us document this evidence to prevent him from claiming we are slandering him," he urged Yang Wan, while the nearby couple also retrieved their phones to capture the moment. Realizing she could not resolve the situation, the shop assistant retreated behind the counter and called her boss, exclaiming, "Boss, there are troublemakers in the store. You must return immediately." The group stared at her, bewildered by her audacity. Lu Wei promptly dialed 12315 to file a complaint regarding the unsanitary product purchased from the establishment, to which the representative assured him that someone would be dispatched for verification shortly. Just after Lu Wei ended the call, a bald man, exuding an intimidating presence, stormed into the store, flanked by 2 others. Upon entering, he bellowed, "Who is causing a disturbance?" "It's them." The shop assistant pointed at Lu Wei from behind the counter. Observing their distinguished attire, the bald man inquired, "Young man, what seems to be the issue? Have we wronged you in any way? Your establishment's products are unsanitary. Is that not a valid complaint?" Lu Wei retorted, "You must not make baseless accusations. I am engaged in the food business," the bald man replied, advancing towards Lu Wei, who instinctively shielded Yang Wan behind him. "This is the evidence. Look, there's a mouse head in your duck neck. How can that be acceptable?" Lu Wei argued. "Young man, you must be mistaken. That is clearly a duck neck." The bald man countered, "If you dislike it, I can issue a refund, but you cannot falsely accuse us. We are merely conducting business here." Furious, Lu Wei could no longer contain himself. "I have already contacted the Market Supervision Bureau. They will determine the facts shortly." Upon hearing this, the group grew anxious and attempted to seize the item from Lu Wei's hands. He clutched it tightly, pulling Yang Wan towards the exit. One of the men positioned himself to block their path, prompting Lu Wei to push Yang Wan aside and rush towards the door. She deftly sidestepped to the entrance. As the group encircled Lu Wei, preparing to close in, he skillfully maneuvered, maintaining a firm grip on the evidence. We have recorded this. It would be futile for you to attempt theft. Seize their phones. The bald man ordered his companions, directing them to snatch Yang Wan's phone and that of the couple. Meanwhile, Yang Wan had already dialed the police from her position at the door. Officer, at the pedestrian street in the ancient town, at XX Duck Neck. Someone is attempting to steal a phone, and we are being assaulted. Please hurry. Someone is already rushing towards Yang Wan, who has let out a scream. She then tried to flee but was seized by the person who grabbed her bag. The voice on the phone inquired, "Are you alright? Please hold on. Help is on the way." At that moment, a vehicle from the Market Supervision Bureau arrived at the store entrance. A somewhat portly middle-aged man clad in a blue uniform stepped out and shouted, "What is going on here?" The bald man released Lu Wei and obediently approached him. "Brother-in-law. This person is causing a disturbance." "What do you mean, brother-in-law?" "We are outside. You should call me director." "Alright, Director Jiang. This person is causing trouble in my store and falsely accusing me." Lu Wei observed the familiarity between the two and discreetly opened WeChat, sending videos and photos to Wang Fun. The uniformed man approached Lu Wei. "Young comrade, did you report this incident?" "Yes, I was purchasing duck necks from their shop when I discovered a mouse head inside. They refused to acknowledge it, claiming it is merely duck neck and accusing me of slander." "Then show it to us. We from the Market Supervision Bureau will examine it." A woman in uniform, following the middle-aged man, also approached. Lu Wei handed her the mouse head he was holding. After a brief discussion, the middle-aged man turned to Lu Wei and said, "Young comrade, we have identified it. This is indeed duck neck, not a mouse. You may have mistaken it. Perhaps it was simply poorly processed, with some feathers left on." Lu Wei was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? In broad daylight, and I mistook a mouse head? I am utterly speechless at your ignorance. Give it to me. I will take it to the Inspection Bureau for verification. If I am mistaken, I shall apologize to you. Young man. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. I can have the store refund you, and we can let this matter go. How does that sound?" "No. I must stand my ground on this." Lu Wei shook his head. At that moment, Yang Wan entered with 2 police officers, pointing at the bald man and his companions. "These 3 just attempted to rob us and assaulted him." The bald man's eyes lit up, realizing that the responding officer was his acquaintance. And he blinked. The burly officer glanced over and stated, "What are you all doing? Is there no law left? Fighting in someone else's store? Take them away." Back to the station. Lu Wei kept his phone in hand and pressed the speaking button, sending a voice message to Wang Fun as they entered. Chapter 216. A Long Life Witnessing. How is being beaten merely a mutual brawl? Wang Fun was dining with a small internet celebrity, in a moment of sweet intimacy. Suddenly, he received a WeChat message from Lu Wei. Upon opening it, he enlarged the image and felt a wave of nausea, unable to suppress a retch. "Principal, are you alright?" the small internet celebrity asked with concern, feeling a pang of insecurity, wondering if she was so unattractive that she could make him vomit. "I am fine. I'm fine. Is it that the person's looks are affecting your appetite?" The small internet celebrity appeared on the verge of tears. "Come on, how can you think that? You must believe in yourself. If you were unattractive, why would I choose you?" Wang Fun suppressed his feelings of revulsion and endeavored to amuse the little internet celebrity. "What is wrong with you? I noticed you seemed nauseous just now. Do you truly wish to know?" "Yes, I do. I'm quite curious." "Well, don't blame me then." "I won't. The principal is the best." Upon hearing her words, Wang Fun handed her the video on his phone. The little internet celebrity eagerly accepted it and pressed play. Ugh. The phone nearly slipped from her grasp, almost tumbling to the ground. "Ah, rat. Ugh." The grand feast she had previously anticipated now extinguished her appetite, leaving her with a singular desire to vomit. "How about that? You can't blame me. It's your own curiosity. Principal, you have a rather peculiar taste." Watching this while eating, the little internet celebrity felt utterly defeated. Her appetite for the day vanished. "I didn't wish to see this. I was simply enjoying my meal when some fool sent it to me." Wang Fun felt an overwhelming urge to curse Lu Wei. Noticing that Lu Wei had also sent a location and a voice message, he listened closely, bewildered by the mention of needing to take someone away and a mutual brawl. He dialed the phone, inquiring, "Where are you? What is happening?" "I'm on my way to the police station," Lu Wei replied just before the call was abruptly disconnected. "What is going on?" This foolish Lu Wei can't complete a sentence. Wang Fun, battling his nausea, glanced once more at the WeChat location and content. "Let's go. We'll eat later. I have an urgent matter," he stated to the little internet celebrity. He promptly summoned his bodyguard, provided the address, and headed toward the indicated location. Lu Wei and Yang Wan were escorted onto a police vehicle. As they settled in, Wang Fun's call came through. The ringing drew everyone's attention. As soon as Lu Wei answered, a nearby officer snatched the phone from him, terminating the call. "What are you doing? Give me back my phone." Lu Wei protested. "You are being summoned to the police station. You cannot make calls," the officer replied, unfazed. "I am not a criminal suspect. I am merely cooperating with your investigation. Seizing my phone is unlawful. When my lawyer arrives, I will report this." Another officer, overhearing, quickly intervened. "Return the phone to him," he instructed. Then turned to warn Lu Wei and Yang Wan. "When making your statements, you are prohibited from recording or taking photographs, or we will confiscate your phone." After just a short distance, they arrived at the police station. Lu Wei and Yang Wan were separated into different rooms. Yang Wan, feeling frightened, clutched Lu Wei's hand tightly. "It's alright, I've called Wang Fun. Just tell the truth, and we'll wait for the lawyer for everything else." "Okay." During the statement-taking process, the officer consistently guided Lu Wei, suggesting that they had engaged in mutual combat. Lu Wei pointed to the scratches on his arm, saying, "You claim I hit him. Where's his injury? Doesn't he have surveillance cameras in his shop?" The cameras have been malfunctioning for the past few days. We just checked. There are no visible injuries, but the other party mentioned possible soft tissue contusions. Possible. I may have suffered a concussion. I demand to be taken to the hospital for examination. Lu Wei has also given up, and everyone is pretending. Young man, you are from out of town, right? It's better to avoid trouble. Just compensate him a little, and let us resolve this amicably. The burly officer began to coax Lu Wei into paying for a settlement. What? 3 of them robbed my phone, 3 against 1, and now I am to compensate them? What kind of reasoning is this? Lu Wei's anger escalated, his voice rising. This is not how it works. Based on our understanding, both parties share responsibility in mutual fighting. I was attacked by 3 individuals, and before I even retaliated. I am accused of mutual combat. Even if I had struck back, wouldn't that be self-defense? Lu Wei was at a loss for words, baffled by the absurdity of being labeled as a participant in mutual combat when it was 3 against 1. Surely that qualifies as self-defense. Young man, you should delete the video you recorded. It could tarnish the establishment's reputation. That is my evidence. Why should I erase it? This is unproductive. You need to calm down in here for a while. With that, the burly officer exited and closed the door, leaving Lu Wei alone in the interrogation room. After half an hour, he returned to inquire again. Where's my girlfriend? She is in another room providing her statement. And the 3 men? They were injured and have gone to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei became furious and slammed his hand on the table. You are abusing your power. I will file a complaint against you. According to regulations, we can detain you for up to 8 hours for questioning. You need to compose yourself. After stating this, he stepped out once more. After what felt like an hour and a half, the burly officer returned, repeatedly urging Lu Wei to settle. Lu Wei shook his head. At that moment, a familiar voice called out. Lu Wei, where are you? Wang Fan's warm voice echoed from outside. Where is he? Where is he? An authoritative voice demanded. Director, I'm right here. We are merely conducting lawful questioning, nothing more. The burly officer opened the door to Lu Wei's room. Lu Wei, are you alright? Ah, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for ages. Damn, you're making me nauseous with your half-hearted remarks, leaving me utterly confused. You haven't been mistreated, have you? The burly officer started to sweat. Ma Shu, you've caused this trouble, and you still want to apologize. An imposing figure reprimanded the burly officer. Lu Wei glanced at him. He bore the insignia of 2 bars and 3 flowers, suggesting a significant rank. Lu Wei, this is Director Chen from their precinct. I specifically sought him out to explain the situation. Director Chen is compassionate and, upon hearing of this incident, came along. Mr. Lu, I apologize for the distress you have endured. Director Chen extended his hand, and Lu Wei reciprocated with a handshake. Thankfully, with a police officer like Director Chen advocating for the people, I, a mere civilian, would not have been wrongfully accused. I am ashamed, truly ashamed. Under Director Chen's guidance, the 3 bald individuals were brought back in. Upon entering the precinct, they saw the burly officer and shouted, Brother Shu, why have we been called back? We were all set to wait for you at Huiguang. Silence. The burly officer, Ma Shu, shouted anxiously. The onlookers observed the group with curiosity. Yang Wan held on to Lu Wei's hand, reluctant to let go. Just moments ago, she had sat alone, lost in her thoughts of him. And now she wished for nothing more than to remain by his side. Ultimately, the trio of bald men was detained for 15 days, while the burly police officer faced suspension for investigation. Director Chun from the Municipal Bureau assured that he would collaborate with the leadership of the Bureau the following day to conduct a thorough inspection and rectification. You should consider bringing a bodyguard next time, just like I do. It's much safer, Wang Fan jested. This is truly a rare sight. I hadn't even laid a hand on them, and they resorted to mutual brawling. It seems this chaotic situation indeed depends on the company one keeps. There are many hidden pathways, so we must tread carefully in the future. Let us invite Director Chen to dinner. It would be wise to get acquainted for any future matters. All right, let us go. It's my treat. Of course, it's your treat. Do you expect me to help you and then foot the bill? Fine, I'll treat you for a week. Is that sufficient? I appreciate your help. That would suffice. Chapter 217. Domestic matters. After spending another day at the Club S Equestrian Center, Yang Wan prepared to return to work. Lu Wei personally drove her to the airport, reminding her along the way to visit the office space when she had the chance and to prepare for the company registration, so that they could finalize it upon his return. After a heartfelt farewell, Yang Wan flew back to the bustling metropolis. Lu Wei, on the other hand, needed to remain in the capital for a while longer, as the initial workload was quite substantial. Once things settled into a routine, he would delegate responsibilities to Jiang Baiyan. His parents called, expressing concern that Lu Ling had gone mad. She had resigned from the hospital, stating her intention to focus on studying for her graduate entrance exams. Li Xiaoying urged Lu Wei to persuade her. Now that everything in our family is stable, why is your sister causing trouble? She just secured a civil service position, and now she wants to quit? This job offers great benefits for retirement. Why would she want to become a doctor only to pursue further studies? I have experienced more than she has read. She has grown up. She is not under your thumb anymore, Li Xiaoying complained. Mom, she is still young. Let her explore. She can find a job later. Our family isn't lacking in finances, so what is the fear of not having money in retirement? That may be true, but how can we control what happens in the decades to come? A stable job is paramount, especially for a young woman. If she waits a few years to seek employment, she may be deemed too old and unwanted. Don't worry, she is simply pursuing a graduate degree. Once she completes her studies, she can work at a larger hospital and still have the opportunity to take civil service exams. You siblings are too restless. I'm growing old, and I can't manage you both anymore. Do as you please. Li Xiaoying hung up the phone in frustration, feeling unheard. Watching his mother abruptly end the call, Lu Wei felt helpless, unable to communicate effectively. He decided to wait and see what Lu Ling's plans were. He sent her a message inquiring about her recent situation. Big brother, I have resigned from the hospital. I want to find a quiet place to review for my exams. You mentioned wanting to apply to schools in the metropolis, right? Yes, I wish to pursue my graduate studies there. Certainly, once you have completed the necessary formalities, you may proceed directly to the vibrant metropolis. I will assist you in finding accommodation, and you can enroll in a preparatory class to review diligently, as there are only 2 months remaining for your examination. Since the test will be conducted in the metropolis, it would be prudent for her to acclimatize in advance, securing a place to live so she can familiarize herself with the local lifestyle. Regarding the class enrollment, I was reminded of my teaching assistant. The assistant from the examination preparation institution has grown quite exasperated with Lu Wei and eventually became unreachable. He could only diligently send Lu Wei materials and occasionally remind him that the examination date was approaching and what needed to be done. Lu Wei sent a message to the assistant inquiring if there were any intensive preparatory classes for medical studies available. The assistant promptly replied in the affirmative. Lu Wei requested him to assist with the registration. Mr. Lu, weren't you planning to pursue management? Why the sudden shift to medicine? Changing fields is quite challenging. And with the time so short, the prospects are rather bleak, lamented the assistant, bewildered by Lu Wei's sudden change of heart. It's not for me. It's for my family member who is studying medicine. I'm simply helping her enroll in a class, Lu Wei clarified. That's a relief. I thought you were changing your major. I will send you the materials shortly. Please fill them out, and I will notify you when the class commences, which will be in the next few days. Alright, that sounds good. She will arrive soon, and I will have her reach out to you. With Lu Ling's arrangements settled, Lu Yang's situation remained uncertain. Having taken care of his older sister's matters, he decided to check on his younger sister as well. How's your exam preparation going, big brother? I'm currently studying diligently at the library. Rest assured, I'm putting in a lot of effort. You seem rather carefree. Would you consider enrolling in a preparatory class? Big brother, you shouldn't underestimate me. If it proves beneficial, then I shall enroll. Fine, I'll transfer some money to you shortly. You should find a reputable institution, or I can provide you with recommendations. Why not just enroll me directly? I can't seem to manage it myself. Lu Yang replied straightforwardly, opting for convenience. Very well. I will take care of it. After ending the call, Lu Wei contacted his assistant once more to inquire if there were any branches in the southwest region. The assistant sent Lu Wei the branch's contact number. Lu Wei found himself busy once again with Lu Yang's affairs, feeling exasperated by the necessity of handling such trivial matters personally. In the evening, after completing his tasks and having dinner, Lu Wei called his mother, intending to offer her some comfort. However, their conversation soon shifted to Lu Wei himself. After several years of working, why is it that you still do not have a girlfriend? The young people from your village, around your age, already have children who are 3 years old. When will you get married? Everyone else is becoming a grandparent, and here I am, still just Lu Wei's mother, she lamented, inundating him with comparisons. Lu Wei felt overwhelmed, merely responding with murmurs of agreement, assuring her that he would indeed bring someone home to introduce to her in due time. Li Xiaoying then inquired with curiosity about the girl's background and temperament. Lu Wei described her as per Yang Wan's character, and only then did Li Xiaoying relent, urging him to act promptly. Amidst the mundane exchanges of familial matters, Lu Wei was informed about preparations for a celebratory gathering at their new home. Contemplating the optimal timing amidst several households in the village organizing similar festivities towards year-end, pondering the potential for overlap. Additionally, there was the matter of his uncle from his grandmother's side, seeking a loan to construct a house, leaving Lu Wei to deliberate on whether to lend, and if so, how much. He casually inquired with his mother about the possibility of bringing his grandmother to live with them. Li Xiaoying responded that while she herself would welcome the idea, her mother would likely decline, fearing that residing with a married daughter would lead to gossip about her son's inability to provide a home, which could tarnish his reputation. The intricacies of such family dynamics proved to be quite convoluted, and she suggested they manage their own affairs. Lu Wei began to grasp the reason behind his mother's incessant chatter that day, with Lu Ling no longer residing in town and visiting weekly to keep her company. His mother was left feeling somewhat desolate with only the 2 elderly remaining in the household. After listening to her ramble for quite some time, she finally relented, ending the call to tend to the horse's evening feed. Lu Wei pondered the logistics of relocating his parents. Should they invest in a spacious villa for all to reside together, or purchase 3 apartments in a coastal garden? He realized, however, that his parents might feel confined, as they were accustomed to daily labor and movement. An idea struck him. Perhaps they could establish a small farm in the suburbs akin to Wang Fun's, where they could rear animals and cultivate vegetables and fruits, providing them with daily tasks and ensuring that at least one of them could visit on weekends. He anticipated his mother's concern over the newly built home, lamenting the waste of it being unoccupied for too long. Regardless, upon his return to the bustling metropolis in a few days, he resolved to address this matter while resources were still available, ensuring the well-being of the entire family. Chapter 218. Journey to the prairie in search of horses. On this day, Zhang Baiyan received a call from a friend who informed him of the existence of purebred Turkic horses in the Mongolian steppe, specifically the Uzhumikan white horses, rumored to be descendants of Genghis Khan's famed steeds, possessing invaluable lineage. This piqued Zhang Baiyan's interest, as his club aimed to cultivate a high-end establishment, acquiring distinguished horses which, due to their rare bloodlines, were often priceless and scarcely available for sale. Even when available, the prices soared into the millions. Realizing that sourcing directly from the steppe could yield lower costs due to the absence of commercial markup, Zhang Baiyan initially considered dispatching a knowledgeable manager to seek out these horses. Upon learning of this, Lu Wei volunteered to undertake the journey himself, believing it would be a brief excursion and an enjoyable outing. However, He deemed it unsuitable to venture alone. Thus, he decided to bring Wang Feng along, who was perpetually engrossed in gaming and chasing after women, believing it was time for him to experience the expanse of the prairie. You spend all your time lounging among women, playing games. Are you not afraid of becoming akin to ancient emperors? Lu Wei quipped. What's wrong with being an ancient emperor? With 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, my aim is to have 3,000 women. I'm nearly at 1,000 now. Impressive, isn't it? Wang Feng boasted with pride. But have you ever heard of an ancient emperor who lived long? The illustrious Qianlong, who lived to the venerable age of 88. Indeed a mark of longevity. One must commend Wang Feng for his astute selection. Initially, he sought an imperial example to illustrate the folly of excess in romantic pursuits, and instead, he presented a long-lived emperor. Are you aware of the number of women Qianlong had? For one of such stature, one might presume he had at least 1,000 or even 1,800. Yet, in truth, he had merely a few dozen legitimate consorts. Even accounting for his frequent escapades in Jiangnan, mingling with common women, the total would scarcely exceed 100. Lu Wei, determined to persuade Wang Feng, sought further information online. Such a paltry number for an emperor. It seems a waste indeed, Wang Feng remarked with dissatisfaction. Consider your own circumstances. You far exceed Qianlong in this regard. Do you truly believe you can live to 88? I dare say I can, Lu Wei retorted. You shall only understand the folly of your bravado when misfortune befalls you. Wang Feng quipped. Enough of this banter. I suspect your envy stems from my numerous romantic entanglements. Do I need to be envious? As if I lack companionship. Lu Wei replied. I am here to encourage you to engage in some physical activity to prolong your life. Lu Wei shook his head, contemplating how to convince his friend. You change partners more frequently than one changes attire. It is no wonder you are the offspring of a tycoon. What is your intention? I assure you, I have no interest in climbing mountains, Wang Feng declared. Given your physique, I doubt you could even scale Jingshan. My aim is to take you on a delightful excursion through the grasslands, Lu Wei suggested. The grasslands? What purpose does that serve? We have a horse ranch. Do we not? I have heard tales of the descendants of Genghis Khan's steeds residing there. We must see them. Moreover, indulging in roasted lamb from the region would be a delightful experience. Genghis Khan, what a formidable figure. You confine yourself to these walls daily. It is quite dreary. Let us venture forth to the grasslands and procure a few steeds. You could use the exercise. Could we bring a lady along? That is entirely up to you. If you can manage her, by all means. Very well, I shall forego that notion. I struggle to care for myself, let alone another. We shall go for just a few days and return promptly. Wang Feng's enthusiasm for physical activity was, regrettably, quite lacking. Ultimately, he consented to accompany Lu Wei, eager to sample the delicacies of the grasslands. To embark on this journey, preparations were essential, beginning with the selection of a vehicle. Wang Feng led Lu Wei to the underground garage and illuminated the space. Good heavens, what a spendthrift. Lu Wei thought to himself. Wang Feng's garage resembled a miniature exhibition. These are off-road vehicles. I have yet to take them on a long journey. Today is the perfect opportunity to put them to use. Choose which ones we shall take. While Lu Wei only owned 2 vehicles, Wang Feng's garage boasted 10, excluding sports cars. Lu Wei felt somewhat impoverished in comparison. Among them was a formidable Hummer. Its front adorned with a robust bumper and several large lights, exuding a sense of rugged power. Beside it stood a Mercedes G-Class, a quintessential rugged vehicle. Undoubtedly a top-tier model, chosen by Wang Feng. Nearby, there was a sizable Toyota, likely a Land Cruiser, along with another Range Rover akin to Lu Wei's own. On the far side, there stood a Wrangler and a Ford, while the last vehicle resembled a Hummer, yet bore the appearance of a pickup truck. I remarked. With so many cars, will you ever drive them all in your lifetime? Gazing at the multitude of vehicles, Lu Wei still expressed his bewilderment. That doesn't matter. Just buy them first. At worst, I can switch cars daily and let them all share the joy. All right, you have the wealth. It's your call. As I pondered, I thought that once I returned to find a place with a garage, I too would acquire 5, no, 6 cars. Lu Wei mused to himself. With only 6 cars, it's insufficient. There would be no vehicle on Sundays. How could one be without a car? I should drive something speedy for a day. Ultimately, he selected 3 vehicles. Wang Feng would drive the Hummer, Lu Wei would take the G-Class, and the Wrangler was entrusted to a subordinate. Later, they would arrange for another vehicle from Wantong to accompany them for transporting supplies. Wang Feng's plans were meticulously crafted and well thought out. The night before their departure, Lu Wei informed Jiang Sinan that he would be away for several days. Jiang Sinan gazed at him with a hint of melancholy, lamenting how often she found herself without him. During the splendid National Day holiday, he had been preoccupied, leaving her to watch television at home for several days. As she had hoped to travel with Lu Wei, after finally managing to spend 2 days with him, he was preparing to leave once more. Women, like water, often shed tears and lament Lu Wei's absence in her escapades. Lu Wei could only console her wholeheartedly, nourishing this delicate woman, which alleviated some of her grievances. After a night of labor, his back ached slightly. He had heard of a desert ginseng on the grasslands called Rote Song Rong, reputed for its remarkable efficacy, and he needed to procure some for this trip. This woman, when she became fervent, was truly an indomitable force. The following day, Lu Wei and Wang Feng embarked on their journey to the grasslands, heading towards Shilin Joel based on intelligence gathered from Jiang Baiyan. Their party consisted of 10 individuals. Initially, it was just Wang Feng, Lu Wei, and his bodyguard, but Lin Ergu, upon learning of the trip, immediately insisted on joining. They traveled in 5 vehicles, with 2 individuals per car for safety. The trio was in high spirits, refusing to let the driver take the wheel, eager to experience the adventure themselves. Wang Feng led the way with the Hummer, Lin Xin drove the Range Rover in the middle, while Lu Wei followed in the G-Class. with the bodyguard and supply vehicle trailing behind. As they left the capital, the 5 vehicles formed a convoy, and no one dared to overtake them. This was a formidable procession. Even if one managed to pass the last, less impressive vehicle, the 4 ahead would block any further advance, rendering the overtaker utterly helpless, ensnared in a formation that would inevitably lead to their demise. On less crowded stretches of road, the vehicles surged to 180 km/h. Brother, do you know how much a single push on the gas costs? The cars in the adjacent lane, witnessing their speed, could only wish for their swift descent to glory. Chapter 219, Journey to the Grasslands. Lu Wei, let me tell you, this Hummer deserves a proper outing. It's exhilarating. And you two up front are speeding, forcing me to keep up. I'm already exceeding the limit. This Hummer feels so underutilized, usually just cruising around the capital without reaching its true potential. Its robust build is meant for traversing the vast expanse of the Gobi grasslands. That is where it truly shines. When shall we drive it to the Tibetan region? With your slender frame, aren't you afraid of altitude sickness, unable to return? What nonsense are you spouting? My friend, you are entirely made of flesh. Upon reaching a service area midway, a few individuals parked to rest, with Wang Fan excitedly chatting with Lu Wei and Lin Xian. Why is it that no one dares to overtake my vehicle? He exclaimed. What do you intend to do? If anyone were truly that impressive, I would simply ram into them, making them aware of the power of the mighty Wang. Could it be that Wang Fan harbors a rebellious spirit within? That would be sheer bullying. If you possess such prowess, why not face off against a truck? Chao interjected. Have I lost my mind? Do I appear to be the foolish son of a landlord? Indeed. Lin Ergu chimed in, delivering a sharp retort. Ergu, do you wish to be stewed? Bring your vehicle. It looks decent, and we can have a little collision. If we merely scratch the paint, I shall concede. Wang Fan's Hummer, a notorious gas guzzler, consumed approximately 30 liters for every 100 kilometers, necessitating frequent breaks for refueling. With a 120-liter fuel tank, they would need to refill after traversing just over 300 kilometers. One cannot wait until the tank is nearly empty to seek fuel. Throughout their journey, they refueled 3 times, with drivers rotating shifts. And they eventually arrived at Shilin-Joel League by 8 that evening. Should they venture into the grasslands without fuel, Wang Fan could very well be left to feed the wolves. To mitigate fuel consumption concerns, the experienced drivers had agreed to procure several fuel barrels filled to the brim upon reaching Shilin-Joel, sufficient for the Hummer to cover several hundred more kilometers. Lu Wei's G-Class, on the other hand, could traverse 500 to 600 kilometers on a full tank, proving far more reliable than Wang Fan's Hummer. They set off at 10 in the morning, considering it a rest day, and reached Shilin-Joel by 8 in the evening. After arranging accommodations, Wang Fan was already clamoring about his hunger. The group found a restaurant and promptly ordered a whole roasted lamb, weighing around 30 to 40 pounds, enough to satisfy 10 people. Being close to the source, the flavor of the lamb was notably enhanced. Or perhaps it was merely the fatigue and hunger from a day of driving that made it taste so delightful. Wang Fan relished every bite, extolling its virtues, though he lamented the absence of red wine. In this small town, one could hardly expect to find the Romanée that Wang Fan desired, although they did have plenty of Great Wall dry red, which he outright rejected. After their meal, they indulged in a thorough and proper massage, a well-deserved treat after such a long drive, alleviating their sore backs and tired limbs. Once the massage concluded, they retired for the night, already well past midnight. When Lu Wei awoke, it was already past 9 in the morning. He went to rouse Wang Fan and Lin Xian, while the drivers and bodyguards had long since risen. Breakfast was a local affair, consisting of lamb, offal soup, and flatbreads, the rich aroma even tempting the refined palate of Wang Fan to indulge heartily. Among the drivers and bodyguards were individuals from Inner Mongolia, who would take the lead on the next leg of the journey, as Wang Fan could not recklessly drive into the grasslands. Once they departed from this small town, they would delve deeper into the vast plains. The companions had already prepared the necessary supplies and fuel, leaving Wang Fan with nothing to ponder but his role as a participant, ready to embark at any moment. The roads ahead were no longer highways, but rather narrow county roads or rural paths. As they traversed the vast expanse of the grassland, Wang Fan found himself entranced by the golden hues that unfolded before him. This early autumn splendor resembled a layer of gilding, and at the horizon's edge, flecks of white and red occasionally punctuated the scenery with herds of sheep and horses. A pang of regret washed over him. He lamented not bringing a companion to share in this breathtaking vista. How delightful it would have been to lead her into the lush grasses and recline upon the golden carpet, with the heavens as their canopy and the earth as their bed, experiencing a unique charm far from home. Wang Fan felt a twinge of remorse. Realizing he should have heeded his instincts rather than following Lu Wei's suggestion, he should have brought along his little internet celebrity. I've heard that wolves roam the grasslands. Aren't you afraid of becoming their lunch? Someone jested. Wolves? I am the wolf here, Wang Fan scoffed. Wait, did you just say there are wolves? Indeed. Haven't you watched the legend of the Condor Heroes? There are not only wolves, but also great eagles that prey on lambs. A shiver of fear crept in. That sounds a bit terrifying. Ha ha ha, do you still dare to venture into the grass? Wang Fan shook his head vigorously, realizing that the presence of wolves would indeed be quite alarming. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived at a small town according to their navigation. The group needed to find a restaurant to rest and replenish their supplies. The town was indeed tiny, easily surveyed from one end to the other, and many of the passers-by donned traditional Mongolian attire, with numerous shop signs featuring a blend of Mongolian and Han characters. The arrival of their large vehicle drew curious glances from the townsfolk. As Lu Wei and Wang Fan gazed outside, they observed a multitude of individuals clad in vibrant, flowing robes, which appeared somewhat oversized, with narrow sleeves and no slits. At their waists, they sported small curved knives sheathed for everyday use, presumably for cutting meat during meals. The vehicle stopped in front of the town's largest restaurant, where their Inner Mongolian driver approached to converse. Initially in Mandarin before switching to another language that the group did not comprehend. The driver, known affectionately as Lao Wu, soon returned to guide them out of the vehicle. The restaurant's proprietress, dressed in a traditional Mongolian robe and appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, greeted them with a smile and a somewhat stiff Mandarin. Welcome, welcome. Once seated, they perused the menu, which featured 2 languages, and proceeded to order a variety of dishes: grilled lamb skewers, milk tofu, blood sausage, lamb offal soup, roasted lamb chops, lamb stew with potatoes, and stir-fried lamb with scallions. The predominant fare centered around lamb, and Wang Feng could still taste the flavors of the roasted whole lamb from the previous night. In Mongolia, livestock farming thrives, with horses, cattle, and sheep constituting the 3 primary animals. However, horses are not consumed. They are raised solely for labor and riding, as they hold a special companionship status. Lao Wu, please ask the proprietress if there are any notable horses nearby, Lu Wei requested after placing their orders. Certainly, Mr. Lu. Lao Wu nodded and promptly set off to engage in conversation. Chapter 220. Journey across the grassland 2 while they awaited their dishes. Lao Wu took the opportunity to converse with the proprietress. Establishments such as restaurants or convenience stores typically serve as bustling hubs of communication, frequented by a myriad of individuals who engage in varied discussions. The slightest movements or whispers here are undoubtedly significant. Before long, Old Wu returned. Mr. Wang, Mr. Lu, he said, the proprietor informed me that the most renowned horse in this region is the Bai Ma of the Ujumkin banner, which holds a revered status among them. We must venture northward to the Ujumkin grassland, where there exists a famous Bai Ma breeding base, seemingly our intended destination. In this town, some individuals have brought Bai Ma, but they are often not purebred, predominantly hybrids. I have previously heard that deep within the Ujumkin grassland, there are herdsmen who raise the most authentic Bai Ma, but their precise location remains unknown. We must explore the grassland ourselves to determine which type we seek. Old Wu elaborated that herdsmen migrate annually. Thus they are not well versed in specific locations, only aware that it lies within that expanse of grassland. As autumn has arrived, herdsmen are preparing to migrate to their winter pastures. If we can ascertain the location of these winter pastures, we should encounter them there. Very well, I appreciate your efforts. After our meal, please inquire further about how we might navigate the grassland, Mr. Wang instructed. Old Wu nodded in agreement. The Ujumkin grassland is situated in the northeastern part of Shilin Gol, covering an area of approximately 70,000 square kilometers, an expanse larger than that of the entire Hainan province. The grassland is primarily divided into East Yuki and West Yuki, bordering Mongolia to the north. They were currently within the confines of West Yuki, their destination being the address provided by Jiang Boyan, which housed a Bai Ma breeding base worth investigating. After all, West Yuki is known as the homeland of Bai Ma, having vigorously cultivated the Ujumkin Bai Ma for many years. The entire banner boasts over 3,000 horses, with several hundred residing at the breeding base, potentially yielding the horses they desire. However, the group felt that since they had ventured into the grassland, it would be fitting to indulge in some revelry, to frolic across the grasslands in a spirited off-road escapade, ensuring their journey was not in vain. Thus, they urged Old Wu to scout additional locations under the guise of searching for horses. After dining and resting briefly, they resumed their journey. To savor the scenery, they had deliberately slowed their pace. In Wang Fen's words, since they had deceived him into this excursion, it was only right that he fully immerse himself in the experience. As anticipated, on the subsequent stretch of road, Wang Fen began a live broadcast, embracing the local ambience. By the afternoon, upon arriving at the city center of West Yuki, it seemed Wang Fen had already sent rockets to local streamers. At last, we have arrived, Wang Fen exclaimed, disembarking the vehicle with a mischievous grin. Why do you look so lewd upon arriving here? Lu Wei inquired, puzzled by Wang Fen's impish demeanor. Is that so? No, you must be mistaken, Wang Fen replied dismissively. Come on, let us check into the hotel. I'm utterly exhausted from this long ride. Wang Fen tugged Lu Wei along, preventing any further questions. Once their rooms were secured, everyone retired to rest, as there was still some time before dinner. Just as Lu Wei was drifting off in bed, Wang Fen suddenly called. Hey, hurry out. I'm taking you to have some fun. Taking me out? Have you been here before? Are you familiar with this place? Though unfamiliar with the surroundings, Wang Fen urged Lu Wei to hurry. Reluctantly, Lu Wei arose and made his way to Wang Fen's room, only to be greeted by the sounds of female voices from within, more than one, it seemed. After knocking, the door swung open, revealing Wang Fen. Peering inside, Lu Wei saw Lin Xian and 3 young women. Ah, you've arrived. Allow me to introduce Xiao Na Ren and her friends, locals who will serve as our guides tonight, Wang Fen exclaimed. Lu Wei couldn't help but admire Wang Fen's swiftness. Where did you find them? Impressive speed. Bored during the car ride, Wang Fen had scrolled through a local live stream, found them appealing, sent a few virtual rockets, and arranged for their company. Lu Wei gave Wang Fen a thumbs up. Now that everyone is here, let us depart. Whatever unique experiences await, I entrust to you, Wang Fen said to Xiao Na Ren. Absolutely. I assure you, your visit will be worthwhile, she responded, linking arms with Wang Fen as they exited. The 4 of them followed suit, chatting as they walked, while the bodyguards trailed behind, maintaining their vigilance despite the small locale. In this quaint setting, money was of little concern to the trio, who allowed the 3 young women to lead them through the charming ambience of the small town. Upon their return at midnight, the extravagant Wang Fen had already enchanted the women, thoroughly enjoying the company. Lu Wei, however, held little interest in the trio and retreated to his room, unaware of how many young women Wang Fen had entertained that night. The following day, Noticing Wang Fun's weariness, Lu Wei proposed. Let me prepare some roasted lamb testicles and lamb penis for you, to rejuvenate you. Haha, that sounds good. I feel a bit drained, Wang Fun replied. I specifically requested 3. Why didn't you bring 1? I had mentioned it. Never mind. I'm not interested in them, Lu Wei shrugged. Wait, you're no longer interested in women? I'm in danger then, Wang Fun exclaimed, jumping a meter away from Lu Wei. Don't be ridiculous. I'm just not interested in these particular women. Lu Wei shook his head in exasperation. What type do you fancy, brother? I can arrange it for you. I prefer someone more innocent. These bold, extravagant types have too strong of a scent. All right, I'll make the arrangements. Wang Fun returned to his usual self. Lu Wei made a phone call to a contact provided by Jiang Baiyan. Hello, who is this? A rugged voice answered on the other end. Oh, I received your contact information from Jiang Baiyan. You must be Badu? Indeed, I am Badu. Greetings, Mr. Lu. Zhang's associate here. We have arrived in Zawuzi and are staying at the largest hotel. Great, I'll be on my way shortly. They lacked direct contact with the Bai Mai base. Relying entirely on Jiang Baiyan and his network, he assured them that someone would be there to assist upon their arrival in Zawuzi. Approximately 10 minutes later, a call came in, indicating that their contact had arrived at the hotel entrance. Lu Wei and his companion stepped outside to be greeted by a robust man, unmistakably of Mongolian descent. May I inquire, which one of you is Mr. Lu? That would be me, Lu Wei replied. Mr. Lu, I am Batu. Jiang sent me to escort you. I just spoke with you on the phone. Very well, then. I appreciate your assistance. Is there anything we need to prepare? Not a bother, no need for that. Let us proceed to our first destination. You may take the first vehicle and guide us. Lu Wei made the arrangements, and everyone set off directly. After nearly an hour's journey, they arrived at a location adorned with buildings. The sign above the entrance read, Zawukiki Khan White Horse Cultural Manor. Shortly thereafter, the gates swung open, and several individuals emerged. After exchanging handshakes and pleasantries with Badu, he led them over for introductions. This is General Wang and General Lu from the Capital Galloping Horse Equestrian Club. They have come to observe our white horses. This is the general manager of the White Horse Breeding Base, Bayrish. Welcome, welcome. It is an honor to host esteemed guests. Bayrish extended his hand, and the three shook hands. You may simply call me Bayrish, General Lu. There is no need for such formalities. Perhaps he does not even have the surname Bayrish. Lu Wei may have called out in jest. Then let us refer to you as Brother Bayrish. Our purpose here is to seek out the purest white horses. Could you take us to see them directly? Lu Wei got straight to the point, articulating his intent. Certainly. We currently house over 200 white horses at our base, which is a core national breeding site. I shall take you to see them. As they walked, Bayrish shared some information about the base. Chapter 221. Unexpected firearms. The group followed Bayrish and then boarded a vehicle to traverse the base. Their breeding grounds spanned over 1,000 acres, where the horses were raised in a semi-natural environment. To preserve the horses' innate behavior, they were only brought back to the stables during inclement weather. After driving a few hundred meters, they caught sight of a herd in the distance. On the golden grasslands, they appeared like a flock of white clouds. Under the sunlight, the horses grazed contentedly, occasionally lifting their heads to gaze into the distance, with some mares accompanied by their recently born foals. Oh my, how enchanting! This truly resembles a proper horse farm. Just look at how cramped our own place is, where the horses can hardly run, Wang Fun suddenly exclaimed. Where's this? How can one acquire such expansive land in the capital? Lu Wei, why must you be such a downer? Let me revel in this moment. Such a scene is meant for galloping horses. Why overthink it? I merely fear you might hesitate to run. If those horses are untamed, they could kick you off. Lu Wei retorted. Really? Are they that ferocious? Wang Fun pointed towards the distance, where a pair of white horses seemed to be preparing for a confrontation. Do you not see how fierce they appear? Wang Fun deflated. Brother Bayrish, do you have any trained horses at your base? Indeed, General Lu. After our tour, we can visit another area where you may experience riding. As they strolled and conversed, Bayrish also enlightened them about the history of the white horses. Legend has it that when Genghis Khan embarked on his campaigns, he would select a white horse from a million-strong herd as an embodiment of the war god. Once chosen as the heavenly steed, the descendants of that horse would be revered as reincarnated celestial horses, receiving veneration through generations. Thus, the descendants of the heavenly steed are the purest of white horses? Indeed, they are. Does your horse farm have descendants of the heavenly steed? There are none available. The offspring of the celestial horses cannot be kept in enclosures on the grasslands, as they are naturally herded by nomadic pastoralists deep within the prairies. Bayrish answered. So, can we purchase them? If they are designated as reincarnated celestial horses, then certainly not. However, there are many descendants of the celestial horse that are available for sale. At the breeding facility, aside from the stallions reserved for breeding, others may also be sold, but we can only sell them for racing or riding purposes, not for consumption. Your Mongolian customs are indeed quite abundant. Rest assured, our primary intention in acquiring horses is for racing, and they will be well treated. Lu Wei reassured, feeling no disappointment, as this visit was merely to find some purebred horses, with no intention of purchasing any champion stallions. Subsequently, under Bayrish's guidance, a few individuals ventured into another area to experience riding. They observed the staff at the facility expertly maneuvering saddles, swiftly leaping onto the horses and galloping off, becoming mere shadows in the distance. Is this feasible? Wang Fun felt a twinge of apprehension. There is no need for concern, Mr. Wang. There are saddles available. This is merely a demonstration. Although the white horses may not be as tall as the Arabian or Ely horses, they still stand around 1.5 meters, making it somewhat challenging for an average person to mount. Eventually, amidst the staff of the facility, the group experienced the exhilarating sensation of riding freely alongside the herd, which was far more exhilarating than riding at a club, evoking a sense of a grand army embarking on a journey. How do you feel now? Do you consider yourself a prince on a white horse? Lu Wei jested with Wang Fan, who had just moments ago been quite anxious. We must procure some white horses to bring back. I feel rather princely atop a white steed, especially when paired with suitable attire. How about a robe? Get lost. You're the monk here. After the trial rides, Lu Wei decided to purchase some horses. Bairish assisted Lu Wei in selecting 2-year-old horses according to his specifications, which would then be brought over for their selection. An agreement was reached. Each year, the White Horse facility would send 10 white horses to Wanma Benting, and when any horse retired, they could be sent to Zawuki to enjoy their twilight years, as they also managed other horse farms. The next day, the group was set to embark into the depths of the grasslands in search of the descendants of the celestial horses. The Hummer was left at the facility, as everyone feared it might run out of fuel and leave them stranded. They were likely to approach the border and might traverse a Gobi desert along the way, making the Hummer an unreliable option. As they prepared to depart, Bado entered the vehicle alongside Wang Fun and Lu Wei, carrying a long bag. He had become familiar with Old Wu and spoke directly. Mr. Wang, Mr. Lu, this is a hunting rifle I borrowed from the facility. We are heading deep into the grasslands, and there may be wolf packs at night, so it's best to be cautious. A rifle? Both Wang Fun and Lu Wei were astonished that Badu possessed such a weapon. Lu Wei recalled having seen his grandfather's hunting rifle as a child. It was a muzzle-loading firearm with a long barrel, requiring gunpowder to be loaded first, followed by steel pellets. However, Lu Wei had never hunted. He had merely touched a firearm. The hunting gun hung heavily on the wall of his grandfather's room. I borrowed 3 of them. When the time comes, I can teach whoever needs to use them for self-defense. I can, Lao Wu remarked. All right, then I shall distribute 1 to each of the 2 vehicles behind us. It was unexpected that the state enforced such stringent regulations on these items, yet they were still visible here. Nevertheless, no one inquired further. It was better to remain unaware of the specifics as long as they understood what it was. Do we have walkie-talkies? Once we venture deep into the grasslands, there may be areas without signal. Yes, we equipped them when we set out, Lao Wu replied. Lu Wei and Wang Fun were contemplating how to get a glimpse of the gun from Badu, for such items were exceedingly rare in the country. It is quite uncommon for a man not to harbor curiosity about firearms. Aside from military training, many individuals might never have touched a gun in their lifetime. Usually, they could only envy those international videos showcasing gun trials or hunting expeditions. This fascination is not indicative of a propensity for violence. Rather, it seems innate. However, due to stringent regulations in our country, many have settled for admiration of vehicles and attractive women instead. As the vehicle departed the base and merged onto an uninhabited road, Wang Fun could no longer contain himself. Bado, may I take a look at that gun? Bado did not refuse. Certainly, the gun was unloaded, so there was little risk in examining it, and it would also allow the 2 of them to familiarize themselves with it. Bado opened the canvas bag and retrieved a hunting rifle. After carefully inspecting the barrel to ensure it was devoid of ammunition, he turned and handed it to the 2 in the back seat. This is a Type 97 anti-explosive gun, capable of holding 5 rounds. It measures about 1 meter in length and was commonly used by our police in the past. It is still employed in transporting cash today. It weighs approximately 8 pounds, with an effective range of about 30 to 50 meters. Wang Fun took hold of it, noting its considerable weight. He intended to experience the sensation of aiming and prepared to roll down the window to take aim outside. Lu Wei abruptly seized his arm. Are you mad? If someone outside sees that, we'll all find ourselves in a police station. Wang Fun chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had gotten carried away. My bad. Chapter 222. The story of wolves. Their convoy was already eye-catching, and it was inevitable that passers-by would glance their way. If, while glancing, someone suddenly saw a gun emerge from the vehicle, it would undoubtedly frighten them. Imagine a driver leisurely steering with one hand, only to catch a glimpse of a firearm protruding from the opposite vehicle, causing their steering to falter. That would truly be disastrous. Let us just touch it tonight in a secluded spot, and Badu can let you fire a couple of rounds, Lu Wei reassured him. I've played with this. I frequently shoot abroad. I'm quite familiar with it, Wang Fun boasted. All right. You're quite the expert. Let me have a turn. This was what Lu Wei truly wished to convey. He too yearned to experience the thrill. Badu, there are no bullets in this, right? No, it's unloaded. There's nothing to fear. Lu Wei still felt a twinge of apprehension. Mishandling such a weapon could lead to dire consequences. Only upon hearing Badu's confirmation did he feel at ease enough to examine it closely. He held the gun in his hand, weighing it thoughtfully, and even attempted to pull the trigger, feeling a flicker of anticipation within. However, after a brief moment of play, he returned the firearm to Badu, as a lingering sense of fear enveloped him. Badu, are there really wolves on the prairie? Lu Wei inquired with curiosity. He had only heard tales of wolves roaming the grasslands, and recalled a once popular book titled Wolf Totem, which narrated the stories of the wolves of the steppe. He had never encountered a real wolf, though he had seen plenty of feral dogs. Reflecting on the fierce nature of the dogs from his hometown, he thought they could bite fiercely, yet he felt less intimidated by them, especially when armed with a stick. Indeed, there are wolves, Lu Zong, Badu replied. Wolves have existed in the prairie since ancient times and continue to thrive today. They often follow the nomadic herders, preying upon small animals such as gazelles, hares, and marmots. However, there are times when wolf packs, facing hunger, will raid herds of sheep at night. Do prairie wolves attack humans? Lu Wei asked. Certainly, Badu affirmed. When these beasts are hungry, they do not distinguish between man and animal. There are frequent reports of herders being attacked. The most terrifying incident occurred during the Republic era, when a group of over 200 encountered a pack of wolves, resulting in the deaths of more than 60 individuals. Badu shared various facts about wolves, but Lu Wei found it hard to believe that such a large group could fall victim to wolves. Surely not. Over 200 people? How large could that pack have been? Typically, a wolf pack numbers only a few dozen. Would they dare to attack such a sizable group? Lu Wei expressed his skepticism. Haha, Lu Zong. This is a tale passed down from our elders. We have not witnessed it ourselves, so we cannot ascertain its truth. However, the fact that wolves can attack humans is undeniable. There is a saying on our prairie, shoulder to shoulder with wolves, do not look back. Looking back may cost you your life. Why should one not look back? Wang Fan asked, intrigued. Because if a person turns around, their neck becomes exposed, making it easy for a wolf to deliver a fatal bite, Lu Wei explained. Indeed, Lu Zong speaks wisely, Bada nodded. But what if one encounters wolves? That depends on whether it is a lone wolf or a pack. A pack will have an alpha, a leader who strategizes their attacks. Encountering such a pack is akin to facing a small military unit, Wang Fan quipped. Precisely. When confronted by a pack of wolves, it is best to find a sturdy place to support your back and light a fire. The presence of flames will deter them, as they generally avoid fire. Additionally, one must not exhibit weakness. Fleeing is not an option. In the eyes of wolves, turning to run resembles the behavior of frightened prey, making one an easy target. Moreover, wolves are significantly faster than humans, and one cannot outrun them. Is climbing a tree effective when encountering wolves? Lu Wei wondered aloud. Indeed, Lu Zong, wolves cannot climb trees. So if one finds themselves in the presence of wolves, ascending a tall tree until dawn will ensure safety. Badu continued to impart his knowledge about wolves, igniting curiosity in both Lu Wei and Wang Fan, who listened with keen interest. As noon approached, the vehicle arrived at a quaint settlement, if it could even be called a town, comprising merely a cluster of several yurts, perhaps a gathering place for herdsmen. Mr. Wang, Mr. Lu, let us dine here. The further we venture into the grasslands, the rarer human encounters become, Batu inquired about their preferences. Ah, you may decide. You are familiar with this area, and we shall follow your lead, they replied. Very well, I shall alight and ask the herders to prepare some food, Batu responded, exiting the vehicle to make arrangements. Before long, he returned. Mr. Wang, Mr. Lu, the herders have agreed. They will slaughter a sheep for us, and in the meantime, we can rest inside the yurt. As they disembarked, the nearby herders glanced in their direction, intrigued by the presence of so many outsiders in the grasslands. Wang Fan and Lu Wei, while surveying their surroundings, were met with the scrutinizing gazes of the herders. Old Wu, please remember to lock the vehicle, Batu reminded them. He led them into a yurt, where the hostess had already laid out an assortment of food on a small table, while a stove nearby boiled water. After settling down, the hostess brought forth several exquisite silver bowls filled with delicacies, pouring hot water over them before presenting them to the guests, accompanied by a brief phrase. Batu translated. She invites you to partake in tea. With a gentle motion, he dipped his ring finger into the milk bowl, flicking it skyward once, then towards the ground, and finally towards the stove, before taking a sip. Observing this, the others imitated his actions, performing the 3 flicks before drinking. This was a Mongolian custom, symbolizing respect for heaven, earth, and the host. After a brief interlude in the yurt, feeling somewhat restless, they stepped outside and spotted the male host in the midst of slaughtering sheep. Indeed, it appeared there were more than one. Are we capable of consuming all this? Lu Wei questioned. Mr. Lu, I requested him to kill a couple extra for our journey. Should we fail to encounter any herders this evening, we shall need provisions for the road, Batu explained. Ah, your experience is commendable. Do as you see fit. We are merely curious and wish to observe, Lu Wei replied. Finding the sheep slaughtering somewhat mundane, they turned their attention to the herders' children, engaging in playful antics. Lying upon the grass and gazing at the cerulean sky, the 3 indulged in light conversation, teasing Wang Fan about a young lamb from days prior. Why are there no young maidens around here? Wang Fan inquired, intrigued. Well, it is the 21st century. Naturally, the youth are pursuing education or seeking employment in the city. It is rare for anyone to follow in their parents' pastoral footsteps. Much like in my own family, I no longer cultivate the land. It's a different life now, Lu Wei elucidated based on his understanding. Chapter 223. The Fortune of the Dog. The arrival of wolves after the meal. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. The freshly slaughtered and prepared dishes, albeit taking some time, were abundant and sumptuous. Hand-pulled meat, dumplings filled with meat, and various other delicacies were served. The absence of a whole roasted sheep was noted, as that would require significantly more time. The primary focus was on stir-fried and boiled dishes, providing the guests with a taste of the opulent feasts enjoyed by nomadic herders. Batu had inquired with the herders about those who tended horses, learning they were situated approximately 100 miles to the north, likely necessitating a 2-hour journey by vehicle. The map offered no specific locations. The herders had only pointed them in a general direction. Badu has settled the expenses with the herders, and everyone boarded the vehicle to embark on their journey. Deep within the steppe, the vehicle's speed diminished. There were no clear paths, and the terrain was uneven, with sudden dips that could lead to perilous situations. What appeared to be an endless expanse might conceal a deep ravine ahead, and should the vehicle plunge into it, the consequences would be dire. Following the compass's direction, they continued northward. The vastness of the grassland began to induce a sense of visual fatigue. The sun had dipped low, and it seemed they had been traveling for 3 hours, yet they had not encountered a single herder or even a glimpse of wildlife. With nightfall approaching rapidly, the prospect of spending the night in the open grassland became increasingly likely if they failed to find any herders. Gentlemen, it appears we may have to camp out on the steppe tonight. Driving after dark is quite hazardous, Badu observed as he surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of any signs of life. Darkness was imminent, and such reckless wandering was unsafe. The overgrown grass obscured their view of the ground, making it easy to stumble into a pit, presenting a significant danger. They had been following the herders' directions for 3 hours without success. Perhaps the herders had already migrated. Well, if we cannot locate them, we shall endure the night in the vehicle. Please inform the others, he instructed. Several vehicles came to a halt, and everyone disembarked. Badu and Old Wu took charge of the camping arrangements. They had brought along a supply vehicle, well prepared with tents and sleeping bags. However, Badu halted the unloading of tents. We cannot stay in tents at night. There are wolves and perhaps bears around. A single swipe from them could tear the tent apart, which is far too dangerous. We should sleep in the vehicle instead. Bears too. Are there truly so many wild beasts on the steppe? Someone queried, expressing concern. It's hard to say. We should exercise caution. After unloading the gas canisters and cooking equipment, Badu and Old Wu, both Mongolians, began preparing the sheep they had brought earlier. To be frank, the sight of the sheep made me feel slightly nauseous. Wang Fan glanced over at the cooking area and muttered, I feel as if the scent of sheep lingers in my words. Perhaps we should resort to instant noodles instead. Instant noodles? Are they tasty? Wang Fan asked eagerly, thrilled at the prospect of a change in flavor. I'll go fetch a few boxes. I recall they purchased some. The two of them happily followed Lu Wei to the supply vehicle in search of instant noodles. Soon, darkness enveloped the landscape. They sought shelter in a wind-sheltered area beneath a grassy slope. In their current location, there were no shrubs, making it difficult to gather firewood. Although someone suggested searching for some kindling, Badu interjected, it's nearly dark, and if you get lost while searching, it could be dangerous. After we finish our meal, let us rest in the vehicles until morning. The October steppe, with daytime temperatures still above 20 degrees, felt quite pleasant. However, as the sun set, the temperature plummeted, heading towards 10 degrees. Having spent the previous nights in a hotel, they had not brought out their warm clothes. After finishing the instant noodles, they hurriedly rummaged through their belongings, realizing they had not adequately prepared for the grassland. Failing to bring appropriate clothing would indeed make them appear as foolish as a landowner's simpleton son, unable to toil or discern grains. As Badu and Lao Wu finished preparing the meal and called the others to dine, the three wrapped in their garments waved their hands in refusal, declaring that they would rather savor instant noodles. Meanwhile, the sight of several hearty men relishing their feast of lamb left the trio, feeling both envious and conflicted, torn between desire and aversion. After the meal, Batu and Lao Wu led a few individuals to engage in work, tasked with constructing a simple firebreak. Among the group, several were smokers, and a single careless flick of a cigarette, but could ignite a blaze on the prairie, endangering both them and their vehicle. First, clear the grass around the vehicle and gather it in one place. Lao Wu and I will create an outer circle. We can stack the dry grass into piles for potential use later tonight. The group swiftly retrieved a few shovels and machetes from the supplies vehicle and set to work. Batu, along with Lao Wu, ventured 10 meters from the vehicle to begin cutting grass. With each stroke of the blade, patches fell away, revealing the lush prairie grass, which stood nearly 50 centimeters tall, untouched by the persistent grazing of cattle and sheep. In less than half an hour, the outer firebreak was completed. Forming a circular clearing approximately 2 meters wide, they proceeded to create a second circle nearer to the vehicle, leaving a ring of grass surrounding it, and stacking the freshly cut dry grass atop the barrier. Wang Fan, Lu Wei, and Lin Xian descended from the vehicle, having just enjoyed a brief gaming session inside. Observing the diligent workers, they approached with curiosity. What are you all doing? Asked Wang Fan. Captain Wang. Badu said we need to establish a firebreak and clear an area, one of the workers replied. Oh, I see. Thank you for your hard work, Wang Fan acknowledged. The night had fallen, and a lantern was lit inside the vehicle, illuminating the surrounding area. Badu and Lao Wu had completed the main structure, having carved out sections here and a circular clearing there. Wang Fan gazed at the vacant area not far away and inquired. The outermost section, shouldn't it be to prevent a potential wildfire from spreading towards us, creating a buffer zone to halt the flames? Why is there still a patch of grass left? Wouldn't it be safer to enlarge this clearing? Perhaps we should ask Badu, Lu Wei suggested, uncertain of how to explain. The group made their way towards Badu and Lao Wu. Esteemed leaders, what brings you here? We are nearly finished, Badu greeted them. Wang Fan expressed his curiosity about the project, wishing to understand the purpose of the remaining patch of grass. Lu Wei gestured towards the dry grass barrier. This serves as a precaution. Without any shrubs here, we can use it for a bonfire. I intentionally left a circle, should a pack of wolves approach. We can ignite it to deter them, Badu explained. The group nodded in understanding. Will there really be wolves tonight? Lin Xian asked nervously, as he had not traveled with Wang Fan and Lu Wei and was unaware of the tales of wolves. That's uncertain. It depends on luck. Let us hope there aren't any, Badu responded. Let's return to the vehicle. It's safer inside now that night has fallen. Just keep that lantern on, Badu directed. Before he and Lao Wu headed towards the supplies vehicle to distribute sleeping bags. A vehicle accommodates 3 individuals, one in the driver's seat, another in the passenger seat, and one in the rear, just barely able to recline for rest. Lin Xian had already hastened back to the car, sharing it with Old Wu, who was proficient with firearms and had arranged to accompany him. Batu, along with Lu Wei and Wang Fan, occupied a separate vehicle. The window had been left slightly ajar, as it was preferable not to start the engine to conserve fuel. Everyone settled into the vehicle, lying down, while Wang Fan began scrolling through his phone. Remarkably, there was a faint signal in this peculiar location, albeit intermittent, requiring patience as they awaited developments. Lu Wei, do you hear that sound? Wang Fan suddenly called out to Lu Wei, who was reclining with headphones on. Removing them, Lu Wei looked perplexed. What is it? Listen, it seems there is a sound. Wang Fan urged. Badu also removed his headphones and listened intently, but failed to discern anything. Suddenly, distant howls echoed through the air. Oh, Badu's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it. This dog has luck. The wolves are coming. Chapter 224. The pack of wolves approaches. Wolves are here. Lock the doors and windows. Raise the windows. Bada quickly seized the walkie-talkie and repeated the message multiple times until the other vehicles acknowledged receipt. The three inside the car peered out the window and spotted a dozen or so animal figures not far away, scavenging something, occasionally emitting howls. Are those wolves? Wangfen inquired. They must be, Lu Wei responded, observing their size, which resembled that of dogs. Although I've never seen one, they appear to be about that size. Damn it. I forgot that these creatures were drawn here, Bada muttered, glancing at the gathering wolves. What's wrong? The mutton we had earlier. I tossed some bones over there. Wolves have an acute sense of smell. They can detect scents from hundreds of meters away. The odor of meat is precisely what they adore. Before long, the wolf pack had finished gnawing on the bones and turned their gaze toward the vehicle. In the darkness, several pairs of eerie green eyes glimmered amidst the grass. The short distance of mere meters would be traversed by the wolves in the blink of an eye. Ayu! A howl resonated from the pack, which then began to disperse, seemingly forming a blockade around the vehicle. Do these wolves employ tactics? Are they attempting to surround us? There must be an alpha among them, orchestrating their movements, Batu conjectured. Could they actually be planning an assault on our vehicle? Indeed, that is a possibility. We should prepare ourselves. Badu retrieved a firearm from his bag along with a box of ammunition, loading the gun with precision. Gentlemen, please take those powerful flashlights. If they draw near, I will instruct you to turn them on immediately. Wolves are typically nocturnal. Sudden bursts of bright light will startle them. Understood. Wang Fun and Lu Wei affirmed, grasping the flashlights anxiously while keeping a vigilant watch outside. Attention, all vehicles. Load your firearms and prepare the flashlights. If a wolf leaps onto the windshield, shine the flashlight directly into its eyes to startle it. A chorus of acknowledgments followed from the other vehicles. At that moment, the chilling howls of wolves echoed around them, adding an air of terror to the inky darkness of the night. The wolf pack may be preparing to attack. You all should exercise caution, Badu communicated through the intercom. Through the car window, a menacing assembly of wolves could be seen surrounding the vehicle, each wolf fixated on its own target. Defined silhouettes emerged from the underbrush, sprinting towards the designated vehicle. It remained uncertain whether these wolves had ever encountered a car before. They only perceived the moving figures within and charged directly at the humans inside. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of impact resonated from each vehicle as the wolves collided forcefully against the windows. A grayish wolf head, jaws agape, lunged forward, startling Wang Fun into an exclamation of terror. Good heavens! Lu Wei felt beads of sweat forming in his palms. These wolves were ferocious, far more menacing than any stray dog. The wolves that struck the windows tumbled to the ground and let out a howl, circling the vehicle. Can our windows withstand these impacts? I felt the car door shutter just now, Wang Fun asked anxiously. These are tempered glass. Even an unarmed person would struggle to break them. They should hold up against the assault. My only concern is the windshield. I hope these wolves lack the intelligence to attack through it, Batu reassured him. The windshield can endure significant external force. As long as these wolves don't possess extraordinary intelligence or the means to use weapons, we should be safe. Don't worry, Lu Wei added, attempting to calm Wang Fun. If hunting were permitted back home, I would certainly procure a few Gatling guns to deal with these beasts, Wang Fun exclaimed. Badu, hand me the gun later. I'll take down a few of them. Boss Wang, our best bet is to remain inside the car. It is our safest refuge. If we can hold out until dawn, we'll be able to drive away. Unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to fire a shot. These wolves hold grudges. Should one be killed, they may pursue us relentlessly for revenge, only relinquishing their chase if we return to the city, Bada cautioned. What nonsense. These creatures bear grudges? Indeed. They are particularly vengeful. As the three conversed, another chorus of howls echoed, signaling a second assault from the wolves. Moments later, a loud thud resonated from the roof. One wolf had leaped atop the vehicle, peering down through the sunroof. Can this wolf see us? I'm not certain. The windows are tinted, and typically, people outside cannot see inside. A scratching sound erupted overhead, likely the wolf's claws scraping against the roof, the friction producing an agonizing noise. Quick, shine the flashlight on the windshield. Bada suddenly shouted. Lu Wei and Wang Fun hastily activated the flashlight, directing it towards the windshield. To their astonishment, a wolf stood prominently on the hood, its gaze fixed on the interior of the car. As the bright beam illuminated its greenish eyes, the wolf bared its teeth and momentarily recoiled from the glare. After a brief pause, seemingly acclimatized to the brightness, the wolf leapt and crashed into the windshield with a resounding thud, causing the glass to tremble. The impact dazed the wolf, which then slipped onto the hood. Fortunately, the windshield remained intact. Thank goodness. Our vehicle's height worked in our favor. The wolf had to leap onto the hood before crashing, significantly reducing its force. As soon as the words fell, a wolf at the front of the vehicle threw back its head and howled at the sky, calling out to its companions. In no time, 3 wolves leapt onto the hood of the car. Quick, continue shining the flashlight, Badu instructed, simultaneously pressing the ignition button to start the engine. He honked the horn vigorously. The thunderous sound startled the wolves on the hood, causing them to leap down and retreat to the periphery. Soon, several nearby vehicles joined in the cacophony of honking, reverberating across the vast grassland. The wolves surrounding the other cars dashed away, seemingly regrouping near their alpha. Attention, now, everyone, drive your vehicles over here and form a circle, with the rear ends facing outward, and get close together, Bada directed through the walkie-talkie, calling out to the 3 vehicles. Received. The cars promptly roared to life, making their way towards Bada's vehicle. In the distance, the wolf pack peered curiously at the massive machines, momentarily intimidated by the commotion. Everyone turned off their engines and cracked their windows just enough to let in some air. We'll refrain from honking all at once. Let us take turns. Each car will honk for 2 hours, otherwise the batteries will drain, Bado organized calmly. He glanced at the other 3 vehicles, noticing that their hoods were dented. Uncertain of the damage elsewhere. Chapter 225. The assault of the Pack 2. The 4 vehicles formed a tight circle, their fronts facing one another. This arrangement significantly reduced the space for the wolves to leap onto the hoods and assault the windshields. As for the rear ends, several vehicles had tires attached, which could be stacked to fortify against any potential breaches. The greatest danger remained the side windows, their resilience against repeated wolf attacks uncertain. The atmosphere grew momentarily tranquil. Have they retreated? Wang Fan asked quietly. Boss, they won T-Flee. They haven't had their fill yet. The wolf pack is patient and may be strategizing on how to break through, came the reply. Goodness, they're more cunning than humans, even analyzing tactics. Indeed, they will only scatter if their alpha is slain. Where's the alpha? Let us take a shot at it. The alpha had yet to reveal itself, likely lurking nearby. Observing the situation with shrewdness, it was as if the alpha was aware of their discussion, for the pack occasionally erupted in howls. It seemed the alpha was leading its followers in scrutinizing the vulnerabilities of these colossal machines. The earlier sounds of engines starting and horns blaring had startled the wolves. But with the vehicles now silent, the pack began to feel less threatened and resumed their vigilant watch. Are all your vehicles all right? Batu inquired over the walkie-talkie. All good. No issues here. Everything is fine, came the responses from the 3 vehicles. Excellent. Stay vigilant. Keep your weapons loaded just in case. The pack may be preparing for a second wave of attack. For those without firearms, hold your machetes or entrenching tools firmly. The wolves' weak points are their noses and flanks, particularly around the lower abdomen. If a window shatters, do not exit. Defend the windows and use cushions or other materials to barricade them. Do not be fearful. The opening is small, and at most, only a single wolf can enter. Strike fiercely at the wolf's snout, and let us all remain vigilant. Bada shared his insights with the occupants of several vehicles, and they listened intently. Among them were a few veterans, seasoned by experience, who, though they had never faced wolves, exhibited no fear, rather a sense of eager anticipation. As they conversed, a piercing howl echoed through the night. A chorus of howls followed. As the pack responded to the initial call, be cautious, the wolves may launch a second wave of attack, Bada warned. No sooner had he spoken than the wolves scattered. Yet a greater number converged upon the supply truck. These creatures possess an acute sense of smell. A sheep remained within the truck, and they were poised to strike. In response to their encirclement, Bada activated the car horn, pressing it repeatedly. The blaring sound reverberated through the night sky, causing the wolves to retreat into the shadows beyond the light. After a few minutes of silence, the wolves, sensing no further disturbance, began to emerge from the darkness. Again encroaching upon the supply truck, Batu employed the same tactic, but the wolves, having lost some fear, merely returned to their concealed positions in the grass. Before long, they returned for a third time, and by the fourth, the intervals between their appearances had significantly diminished. It appeared that the wolves had discerned the noise posed no true threat, and their vigilance waned. These wolves are rather cunning, testing their boundaries, Lu Wei remarked, observing their behavior. Indeed, a pack led by a wolf king is formidable. I ought to have brought firecrackers. I forgot about the guns, Barton replied. The wolves had now approached the supply truck, and regardless of Bada's honking, they remained undeterred. He continued to press the horn, hoping to disrupt their actions. A few wolves crouched low, clawing at the ground, then retreated slightly before charging towards the rear windshield of the truck. With a resounding crash, one collided with the glass, staggering back momentarily before regrouping and charging again. The sound of the horn did nothing to diminish their pace. Another powerful impact resonated, followed by a second, and then a third, and a fourth. How is the windshield holding up? Badu inquired through the intercom. It's merely an ordinary SUV, a 7-seater with ample space. The third row is folded down and packed with supplies, while the second row contains several fuel canisters. As of now, the windshield remains intact, but we are uncertain how many more impacts it can withstand, came the anxious reply from the 2 individuals within the truck. The wolves had already struck 8 times, and with each successive blow, the likelihood of the windshield shattering increased. Badu, what shall we do? Are we to merely observe? Lu Wei asked. The boss lamented. We are in a precarious situation. Our ammunition is limited, and we cannot recklessly confront all the wolves at once. This would place us in grave danger. We must utilize this confined space to our advantage, restricting the wolves' movements, as this may be our safest course of action. The more open the area, the greater the peril, as we cannot guard against threats from every direction. Lu Wei, upon hearing this, recognized the validity of his words. He was not well versed in such matters, but Bada possessed the most experience. The wolf pack had grown immune to the sound of the horn. No amount of honking could disturb them, only serving to disrupt the Wolf King's commands. As a result, without the Wolf King's directives, the vanguard wolves fearlessly engaged in relentless assaults. Badu, the windshield may not withstand much longer. It has developed a crack, came the anxious voices of the 2 individuals in the supply vehicle over the radio. Stay calm. The safety of the guns is off. Aim at the area about to shatter, and do not open the car door. If a wolf's head appears, take a shot to eliminate the beast. Bada contemplated briefly before giving instructions. Understood. We will hold our ground. The rear windshield, also made of tempered glass, had begun to crack under repeated impacts from the wolves, the fissures widening, yet the glass would not shatter, merely adhere together. The pack ceased their assaults. During Bada's conversation, the Wolf King had summoned them back. Has the windshield been compromised, and they fled? Wang Fan asked, puzzled. No, the Wolf King may be altering its tactics. No sooner had he spoken than a dozen wolves emerged from the dark underbrush, racing toward the supply vehicle. The first two wolves leapt and collided with the windshield, which ultimately succumbed, crashing inward and landing atop the supplies, exposing a vulnerable gap at the rear of the vehicle. After the initial two wolves descended, two others ascended in their place, and one wolf was attempting to squeeze through the newly created opening. Bang! The night sky echoed with the sound of a gunshot, drawing everyone's attention to the supply vehicle, while the wolf pack began to scatter in a panic, retreating into the darkness. The two individuals inside the vehicle felt a surge of excitement and adrenaline. The shot had been fired by their bodyguard, Old Wu, a veteran. Upon seeing the wolf's head attempting to enter the opening, he had aimed his shotgun and fired, obliterating half of the wolf's head and splattering blood across their faces. The warm, foul blood nearly induced nausea in both of them. "Are you two all right?" one inquired. "We're fine. That wolf should be dead," the gunman commanded. "Join me outside. We need to retrieve a barrel of gasoline from the supply vehicle, quickly." With that, Bada grasped his weapon, opened the car door, and dashed toward the supply vehicle. Chapter 226. The retreat of the wolves. Lu Wei and his companions illuminated the supply vehicle with their flashlights as Badu and another armed bodyguard rushed toward it. Bada stowed his gun behind him, lifted a barrel of oil, and instructed the person beside him, "Stay close and cover me." After saying this, he moved into the nearby brush, unscrewed the lid of the barrel, and began to pour a circle around the perimeter. Just as he was about to return, several wolves suddenly darted from the underbrush, charging towards the two men. "The wolves are coming!" The occupants of the vehicle shouted in alarm. In a mere 2 seconds, a wolf surged into view, mere meters away from them. The individual providing cover held his weapon steady, and upon spotting the wolf, he fired a shot that struck the creature, sending it hurtling several meters away with the force of the impact. Bada swiftly set down the oil barrel, raised his firearm, and aimed at the oncoming wolf. The two men retreated while firing, barely a few meters from the vehicle. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 wolf carcasses lay sprawled on the ground. Fortunately, the men supported each other, thwarting any flanking attacks from the pack. Yet, the wolves did not retreat. The sight of their fallen comrades seemed to intensify their ferocity. A few wolves positioned themselves, their forelegs slightly apart, heads bowed, their green eyes gleaming with menace, poised to leap at any moment. Badu and his companion had drawn closer to the supply truck, where Old Wu awaited with his gun raised. The others had already scrambled inside the vehicle, and as Badu prepared to lean against the door, 2 wolves lunged toward him. He raised his weapon to shoot, only to discover it was unloaded, forcing him to swing the gun stock at the snout of the wolf charging from the left. The wolf struck, retaliated by kicking Batu in the stomach with its hind legs before collapsing to the ground. As the wolf on the right approached, Old Wu fired a warning shot, causing it to fall. He then delivered a finishing shot to the wolf that Badu had just downed, which struggled briefly before succumbing. Badu swiftly entered the vehicle and shut the door, with 4 individuals now inside the supply truck. "Brother, your aim is commendable," one remarked. "Haha, I used to excel at target practice." Badu pondered aloud. "We've taken down several wolves. Why haven't they fled?" Typically, a pack consists of around a dozen wolves. Losing half should compel their leader to retreat, yet it did not. Suddenly, a haunting howl echoed through the air, and the pack appeared to melt into the shadows. The group seized a moment of respite, but soon Badu and another individual needed to replenish their ammunition. "Boss, please pass me the box of bullets. We'll open the window together and toss it over." Bada's voice crackled through the radio from Lu Wei and Wang Fun's vehicle. Lu Wei promptly rummaged through Bada's canvas bag and retrieved a box of bullets. "I've got it, just say the word, and I'll lower the window to toss it over." "All right, boss, I'm opening the window now," Lu Wei replied, immediately pressing the button to lower the window. Just as he tossed the box of bullets into the supply truck, Bada shouted urgently, "The wolves are coming, close the window." Lu Wei quickly retracted his hand and pressed the button to shut the window. At that moment, a shadow leaped forward, and a wolf's head pressed against the glass. The window was still ascending, pinning the wolf's head against the roof of the vehicle. The wolf exhaled hot breath, growling low, its body partly dangling outside the window. "Oh, a wolf! A wolf!" Wang Fun shouted in panic. Lu Wei seized the entrenching tool he had set beside him and began to strike the wolf's snout repeatedly, frantically pounding down on its head. The wolf's head was stuck at the window, rendering it immobile, while its lower body flailed desperately, trying to pull its head back. With a few strikes of the entrenching tool, the wolf's head was drenched in blood, and it lay there, gasping for breath, motionless. "Is it dead?" Wang Fun anxiously inquired, gazing at the bloodied head through the car window. "I don't know," came the reply. "Then deliver a few more blows." Lu Wei switched to the sharper edge and struck down again, forcefully tearing through the wolf's hide, blood spurting forth, the wolf's howls diminishing to faint whimpers. Blood splattered inside the vehicle and onto Lu Wei's face and body. After several dozen strikes, the wolf's head became unrecognizable, and its body lay still. Panting, Lu Wei asked, "It must be dead, right?" Wang Fun nodded. "It should be. The head is too mangled." Lu Wei prodded the wolf's body with the shovel. It hardly moved. They both exhaled in relief, and Lu Wei slumped back into his seat, exhausted from the exertion. Suddenly, the wolf's head let out a faint snarl, startling them both. Lu Wei raised the entrenching tool once more and struck down hard, feeling as though he might sever the wolf's jaw. In just a few minutes, he had exhausted himself again. The front door of the vehicle swung open, and Lu Wei prepared to lift the shovel once more. "Ah, boss, it's me," he realized as Badu entered. "Badu, is this wolf dead?" Badu glanced at the mangled creature and replied, "It should be dead. You should loosen the window a bit." "And I'll push it out," Badu instructed, pressing the muzzle of his gun against the wolf's head. Lu Wei slightly lowered the window, creating a small opening, and Badu took the opportunity to shove the wolf's head out. The body fell to the ground without a struggle, confirming its demise. As the window rose again, Lu Wei finally sank back into his seat. Boss, if there are more wolves behind us, we might have to drive away, Bada warned. The wolf pack can only pursue for a short while, about half an hour, and after that, they will tire out while we can keep driving. All right, you handle it. We'll follow your lead. After several rounds of turmoil, it was already midnight, and fatigue had set in for everyone. Badu arranged through the intercom for shifts to keep watch, instructing them to sound the horn if anything arose. You can put down the shovel, Wang Fan said to Lu Wei, whose bloodied appearance was unsettling. Wang Fan was concerned that Lu Wei might mistakenly view him as a wolf. In the latter part of the night, the wolf pack returned to harass them once more. Badu ordered the team to ignite some gasoline-soaked grass, and the flames shot up dramatically. The wolves, fearing fire, scattered once again. After enduring several skirmishes, dawn broke. The wolf pack howled in reluctant farewell, leaving behind the carcasses of their companions as they retreated. No one exited the vehicle until the sun had risen. As the light illuminated the grassland, the wolves had vanished, and the team finally disembarked. They beheld a grim sight. At least 8 or 9 wolf bodies lay strewn about, with one even lodged against the windshield of the supply truck. Check for injuries, inspect the vehicle, see if there are any punctured tires. Let's regroup, Bada called out, gun in hand, as everyone began their assessments. Lu Wei and Wang Fan disembarked, and Wang Fan, upon gazing at the multitude of wolf carcasses, felt a wave of nausea. They were indeed comparable in size to dogs, albeit more ferocious. Batu, is wolf meat edible? Lu Wei inquired. Boss, you don't mean to consume wolf meat, do you? I'm merely asking, haha. Chapter 227, persuading Wang Fan to skin wolves having washed his face. The dried wolf blood on Lu Wei's visage had transformed his expression into a ghastly semblance, yet he felt considerably refreshed. Fortunately, the wolf blood bore no toxicity, otherwise, he would have feared for his appearance. Lu Wei kicked the carcass at his feet. Badu, should we bury these wolves? No need, boss. The carcasses will attract birds and eagles, returning to nature, Badu replied. Lu Wei then addressed Wang Fan and Lin Xian, Fengu, ergo. Would you care for some trophies? What trophies? Lu Wei gestured toward the wolf corpses. What? You want me to claim these wolves? Oh come on. I've heard that wolf pelts are quite splendid. They provide warmth in winter. You could take a few pelts back as your trophies. These pelts stink to high heaven and are hideous. I seriously question your taste, Wang Fan retorted, shaking his head in disdain. Imagine this. You could bring a girl home, point to the wolf pelt, and boast about your conquest on the grasslands, claiming you vanquished a wolf. Such a trophy would surely leave her in awe, and she might be inclined to revel with you atop the wolf pelt. Doesn't that sound exhilarating? Lu Wei earnestly persuaded. Hey, I can't deny that sounds somewhat plausible. It does seem quite thrilling, Wang Fan mused, his imagination conjuring vivid images. But the odor is unbearable. And it's so ugly, he added, torn. Noticing Wang Fan's wavering resolve, Lu Wei pressed on. It hasn't been cleaned yet. Once you take it home, you can disinfect and bleach it until it resembles an Alaskan pelt. All right. Wang Fan conceded, his curiosity piqued. I'll take a couple for winter warmth. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. Having faced little threat from the wolves the previous night, he felt no trepidation unlike Wang Fan, whose mind likely still lingered on the vivid memory of Lu Wei's fierce strike against the wolf's skull. Would you like to skin one yourself? It would be far more satisfying, Lu Wei suggested. No, I surrender. I'm incapable of that, Wang Fan quickly dismissed. Badu, please assist them in skinning a few wolf pelts. Let their journey across the grasslands be marked with a perfect memento, Lu Wei instructed Badu. Absolutely, boss, Badu affirmed, proceeding to skin the wolves with the help of a few others, carefully removing the more intact pelts. As daylight broke, they prepared breakfast after finishing the task. Badu mentioned that wolf packs were typically inactive during the day, so they felt secure remaining in their locale. Wang Fan, confronted with the gruesome sight of the skinned wolf carcasses, lost his appetite and turned to instant noodles instead. Lu Wei, feeling somewhat fatigued from the previous night's exertions, seized a piece of cooked lamb chop and began to gnaw on it. By around 10 in the morning, everyone had eaten their fill and rested adequately. After a brief assessment, it became apparent that the vehicles had sustained only superficial scratches and numerous dents, with the supply vehicle bearing significant damage. Fortunately, the people were unharmed. The blood that splattered upon them was solely that of the wolves. Let us hasten our departure. We must make progress today. We cannot afford to spend another night under the open sky on the grasslands. Without the company of the herdsmen, there is little sense of security. Lu Wei instructed everyone to board the vehicle, preparing for departure. Even if it means traversing rugged terrain, we must find the herdsmen to deter the wolves. Fortunately, the weather has been splendid these past few days, with clear blue skies and fluffy white clouds. Not long into the journey, the 3 elderly gentlemen succumbed to drowsiness. Their spirits dampened, and they could not appreciate the scenery. The driver and bodyguards aimed to rotate shifts, each taking an hour to drive, followed by an hour's rest to regain their strength. Lu Wei awoke from his slumber, the lingering scent of wolves still permeating the air inside the vehicle. He opened the window for fresh air. How far have we traveled? He inquired of Lao Wu, who was at the wheel, while Bada took a rest. Boss, we've covered approximately 100 kilometers, came the reply. Any discoveries? Have you spotted any herdsmen? Not yet, boss. All right then, let us continue onward. Lu Wei turned his gaze to the window, admiring the pastoral landscape, while Wang Fan snored beside him, too frightened to sleep the previous night. In this golden autumn season, the grass turned a shade of yellow, and a gentle breeze caressed his face. In the distance, the grassland swayed rhythmically with the wind, conjuring memories of a poem learned in elementary school. In the land of Sile, beneath the Een Mountains, the sky resembles a vast tent, covering all corners. The heavens are azure, the wilds are boundless. When the wind blows, the grass lowers to reveal cattle and sheep. Suddenly, Lu Wei's eyes widened, as if he had spotted something remarkable. Lao Wu, stop the car. Stop. Hearing Lu Wei's urgent call, Lao Wu decelerated and came to a halt. Boss Lu. What is it? Look outside. Is that not a flock of sheep? Lu Wei pointed toward a distant area to the left, several hundred meters away. Lao Wu squinted in that direction, the grass undulating, making it hard to discern. What's out there, boss? Ah, take off your sunglasses. It was only then that Lao Wu realized he still wore them. After removing them, he took a closer look. It does seem to be a flock of sheep. Yes, I thought so just a moment ago. Wang Fan, awakened by their commotion, groggily inquired, why have we stopped? We must have found the herdsman. There are sheep over there. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Wang Fan asked, where? Your eyesight is lacking. Let us disembark and verify. Indeed, upon closer inspection, everyone confirmed the presence of the flock. The herdsman could not be far behind. Badu awakened and led the way, and the tension that had gripped everyone's hearts began to ease. The fear of another night spent in the wilderness was alleviated. Badu took the lead, steering towards the flock. After circling around, they finally spotted a herdsman on horseback. Batu inquired in Mongolian, and the herdsman gestured in a direction, offering thanks before they continued onward. After traveling approximately 2 or 3 miles, they finally glimpsed several yurts. How comforting, how familiar. They had at last encountered signs of civilization. As the vehicle approached the yurts, it attracted the herdsman's attention, who stood anxiously outside, some already grasping tools in their hands. Badu disembarked to communicate their purpose, alleviating the herdsman's apprehensions. Otherwise, these few vehicles appear rather menacing, leaving one to wonder if they might belong to unsavory characters. The men have mostly gone off to tend to their herds, not to return until the sun descends beyond the horizon, leaving the rest to await their return. Ah, at long last, signs of civilization. I suddenly feel a longing to remain in the city. Wang Fan remarked, you must have been frightened by the wolf last night. How could I not be terrified? Ergo, let me tell you, Lu Wei was absolutely ferocious, wielding a shovel and striking at the wolf's head with relentless fury. Blood splattered all over me. I nearly retched. Ha ha, why are you so cowardly? Lin Xian chuckled. Ergo, you have no idea. When this guy goes mad, I fear he might strike the wrong target. You're the one who would strike wrongly. I'm not blind. The wolf was right there. I was scared as well. It's fiercer than the most savage dogs in our village. I feared for my life. Lu Wei explained helplessly, knowing that this image would be forever etched in Wang Fan's memory. As the sun dipped low in the sky, several flocks of sheep meandered towards them in the distance. Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a rhythmic thundering sound approached. Everyone turned to the source of the noise, and soon a herd of white horses galloped towards them, reminiscent of the steeds depicted in the famous 8 Steeds painting, splashing through a stream as water sprayed in all directions. Eventually, the herders rounded them up into a cohesive group, and the sounds of bleating sheep, barking dogs, and neighing horses echoed beneath the starlit expanse of the grassland. Chapter 228, a night's stay with the herders. The leading herder dismounted, striding towards their group. He wore a hat, and was robustly built, appearing at least 1.5 times as sturdy as Lu Wei. Badu approached him, greeting him in Mongolian, and they exchanged a few words before the burly man walked closer to Wang Fan and the others, greeting them in Mandarin. Distant friends, Gadger welcomes you to the grassland. Apologies for the intrusion, friends of the prairie, they responded in kind. At that moment, a middle-aged woman emerged from a yurt, carrying some blue katas, approaching them with grace. In the grassland, it is customary to present katas to guests, blue ones for friends or peers, white ones for elders, and yellow ones for religious ceremonies. The offering of katas is a profound expression of hospitality among the nomadic people. Gadger accepted the katas from the woman and presented them to each of them. The group, following Bada's lead, received them with both hands before draping them around their necks. After the kata ceremony, Gadger invited them into his yurt. As the sun set, the temperature dropped, yet upon entering the yurt, a wave of warmth enveloped them. It appeared modest from the outside, but once inside, they discovered ample space for all 10 of them to sit comfortably, creating an illusion of boundless room, reminiscent of a hidden paradise. In the center, a stove crackled with flames, atop which rested a kettle of boiling water. Badu articulated the purpose of their journey, to which Gadger responded with a smile, suggesting they set aside such discussions for the moment, and that he would host them splendidly today, taking them out tomorrow. Thus, it was with respect that they acquiesced to his invitation. Gadger rose and called out a few times, and shortly thereafter, some herdsmen arrived. Tonight, I shall host a banquet for our guests. Please assist me in slaughtering a sheep. We shall light a bonfire this evening to convey the warmth of our vast grasslands. The herdsmen promptly set off, and soon the area buzzed with activity. Perhaps we should enlist Lao Wu and the others to lend a hand. To see what they can do, suggested Lu Wei and Wang Fan. Wang Fan turned and relayed a few instructions, and the group immediately ventured out to assist. Finding joy in the act of slaughtering sheep and cattle, feeling far more at ease than sitting awkwardly beside the host in the tent, Gadger remained behind to converse with them. The hostess had already boiled water, setting out little silver bowls filled with stir-fried rice and other ingredients, and she served fresh milk for the guests to savor. Badu and Gadger began discussing a wolf pack they had encountered the previous night. Upon hearing this, Gadger recognized the potential danger of wolves in the vicinity, noting the need for vigilance to protect the sheep. Wolves typically roam a territory of about 100 to 200 kilometers and, driven by hunger, would likely circle around the herdsmen's camps in search of an opportunity to steal food. Fortunately, no harm has come to you, and with your numbers, you are safe. Otherwise, encountering a wolf pack alone can be quite perilous, he cautioned. Indeed, the prairie wolves are fierce and can cause significant losses, Badu concurred. If the pack is small, it might be manageable, Generally, prairie wolf packs consist of no more than a few dozen. We do have some dogs, and have implemented measures near the enclosures to minimize risk. As the conversation continued, the group inquired about life on the grasslands and shared amusing anecdotes. They learned that just a few dozen kilometers away lay the border, beyond which was Mongolia. The local herdsmen seemed to possess little sense of borders, as they all spoke a common language. Moreover, Mongolia had, for centuries, shared a connection with their own nation. What attractions does Mongolia hold? Wangfen inquired. My young brother, it is quite underdeveloped, reminiscent of our country in the 1990s. Mongolia's greatest assets are coal mines and sheep. The scenery is quite similar to ours. That sounds rather unexciting, Wangfen replied. Indeed, our homeland is far superior. They all laughed. During their idle chatter, the herdsman whom Gadger had summoned entered, whispering a few words to Gadger before greeting the occupants of the tent. Everything is ready. Dear guests, let us proceed, Gadger announced as he rose to invite them outside. In the center of the camp, a clearing had been prepared, with a bonfire already ablaze. Beside the fire, a sheep was roasting on a spit. Surrounding the bonfire were tables and chairs, laden with prepared dishes. As everyone settled in, Lao Wu and his companions had already struck up a conversation with the herdsmen, sitting shoulder to shoulder as they exchanged boasts and stories. As the revelry reached its peak, Gadger raised his glass and delivered a toast, subsequently offering a drink to each person present. In return, everyone mimicked the ritual of 3 dips and 3 toasts, dipping their ring fingers into the wine before paying homage to the heavens, the earth, and their host. Despite several among them being seasoned bargoers, they found themselves bested that night, unable to withstand the prowess of the robust Mongolian men, and soon succumbed to inebriation. When Lu Wei and his companions awoke, it was already the following day. Ha, Brother Lu, your drinking capacity leaves much to be desired, Gadger teased as Lu Wei emerged to relieve himself. Gadger, I concede defeat to your impressive tolerance. Your spirits are quite potent, Lu Wei replied. Our winters on the grassland are harsh, necessitating a good drink to warm our bodies, which is why we are all adept at it. Indeed, you are quite formidable, Lu Wei acknowledged with a thumbs up. I hear from Bada that you have an interest in fine steeds. Are you here in search of horses? Indeed, Gadger. I own a stable in the capital and have a penchant for collecting exceptional horses. I have heard tales of the descendants of the heavenly steeds in this region, which is why we have come. Ha, you have come to the right place. After breakfast, we shall go and take a look. With that, they retreated into the yurt to awaken Wang Fun and Lin Xian. The driver and bodyguards were already awake, albeit nursing the effects of a hangover. Golden and silver cups brimming with wine were raised high, accompanied by fried rice, milk tea, and hand-pulled meat. Today, they would indulge to their heart's content. Salty milk tea was a staple, alongside lamb offal, steamed dumplings, and meat buns. After a night of excessive drinking, their appetites were ravenous as they relished breakfast. Once their meal was concluded, Gadger finally led them to view the horses. They mounted their trained steeds and rode towards the grazing area where a herd of several hundred pure white horses awaited. As they approached, they spotted a distant cluster of white. Suddenly, the herd erupted into a gallop, led by a magnificent white stallion, tall and robust, its limbs strong and agile. With a proud stance and graceful strides, its mane danced in the wind, reminiscent of the steeds depicted in the 8 Steeds painting. The thunderous sound of their hooves echoed across the grassland, leaving a trail of impressions behind. Chapter 229. The arrival of the white horse. The group reined in their horses, watching in awe as the herd thundered past. The sight of those white steeds embodied a spirit of unbridled freedom. What do you think? That is our herd of white horses. Quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Our ancestors have bred white horses for generations, hence their pure lineage. Is that leading stallion a descendant of the heavenly steeds? Lu Wei inquired, pointing at the foremost horse. Ha. Indeed, Brother Lu. That is the most magnificent of my herd. However, should you wish to acquire it, I must regrettably decline. Why so? This is our prime stallion. If you take it away, what will become of my future herd? Ha, that is indeed a valid point. Gadger, can we see the reincarnated heavenly steeds here? Alas. No. The reincarnated heavenly steeds are confined to the vicinity of the sacred tomb, summoned for annual sacrificial rites. Gadger shared with them some intriguing information about the Pegasus. Each generation of the Pegasus, upon its demise, seeks out a newly born foal to serve as its reincarnation. The criteria for this foal are stringent. It must have never been ill, possess a coat of pure white, black hooves, and bright black eyes. Once the foal matures, it is to be returned to the Chongling, residing in the grasslands near the Khan's tomb. In the past, the reincarnated Pegasuses roamed freely across the grasslands, traversing wherever they pleased, resulting in a widespread lineage. However, the current reincarnated Pegasuses are confined to the generation of the Chongling, protected within its bounds. The descendants of the present-day Pegasuses form a collective, a mingling of every generation, rendering it impossible to distinguish between them. When it comes to the Pegasuses of Genghis Khan's era, the history is immensely complex, spanning nearly a millennium. The Pegasuses wandered the entire steppe, enamored with countless mares. Wherever they roamed, if a white foal was born, it was universally regarded as a descendant of the Pegasus. Yet, at this juncture, the distinction of being a true descendant holds little significance. Lu Wei and his companions are far more captivated by the wild freedom of the horse herds on the grasslands. If they can find one, they will, and if not, they are open to selecting from the magnificent horses available. Gadger, among this herd of white horses, may I choose any horse aside from the most splendid stallion? Absolutely. You may select any horse that catches your eye, Gadger affirmed with a nod. Gadger then retrieved a rope from his saddle, fastening it to a pole he held, while those around him also prepared similar gear, beginning to fashion lassos. What is this for? They inquired. Boss, this is a lasso and a lasso pole, intended for capturing horses. Once you have chosen your horse, we will catch it for you, Gadger explained. The scene seemed to evoke a classic moment from the Great Grasslands. Can we get a little closer? They had not seen the herd clearly as it galloped. Certainly, let us proceed, Gadger replied, squeezing his legs against the horse's flanks to urge it forward towards the herd. As they approached, the herd surged once more, transforming the pursuit into a dance where they halted and the horses ran. After several exhilarating chases, Lu Wei and his companions selected 5 horses and designated them to Gadger, who promptly organized his companions to disperse in all directions, preparing to encircle the herd. They halted, observing as Gadger and his team set about their task. The scene was indeed reminiscent of a spirited song. The horse catcher, mighty and strong, galloping steeds like the swift wind. One could see the robust herders astride their white horses, gliding alongside the herd. As they drew near, the lasso pole was deftly cast around a horse's neck, yanking back forcefully to compel the steed to a stop. These individuals are truly remarkable, Wang Fan remarked, unable to suppress his admiration. As long as you feel that way, it suffices. But should you attempt to join them, you may not return, another cautioned. Do you underestimate me? Am I so feeble? My dear brother, navigating within the herd is no simple feat. Do you truly believe your riding skills are adequate? If you were to fall, you might be trampled by the herd. Do you not wish to inherit the family fortune? Indeed, Wang Fan chuckled. I shall merely take a look. I must return to inherit my family fortune. A few individuals awaited in the distance as Gadger and the others corralled the horses. It was an intense endeavor that consumed considerable time before they finally retrieved all 5 steeds. The 5 white horses, both male and female, appeared quite spirited, having scarcely been tamed and still exhibiting a certain wildness, occasionally rearing their front hooves in protest. A group of people and horses made their way back to their dwelling. They returned to the yurt on horseback, having long missed the lunchtime hour. Lu Wei instructed Badu to inquire about the pricing, while Gadger was quite forthright. My young brother, you have traveled a great distance to seek horses on our grassland. The price shall be the same as at the white horse base, 50,000 each. How much? 50,000. The group was taken aback, the price astonishingly low, something they had never heard before. Noticing their expressions, Gadger felt somewhat awkward. What about 40,000? But you must come to fetch the horses yourselves. No, Gadger, my brother, you misunderstand. Is this price not too low? You would incur a loss. Lu Wei interjected hastily. Their budget for a horse was at least several 100,000, and Gadger's asking price of 50,000 seemed excessively low. Having just observed the 5 horses they had corralled, they were undeniably worth it, both in appearance and physique, coupled with their vigor during the chase. With proper training, they would be entirely serviceable. Gadger, how about this? 100,000 for each horse, and we shall leave them with you for a few days of training. Allow them to acclimate, and when ready, you can either have Badu arrange for transportation or assist us in delivering the horses to Zawuki. You can discuss it among yourselves. Either option is acceptable. The journey to Zawuki was approximately several 100 kilometers, and Lu Wei merely inquired, observing how they would negotiate, especially with Badu present. Relying on him for transportation seemed wiser than making arbitrary decisions on his own. Gadger was taken aback by Lu Wei's offer, surprised that rather than haggling, he was instead raising the price. My young brother, did you misunderstand? It is 50,000 per horse. Why are you increasing the offer? Gadger, I find these white horses quite commendable. They are worth this price. I am not out of my mind, rest assured. Well, I cannot accept that. We men of the grassland adhere to our word. What it is worth is what it is. You cannot do this. Gadger was resolute, unwilling to accept Lu Wei's increased offer, insisting on the price he deemed appropriate. After much back and forth, Lu Wei could not sway the prairie man's steadfastness and ultimately acquiesced to Gadger's stated price. Having concluded the horse dealings, Lu Wei persuaded Wang Fan and Lin Xin to part with 2 wolf pelts as a gift for Gadger. Upon seeing the pelts, Gadger's eyes sparkled. My young brother, these wolf pelts are far too precious. I cannot accept them. Gadger, we are friends. This is a gift from a friend. A token of goodwill. No other considerations are necessary. The 2 wolf pelts elicited envy among all, as they were difficult to procure on the grassland. Ultimately, after Lu Wei's insistence, Gadger accepted the pelts, receiving them with both hands and passing them to his wife. Gadger unfastened his waist knife and extended it with both hands to Lu Wei. Little brother, this knife has served me for many years. It holds no material value, but it embodies my sentiments. I hope you will accept it. Lu Wei smiled in response, saying, all right then, reciprocation is only fair, and graciously accepted the gift. Seeing Lu Wei accept the knife, Gadger beamed with joy. Chapter 230. The contest of Wang Fan's followers having secured the horses, Lu Wei, Wang Fan, and their companions decided against lingering in the grasslands. The neighboring country was too impoverished to pique their interest in any adventurous exploits along the border. The following day, they commenced their journey homeward, first heading to Dongwu Banner, from where a main road led directly to Shiwu Banner. They dared not retrace their original route, for wolves harbor grudges. There was no need to tempt fate. Lu Wei privately transferred some funds to Badu as a token of gratitude, requesting him to procure supplies for Gadger when he went to collect the horses. Subsequent matters would largely depend on Badu's assistance. He would likely have to personally escort the carts to the grand gathering of horses. With these arrangements settled, the trio returned to the capital. They took turns driving and arrived at the club by 10 that evening, as there were pressing matters awaiting their attention. The inaugural member horse racing event required their oversight. The success of this first activity would undoubtedly influence the club's future business prospects, thanks to recent promotions and endorsements. Bolstered by the wealth of the capital's elite, the club had attracted dozens of 1,000-mile members and over 200 100-mile members. Regrettably, they had yet to gain new 10,000-mile members, which might require a more opportune moment. It could only be said that the capital was not lacking in affluent individuals. Aside from the members previously gifted, all new members were required to pay. The permanent membership fee for 1,000-mile members was 500,000, along with a monthly fee of 10,000. The annual fee for 100-mile members was 200,000, with a monthly fee of 5,000. In terms of membership fees alone, they had already amassed nearly tens of millions in revenue. Jiang Baiyan had been diligently working on expansion, negotiating to lease additional surrounding land. The services and facilities within the horse farm were continuously improving, striving for the highest standards. New faces among the staff had enhanced the club's image, with the newly hired service personnel being of commendable appearance. Due to the recent lack of competitions, the training grounds had become quite lively. Many members brought their children to learn equestrian skills, prompting Jiang Baiyan to establish training classes. These young clients enrolled for annual courses. No family was short of funds for such endeavors. Lu Wei, in his role as vice chairman, did not possess a particularly high profile within the club. Compared to the membership, they were there to seek the leading figures in their respective fields, hoping to converse with the next generation, such as Wang Fun. In truth, very few came solely for the love of horse riding. Thus, when informed that the club would host monthly competitions, some individuals discreetly inquired about the list of participants. Upon receiving the names of Wang Muchuan and General Zhang, they eagerly signed up. No horse. Simple enough. The cost of acquiring a horse. Merely tens of thousands. A trivial matter indeed. It is not about the origin, be it Xinjiang or Inner Mongolia. As long as it can run, that suffices. We are not here to claim championships. We merely need a horse that can join us at the starting line. On this occasion, Wang Fun arrived at the club in his Bugatti, only to be confronted by Lu Wei at the entrance. The roar of the supercar echoed through the office, prompting Lu Wei to hastily emerge on his electric scooter to confront him. Are you here to show off, or to frighten the horses? If the horses are startled, will you comfort them? Where should I park this vehicle? Wang Fun inquired, feeling somewhat aggrieved. This car's noise is not my fault, he added. Park it at the entrance, and let the security guard keep an eye on it. Will it truly scare the horses? Perhaps I should rev the engine while you stand by to listen? Lu Wei retorted. Forget it. I'll drive slowly. I have others following me. All right, do not exceed 30 miles per hour. For every mile per hour over, I shall diminish your manhood by 1 inch. How cruel of you, Lu Wei, Wang Fun exclaimed, a look of indignation on his face as he slipped back into the car, now cautious with the accelerator. He entered the parking lot at a modest 25 miles per hour, feeling a sense of pride. If I reduce my speed by 5 miles per hour, does that add 5 inches? He mused silently, as the duo parked. The unmistakable sound of another supercar reverberated nearby, prompting Lu Wei to glance at Wang Fun in confusion. That is not me. I shall go teach them a lesson for flaunting their arrogance on my turf. The two boarded the club's electric vehicle and drove to the entrance, where they found several supercars halted by security, denied entry due to the absence of membership cards. Upon spotting Wang Fun, the group enthusiastically called out to him. Fengge, everyone's here. Come, let me introduce you to Lu Wei, our club's vice chairman. The newcomers, unaware of Lu Wei's reputation, shook hands with him as Wang Fun introduced them. These individuals were affluent second-generation elites from the capital, possessing modest wealth, and had been lured from the capital's supercar club, barely qualifying for a basic membership. Under Wang Fun's attentive guidance, they obediently parked their vehicles in the lot before eagerly proceeding to obtain their memberships. In no time, they were clad in riding attire, heading to the stables to select horses for practice. The stables were divided into 2 sections, one for Wang Fun's racehorses and another for more economical practice horses, intended for members to learn equestrian skills and experience the essence of riding. Some had prior experience with horses, while others were novices. Those with knowledge teased the inexperienced, igniting a competitive spirit among them. Fengge, how are your riding skills? Are they on par with your supercar driving? One inquired. Not too shabby, Wang Fun replied. In that case, we must race a lap. The affluent second-generation elites thrived on competition, having spent countless days racing in supercars, aspiring to be the kings of the road. With a new toy at their disposal, the urge to race was irresistible. For them, stakes were trivial, but reputation within their circle held significant weight. The number of races they completed and whom they triumphed over elevated their status, enhancing their confidence in future endeavors. Very well, I shall accompany you for a race today. Though the risks involved are considerable, Brother Fun, we are not professional horse racers. We merely have a few horses for a casual race. These thoroughbreds are precious to their families, and if someone cannot ride properly and falls, it could lead to troublesome consequences. Wang Fun felt a bit conflicted. Although he wasn't intimidated by their family, he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. Is the joy of horseback riding truly found in competition? Ultimately, Wang Fun, along with a few skilled riders, decided to race a lap. They selected a horse from the practice herd to run a 1,200-meter course, with a modest wager of 100,000 yuan, where the last place would pay the winner. This format excited the wealthy heirs immensely. Wang Fun donned his riding attire and rode to the starting point, where several eager participants awaited him. Losers, don't shed tears. Ha ha ha, Brother Fun, you underestimate us. Thus, a small-scale competition commenced. As the founder of the club, Wang Fun had recently increased his riding practice and even visited the vast grasslands, improving his equestrian skills. Without any suspense, he claimed first place. Brother Fun, you're incredible. You must practice at the racetrack often, they exclaimed. Ha ha indeed. That won't do. We must continue this competition next time after we've honed our skills. Sure. I'm always ready. You're merely here to enrich my coffers. Wang Fun basked in his triumphant glory, finding it all quite effortless. Chapter 231. The fall from the horse. As the date of the first competition drew near, the club was diligently preparing. On this day, several members and their guests arrived at the racetrack for equestrian practice. Lu Wei and Jiang Baiyan were discussing the competition in the office when an employee rushed into the general manager's office in a fluster. Director Lu, General Jiang. Something terrible has happened. A guest has fallen from a horse in the practice area. Falling off is quite normal. Who hasn't he had a few tumbles while riding? The two were initially dismissive. No, it seems that the guest is injured and is currently lying there, unable to get up. Upon hearing this, both stood instantly. Has Manager Zhu gone? Jiang Baiyan inquired. Yes, I just called him downstairs. He has already left. I thought I should inform you as well. Manager Zhu was the operations manager of their club, overseeing client affairs, finance, human resources, and various levels of race management, and the structure was now fully established. This was the first incident at their club, so they decided to investigate further. Upon arriving at the site, the horses had been removed, and the area was cleared. Yet the individual remained on the ground, unwilling to rise. What is going on? Jiang Baiyan asked in a grave tone. General Jiang. The person refuses to let us assist them. When I attempted to help, they cried out in pain and insisted on not being touched. I had no choice but to withdraw everyone to give them space. An ambulance has been called and is en route. Jiang Baiyan felt curiosity piqued. Could the fall have been severe? He summoned staff and medical personnel to ascertain the situation. After hearing the descriptions from the workers, Jiang Baiyan's expression shifted, puzzled as to why a horse would suddenly become startled and throw its rider off. In the midst of the crowd, some individuals began to berate the man lying there, seemingly unmovable, with a countenance that suggested he was feigning unconsciousness, completely disregarding their remarks. The onlookers, feeling helpless to rouse him or drag him away, expressed their grievances vocally and engaged in murmured discussions. The man simply curled up on the grass, clutching his legs. Meanwhile, the club's physician, having inquired for some time, only received complaints of pain. Any suggestion of examination was met with vehement resistance, as he adamantly refused to allow the doctor to approach him. The club, hesitant to intervene, opted instead to provide him with an umbrella and inquired about any services he might require. Unbeknownst to them, someone within the crowd discreetly recorded the events and captured photographs. Jiang Baiyan attempted to offer some words of comfort, yet the man remained unyielding, resolutely insisting that he would wait for an ambulance, refusing even the club's physician's assistance. His behavior decidedly peculiar. It was only when the ambulance arrived that he was finally lifted onto a stretcher for transport. Manager Zhu, please accompany them to the hospital and ensure that any necessary arrangements are made. Our club will cover all expenses, said Lu Dong. Understood, Chairman Lu, General Jiang. Manager Zhu replied, taking a staff member along as they drove in pursuit of the ambulance. Jiang Baiyan then reassured the other patrons present, promising complimentary lessons and small gifts as an apology for the inconvenience. The guests, having witnessed the incident, expressed their understanding. Once normalcy was restored, Lu Wei, Jiang Baiyan, and the manager responsible for horse racing management proceeded to the stables to inspect the horse involved in the earlier incident. Under what circumstances might a horse become startled? They queried the racing manager as they walked. Chairman Lu, General Jiang, there are numerous reasons a horse may be frightened, the manager explained. These can include environmental changes, human stimuli, unsuitable equipment, or variations in physical condition, among others. He elaborated on a multitude of potential causes, ultimately concluding there was no definitive reason. Anything was possible. Upon arriving at the stables, they found the training staff, who appeared quite anxious upon their approach. Leaders, Ping'an has never been startled before. It has always been well-behaved. I cannot fathom why it suddenly reacted this way today. Is Ping'an the name of this horse? Yes, I named it Ping'an as I have been caring for it. Oh, it seems Ping'an is not quite at peace today. Has it been examined? Is there any sign of abnormality? When I brought it back, it was unresponsive. And once I removed the saddle, it ceased to react. Is there an issue with the horse's equipment? No, this gear has always been used. If there were a problem, it would have reacted earlier. I have checked the equipment thoroughly. There is nothing amiss, the training staff affirmed earnestly. Ensure you conduct a thorough examination of the horse's health. Should any concerns arise, report them immediately to General Jiang. Understood, Chairman Lu. Lu Wei gently patted the horse's head, observing a lack of any severe reaction, and departed the stables with Jiang Baiyan. Today seems rather unusual, Lu Wei remarked. Indeed. Let's wait for Manager Zhu's return to reassess. For now, let us review the surveillance footage. Agreed, let us return to the office. Jiang Baiyan and Lu Wei resolved to investigate the recordings, for where there is an anomaly, there is surely something amiss. While the two were engrossed in reviewing the surveillance footage awaiting a response from Manager Zhu, a frantic employee knocked on the door. Mr. Lu, Mr. Jiang, there's trouble. Someone online is claiming that our club has been involved in an incident, disregarding the injured. The anxious employee exclaimed upon entering. What is the situation? Mr. Lu inquired. I just received word from a friend that a video has surfaced online, alleging that a fall occurred at our equestrian facility, and that the individual involved was left lying on the ground unattended. We're facing severe backlash. Let us see the footage. Lu Wei and Jiang Baiyan exchanged incredulous glances, perplexed by the swift spread of this narrative before the matter had even been resolved. Could it have been leaked by today's guests? After viewing the video several times, they noted that it had been edited and muted, making it difficult to ascertain the original location of the recording. What could be the motive behind such actions? Who is targeting us? They pondered. The video had garnered tens of thousands of likes within less than an hour of its release, accompanied by hundreds of comments. This is Wang Fun's club, and these affluent individuals are shockingly heartless, paying no heed to the plight of the injured. Wang Fun is always chasing women, utterly devoid of conscience. Take me upstairs. This club, the Galloping Stallions Equestrian Club, is located at. Capitalists are truly ruthless. Perhaps the staff at their facility are utterly indifferent, as no one even attempted to assist the fallen. Are they all dead? The public sentiment appeared overwhelmingly critical, directing ire towards Wang Fun and the club. Lu Wei and Jiang Baiyan furrowed their brows, sensing a conspiracy. Lu Wei placed a call to Wang Fun, requesting his presence at the club. What is going on? I'm currently dining with a lady. Bring her along to the club. There's been an incident. Upon hearing the seriousness in Lu Wei's tone, Wang Fun ceased his frivolity. All right, I'll be there immediately. Chapter 232. The whiff of conspiracy. The internet's tendency to sensationalize events is remarkably swift. By the time Wang Fun arrived, the self-media had already amplified the situation, embellishing it into a trending topic. At this juncture, public opinion leaned towards sympathy for the vulnerable, resulting in a one-sided narrative. Regrettably, Wang Fun had become the primary target of this scrutiny. Wang Fun, urgently driving his Bugatti to the club, intended to storm in, but suddenly recalled Lu Wei's warning about exceeding 30 miles per hour. He promptly reduced his speed. Accompanied by a newly charmed internet celebrity, he arrived at the office, instructing her to wait in the lounge. He approached Jiang Baiyan's office, observing the two men. What is the matter? You called me back in a frenzy. What has occurred? Lu Wei handed him the video. Wang Fun watched for a moment, listening as Lu Wei recounted the events. Isn't this just a typical fall? Why is it being portrayed so differently online? Lu Wei turned to Jiang Baiyan. What has Manager Zhu reported? The visible injuries are limited to bruising on the hand. There are no fractures in the legs. A thorough examination revealed no additional injuries. However, the individual claims to exhibit signs of a concussion, so the doctors are monitoring for that. Is someone out to sabotage me? Wang Fun inquired. It seems that you are the one who stands out in our club. I feel as though I am always the scapegoat. Wang Fun is at a loss for words. If anything were to happen with Wantong, he would also bear the brunt, as everything would somehow be linked to him. Lao Jiang, please ensure that someone thoroughly inspects the horse for any issues, and keep the surveillance footage safe. Once the public sentiment begins to escalate, we shall clarify the situation. Make sure Manager Zhu maintains vigilance at the hospital, observing whether any unusual individuals approach. Tomorrow, you shall represent Wang Fun at the hospital to extend our condolences, ensuring that we adhere to proper etiquette and capture photographs of our gestures. Lu Wei instructed. By the way, Lao Jiang, please consult the public relations department to prepare for some trending topics. I have a feeling I am about to endure another round of criticism, akin to my previous experiences. Understood. What a bothersome situation this is, disrupting my enthusiasm. If I discover who is responsible, I shall have their skin. Wang Fun was thoroughly vexed. Ha ha ha, remain composed. I shall check on the horse, and you should maintain a low profile for the next couple of days. Very well, I understand. I will stay at the club for a while to avoid being photographed. Wang Fun seriously considered the advice. Lu Wei did not disturb Wang Fun's visit to the online celebrity. He had his own means of entertainment. Lu Wei earnestly proceeded to the stable to examine the horse, despite not being particularly knowledgeable about equines. However, having frequently interacted with horses in his youth, riding them to herd cattle and gather firewood, he held a fondness for them and hoped to discover something through his luck. In the stable, the training personnel were still present beside the horse. Why are you still here? Lu Wei inquired, surprised. Director Lu, after the incident with Ping and today, I felt uneasy, so I wanted to stay with it a bit longer. Did you notice any abnormalities in its condition? The veterinarian has already examined it, and no issues were found. Its vision is intact, and its internal digestion appears normal. There are no concerns with its legs or hooves. Do you regularly train this horse? Yes, I practice with it daily and ride it out. It has never displayed such signs of fright before. Could it truly be a sudden and inexplicable fright? Director Lu, I am unsure of the reason. Lu Wei approached and gently stroked the horse's neck. It remained calm, showing no signs of distress. Little Pinyin, if something is troubling you, please let me know. Lu Wei continued to caress the horse, patting its back. Suddenly, the horse neighed loudly, turning its head to attempt to strike Lu Wei with its head. Lu Wei swiftly sidestepped. Director Lu, are you alright? The staff inquired anxiously. Oh no. The horse is going to bite the chairman. This could end poorly. I am fine. But did you not find its reaction to be somewhat peculiar? Indeed. It usually does not react this way when I touch it. Go, summon the veterinarian to thoroughly inspect the area where I just touched. Lu Wei immediately commanded. The staff hurried off to find the veterinarian. Yang Wan called Lu Wei, having seen the online discourse, expressing concern for Lu Wei's club. It's alright. We have yet to issue a clarification. The situation is not as the internet portrays it. I'm uncertain what I can do for you. Do not worry, stay calm. As long as we maintain our integrity, we need not fear. Yang Wan reassured him. It is of no consequence. I am merely investigating whether the horse is experiencing issues, as I sense a conspiracy at play. Ah, with Wang Fun's considerable reputation, is there still someone daring enough to target you? Yang Wan expressed disbelief. The Wang family is so prominent that who would dare oppose them? It is difficult to say. It is merely a feeling. Allow me to ascertain if there is any evidence. Very well, you may attend to your matters. Do inform me should anything arise. Yang Wan, demonstrating her understanding, permitted Lu Wei to proceed with his tasks. When the veterinarian arrived, Lu Wei and a staff member assisted in restraining the horse's head, allowing for a careful examination. The veterinarian meticulously palpated the area and, upon reaching a particular spot, the horse immediately neighed in distress. He cautiously shaved the fur from that region, illuminated by a spotlight, revealing a small puncture wound on the exposed skin. How could this area have been pierced? Are there sharp objects in the horse's gear? No. I have thoroughly inspected the tack. Logically, even if it had been punctured, it should not react so violently now. There might still be something lodged within, the veterinarian deduced. He then produced a scalpel and tweezers, gently incising the puncture site, and soon discovered a broken needle lodged inside, approximately 1 centimeter in length. Such cruelty. The needle had been shattered. The 3 men documented the horse's injury and the extracted needle, preserving the evidence. Lu Wei returned to the office with the broken needle. Finding Zhang Boyan still present, appearing somewhat overwhelmed, Lu Wei summoned Wang Fun to share his suspicions. They collectively reviewed the surveillance footage, scrutinizing the peculiar behavior of the rider. The more they observed, the more suspicious it appeared. Lao Jiang, arrange for staff to visit that area tomorrow morning. We need to search for the needle with a magnet. Lu Wei instructed. Understood, Director Lu. Should we notify the police? Wang Fun inquired. Do you think we should report it? Wang Fun, visibly agitated, insisted on pressing charges. Absolutely. If someone dares to assault me, they ought to face a few years in confinement. Else, I would be remiss in bearing the Wang surname. Very well. We shall first search for the broken needle tomorrow, then contact the authorities to review the surveillance and conduct inquiries. The online discourse surrounding the incident escalated dramatically. The 10,000 horses galloping event involving Wang Fun had become a trending topic across several short video platforms. Bolstered by Wang Fun's identity, public opinion clamored for an apology from the 10,000 horses galloping to deliver justice. Fueled by certain so-called influencers who capitalize on trending topics, they shared, edited, and embellished the narratives, transforming into self-proclaimed champions of justice. The internet realm is quite amusing. Keyboard warriors fervently advocate for what they perceive as the truth, often harboring a sense of envy towards the affluent, relentlessly attacking what they deem to be the dark underbelly of society. Wealth is seen as a sin. Wealth coupled with malevolence becomes intolerable. Chapter 233. Who is seeking to disrupt the event? That evening, a video interview with the victim was disseminated on short video platforms. Further stirring the pot, the video has undergone voice modulation, and the victim recounted his experience of riding at a horse ranch when the horse became startled, causing him to be thrown off. Left unattended by the staff, he lay there and dialed for emergency assistance himself. Now, he suffers from fractures and a concussion among other injuries. The ranch merely dispatched a staff member to assess the situation, collected their fee, and departed. This incident has sparked an uproar, inciting outrage among netizens who demand an apology from the company. Such a business deserves to close its doors soon. Profiting only from the misfortunes of others, may it swiftly face its demise. I perceive a certain malevolence in Wang Fun's demeanor, and indeed, it appears to be true. If the company is innocent, why do they not speak up for themselves? Those who express reasonable opinions are often besieged. Let us refrain from hasty conclusions and consume this matter rationally. Why the rush to condemn? Is Wang Fun your father, or has the company compensated you for such statements? Such blind sycophancy deserves a harsh rebuke. This has silenced those willing to defend their stance, fearing backlash. Should we issue a statement now? Jiang Baiyan inquired, frowning as he sat in the club's office with Wang Fun and Lu Wei. Let us proceed. If this continues to escalate, it may explode by tomorrow, Wang Fun replied. Adding, we should release an announcement to clarify the situation, with specifics to follow once the investigation concludes. Understood, Mr. Wang. I've already instructed the PR department to draft it, and I will have them release it now. Jiang Baiyan left to oversee the announcement. You're facing criticism again. It seems you are perpetually under fire, Lu Wei remarked. Such is the burden of fame. One cannot please everyone, Wang Fun replied, taking a sip of cola and feeling somewhat relieved. I've grown accustomed to the disparagement. Let us play a couple of games to forget this nonsense. Come on, you brought a little internet celebrity here. Instead of contemplating life as profound truths, you're playing games. Lu Wei teased. Haha, both gaming and women can coexist. I can manage both without issue, and I'll seek her out later tonight. As they continued their light-hearted banter, disaster struck for Lu Wei when Shun Duyu called. Mr. Lu, there has been a situation online. Are you aware? The matter concerning Wanma Bent. Indeed. Someone has been vocal on your social media, casting blame. I noticed Wanma Bent has already issued a statement. May I share this on my platform as well? Sure. I'm surprised you found me, Lu Wei replied. The internet has a long memory. Your previous connection with Wanma Bent drew attention. Alright then. Just follow their lead on future statements. Mr. Lu, would you like me to gather some online support to divert attention? Never mind. It's not a significant issue. Let it be as it is. Understood, Mr. Lu. Please let me know if you require my assistance. Alright. Thank you for your efforts. After hanging up with Shin Duyu, Wang Fun regarded Lu Wei with a knowing smile. Have you experienced the power of the internet? After the last incident, I think I shall request the cancellation of my account. The online community is rather tedious, often embodying the role of keyboard warriors. It is futile. You have already garnered a following, and unless you are no longer among us, you will be remembered for a lifetime. The following morning, Jiang Baiyan arranged for his team to search for another lost needle. The staff residing at the stables gathered, each holding a magnet, diligently scouring the training ground for any remnants. As they rummaged through the earth, the fervor from yesterday's online discussions lingered. Such a magnificent venue must not be tarnished by these individuals. Suddenly, one employee sprang to his feet, raising the magnet triumphantly. Mr. Jiang, I found it. The crowd drew closer, revealing a needle adhered to the magnet, noticeably shorter than usual, with a broken tip. This was indeed a deliberate act of malice against our horses. How cruel it is to inflict such harm, a long needle puncturing their bodies. How could they not be startled? We have suffered online harassment. Should we encounter this perpetrator again, we must retaliate fiercely. Upon seeing the needle, discussions erupted among the group, clearly identifying that someone was targeting their horses. Jiang Baiyan retrieved the broken needle and promptly contacted the authorities. Someone was intentionally attempting to harm their equines. Each horse was valued at tens of thousands. The police could not disregard such a case. Local officers arrived, reviewing surveillance footage, as well as videos and photographs documenting the horse's injuries, alongside the matching broken needles. All evidence pointed to willful destruction of private property, prompting the officers to file a report and interrogate the staff associated with the incident. They subsequently proceeded to the hospital. Although the individual was a victim, he was also a suspect. Wang Fun's devoted fans endeavored to defend him, yet their voices were drowned out by the overwhelming multitude. Swiftly met with derision beneath the videos. Is Wang Fun your father, that you defend him so fervently? Are you his dog, or has he fed you something foul? Various insults flooded the comments, with no lineage spared. Once the police had concluded their investigation, Jiang Baiyan compiled all the evidence, initiating the first wave of counteraction. He released footage from the scene, alongside the evidence of the police report and the broken needle found on the horse. With the assistance of Wang Fun and Lu Wei's shares, particularly among Wang Fun's fanbase, the information spread rapidly, soon trending. The equine community rallied, alleging that someone had intentionally harmed their horses. They reported the incident to the authorities, and speculations arose regarding Wang Fun possibly being framed. Many phrases were intertwined to combat the previous day's smear campaign. Regarding yesterday's public sentiment, some individuals swiftly flipped their allegiance, returning to support Wang Fun. It appears your reputation is faltering in this area. There are still those who wish to undermine you. How was I to know? I merely intended to conduct my business. Yet there are those intent on sabotaging me. How disrespectful to my father. Do those seeking to undermine the club even realize you are its owner? Beneath the imperial city, where families abound, one could inadvertently strike a stone and hit an official. Let us first see if there is any breakthrough on the police front. Lu Wei and Wang Fun glanced at today's public sentiment, pondering who might be audacious enough to disrupt the bustling scene. Who possesses such audacity? In Chapter 234. Should we cancel that membership? At a certain hospital in the capital, Manager Zhu, accompanied by 2 security personnel from a club and 1 subordinate, sat outside a patient's room. Ever since the police arrived to take statements, Jiang Baiyan had summoned the 2 security guards to assist, as the individual inside the room had become crucial. The man in the hospital room, Sun Xuebing, was growing anxious. He had initially intended to slip away after yesterday's examination, but the club's staff had relentlessly followed him. Today, the club's leadership had even come to visit, leaving him to feign silence, fearing exposure. He wished to seek assistance, but found his calls unanswered. When Manager Zhu inquired if he wanted to notify his family, he could only shake his head. Fortunately, there was no requirement for his family to sign off on any surgical procedures, so they were not compelled to come. Caught in a predicament, Sun Xuebing hesitated to involve his family, aware of the gravity of his actions. The visitor from last night, after recording a video, had vanished, and today, he could not reach out to anyone. The arrival of the police frightened him. Fearing he might slip up, he continually claimed to feel unwell, citing headaches to evade the initial inquiry. Observing the 4 individuals outside, he felt a sense of despair as they watched him in pairs. Even monitoring his trips to the restroom, Sun Xuebing wished to dismiss them but hesitated, intimidated by their stature. Moreover, their reasoning was sound. They were concerned for his well-being, fearing he might faint due to a concussion. Have we uncovered any issues with the member brought in? Lu Wei inquired of Jiang Baiyan at the club. Some information had emerged. The member, Bai Li, who had escorted him, did not know Sun Xuebing personally. He had merely been intoxicated at the bar, flattered by others, and accepted a small fee to visit the club in a daze. It seems our systems harbor significant vulnerabilities, easily exploited by others. I have been negligent. I shall reassess the relevant protocols in the coming days. Jiang Baiyan nodded, acknowledging his responsibilities as the general manager. What shall we do about the member brought in? Jiang Baiyan asked. Fun, what do you think? Such a fool. What purpose does he serve? Just cancel him. Wang Fun scoffed at the thought of such a character. This is a member we invited internally, recommended by a 1,000-mile member, Lu Wei pointed out, seeking confirmation from Jiang Baiyan. It was indeed an internal invitation. We had vetted his company and assets, finding no ill repute. Then let us proceed with the cancellation, serving as a warning to others. Lu Wei and Wang Fun nodded in agreement. However, Wang Dong and Lu Dong, this individual we approached for a conversation, demonstrated an exceptionally contrite attitude, repeatedly emphasizing that it was his fault, expressing his willingness to compensate the victim and contribute financially to our club, provided that he would not be expelled. Jiang Baiyan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately revealed the truth. Indeed, this fellow possesses a remarkable ability to adapt. What was he up to that day? Wang Dong, after bringing people along, he retreated to the member center to rest and did not head to the practice field. It was only today, upon our encounter, that he became aware of the incident. Very well, let us put this matter on hold for now. Let that individual provide the police with all the information he possesses in hopes of aiding them in uncovering some leads. We can discuss whether to expel him once the results are in. I said to Lu Wei, it's merely a troublesome member. Why dwell on it? Just expel him directly. Wang Fun inquired, visibly displeased. Let's observe for now and see if we can turn this into an opportunity for redemption, allowing him to become a model of reform. We are magnanimous individuals who should grant him a chance to acknowledge his mistakes. Chow. This troublesome fellow has caused me to be reprimanded, and you still wish for him to amend his ways. You truly are beyond help. Enough, enough. Consider your standing. You are the son of the wealthiest man. Why bother with these people? No substantial loss has been incurred. Let him contribute more membership fees to the club in the future. Lu Wei was temporarily against the idea of expulsion, hoping to set a positive example within the club. Following public statements online and adjustments offline, the Wanma Bending Club resumed its daily operations. The scrutiny for member entry was intensified, with security gates installed immediately. Additionally, A system of accountability was established regarding the relationships among individuals, urging everyone to be mindful of whom they bring along. Online sentiments. After a round of threats from Wang Fun, who claimed to have gathered evidence against those perpetrating online harassment, frightened many into deleting related videos. Now, we can only rely on the police to determine who masterminded the incident, as the evidence in their possession is insufficient to identify the culprit. Thus, Wang Fun did not inform Wang Muchuan. The club's focus shifted back to preparing for the upcoming monthly competition, with registered members already bringing their horses to familiarize themselves with the venue. Even Zhang, Han, and Mo visited twice to oversee the condition of their horses. The trio even organized a friendly match, ostensibly to help their horses acclimate. Wang Fun and Lu Wei accompanied them throughout, were it not for the fear of discouraging them. Lu Wei would have allowed the victorious horse to compete. If they always triumph, there is a concern that no one will wish to partake in racing in the future. You too, are you afraid that if you win against us, we will cease to participate? The three discerned their underlying apprehensions and called them out. No. We are the hosts. We cannot simultaneously serve as both judges and competitors, as that would be unjust to the contest. Oh, you found a valid point. You are correct. Lu Wei did not anticipate that his subsequent words would be acknowledged, signaling that the victorious horse would no longer be allowed to compete in the future. No worries. Today we shall welcome your horses for a friendly match among ourselves, not an official club competition, merely a practice session. Mr. Zhang insisted several times on bringing out the horses. Very well, let them enjoy a small victory first to boost their confidence. Then we shall subtly challenge them. Perhaps they might feel that they are on the verge of winning, and that could ignite their motivation to train more diligently in the future. Indeed, in the absence of Lu Wei's keen insights, the differences among the horses were not particularly significant, especially with 3 champion steeds in the mix, differing only by a small margin. This instilled greater confidence in our 3 esteemed clients, as the top 3 positions in the official competition are a matter of pride. Having experienced the club's services, the 3 gentlemen reserved a private suite for themselves, ensuring a comfortable resting place for their future visits. Chapter 235. The club's inaugural race on November 1st, the Galloping Horses Equestrian Club held its first horse racing event. All participants were selected from among the club's members, who are horse owners themselves. The ownership of the horses was of little consequence. What mattered was the ability to bring a horse. Initially, we had at least 4 participants confirmed, Wang Fun's father and 3 friends. Following some publicity, more than 20 members expressed their interest. Although they had not dined with the wealthiest, racing alongside them was deemed an achievement. The entry fee was set at 50,000 per horse, which may seem steep, yet it encompasses expenses for feed, stabling, labor, and venue. Furthermore, these are billionaires. For them, 50,000 is merely the cost of a meal. The prize money was substantial, 1 million for first place, 500,000 for second, and 200,000 for third, making it a worthwhile endeavor. The competition adhered to the speed racing rules set by the Equestrian Association. It was a 1-mile championship, spanning 600 meters, with participants required to be at least 3 years old. A total of 24 horses entered the race, with 2 heats on the first day, each featuring 12 horses, from which the top 6 would advance. The finals were scheduled for the following day, as horses can only compete in 1 race per day to optimize their speed. The entire team at Galloping Horses eagerly anticipated this inaugural event, having recruited a group of university students to serve as attendants and hosts, aiming to ensure that the event would be a source of pride for all involved. Early in the morning, the gates were thrown open, and luxury cars began to arrive. Some even in convoys. Rolls-Royces were the standard, followed closely by Bentleys and Maybach S-classes. Ordinary Mercedes S-classes and BMW 7 Series felt out of place among the gathering. Zhang Baiyan was already at the entrance welcoming guests, while Wang Fun and Lu Wei accompanied several prominent figures. Old Zhang, how is the preparation for today? Wang Muchuan inquired of Zhang Jingwei, the gentleman responsible for the horse care. I am determined to secure first place today. My horse has been thoroughly acclimatized to the racetrack for nearly a month, and I am quite confident. Haha, let us see who snatches the victory. The 2 other businessmen teased. You 2 seem to overlook us entirely. What can we say? Your prowess speaks for itself. Not necessarily. The fearless young are undeterred by challenges. Enthusiasm is a form of capital. Indeed, let us wait and see. Upon observing the quartet seated there, numerous esteemed members of the Qianli Club took the initiative to greet them, seizing the splendid opportunity to make their presence known. The 4 could only momentarily set aside their discussions about horses and reciprocated the greetings, ensuring that those who approached felt their visit was worthwhile. The inaugural race of the morning commenced punctually, with Zhang Baiyan taking the stage to express gratitude to all the guests present. Concurrently, the event was being broadcast live on the official Wanma Bending channel, keeping pace with the modern era. In the live stream, an incessant stream of comments flowed, questioning whether the wealthy tycoon was indeed present and whether Wang Fun was among them. The atmosphere was vibrant, prompting many to wish they could witness the event in person. The attendees primarily comprised competitors and media personnel, with the initial phase focusing on stability, excluding the general audience. As Zhang Baiyan announced the commencement of the event, the camera shifted its focus to the racetrack, revealing 12 majestic horses poised at the starting line, with dashing jockeys eagerly mounted and ready to embark. At the appointed hour, as the gates opened, all 12 horses surged forward simultaneously. Whether intentional or not, the arrangement kept Wang Muchuan's horse and Zhang's horse apart for the first race. With the absence of Wang Fun and Lu Wei, Wang Muchuan's horse surged ahead, initially lagging but gaining momentum after the turn into the straightaway. Ultimately crossing the finish line, nearly 2 lengths ahead of the second-place contender, while Lin Xian's father secured third. After a brief half-hour intermission, the second race commenced. Indeed, Zhang Jingwei's champion horse, having undergone a month of adjustment and familiarization with the track, performed exceptionally well, clinching victory in the second race. Ha ha ha, Brother Wang. Look how splendidly my horse performed. It seems I have a formidable competitor for the next race, Zhang Jingwei exclaimed joyfully to Wang Muchuan. Young brother Zhang, it appears you've taken good care of your horse. However, to claim first place, one must demonstrate true prowess. Wang Muchuan replied confidently, rest assured. Tomorrow's race will certainly be a contest worth witnessing. As day one of the races concluded, a midday break ensued, followed by an equestrian performance in the afternoon. The club had arranged a sumptuous Chinese banquet, providing an opportunity for other members to toast, with Wang Muchuan's table bustling with activity. On the second day, the day of the finals, all participating members were in attendance, with Wang Muchuan inviting several friends to witness the event. Everyone was eager to witness the crowning of the club's inaugural champion. The race was scheduled around midday, as winter had begun to settle in, accompanied by a brisk wind. Even the grass on the racetrack had started to turn yellow. With only 2 races held the previous day, spectators were left craving more. For the thrill of speed racing far surpassed that of equestrian performances. Alas, domestic horse racing had yet to reach the scale of the Hong Kong Island races, where 10 or more events could take place in a single day. Wang Muchuan's horse was assigned the first position according to the prior day's results. The noble steeds in the arena snorted, exhaling clouds of steam. Wang Muchuan opted to retain the same jockey from yesterday, believing that this individual could adeptly manage his horse. As anticipated, the jockey delivered an outstanding performance today, ultimately guiding Wang Muchuan's horse, Golden Lance, to a victorious first place, winning by a slender margin. The second place was claimed by Zhang Jingwei's steed, while surprisingly, third place was secured by a member of Qianli, who had brought his own horse. Following the conclusion of the race, the triumphant horse owners of the top 3 gathered at the front to receive their awards, with their magnificent steeds behind them. The club presented each of the top 3 with a full bronze sculpture of a horse, inscribed with the words Wanmabin Tung Equestrian Club, First Phase Race First, Second, Third. Chapter 236. Opening a company in the capital, the first phase of the horse racing event was splendidly concluded, and in the afternoon, Wang Muchuan arranged a banquet to treat guests. After the racing activities, a sumptuous dinner was laid out in the finest private room of the banquet hall. Accompanied by a few young companions, Wang Muchuan introduced his friends to Wang Fun and the others. The young gentlemen, holding their glasses, respectfully toasted one by one. Remarkably, many of them were notable leaders from esteemed state-owned enterprises, including those from the oil, power grid, grain, and construction sectors. The influence of this affluent individual was palpable, with an extensive social network that rivaled that of officials. After the toasts, he promptly instructed Jiang Baiyan to prepare the Wanjun membership cards, eager to deliver them while the excitement was still fresh. Post-dinner, several wellness activities were arranged. With winter approaching in the north, a hot spring service was deemed essential. By evening, Wang Muchuan respectfully escorted several individuals to their vehicles. Even Wang Fun was taken aback, unaware that his father would bring such distinguished guests, remaining in a state of astonishment throughout. That night, Wang Muchuan stayed at the club. During a casual conversation between father and son, Wang Muchuan inquired about a recent news incident. Dad, you're aware of that? Am I blind? Have I become oblivious to the world? The uproar online is incessant. How could I pretend not to know? I've grown accustomed to it. Netizens love to chatter endlessly. You can't silence them. This is different. It feels like someone is deliberately challenging me, testing my limits. Wang Muchuan expressed his dissatisfaction, finding such tactics rather distasteful. The individuals I brought today hold considerable influence in the capital. Remember to extend your greetings during festivals, he admonished his wayward son. The breakthrough regarding that incident still lay within the police investigation. After calming the online uproar, Wanmabin Tung organized another racing event, and with the convergence of these events, their reputation soared to unprecedented heights, solidifying their standing as an elite club. Finally, having found a moment of respite, Lu Wei bid farewell to Jiang Sinan before returning to the capital. It had been over a month since his last visit. The capital had become his second home, and he felt a profound sense of belonging here, unlike Wang Fun, who roamed the world. Lu Ling was already in the capital, diligently preparing for her exams. Lu Wei visited her once. She was engrossed in her studies, and, after a brief meal with him, hurried back to her books. The teaching assistant frequently sent countdown reminders to Lu Wei, noting that there were just over 50 days remaining, yet he seemed entirely unfazed by it. Lu Wei reluctantly agreed to participate in a preliminary assessment and to collect some review materials. Initially, he had intended to decline, having already donated funds and reviewed the score threshold, which he believed he could easily surpass with a mere guess. Typically, an MBA requires a score of 190, but an EMBA only necessitates 120, indicating that a modicum of intelligence suffices. The emphasis is less on results and more on appearances. Consequently, Lu Wei attended the institution for the assessment, reasoning that he should not let his investment go to waste. The teaching assistant reported his score that afternoon, which had reached an impressive 195, alleviating her concerns significantly. With one student passing, she would earn a little extra commission. Previously, he had asked Yang Wan to find an office address, and during this interlude, he successfully registered his company, benchmarking it against Han Shua's giant enterprise. With a registered capital of 100 million, he named it Warren Investment, focusing on various investment sectors and asset management. The office was situated directly above Han Shua's, which elicited a chuckle from Yang Wan due to her nonchalant attitude. Upon discovering the company name, Han Shua found himself in a state of bemusement. Lu Wei, are you attempting to steal my business? You couldn't even think of a proper name. You may be a giant, but I have the title of great person, which is superior to yours, and moving above me. I suspect your intentions are not pure. I must warn you. Do not poach my employees. Yang Wan has already left for you. You cannot recruit any more from my team, Han Shuo cautioned. Well, how can you say that? If they wish to join me, what can you do? Lu Wei countered. That is still unacceptable. For every person you recruit from me, you owe me 2 in return. They both laughed, and Lu Wei promised to invite him to celebrate when his business opened. Really? Don't go back on your word, Han Shuo replied. I assure you. Lu Wei admitted, feeling a twinge of guilt, as he had recently recruited Han Shuo's legal advisor, Zhang Yida. It had been a while since they last met, and he found Zhang to be quite congenial. He was merely awaiting Zhang's affirmation. While downstairs, he encountered Lu Jieli, who had been working at Han Shuo's company. Almost forgotten in his mind. Sisterly, how have you been lately? He inquired. We are all well. Little Wei, you seem quite busy. We haven't seen you in ages, she responded. Indeed, I just returned from the capital, where I was involved in a project for some time, he explained. You must take care of your health and not overexert yourself. Health is paramount, Lu Jieli advised with concern. Yes, sisterly, I have established a company upstairs. Once it opens, I hope you can assist me, Lu Wei mentioned. Oh, is that true? That is wonderful, Lu Jieli exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically. I will visit Nan Nan when I have the chance, she added. Great, I will return to share this delightful news with her. A couple of days later, Lu Wei found some free time and finally went to see the adorable little girl. Upon his arrival, she nearly burst into tears. Whoa, uncle. You haven't visited me in so long. I've missed you terribly. I even saw you on television. Lu Wei felt a pang of guilt for having caused her distress and spent considerable effort to cheer her up. In his leisure, he prepared for the opening of his business or went to see Chen Lu filming. Lu Wei's days had recently been rather pleasant. As Lu Wei was enjoying a tranquil life, he received a call from the Youth Foundation. The aid project for the elementary schools in the western region had been completed, and they inquired whether he would like to attend the inauguration ceremony. Having heard about the difficulties faced in that area, Lu Wei pondered for a moment and decided to make the trip, hoping he could be of assistance. Typically, foundations notify participants about such events 2 weeks in advance, and the ceremony was scheduled for the end of the month. A round trip would allow him to return in time for the horse racing event in December. Chapter 237. Journey to Western Sichuan. The 2 completed elementary schools were located in Western Sichuan, a region reputed for its harsh conditions and treacherous roads, often plagued by landslides and mudflows. The foundation connected Lu Wei with a liaison, and after conducting some research, he realized that driving was the only feasible mode of transportation to the area. Upon reaching Chengdu, he would meet with the liaison to proceed together. There were 2 options, driving from the metropolis or traveling to Chengdu first and then driving to the destination. The former seemed a bit dated, as he would need to hire a driver, and with his company still in need of personnel, time was of the essence. Ultimately, he opted for VIP services, arranging to rent 2 additional vehicles for transporting supplies, as the schools had been in dire need of books during his last visit home. Initially, he had hoped to bring someone along, but Chen Lu was busy filming. Yang Wan was preoccupied with establishing her company, and Li Wanqing was entangled in bank training sessions, all of which coincided with the trip. Li Wanqing had yet to accompany Lu Wei on an outing, which left her feeling regretful. When Lu Wei approached her, she was thrilled, but upon learning the timing conflicted with her project, he could only express understanding and encourage her to prioritize work. Apologetic, Li Wanqing transformed her disappointment into a warm stream of consolation for Lu Wei's minor setback. In the end, he had no choice but to embark on the journey alone. Utilizing the VIP services of a private bank, he reserved 3 large SUVs, 1 Range Rover and 2 Prados, with Lu Wei traveling in the Range Rover while the Prados were designated for cargo. Upon arriving at Chengdu's Shuangliu Airport, he was greeted at the exit by someone holding a sign that read, "Welcome Mr. Lu from the metropolis." Lu Wei approached, confirmed his identity, and the enthusiastic driver kindly took charge of his luggage. Boss Lu, I am Zhou Dingqing, but you can call me Old Zhou. All right, Old Zhou. Have the other 2 vehicles been contacted? They have been informed. They will depart together once you are ready. Old Zhou first took Lu Wei to the hotel, checked him in, and placed his luggage in the room. After a brief wait downstairs, Lu Wei descended. Old Zhou, where can I find a bookstore and a stationery supply center in Chengdu? Boss, that would be at Hehua Pool. They have a wide variety at wholesale prices. Very well. Let us proceed. Hehua Pool is the largest wholesale center in the western region, bustling with crowds daily, seemingly drawing everyone to its vibrant atmosphere. Old Zhou maneuvered the vehicle into the center, facing challenges in finding a parking spot. The area boasted an extensive array of products, including footwear, leather goods, stationery, clothing, accessories, and bedding, resembling a festive market during the new year. Lu Wei and Old Zhou navigated through the bustling crowd, seeking the wholesale district for stationery and books. Lu Wei, unwilling to settle for inferior quality, specified the brands he required and sought out specialty wholesale stores. After a lengthy exploration, they finalized orders amounting to several hundred thousand, leaving the merchants grinning from ear to ear. Their purchases predominantly included pens, notebooks, backpacks, and various stationery, alongside extracurricular reading materials for primary school students, illustrated books, dictionaries, experimental supplies, and more. Initially, they believed that 2 Prado vehicles would suffice for transportation. However, as per the merchant's description, it became clear that they would need to arrange for a logistics vehicle as well. Lu Wei had no choice but to request assistance in contacting a logistics company for a dedicated vehicle. Having secured the stationery, Lu Wei prepared to depart. At that moment, the driver, Old Zhou, could not resist asking, "Boss, are you going to Liangshan to donate to a primary school?" "Ah, indeed," Lu Wei replied. The weather in Liangshan was considerably colder than in Chengdu. Have you brought adequate warm clothing? Zhou inquired. It can get quite chilly at night. Unfamiliar with the weather conditions of the western Sichuan plateau, Lu Wei had only packed clothing suitable for the climate of Shanghai. Let us purchase some warm clothing then. I saw on the internet that children in those regions often wear shoes in winter without even socks. We might as well stock up on supplies, Zhou suggested. He did not anticipate that his reminder would inadvertently lead the boss to spend more on clothing, leaving him with a twinge of guilt. Ah, boss. I merely intended to remind you to prepare some warm clothes. I meant no offense, Zhou clarified. Do not overthink it. I too have seen videos online highlighting the lack of warm clothing for children in that area, where they often layer a few thin garments. I had considered this previously and nearly forgot, Lu Wei responded. You truly have a kind heart. You've already spent several $100,000 today. Indeed, some areas in Liangshan are quite impoverished, and many children lack proper winter clothing. Understanding the situation, Lu Wei proceeded to purchase a batch of children's winter clothing, including shoes, down jackets, cotton coats, and socks, at a nearby wholesale market. After acquiring all the supplies, he also took the opportunity to buy himself a thicker down jacket. Meanwhile, old Zhou visited a pharmacy to procure some oxygen tanks and Rhodiola, advising Lu Wei to take the Rhodiola in advance. He explained the benefits of Rhodiola, though Lu Wei was uncertain if he would experience altitude sickness, having never been to such high altitudes before. With these matters settled, Lu Wei instructed old Zhou to drive to the Foundation's liaison office in Chengdu to meet with their contact. Accompanying them were a man and a woman. Upon meeting, the man spoke in formal tones, likely a minor leader, introducing himself as Zhang, the local director. The woman, a volunteer teacher from the Foundation, joined them for the trip. Her name was Wang Mo, and she appeared to be around Lu Wei's age, or perhaps slightly younger. Lu Wei felt little interest in Director Zhang, exchanging only a few pleasantries. Wang Mo was somewhat reserved. After the introductions, she spoke little, with her long, dark hair cascading down. She seemed shy when she looked up at Lu Wei, her eyes sparkling with a lively yet profound depth. Once they arrived in Chengdu, a hot pot meal was inevitable. Director Zhang insisted on treating Lu Wei to dinner, which Lu Wei accepted, as he had little appetite for solitary dining. During the seating arrangements, Zhang intended to sit beside Wang Mo, but as soon as the seating was arranged, she moved to sit next to Lu Wei, creating an awkward moment for Director Zhang. Lu Wei paid no mind. If she wished to sit beside him, then so be it. You are going to teach in a rural area? I've heard it can be quite cold there. What will you be teaching? Lu Wei broke the awkward silence. I am still studying, and I have some free time lately. I can only draw, so I thought of teaching them how to paint, allowing them to depict their hometowns. Studying art? That's impressive. I can't draw at all. Everything I attempt looks like nothing. If you don't mind, I can draw something for you another day, Wang Mo said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. All right. I'll look forward to it, Lu Wei replied, curious whether art could truly capture one's essence, always finding sketches to be quite evocative. As they ate, they chatted, occasionally acknowledging Director Zhang. Thus, the meal was a joyful affair for the two, while one felt a pang of heartache. In the end, Lu Wei settled the bill, while Director Zhang insisted on retrieving the receipt. The following morning, 3 vehicles awaited Lu Wei outside the hotel. Upon greeting them, he invited them all inside for breakfast. After the meal, as they boarded the Range Rover, he inquired if Lao Zhou needed to purchase anything else, for the 2 vehicles seemed somewhat empty. Suddenly recalling Wang Mo's mention of being a volunteer teacher, Lu Wei thought it prudent to buy some essentials for her. He gathered toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, cookware, shampoo, body wash, and more, guided by the sales assistant who inquired about their intended use. The assistant even recommended a box of sanitary pads, noting that female teachers would find them necessary. Lu Wei could only accept with mild embarrassment, intending to give them to Wang Mo later. The 3 vehicles were filled to capacity, with the back seat of the Prado folded down to accommodate the supplies. After completing the shopping, they drove to the office to meet the 2 of them. Initially, Director Zhang had invited Wang Mo to ride in his Touareg, a vehicle he had purchased for 200,000 yuan. When Lu Wei invited Wang Mo into his car, she smiled and nodded, promptly making her way over without a backward glance. Observing the Range Rover and Prado that Lu Wei had arrived in, Director Zhang felt no desire to reclaim her attention. Had it not been for the inability to return together, he might have chosen to join them. Once everyone was seated, the convoy of 4 vehicles set off towards Xichang. Chapter 238. An unparalleled gentleman. You study art, don't you often go out to sketch? Lu Wei inquired, gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. Indeed, we frequently venture out to capture the landscape. I've visited numerous picturesque spots around Chengdu, Wang Mo replied, her eyes lighting up at the mention of painting and sketching, as though it were a delightful pursuit. You must know where the most beautiful scenery is. I've never been to Chengdu, and if I have the chance, I would love to see it. Certainly, if you wish to explore, I can introduce you. I will be teaching soon, and when you come, I can act as your guide. That sounds wonderful. Just don't forget when the time comes. I won't forget. I know who you are. I've seen you before. Oh, you recognize me? Where have we met? Lu Wei was somewhat taken aback by Wang Mo's words. Oh, you're quite the celebrity, don't you know that? The moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized you as the individual who has graced the silver screen. Recently, your fame has surged, even reaching the heights of global recognition through your prowess in golf. I must admit, I feel somewhat embarrassed. I truly admire your character. You ventured here alone to extend your kindness, which is far more commendable than many celebrities. Wang Mo sincerely complimented. Please, no more flattery, or I shall become quite carried away. A smile illuminated Lu Wei's face. Being praised by a beautiful woman undoubtedly brought him immense joy. Once we reached the Daliang Mountains, Should time permit, I would love to show you the snow-capped peaks. If fortune smiles upon us, we might even catch a glimpse of the Golden Mountain. What is the Golden Mountain? You may ask. It is the breathtaking sight of sunlight illuminating the summit of the snowy range, rendering it a shimmering golden spectacle, a rare occurrence indeed. I hope to witness it myself, to capture its beauty on canvas. That sounds delightful. I too wish to visit. Wang Yimou replied eagerly. With a charming companion on this journey, the monotony dissipated. Lu Wei incessantly inquired about the scenic vistas Wang Yimou had encountered. Feeling a twinge of envy, this girl seemed to have traversed the world, while he could count his travels on one hand. After approximately 5 hours of travel, they arrived at Xichang, the capital of Liangshan. This area is a stronghold for the Yi ethnic minority, renowned for its rich cultural tapestry. Xichang is also famous for its satellite launch center. Upon entering the city, Lu Wei instructed the driver, Lao Zhou, to navigate to the finest local hotel, believing that one ought to enjoy a comfortable stay while traveling. He ensured that the 3 drivers were well taken care of, providing them with meals and lodging, and arranged a room for Wang Yimou as well. Shortly thereafter, Director Zhang, who had arrived later, noticed them entering a 5-star hotel and followed suit. Upon discovering that rooms had been reserved for everyone except him, he felt a surge of indignation. They had all come together. How could he be overlooked? His expression darkened. But Lu Wei and the others were oblivious, having already ascended to their rooms. Observing the hotel rates, Director Zhang felt conflicted. 1,000 yuan per night seemed exorbitant, and his employer would not reimburse such a sum. He contemplated opting for the nearby budget hotel at 150 yuan per night, where he could request a receipt and pocket the difference. With this thought in mind, he begrudgingly departed for the modest establishment he had previously booked. After settling in, Lu Wei called for Wang Yimou to join him. Whatever the boss eats, everyone eats, declared Lu Wei, as he treated the group to dinner. He instructed Lao Zhou to lead them to a place renowned for its local delicacies, departing in 2 vehicles. In a city such as this, true culinary treasures lie not within the grand hotels, but rather in the bustling hubs where people gather. Xichang's most celebrated cuisine is barbecue, particularly cooked over a charcoal fire, imbuing the dishes with a distinctive smoky flavor. Since it was not the weekend, Lao Zhou found a suitable spot where they could dine without the inconvenience of a queue. On this chilly evening, savoring barbecue was just what they needed. As they ate and grilled, Wang Yimou enthusiastically prepared a generous serving for Lu Wei, placing it in his bowl. The drivers looked on, enviously remarking on the perks of being the boss. After feasting to their heart's content, they returned to their lodgings. As the drivers needed to rest for another day of travel ahead, Lu Wei returned to his room, conversing with Yang Wan and a few others about their itinerary. Thoroughly engrossed in the discussion, the following morning, Wang Yimou came to rouse Lu Wei from his slumber. They ventured out to savor a bowl of Xichang rice noodles before continuing their journey to the county where the elementary school was located. Once the vehicle exited the urban area, it entered the mountainous terrain. The winding roads, frequently encountered, could easily leave those with a fear of heights feeling dizzy and trembling. The nearly 300-kilometer journey took approximately 6 hours. By 3 in the afternoon, the convoy finally arrived at the county seat. Director Zhang escorted them to the local education bureau, where arrangements were made for their accommodation at a hotel in the county. The completion ceremony was scheduled for the following day, with plans for the education bureau officials to accompany them to 2 different elementary schools, one in the morning and another in the afternoon. That evening, the leaders of the education bureau hosted a banquet for Director Zhang and Lu Wei, personally inviting them to the hotel. Lu Wei found it difficult to decline and had no choice but to attend. He returned later that night, somewhat inebriated, as the drinking was rather intense. After old Zhou and the others escorted Lu Wei back to his room, Wang Yimou chose to stay behind, willingly shouldering the responsibility of caring for Lu Wei. The drivers nodded in agreement, saying nothing. This was a privilege earned by their boss. Wang Yimou prepared hot water for tea and took out a towel to warm it, gently wiping Lu Wei's face. The air conditioning was set to blow warm air, as nighttime temperatures could drop to 0 degrees. Observing Lu Wei's countenance, Wang Yimou couldn't help but recall the sensation of just having wiped his face, pondering the nature of this individual, uncertain if they would ever cross paths again after their parting the next day. On this day, Lu Wei, accompanied by a director from the Education Bureau and Director Zhang, prepared to visit 2 elementary schools. The logistics vehicle had already arrived in the county the previous day, ready to accompany him. Upon reaching the destination, the elementary school appeared pristine, boasting 2 newly constructed 2-story buildings. The number of children enrolling was relatively modest, resulting in fewer classrooms. During the ceremony, the director of the Education Bureau sought to have Lu Wei address the audience, but Lu Wei politely declined. Nonetheless, the director, aware of Lu Wei's stature, approached him multiple times to express gratitude with a handshake. When Lu Wei opened the rear doors of the 2 vehicles he had brought, the onlookers were left astounded, including Wang Yimou, who had not anticipated such an abundance of supplies accompanying Lu Wei, all urgently needed in the area. Summoning a few drivers, along with the personnel from the Education Bureau and volunteer teachers, they set about distributing the items. Wang Yimou, feeling a tinge of urgency, discreetly inquired of Lu Wei, "Is there more?" "What?" Lu Wei replied, puzzled. Wang Yimou anxiously gestured toward the supply vehicle. "Those supplies. That's all. Just those 2 vehicles." "What?" Upon witnessing Wang Yimou's anxious expression, Lu Wei reassured him, "Do not worry. Not all of it is for this school. Half is designated for the other school." With that, Wang Yimou felt his anxiety dissipate. After distributing the supplies to the school and clothing for the children, Lu Wei invited the volunteer teachers to collect some items as well. Although the teachers occasionally returned to the county to procure goods, they were deeply moved by the completeness of the daily necessities presented. Wang Mo's impression of Lu Wei underwent a remarkable transformation. She had not anticipated that he could be so thoughtful, particularly when they arrived at the elementary school where she was volunteering in the afternoon. Lu Wei discreetly suggested she move the box of sanitary napkins, instantly elevating his stature in her eyes. What man would even consider such a detail? Lu Wei had seamlessly met her standards for an extraordinary gentleman. Chapter 239. Your profile is quite attractive. Following the completion ceremony, Director Zhang departed the next day. This impoverished locale was far from comfortable. The chill was quite penetrating, and returning to Rongqing felt much more inviting. Lu Wei, recognizing the rarity of his visit, resolved to stay a few more days to explore the local scenery. He instructed old Zhou to remain while the other two drivers returned. Upon learning that Lu Wei intended to stay, Wang Mo, after completing her registration, volunteered to escort him to several renowned attractions in the area, including the famed snow mountain not far away. Accompanying this man on a journey would indeed grant her a beautiful memory. That afternoon, Wang Mo took Lu Wei into the county town to gather some supplies. She typically possessed outdoor gear for her sketching excursions, although the snow mountain was relatively close. They could return the same day by car. Nevertheless, the mountainous terrain was intricate, necessitating ample preparation for unforeseen circumstances. They procured various equipment in the county town and took a brief respite. The next morning, the trio set off. Old Zhou had little interest in the snow mountain. He dropped them at the foot of the mountain and awaited their return at a nearby hotel. Lu Wei and Wang Mo ventured into the mountains alone. This was understandable. They had merely hired him as a driver, with no obligations as a guide or protector. The snow mountain lay to the west of the county, approximately 100 kilometers away. This region was predominantly inhabited by Tibetan and ethnic minorities, and the journey was rich with cultural charm. Though it appeared that the Tibetans resided to the north while the E's were situated in the east and south. This area bordered northern Yunnan, and it was said that crossing the snow mountain would lead to the other side, though whether such a crossing was feasible remained uncertain. The developed areas offered decent scenery, yet the untouched regions were truly breathtaking. As they entered the mountains from a service area, the two engaged in leisurely conversation, laughter echoing amidst the stunning vistas. It was as if Wang Mo had opened up, transforming into a different version of herself. Arriving at a lake at the foot of the snow mountain, Lu Wei gazed upward. The summit remained blanketed in pristine white, while the midsection bore a grayish hue, likely due to the rock formations. And the base had already turned a dull yellow. The weather was kind, with sunshine illuminating the blue waters of the lake. Although he felt slightly breathless, Lu Wei was not experiencing altitude sickness and managed to persevere without supplemental oxygen. Your profile is quite attractive, Wang Mo suddenly remarked. Pardon? Lu Wei, momentarily distracted by the wind, did not catch her words clearly. Oh, it's nothing. I was wondering if I could sketch you here, Wang Mo inquired. Absolutely. I would love to see how I appear on paper, he replied enthusiastically. All right, just stand still over there and wait for me, she instructed. Wang Mo retrieved her sketchbook and pencils from her backpack, found a favorable angle, and began to draw. By the time Lu Wei felt his legs growing numb from standing still, Wang Mo had completed her artwork. Allow me to show you, for I am a model. Wang Mo handed the sketchbook to Lu Wei. Indeed, it was evident that a girl trained in the arts possessed remarkable talent, with just a few strokes. She captured the essence of Lu Wei's profile. Lu Wei felt as though he had been rendered more handsome, finding himself quite appealing. He expressed his desire to keep the portrait, but Wang Mo shook her head, saying, No, you cannot claim this one. I will paint another for you. Oh, what are my portrait rights? Why am I not the one in control? Lu Wei protested. This is still my copyright. I decide. I will keep this one. It holds significance. What significance? He inquired. I shall not disclose it, but I will not part with it. I will give you the next one. Wang Mo pouted playfully. Defeated, I concede. You are a woman, and you hold the authority. Lu Wei relented, realizing reason held no sway in discussions with women. As they continued their jovial banter, they ventured deeper into the mountains. The path ahead was nearly devoid of travelers. Not even the usual hikers could be seen. Perhaps this area was not particularly renowned, resulting in fewer visitors. The sun descended swiftly beneath the snow-capped peaks. Moments ago, the sky had been a brilliant blue, but it soon turned overcast, and a gentle rain began to fall. Are we to turn back? Lu Wei asked. Not yet. We shall reach the halfway point where a camping site awaits. Do you not wish to witness the sunrise illuminating the mountains? Indeed, I do. I have yet to see it, but the images online are breathtaking. Then we shall camp there tonight and await the dawn. No wonder she had insisted on carrying such a large pack. It was for camping. Very well. I shall follow your lead, he replied. I truly hope we can see the stars tonight. Being on the plateau, we are so close to the heavens. The stars should appear even more resplendent. That depends on your luck. If the skies are clear, we shall see the stars tonight and the sunrise tomorrow. Is that so? Then have no fear. My fortune is exceptional, and we shall undoubtedly witness the stars, or else you may take a bite from me. Lu Wei joked. To which Wang Mo blushed and playfully retorted, Who would want to bite you? Upon reaching the camping site, the sky had indeed cleared. Look, the sun illuminating the mountains. Wang Mo exclaimed, pointing at the snow-capped peaks. The sun had begun its descent, casting a warm reddish hue across the sky. The mountain tops, once pristine white, now glowed with golden red, resembling a mountain of gold, evoking a sense of reverence. Lu Wei hastily retrieved his phone to capture the moment, while Wang Mo sat down with her sketchbook, engrossed in her drawing. They worked in harmony, one capturing the scene through a lens, the other through art. It was as if they were part of a serene painting, yet also animated in motion. Lu Wei stole a glance at Wang Mo, who was so captivating in her focused artistry. He discreetly aimed his phone at her and pressed the shutter, capturing a moment of exquisite beauty. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Wang Mo remained absorbed in her work. Lu Wei, reluctant to interrupt her, began unpacking his gear to set up the tent for their camping adventure. This was his first experience camping, and he found the task of assembling the tent quite unfamiliar. Fortunately, the instruction manual was available and comprehensible. After more than half an hour of assembling, I finally managed to erect the tent. Wang Yimou had also completed her painting and tidied up her sketchbook before approaching the tent. Oh, you're done. I didn't expect you to set it up so well. Have you been camping before? She inquired. I've never camped, I replied. I was just following the manual, fumbling around, but thankfully, I have good hands-on skills. You truly are impressive. Wang Yimou couldn't help but praise. Hand me your bag. I'll help you set it up, Lu Wei said to Wang Yimou. This is a two-person tent, so I only brought one. Wheel, Wang Yimou said somewhat bashfully. Oh, is that so? Well, please don't mind me. I have no idea if I snore. Lu Wei quickly changed the subject to ease the awkwardness. I won't mind, Wang Yimou replied softly. Do we need to start a fire? The campsite permits bonfires, but we haven't brought any firewood, Lu Wei remarked, glancing at the nearby shrubs before setting down his things and walking over. Don't worry, I'll go find some. Just wait for me here for a moment. In Wang Mo's bag, there was only a sleeping bag. The rest were art supplies. Watching Lu Wei search for firewood, she felt a slight embarrassment, but no fear. Perhaps artistic women are particularly sensitive and can easily experience infatuation. Once something resonates with them, they become oblivious to everything else. Of course, to evoke such feelings, one must possess a certain level of attractiveness. Otherwise, a woman's sensitivity might only elicit mild emotions. While Wang Yimou admired the beauty of the clouds drifting across the sky, Lu Wei returned with an armful of dry twigs, having made several trips. The vegetation here was decent, with plenty of dead trees, and Lu Wei had gathered enough wood. He found a sheltered spot, collected a few stones, and built a small fire pit to prepare for the fire. The food they brought consisted of self-heating meals and some beef jerky, so the fire was primarily for illumination or to prevent any unforeseen circumstances at night. The campsite was sparsely populated, with only 2 or 3 tents scattered across a vast area. By the time Lu Wei managed to ignite the fire, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. As the flames flickered, he tore open the self-heating rice, while Wang Yimou watched from beside the fire. Would you like some hot water? Lu Wei asked. The night air had turned a bit chilly. But we didn't bring anything to boil water with, she replied. Not to worry. If you wish for it, I can make it happen, Lu Wei said, feigning mystery. All right, then I wish for it, she responded eagerly. Once we finish our meal, you can conjure it up for me. Wang Yimou nodded with curiosity. Once the food was heated, Lu Wei served it to Wang Yimou, and the two engaged in conversation as they ate. Suddenly, Lu Wei posed a question. Have there been any reports of wild animals around here? Like wolves or bears? Those larger creatures? Not that I've heard. This campsite often accommodates campers, she replied. Oh, that's good to know. Why? Are you worried about wolves? Well, those creatures can be quite terrifying, she admitted. Wang Yimou felt a twinge of concern upon hearing his words. She had previously gone camping, but it had always been in crowded places. The sparse presence of people at this campsite today made her feel a bit apprehensive. It should be fine. Look, there are still people over there, he reassured her. The service center at the foot of the mountain shouldn't be too far away. I can see a road over there. Yes, it's probably a few kilometers. Driving there should take about 10 minutes, he replied. Let's jot down the service center's phone number, Lu Wei suggested. After their meal, Lu Wei retrieved the lower layer of the self-heating meal box, poured some mineral water into it, and placed it over the fire. Oh, won't that melt? Wang Yimou asked, surprised. Hee, want to bet? I assure you it will heat the water without damage. Oh, then let us wager, she replied. Just wait and see. Within minutes, steam began to rise, and bubbles formed on the surface of the water. Wow, it actually heats up? Isn't this plastic? Wang Yimou inquired. Intrigued. I want to explain, but it does heat up. You've lost, Lu Wei teased, disregarding her pout as he removed the container from the fire. He poured the water back into the bottle and tucked it into the sleeping bag inside the tent. Keeping it warm, you can have hot water tonight. So there's no need to worry about an upset stomach. Thank you. The night sky here was exceptionally clear, a stark contrast to the smog-filled skies of the city. The stars were vividly visible, reminiscent of Van Gogh's Starry Night. The sky was illuminated, and the twinkling stars seemed to dance like waves in the Milky Way. The two of them gazed upwards, enchanted by the celestial display. It's so beautiful, Wang Yimou exclaimed. Indeed, as a child in the countryside, I often saw the stars. But after moving to the metropolis, I hardly ever caught a glimpse. Yet, the starry sky here is even more breathtaking than what I've seen back home. Perhaps it's because we are closer to the stars here, he mused. Yes, it feels as if we could reach out and pluck them from the sky. Aren't you afraid of the celestial beings above? The beings on the ground are also celestial. A heart grounded in the mundane can still aspire to the divine. You're quite the philosopher, she remarked. Under the starlit sky, they engaged in aimless conversation. Lu Wei? What is it? He responded. Wang Yimou hesitated, her demeanor somewhat shy. What's wrong? What do you want? Lu Wei turned to look at her. I need to use the restroom. Could you accompany me? Wang Yimou finally confessed, her cheeks flushing. All right, let us go. Understanding that it was a natural human need, especially for a girl hesitant to venture out alone at night. Lu Wei stood up. Wang Yimou, feeling a bit bashful, rose silently, perhaps feeling a tad awkward. Where should we go? The restroom seems to be over there. I recall it being about a couple of 100 meters away. Wang Yimou pointed in the direction, which now appeared somewhat distant. Lu Wei glanced around, and then at the nearby thicket. It's dark. Why don't you go over there? Here? She asked, surprised. Well, it's dark. And there aren't many people around. No one will see, he assured her. Okay. Wang Yimou hesitated but eventually agreed and walked over. Just keep an eye out for me. Don't let anyone come close, she requested. Rest assured, I will keep watch, he replied. Why are you staring at me? I meant for you to look around and be attentive to any wildlife, said Wang Imo. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei felt a slight blush creep onto his cheeks. In this impenetrable darkness, would it even be possible for you to see anything? Let me scout the area first. Please wait for me, he suggested. After making a round near the thicket and confirming that the surroundings were clear, he returned to summon Wang Imo over. Once Wang Imo crouched behind the bushes, Lu Wei stepped back, placing himself approximately 4 to 5 meters away. Lu Wei, don't wander too far. I'm scared. Come a little closer. Wang Imo's voice floated from behind the thicket. Oh, all right, Lu Wei replied, edging a bit closer to the bushes, reducing the distance to about 2 meters, allowing Wang Imo to see his back if she looked up. In this oppressive darkness, Lu Wei pondered, if I were to turn around, she might not even notice, right? A curious thought began to blossom in the recesses of his mind. At that moment, a sound akin to a fountain whispered in his ears, gradually diminishing until it coalesced into a gentle trickle. A flicker of desire surged within him. How he longed to glance back. I'm ready. Wang Mo's voice interrupted Lu Wei's turmoil as she approached his side, leaving him with a hint of disappointment. Her head hung low, cheeks flushed. Had her earlier sounds been too loud? Surely he heard that. Oh, how mortifying. After escorting Wang Imo back to the tent, Lu Wei turned to retreat. I need to relieve myself too. Please wait for me. He returned to the thicket, succumbing to the urge he had been holding back. Chapter 241. Am I no longer capable? In the stillness of the night, the two settled into the tent, each within their own sleeping bag. Lu Wei initially thought it best for them to sleep at opposite ends to avoid any awkwardness. However, shortly after extinguishing the light, he noticed Wang Mo's figure shift and migrate toward his side, illuminated by the glow of the fire. Are you coming over here to sleep? He inquired. No way. I don't want to be near your stinky feet, Wang Mo retorted, eliciting a wave of embarrassment from Lu Wei. Had he really neglected to wash his feet tonight? Well, I suppose that's on me, he chuckled awkwardly. Thus, they lay closely together, sharing the same side of the sleeping bags, effectively sharing a bed. When Wang Mo had shed her outer garments and slipped into her sleeping bag, he dared not look, rationally turning away to feign adjustment of his own bedding. Could you tell me a story? Wang Mo broke the silence in the tent, her voice barely above a whisper. Tell a story. I'm not good at that. Lu Wei admitted, his mind devoid of any tales to share. Just tell me about your childhood, your hometown, please. All right, I can manage that. In the dark, Lu Wei quietly began to recount the tales of his hometown and the adventures of his youth. As he spoke, Wang Mo listened intently, her silence enveloping the tent. At some point in the darkness, Wang Mo had turned to face him, her bright, expressive eyes fixed upon Lu Wei as he narrated his story. As he continued, an eerie stillness fell. Lu Wei presumed she had drifted off to sleep, but upon turning his head, he found her gaze unwaveringly locked onto him. Lu Wei suddenly turned his head, catching Wang Mo, who had been gazing at him, blushing deeply, caught in the act. Nevertheless, Wang Mo did not avert his gaze, and the two pairs of eyes locked onto one another. Wang Mo closed his eyes, leaning closer, and at that moment, Lu Wei was not oblivious. In the darkness, Wang Mo opened his eyes, looking at him with a hint of confusion. What's wrong? He gasped, feeling somewhat breathless and weak. Could it be altitude sickness? Lu Wei lay down, catching his breath. I don't know. I'll fetch the oxygen tank for you. Wang Mo rose, disregarding his own discomfort, and reached for the bag at his feet, retrieving the oxygen tank. He opened it and handed it to Lu Wei, urging him to take a breath from the mouthpiece. Lu Wei reclined in his sleeping bag, accepting the tank and inhaling deeply, gradually feeling some relief. Regaining his composure, he noticed Wang Mo still outside the sleeping bag. Aren't you cold? Come inside quickly, don't catch a chill. Wang Mo suddenly realized he was unclothed, exclaiming softly as he hurriedly crawled into the warmth, wrapping himself around Lu Wei. Are you feeling better? You should be. You're not gasping as much. I forgot it was your first time in the mountains. I should have been more cautious. I thought you were fine on the way here. I never expected. Is this what altitude sickness feels like? Lu Wei inquired. Oh, it must be. I've heard it involves shortness of breath, rapid heartbeat, and fatigue. Lu Wei embraced Wang Mo, relieved. Thank goodness it's just altitude sickness. I thought I was in trouble. What do you mean in trouble? Don't speak nonsense. You'll live a long life. I meant that kind of trouble. What kind of trouble? Wang Mo asked innocently in Lu Wei's embrace. It's that trouble. Oh dear, the two fell asleep in each other's arms. Fortunate that the cold kept wolves and wild animals at bay. They were awakened by the alarm, needing to rise to witness the sunrise. Turn around. I need to get dressed, Wang Mo said. I want tea turn. I'll help you get dressed. You cared for me last night. Now it's my turn to take care of you, Lu Wei replied affectionately. All right, Wang Mo shyly nodded. Supporting Wang Mo, they stepped out of the tent, greeted by the softening light of dawn. The sky was a brilliant blue, heralding the sunrise. They shared some biscuits, sitting together on a stone. Are you cold? Why not sit on my lap? Okay, but you must hold me, Wang Mo replied, immediately climbing onto Lu Wei's lap. Lu Wei wrapped his arms around her waist. Can we really see the sun shining upon the Golden Mountain from here? Indeed, they've witnessed it before. Moreover, the distant peaks are unobstructed before us. Once the sun rises and casts its light upon the snow-capped mountains, we shall behold it. Your reasoning is quite sound. You truly are a woman of great wisdom. Wang Mo teased. You just know how to flatter me. The distant sky began to take on a yellow hue, the sun inching upwards. The morning glow gradually unfurled, painting the sky in shades of red and yellow, expanding little by little. From afar, the horizon approached, reaching the mountain's summit, then slowly descending. The entire peak appeared to be cloaked in golden light, shimmering brilliantly in a fleeting moment of gold and crimson. How beautiful it is. Should we capture it in a photograph? Lu Wei inquired. No, let us simply behold it, etching it into our memories. That is far more delightful than any snapshot. The most exquisite scenery lies before your eyes and within your heart, not confined within the lens of a camera. Lu Wei embraced Wang Mo a little tighter, seemingly merging with the splendor surrounding them. A golden radiance cascaded upon the snow-capped mountains. The pristine peaks, draped in white, appeared even more immaculate beneath the cool azure sky. The sunrise paints the mountains in hues of gold, while the snowy peaks against the sky deepen in blue. Lu Wei could not help but recite a clumsy poem. Wang Mo chuckled, unable to contain her laughter at his jumbled verse. Isn't my poetry splendid? Indeed, indeed. A fine composition, truly delightful. She teased. After the sun had risen. Inspired, Wang Mo picked up her sketchbook and began to draw in front of the tent. Lu Wei stood quietly by, watching this graceful woman as she painted. The tranquil stage entirely hers. Chapter 242. Wang Mo's fall from the cliff. Once Wang Mo had completed her drawing and had a bite to eat, Lu Wei began to pack up the tent. Wang Mo found it difficult to walk today, so the two decided to descend the mountain, seeking a nearby flat area rather than climbing further. Lu Wei estimated that he too would struggle with the ascent. It was his first time in the plateau, and it was too perilous. The snow mountains hold profound sanctity for the Tibetan people. Each peak is considered an embodiment of a Buddhist deity or a revered figure. Thus, not far from the mountains, a temple stood, built into the mountainside, shrouded in mystery and antiquity. Upon reaching the service area at the foot of the mountain, they spotted a temple on the mountainside not far away, with white walls and either a golden or red roof, a triad of colors harmoniously layered. Noticing Lu Wei gazing at the temple, Wang Mo asked, "Would you like to pay a visit? We could offer our prayers." I haven't made up my mind. I am merely curious. My mother advised against entering temples indiscriminately, so I am not particularly inclined. Lu Wei recalled the words of Li Xiaoying, who had cautioned him against entering temples and monasteries without due consideration, fearing any inadvertent offense. Thus, he had never ventured into one. Very well, let us explore the Tibetan village below. It should be quite different in style from your hometown. Sounds great. They found a small restaurant nearby to have lunch and satisfy their hunger. They ordered several local delicacies, including yak meat hot pot, butter tea, and barley tsampa, refraining from ordering anything they could not comprehend. After making a phone call to the driver, who informed him he had already eaten, Lu Wei decided not to summon him, allowing him to rest for another day or two. Before long, the proprietor brought forth 2 bowls of butter tea, a staple beverage among the Tibetan people, primarily made from butter, brick tea, and salt. It serves to ward off the cold, replenish energy, and alleviate altitude sickness. A rich, creamy broth floated with glistening droplets of butter on the surface. Lu Wei lifted the bowl, blew gently on it, and took a tentative sip. The taste was savory and surprisingly palatable. He had feared he might find it difficult to adjust to the flavor upon first seeing the butter tea. After sipping a bowl of tea, a gentle warmth enveloped me, as if I had been rejuvenated, and the discomfort brought on by altitude sickness had vanished. Why aren't you drinking? Wang Mo asked with a smile, yet she did not reach for the cup. I find you adorable while eating, so I wish to watch. What nonsense. Eating is adorable? You should drink to warm yourself. You've been injured and need nourishment. How annoying. You speak foolishly. Wang Mo's face flushed as she lifted her bowl of butter tea to sip, concealing her face. After finishing their meal, they summoned the owner to inquire about nearby villages that retained their authentic charm. The owner pondered for a moment, noting that every village had its unique Tibetan-style residences. The nearest village, Yabu, was approximately 3 kilometers away. Lu Wei found this appealing and purchased some yak jerky from the owner. The jerky here was particularly fragrant with a hint of spice, making it a delightful snack to enjoy while walking. He offered a piece to Wang Mo, but she declined, having eaten too much already and feeling too full for more beef jerky. What a pity. I shall savor it alone then. After confirming the general direction and checking the navigation on their phones, they proceeded without issue. They stored their belongings in the car, opting for a lighter trek. Driver Lao Zhou inquired if he should drive them there, but Lu Wei looked to Wang Mo for her opinion. She shook her head, expressing her preference for walking. Thus, Lu Wei instructed Lao Zhou to wait for them at the hotel, and the driver complied, understanding that the owner had spoken. Perhaps he felt like a third wheel. Observing the dynamic between the owner and the girl, it was likely that the owner, being young, wealthy, and not unattractive, would eventually win her affection. The two embarked on their hiking journey along the mountainous paths, with Lu Wei kindly taking Wang Mo's backpack and carrying it on his back. Wang Mo was like a liberated bird, joyfully embracing the beauty around her. Their fingers brushed together, and it seemed only natural for them to entwine. In the intimacy of the night, under the cloak of darkness, shyness dissipated. However, in the daylight, gazing into each other's eyes could evoke an awkwardness. Now, with their fingers interlaced, the morning's embarrassment was dispelled, drawing them closer. Wang Mo's smile grew brighter, and she even began to hum a tune. The area was quite remote, with poor transportation, and the mountains in winter appeared desolate. Yet, this scenery imparted a sense of tranquility, reminiscent of childhood days spent herding cattle in the mountains. Lu Wei felt his own mindset calming. Life is vast, and though paths may diverge, they ultimately lead to the same destination. He merely considered himself fortunate to be on a different route at present. Life is but a fleeting journey. Overthinking and worrying can make it burdensome. Thus, it is best to let things unfold naturally. The scenery here is so beautiful. I wish to paint it, Wang Mo remarked, pointing to a picturesque view of the mountains. That sounds wonderful. Would you care to paint one for me as well? Certainly. After I finish this landscape, I shall paint one for you. Wang Mo sought a place to sketch, discovering a small platform overgrown with wild grass. After stepping on the grass to clear a space, Lu Wei assisted her in tidying the surrounding weeds. Once the area was cleared, they realized that beneath the platform lay a small slope. Steep enough to be 3 stories high, yet the view was expansive, revealing the entire landscape of the opposite mountain, bathed in sunlight. The golden hues of the forest and the vibrant reds of the leaves created a scene of exquisite beauty. Wang Yimou had already entered a state of artistic creation, while Lu Wei patiently awaited her completion. After more than half an hour, Wang Yimou finally finished her painting and proudly presented it to Lu Wei. "Xiao Wei, what do you think of my artwork?" she asked. "Wow, your painting is truly remarkable. The scenery is so evocative," Lu Wei exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. "Hee, I'm quite talented, aren't I?" Wang Yimou twirled with joy, momentarily forgetting the precariousness of the small platform. Losing her balance, she stumbled and fell. "Ah!" she cried out instinctively. In a swift motion, Lu Wei lunged forward, managing to grasp one of her feet. However, much of Wang Mo's body had already slipped off the platform, and Lu Wei was left to widen his stance to create friction, using his strength to prevent her from falling further. Without a solid anchor, he began to slide downward gradually, with one hand firmly gripping Wang Mo's calf and foot. He used the other to grasp at the surrounding wild grass, desperately seeking a point of leverage. "Wang Yimou, don't panic. Stay still," Lu Wei shouted to her, whose body dangled precariously. Overcome with fear and blood rushing to her head, she found it difficult to think clearly, contemplating her proximity to death. "Am I going to die? No, I don't want to. I have just begun to experience the sweetness of love." Tears welled in her eyes. Chapter 243. Your parents will hate me. Suspended in midair, Wang Yimou glanced down and felt her heart race with terror. The slope below was at least 3 stories high. If she fell, a blow to her head could be fatal. Regret consumed her thoughts, and tears streamed down her face. Lu Wei held on tightly to her leg, but her weight slowly shifted him towards the edge. In this position, Wang Yimou could not gain any strength. Her upper body dangled entirely in the air. If they were to fall, it would be headfirst, with disastrous consequences. "Mo, don't panic. I'm holding your leg. Try to lift yourself up," Lu Wei urged. But rational thought had long abandoned Wang Yimou. Fear had nearly robbed her of her senses, rendering her unable to comprehend Lu Wei's words. Lu Wei was now perilously close to the edge, his head extending over the platform as he assessed their dire situation. The angle and height of the slope indicated that if they continued to slide, Wang Mo's head would soon collide with the ground, an outcome that could lead to severe injury or worse. The only viable solution seemed to be adjusting her body and utilizing the plants on the slope to slow their descent. This way at most, she would suffer scrapes on her back, but her life would likely be spared. "Wang Yimou, listen to me," Lu Wei shouted, managing to rouse the dazed Wang Yimou from her stupor. "Do not panic. Now endeavor to perform a sit-up, reaching out your hand towards me." "Oh." Wang Yimou steadied herself and began to exert effort, curling her body upward with her waist. The first attempt fell slightly short. "Keep going," Lu Wei encouraged, one hand firmly pressing down on Wang Mo's feet, while the other extended in readiness to catch her. On her second attempt, Wang Yimou summoned all her strength, curling her waist and reaching out towards Lu Wei's hopeful hand. Fortunately, her regular training had endowed her with sufficient core strength. At last, she made contact with Lu Wei's palm. He grasped her hand tightly and instructed her, "Grab the strap on my shoulder quickly." With a struggle, Wang Yimou finally managed to lift her head, grasping the strap of Lu Wei's bag in a frantic attempt. At that moment, Lu Wei exerted his last ounce of strength, twisting his body slightly. The two slid down the platform horizontally. As they fell, they executed a somersault. Lu Wei felt a bit dizzy but instinctively began to grasp at his surroundings. Some small shrubs slowed their descent. When Lu Wei caught hold of a branch, he was finally able to turn his head upwards. With his feet pointed downwards, the danger seemed less imminent. He clutched Wang Mo's hand tightly, uncertain of her condition. Aligning their bodies, Wang Yimou managed to stabilize herself, gripping his bag strapped firmly. Her head bore the marks of a scrape, likely from a branch. "Wang Yimou, are you all right?" Lu Wei asked, concern evident in his voice. Wang Yimou strained to look at him, feeling a bit of pain in her forehead. She shook her head. Lu Wei grasped the shrub with one hand and pulled Wang Missouri close with the other. "Hold on tight to me." Wang Yimou released one hand, wrapping it around Lu Wei. With one hand finally free, Lu Wei embraced Wang Yimou, drawing her closer. He glanced upwards and noticed a 90-degree angle above them. Realizing they could not ascend from this point, they could only slide down the slope and find another place to climb back up. Lu Wei relinquished his grip on the shrub, and their bodies immediately began to slide downward. He could only hold Wang Yimou tightly, ensuring her head rested against him to shield her from injury. As they slid down, Lu Wei's hands grasped at anything within reach, be it branches or weeds, to slow their descent. His hands became scraped, bloodied, and raw. After what felt like an eternity, their descent finally slowed, and they could no longer slide down. Lu Wei let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't a cliff, otherwise, we would have been finished. It's merely a slope. My backside is a bit sore, but the backpack cushioned me somewhat. Once they came to a halt, Wang Yimou awoke, opening her eyes to the disheveled Lu Wei. Overwhelmed, she burst into tears. "It's all my fault. I thought we were going to die. I am so sorry. I haven't even given you a child, nor ensured your lineage continues. If we both perished, your parents would surely loathe me. Are you in pain? Are you injured anywhere?" Wang Yimou cried in Lu Wei's embrace, tears streaming down her face as she expressed the fear she had just experienced. It's all right. We are both down safely, and everything is fine now. Do not cry anymore. We will take our time and have more children in the future." Lu Wei gently stroked Wang Mo's hair, offering her comfort. When he touched the blood on her forehead, she felt a pang of pain, which caused her to cease her tears. "It hurts. It's nothing serious, merely a scrape." You might have been scratched, but there's no swelling. After resting for a while to regain their strength, Lu Wei and Wang Mo rose together. They noticed a few meters still lay beneath them, requiring them to descend further. Let us go. I will help you down. We still need to find our way back. All right. Fortunately, it was the midst of winter, and they were dressed warmly, so there were not many places on their bodies that had been scraped. At last, Wang Mo saw Lu Wei's palm, and tears once again fell uncontrollably. Lu Wei's hand was bloodied and a sight to behold. It's nothing serious, just a surface wound. It will heal in a few days. He shook his hand, wincing as his face contorted with pain. Wang Mo hesitated to touch his hand, only able to cry as her tears fell onto his palm. Lu Wei felt as if he were ascending to the heavens. The pain brought on by her tears surpassed the sting of his own injury. Lu Wei could not help but cry out, shaking his hand away from her face. Wang Mo looked at him, bewildered. What is it? Did I hurt you? Let me blow on it. Lu Wei quickly refused, pulling his hand away. No. Let's first find our way back. We can bandage it later. The two limped along the valley for a while until they finally reached the bank of a small river. In the distance, they could see smoke rising. My goodness, we finally see people. Woof, woof, woof. A large black dog came running towards them, barking excitedly. Chapter 244. Let Erhe help you find it. The two exhaled in relief and sat down. This must be a nearby village. Unexpectedly, while traversing the valley, they had not reached the upper path but instead had stumbled upon a local settlement. The barking grew louder as the big black dog approached, barking furiously at them. Wang Mo, frightened, nestled into Lu Wei's embrace, clinging to him. A dog. Girls often harbor an innate fear of large dogs. And the sudden appearance of this one startled even Lu Wei. Previously encountering wolves on the grasslands had left him with psychological scars. When a dog growled, he felt a twinge of apprehension. Lu Wei stood up, pulling Wang Mo behind him, and shouted at the dog. You mangy mutt, get lost. A barking dog does not bite, but a biting dog does not bark. The large black dog continued to bark furiously in front of them, neither attacking nor retreating. Circling around instead, Lu Wei bent down to pick up a dry branch from the ground, which made the black dog back off slightly. Erhe. Stop right there. A young Tibetan girl finally ran over, panting heavily as she embraced the large black dog. I'm sorry. Erhe never bites. Witnessing the two individuals in a state of disarray, with Lu Wei's hand gruesomely injured, the little girl assumed he had been bitten by a dog. Tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Little sister, do not cry. We are fine. It was not a dog bite, Wang Mo reassured her, unable to resist offering comfort upon seeing her distress. Sister, what happened to you? Why are you both injured? We accidentally fell down from the mountain. We just arrived here when we encountered you. Is it serious? Sister, look, the big brother's hand is bleeding, and your forehead is hurt too. The little girl stood up, preparing to leave. Sister, wait for me. I will go back to the village to call for help. No, we can still walk. Is there a doctor in your village? The little girl shook her head, explaining that for her own ailments, she had to travel far to a town. Then we must return to the village first. We can have old Joe drive over to fetch us later. The little girl guided them, with Wang Mo and Lu Wei limping along behind her towards their village. She and her large black dog would occasionally stop and glance back at them, waiting until they drew nearer before continuing on their path. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, they entered the village. The little girl's home was right at the entrance. Upon arriving, she called out in Tibetan, Mother, come out quickly. What is it, Juya? A Tibetan woman emerged from the house, noticing the little girl and the injured Lu Wei and Wang Mo behind her. Mother, they are hurt. Can you help them? The woman looked at the two men, focusing on Lu Wei's hand, and spoke a phrase in Tibetan that neither of them could comprehend. Mother says to sit down. She will fetch some medicine. She turned and entered the house, returning shortly with a bottle of iodine and a pack of adhesive bandages. She applied some iodine to Wang Mo's forehead before placing a bandage on it. However, when it came time to treat Lu Wei, she hesitated, muttering several words in concern. Brother, Mother says you need to endure a bit. She will disinfect the wound. Lu Wei nodded and extended his hand. The iodine, once applied, stung fiercely, nearly causing him to cry out. He clenched his teeth against the pain. Had it been alcohol, tears would undoubtedly have flowed. After 2 applications of iodine, it was clear that Lu Wei's injury could not accommodate a bandage, and they had no gauze in the house. The Tibetan woman spoke again and then left the house. Mother says there is no gauze at home. She will go to the village to ask if anyone has some. The little girl promptly translated. Juya, what grade are you in? Did your mother just speak in Tibetan? Brother, I am in 4th grade. We all speak Tibetan here, the little girl replied earnestly. Lu Wei patted his pocket only to realize his phone was missing. He had intended to call old Joe for assistance, but had forgotten it due to the pain they endured on the way. He could not recall old Joe's phone number. Is your phone still with you? Lu Wei inquired of Wang Mo. It's still here. Why? I lost my phone and cannot contact the driver. Should we call 110 or 120 then? Wang Mo suggested. Never mind. Let us rest for a while and then head back, Lu Wei replied. Big brother, is your phone lost? Juya asked. It is possible that it has fallen in the very spot where it just tumbled down. Dear elder brother, how about we send Ari to assist you in your search? Lu Wei cast a glance at the large black dog, pondering its capabilities. Sensing Lu Wei's skepticism, the dog barked twice. Dear elder brother, our Ari is quite formidable. It often catches wild rabbits and is well acquainted with the nearby mountains. Very well. Then let us wait for it to lend a hand. Before long, the Tibetan sister returned, her eyes brimming with regret as she exchanged a few words with Juya. Dear elder brother, my mother said she could not procure any gauze. Would it be acceptable for her to gather some herbs to wrap it instead? That would be fine. Please extend my gratitude to her. Juya chattered away in a mix of languages to the mother, who then retreated to prepare, with Juya following closely behind. Moments later, She emerged again. Dear elder brother, I spoke with my mother, and she has agreed to let me and Ari search for your phone. Will you wait for us at home? It's all right, it's not necessary. If it's lost, Lu Wei responded, shaking his head. Unwilling to let the little girl venture alone so far, fearing for her safety. Dear elder brother, rest assured, I often go to that place to collect firewood. It is not dangerous. I will send Ari to search, and I shall not go. It can manage quite well. Woof woof. The black dog barked in affirmation, as if to declare its competence. Does your mother truly consent? It really is unnecessary. I can simply replace the phone later. If the dog were to go, that would pose no issue, as it could easily navigate the area, but the thought of the little girl alone in the valley was concerning. Suddenly, the girl spoke a few words in Tibetan, and the black dog darted to Lu Wei's side, sniffed a couple of times, then took off, with the girl in tow. Lu Wei sprang to his feet. Juya, do not run away. Come back. But the little girl had already ventured far. As he attempted to chase after her, a sharp pain shot through his backside, rendering him unable to run. He rushed into the house, shouting, Sister, sister, Juya has run off. The Tibetan sister emerged, holding a bowl of a mixture of alcohol and paste. Lu Wei anxiously explained, Juya and the black dog have gone to the valley. Please, sister. Hurry, and bring her back. The Tibetan sister, unable to comprehend his words, gestured for Lu Wei to sit down as she began to apply ointment to his injury. In his agitation, he gestured animatedly, his comical antics leaving the sister bewildered. The Tibetan sister spoke something, but neither Lu Wei nor Wang Mo could understand. They could only repeatedly act out the situation, while Lu Wei's other hand was smeared with ointment, which brought a refreshing relief to the pain. Once the ointment was applied, Lu Wei said to Wang Mo, you stay here and rest for a bit. Accompany the sister. I will go check on Juya. I will go too. No. Both of you injured cannot go. I can manage it alone and perhaps return faster. By the time the Tibetan sister emerged from the house, Lu Wei had already departed, leaving Wang Mo seated on the stone stump. The two were left in a state of confusion, attempting to communicate through gestures, their exchange utterly perplexing. The elder sister appeared unconcerned as she returned to the house to brew some butter tea for Wang Mo. Chapter 245. Lu Wei's decision. Lu Wei limped along for a while when he heard the sound of dogs barking. In the distance, he spotted a large black dog sprinting towards him, with Juya trailing behind. The dog would occasionally glance back, waiting for her. Lu Wei decided to halt his progress, feeling reassured upon seeing them return, and sat down on the ground to await their arrival. Before long, the black dog reached his side, barking joyfully and circling him a few times. Big brother, we found it. Erhe discovered it on the mountain, Juya exclaimed, holding her phone aloft with delight. You two are truly remarkable. Thank you, Juya, and thank you, Erhe, Lu Wei said, affectionately ruffling Juya's hair and giving the black dog a gentle pat on the head. To his surprise, the dog seemed quite perceptive, relishing the attention as Lu Wei stroked its fur. Surely, this cannot be a Tibetan Mastiff? They are said to resemble lions, so large in stature. While this black dog only appears to be an ordinary local breed, he inquired. Big brother, I'm not sure. I'll ask my father when he returns. Juya replied, her innocence shining through at just 10 years of age. The phone remained intact, and Lu Wei powered it on, dialing old Zhou to inform him that he needed a ride, promising to send him the location via WeChat shortly. Old Zhou promptly assured him he would set off immediately. Juya, what is the name of your village? Lu Wei asked. Big brother, our village is called Jili, she replied. Lu Wei sent the village name to old Zhou and requested he bring a medical kit, specifically some bandages for any minor injuries. Old Zhou quickly inquired if someone was hurt and whether he should bring a doctor along. Lu Wei declined, explaining that his wounds were already treated with ointment and did not warrant a doctor's attention. Having sustained various minor injuries while collecting firewood as a child, he was accustomed to such mishaps. Wang Mo had previously checked his head and confirmed that it had only struck a branch, not a stone, so there was no significant cause for concern. As they chatted on their way back, Lu Wei asked Juya about the local village customs and their ethnic background. Gaining insight into the region, he learned that their village predominantly consisted of Tibetan people and that the county was home to a variety of ethnic minorities, including the Yi and Miao. Their village lacked a primary school, necessitating a 10-kilometer journey to the nearest town for education. On weekends, her father would fetch her home, only to return her to school on Monday mornings. Do you live at school at such a young age? Lu Wei inquired. Yes. Several children from our village stay at the school together. There are many of us, she replied. Lu Wei noted how much had changed in primary education since his own childhood, though he was unaware of the specifics. Although the distance was merely 10 kilometers in a straight line, they still had to traverse 2 mountains, making the journey take approximately 2 hours. Juya's father primarily tended to yaks, relying on them for their livelihood. They owned 5 yaks, which allowed them to make ends meet, though not in opulence. They were at least comfortable. Upon returning to the village, Juya joyfully rushed to inform her mother of their safe return. Wang Mo, upon seeing Lu Wei back, felt a wave of relief wash over her, nearly moved to tears once more. It's all right, I'm back. I've called for a driver to pick us up. He will be here shortly, Lu Wei reassured her. Lu Wei offered some words of comfort, and upon seeing Lu Wei return, Juya's mother beckoned him to sit down and prepared some butter tea for him. Big brother, would you like to have dinner at my house? Juya inquired as she rushed over to Lu Wei's side. Oh, I've already troubled you enough. I cannot impose any further, he replied. Juya earnestly explained. My mother insists on cooking dinner for you. Once you taste our yak meat, you will recover swiftly. Lu Wei conveyed his sense of guilt to Juya, who hurriedly ran to translate, returning shortly after. My mother said it's no trouble at all. She believes that as far-off guests, it is not easy for you to make the journey to our home. Lu Wei felt a wave of emotion, uncertain how to decline further, and silently expressed his gratitude. Approximately half an hour later, the large black dog began barking furiously at the village entrance. Soon, a large vehicle approached. Lao Zhou was driving a Land Rover, cautiously making his way into the village along the narrow road. The black dog barked incessantly at the vehicle until Zhuoya held it close and covered its mouth. Once Lao Zhou parked the car and stepped out, he noticed Lu Wei's disheveled appearance and the injury hanging from his hand. "Boss, are you hurt?" he asked, immediately retrieving a first aid kit from the car. "It's nothing, just a superficial wound. I've already applied some medicine. I only need you to wrap a bandage around it," Lu Wei replied. As the sun began to set, Zhuoya's father returned, herding their family's yaks back to the village. Zhuoya joyfully rushed to greet him, dressed in a traditional Tibetan robe and wearing a felt hat. Zhuoya's father listened to her excitedly chattering and greeted the guests in his hesitant Mandarin. "Welcome to our home. You are too kind. We hope we haven't disturbed you." Lu Wei replied. "Not at all. Please make yourselves comfortable," he insisted. The sturdy cam man took a glance in the kitchen and assisted his wife in bringing out the dishes. Lu Wei once again felt the warmth of their hospitality, as nearly all their delicacies were laid out before him. Unfortunately, his right hand was unable to wield chopsticks, so he awkwardly used his left hand to grasp the food. Wang Yimou offered to feed him, but he declined, feeling embarrassed amidst so many people. After the meal, the guests prepared to leave. Lu Wei asked Lao Zhou for all the cash he had on him and handed it to Wang Yimou, instructing her to discreetly slip it into Zhuoya's clothing later. As Wang Yimou and Zhuoya embraced to say goodbye, she seized the opportunity. The young girl's eyes glistened with tears as she sorrowfully bid them farewell, hoping they would visit her home again in the future. When their vehicle drove away, she and the black dog chased after it for a while, until Zhuoya's father finally carried her back. Lao Zhou drove back to the town and immediately went to the local clinic, insisting that both of them undergo further examinations. Fearful that there might be overlooked issues, Lu Wei had some scratches on his back, but nothing serious. They cleaned and dressed his wounds once more. The following morning, after a brief visit to the elementary school in town, Lu Wei made a decision and urged Lao Zhou to return to the county, driving straight to the education bureau to find the director he had met a few days prior. Upon seeing Lu Wei in his current condition, the director expressed concern and inquired if he wanted to visit the county hospital, as he was well acquainted with the director there. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Wei stated his purpose. "Oh, how many schools?" The lean director, who had just taken his seat, stood up in surprise at the number presented. Indeed, the plan was to construct 10 schools, with a budget of 1 million for each, in hopes of enhancing education in the region. Lu Wei nodded affirmatively, confirming his intention to aid the county by establishing 10 primary schools. "Certainly, Mr. Lu, I shall call the county mayor immediately." Shortly thereafter, the mayor hurried in, shaking Lu Wei's unscathed hand in gratitude. It was unexpected that this wealthy traveler from western Sichuan would be so generous, thereby contributing to the county's achievements. "I have but one request," Lu Wei stated. "One of the schools must be located in Jili village, ensuring a better living environment for the boarding children." "Absolutely no problem," the mayor replied. "Let us sign the construction agreement this afternoon, and I will arrange for the funds to be transferred. I will also send a representative to oversee the project. I hope you can understand. Of course, we will ensure that all funds are dedicated to the construction," the mayor assured, nodding emphatically. Initially intending to host a banquet in Lu Wei's honor, he pointed to his hand, and the plan was set aside. Chapter 246. A visit of gratitude that evening. When Zhuoya reached into her pocket, she discovered a roll of money. Excitedly, she presented it to her parents, who exchanged glances, surmising it was a token of appreciation from the visitors of the day. Lacking any means of contacting them, they reluctantly accepted it, deciding to save it for Zhuoya's educational expenses and meals. They planned to buy her a new outfit at the market in a few days, as a gesture of gratitude for her kindness. After finalizing the agreement for the schools, the mayor summoned the county media, insisting on interviewing Lu Wei to document such a touching story, which would also reflect positively on his administration. "Do I look presentable enough for television?" Lu Wei inquired. The host reassured him that only his upper body and face would be filmed, avoiding his hands. Thus, Lu Wei reluctantly participated in the interview, fabricating a few words. He mentioned that, having acquired the means, he wished to give back to society. During his visit to western Sichuan, he noticed the educational facilities in the mountainous areas were lacking, hence his desire to contribute, however modestly. He expressed his hope that the children would receive an education, that they would not have to brave the winter, with frost upon their heads, trudging to school, and wished for warmer schools to facilitate their learning. After a lengthy, harmonious discourse, he managed to appease the media. Following the interview, Lu Wei and Wang Yimou ventured to the market to select some clothing and appliances. They intended to express their gratitude to Zhuoya's family for their hospitality. The young girl had even helped him retrieve his phone, and he wished to thank her properly. The village had recently acquired electricity, yet Zhuoya's household possessed few appliances, with only a small television in their home. Lu Wei sought to provide them with something practical, knowing they would find it difficult to decline such a gift. He selected a range of appliances, including a washing machine and television, purchasing nearly everything available in the local electronics store. He arranged for a delivery truck and planned to accompany them to the countryside to deliver the goods. Should we purchase some educational materials for Zhuoya? It presents a bit of a dilemma. Acquiring a plethora of supplementary resources might seem ungrateful, given how kindly she has been treated. It would be a grave error to burden her with 10 sets of Huanggang materials. Wang Yimou selected a plush mask for little Zhuoya, along with a backpack and stationery, supplemented with a few extracurricular books, which should suffice. Lu Wei discreetly withdrew several thousand yuan from the bank and quietly placed the cash into the young girl's backpack. After a 3-hour journey, they finally arrived at the entrance of little Zhuoya's village. The large black dog barked incessantly as usual. It was no longer the weekend, and Juya had returned to school. Therefore, upon its few barks, Juya did not appear, but rather an older Tibetan sister emerged. Lu Wei and Wang Mo alighted from the vehicle, while the sister animatedly gestured, communicating in a manner akin to sign language, yet none could comprehend the other's words. Lu Wei signaled to the truck driver to assist with unloading the cargo. The Tibetan sister anxiously gestured once more, then hurried off into the village to seek assistance. A few elderly individuals and children gathered at her doorstep. Yet finding someone who spoke Mandarin proved quite a challenge. As they unloaded, the Tibetan sister returned with another woman of similar age. Hello, Juya's mother cannot speak Mandarin, so I was asked to assist her in communication. Oh, it's all right. We just returned unexpectedly. As long as she is not frightened, that's good. She inquired why they had brought such items. These are gifts to express gratitude to Juya. Upon translation, Juya's mother quickly shook her head and hurriedly expressed a flurry of words. She insisted, you needn't send her gifts like this. We have already expressed our thanks a few days ago. Please take the items back. Lu Wei shook his head, insisting that old Zhou and the driver continue unloading everything into the yard. Now that it has all been delivered, how could we possibly take it back? Lu Wei urged Wang Mo to persuade her, as communication between women often proved easier. Juya's mother could only ask someone to fetch Juya's father. For this situation was far too significant, and she felt utterly at a loss. Once the cargo was unloaded, the truck driver needed to return to the county. Old Zhou discreetly slipped the driver 200 yuan for his journey home. Everyone received gifts, except for the large black dog, which Lu Wei could only apologize to while patting its head. It could not consume dog food, nor was there any concept of dog toys. It might be better to buy it a companion. After unloading, Juya's mother hastily boiled water to prepare butter tea and presented some jerky to entertain their guests. When Juya's father returned, he was taken aback by the pile of items in the yard. This Cam man stuttered slightly, saying, this is too much. We cannot possibly accept this. Brother, this is merely a token of gratitude. Please do not refuse. Look, I have brought it right to your doorstep. Do you intend to send it away? He was at a loss for words, his hands fidgeting as he wiped his clothes anxiously. Amid the admiration of the villagers, he ushered a few inside, then stepped out from the crowd to request that anyone in the village with sheep sell one dam, so that his brothers and uncles could help him express his gratitude to Lu Wei and the others. The villagers learned that just a few days prior, Joy had ventured into the mountains and encountered two individuals in distress, whom she rescued and brought back. Now, those individuals had come to express their gratitude. Envy surged among the villagers, who often explored the mountains themselves but had not stumbled upon such fortune. It was disheartening to see this young girl fortunate enough to seize it. They lamented, wishing they had taken the opportunity to wander into the mountains that day. Gazing at the splendid new television, Juya's father exclaimed with excitement. Juya was at school, but upon her return to see the television, she would surely be delighted to watch cartoons. The villagers looked on with admiration, discussing the television as if it were akin to attending a cinema. They had heard that the screens in theaters were of similar grandeur. After dinner that evening, Lu Wei and his companions graciously declined Juya's father's offer for them to stay the night, suggesting instead that old Zhou drive them back to town, where they could find a hotel for the night. Lu Wei left his contact number with Juya's father, assuring him that he would be willing to assist in any future matters. Chapter 247. Bringing the children to the capital, the three spent the night in town and set off for the county city early the next morning. Little Juya remained at school, so they did not wish to disturb her. Upon returning to the county city, Lu Wei spent a day with Wang Mo before escorting her to her school, where her teaching duties were set to commence. Any further delay would render her visit merely a leisure trip. During Lu Wei's previous visit, he had brought a plethora of supplies, and nearly all the teachers at the school remembered him. When they saw Wang Mo alight from Lu Wei's vehicle, their expressions conveyed understanding. Such a beautiful girl surely attracted a suitable companion, and indeed, upon seeing Lu Wei, they felt he was quite a match. Any lingering hopes from the male teachers regarding Wang Mo were swiftly extinguished. The principal warmly invited Lu Wei to sit in his office, and after Wang Mo busied herself, Lu Wei had nowhere else to go but to engage in conversation with the principal. The selection of this school was purely fortuitous. Lu Wei had chosen it almost at random. However, a series of events unfolded, leading to this very moment. They discussed the school's overall academic conditions and the backgrounds of the students. Lu Wei furrowed his brow, noting that the challenges faced here were indeed far greater than those in his hometown. Is there anything the school currently lacks? Lu Wei inquired. At present, we are not in need, as long as the children can attend classes diligently. We are immensely grateful for your support and the books and equipment you have provided, which have filled the gaps we faced. We are already in a much better position than many other schools, the principal replied. Should any difficulties arise in the future, please do not hesitate to reach out to the county. I have connections there and will strive to assist you, Lu Wei assured him. Thank you, Mr. Lu. The principal responded gratefully. During lunchtime, Lu Wei made his way to the playground, where he observed Wang Mo engaging in games with the children. The atmosphere was delightful, and watching the joyous expressions of the children transported Lu Wei back to his own carefree childhood days, where he would return home after school to tend to cattle, oblivious to the lessons at hand, even as he sat at the front of the classroom without anyone to oversee his studies. After some time, the children implored Wang Mo to tell them a story. They gathered in a circle around her, eagerly listening as she spun tales for their delight. Teacher, could you share the story of the capital with us? I have heard it is exceptionally beautiful and serves as the heart of our nation. However, since you have not visited it yourself, how can we proceed with this topic? Perhaps we could explore another subject? Upon hearing this, Lu Wei felt a spark of inspiration and suddenly conceived an idea. After Wang Mo concluded her storytelling session and the children dispersed, Lu Wei took her aside and said, "Come, let us visit the principal's office. I wish to discuss something with you." "Ah, what is it?" she inquired. "There must be numerous children here from underprivileged families, correct?" "Indeed, many would not send their children to school were it not for the free primary education. Our 9-year compulsory education is sometimes difficult to implement here. Then these children have likely never ventured far from home and remain oblivious to the world beyond. They may see it on television, yet the reality eludes them. Many might never step outside, only leaving when they turn 16 to seek work. How about this? I will provide funding specifically for some of these children to visit the capital, to witness the Great Wall and Tiananmen Square, allowing them to broaden their horizons and engage in a profound journey of patriotic education. Wouldn't this be considered a form of educational support?" "What?" Wang Mo was taken aback by Lu Wei's proposition. She too had never visited the capital, and truth be told, the idea stirred her heart. These children had not even visited the provincial capital of Rongqing. However, as she pondered Lu Wei's mention of funding, she realized that their school had over 100 students across several grades. "What are you talking about? How many children would that involve, and what would the costs be?" "Don't worry, we could charter a plane, making the round trip quite convenient. Financial concerns should not deter us, but consider the sheer number of students. How could we accommodate them all?" Lu Wei insisted, taking Wang Mo to the principal's office. Upon their arrival, the principal, seeing Lu Wei and Wang Mo enter, was initially apprehensive, wondering if someone had bullied Wang Mo and she had come to report it. After Lu Wei articulated his plan, the principal was left astounded. He too had never been to the capital and felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. "Mr. Lu, your idea has truly astonished me. I scarcely know how to respond. Do not worry, we can discuss this further. This is merely my proposal, and it will require your assistance to bring it to fruition. Is this truly feasible? The expenses involved are substantial, considering food, accommodation, and transportation. The costs alone would be considerable. Rest assured, I will collaborate with a travel agency to manage all the arrangements. We simply need to provide the participants." The principal stood up and bowed to Lu Wei. "Regardless of the outcome, we must extend our heartfelt gratitude to you on behalf of the children." Feeling somewhat uncomfortable at the gesture of respect from someone significantly older, Lu Wei stepped aside. No, please do not bow to me. I would rather not shorten my lifespan." Wang Mo could not help but stifle a laugh at the scene. "Thus, we shall initially set aside 50 slots. You may determine the appropriate number of students and teachers. I will then reach out to a travel agency. Our aim is to make this an annual event. What do you think?" "Excellent. Once you finalize it, Mr. Lu, you are truly a benevolent person." The principal could not help but praise him once more, and of course, Wang Mo had no objections. For the first phase, let Wang Mo take charge of the coordination. Returning to the county's education bureau, he approached the director, requesting the approval of leave for the students and an additional 50 slots for the entire county. Ensuring that the elementary school of Zhuya was included, with Zhuya herself on the list as well, the director readily agreed. What fortune they had this year, with so many individuals assisting them. Consequently, Wang Mo accompanied Lu Wei back to Rongqing, where they sought a travel agency to facilitate this endeavor. After comparing several options, they selected a few reputable agencies to provide quotes and itinerary proposals. They swiftly dismissed those that quoted adult prices, as surely they understood that elementary students typically did not require tickets. They emphasized repeatedly that this was an educational expedition for the students, with supervision throughout, warning the agencies to be mindful of their approach, otherwise, their reputations could suffer. Ultimately, one agency emerged victorious, quoting 2,000 per person. Lu Wei promptly signed the contract, urging them to expedite the arrangements, ensuring that a plan was in place within days for the group's departure. The travel agency confirmed the arrangements, and news of the meeting spread throughout the county, eliciting envy from many. For their locality, the opportunity to visit the provincial capital was already commendable, let alone the chance for these children to journey to the capital city. Chapter 248. The instigator emerges. Rongqing is an ancient city with a history that can be traced back to the Qin dynasty. The cultural heritage of this region is profound, featuring historical figures such as the governor who managed water control, the three brothers of the Peach Garden Oath, and the diligent Kong Ming, who devoted himself until death. In modern times, it is lauded as one of the happiest cities to live in. The song celebrating Rongqing prompted Lu Wei to visit a small tavern on Yulin Road, where he found the nightlife to be both sophisticated and leisurely. The most captivating aspect of Rongqing is undoubtedly its city center, the vibrant Taiku Li, where prosperity converges. Although it was winter, the allure of the city's beautiful women, often seen strolling the streets, was undeniable, while the source of their allure may remain a mystery. It was certainly a feast for the eyes. After spending 2 days in Rongqing, Lu Wei found himself somewhat bored alone. So he had Lao Zhou return to the company to hand over tasks. Lu Wei gave him a personal red envelope, which brought a smile to his face. He exclaimed, "Boss, I invite you to dance salsa." "Dance? With a man like you?" Lu Wei responded with evident disdain, prompting Lao Zhou to hastily clarify. "This salsa dancing is unique. It's not about dancing with me. The dance hall is filled with many women, and you can choose whomever you like. It's quite enjoyable." "Sounds rather uninteresting," Lu Wei replied, shaking his head. Lao Zhou, disappointed, lamented that his boss lacked a sense of enjoyment. Lu Wei too shook his head, in his mind. Dance halls were reminiscent of the discotheques of over a decade ago, which had long since faded away. The salsa dance failed to pique Lu Wei's interest, and after purchasing some local specialties, he hastily boarded a flight back to the bustling metropolis. Upon returning to the Seaview Garden, he found the house empty. Lu Wei had bought some ingredients at the riverside market, planning to treat Yang Wan to hot pot that evening. When Yang Wan arrived home, The enticing aroma of hot pot greeted her as she stepped inside, prompting her to rush to the kitchen. Upon seeing the familiar figure, she immediately enveloped him in a warm embrace. You returned quietly without telling me. Lu Wei playfully pinched Yang Wan's nose. If I had informed you, how could I surprise you? Quickly change your clothes. We are having hot pot tonight. You're so annoying. Thankfully my nose is real, or you would have broken it. She replied teasingly. Is there any part of you that isn't real? Let me check. Lu Wei quipped, attempting to use his dragon claw hand, his right hand still bandaged, with dark red scabs visible. Yang Wan initially intended to evade him, but upon seeing the scabs on his hand, her heart ached, and she grasped his hand gently. What happened to your hand? Did it hurt? It's nothing. It doesn't hurt anymore, just a bit of scraped skin. The slope there is steeper than the mountains back home. And I slipped, landing on my hand. Yang Wan tenderly caressed Lu Wei's palm. You should refrain from taking risks in the future. If you wish to show your love, you could simply donate. You can have others go instead. Haha, I used to chop wood in the mountains often as a child. This is nothing, Lu Wei reassured her. Now go change your clothes, dinner awaits. He playfully scratched Yang Wan's nose and ushered her out of the kitchen. Ultimately, the allure of the hot pot won Yang Wan over, and the two immersed themselves in the delightful meal. Lu Wei had only spent a couple of days in the metropolis, merely taking the time to visit Li Wanqing before rushing back to the capital. Wang Fan called him, informing him that they had made progress in investigating the previous incident of sabotage, and preparations for the second horse racing event were about to commence. Lu Wei did not return to the club. Instead, he was picked up from the high-speed train station and brought to the club city clubhouse. Wang Fan and the others were already waiting for him there. The clubhouse was established to facilitate member registrations and inquiries. Later, they invested in renting a space indoors, turning it into the club's forefront in the city, a place Wang Fan frequently visited. You've returned. We've all been waiting for you. Waiting for what? I just got back from Western Sichuan a couple of days ago, Lu Wei replied. Why are you so enthusiastic about charity? A simple donation would suffice. Why go through the trouble of running around? Wang Fan questioned, puzzled. Well, in the past, I was poor and didn't have many thoughts on such matters. Now that I have the means, I feel a responsibility to help those I can. Earning so much money, I can't spend it all myself. And being able to assist others in changing their circumstances is quite fulfilling. You have such high ideals. I feel ashamed in comparison, Wang Fan commented. And they shared a laugh. Ahem, enough flattery. I rushed here from the metropolis not to hear you praise me. Right, let's get to business. Lin Xian poured Lu Wei a glass of wine, and then Wang Fan began to speak. A few days ago, we apprehended the contact person. After interrogation, it was revealed that the mischief was orchestrated by a nearby golf club, envious of our membership, believing we were competing directly with them. Competing? What nonsense is this? Is he not a golfer? What relevance does that have to our equestrian endeavors? Ah, that fool believes we recruit only the finest members and perceives us as a threat, thus harboring animosity. He seeks to undermine us while we are vulnerable, hoping to sabotage our events. Does the opposing party realize we are aware of their schemes? It's unclear, but with his associates apprehended, they might suspect as much. What audacity does he possess to provoke you? This is precisely the conundrum that perplexes Lu Wei. Wang Fan, as the son of a tycoon, is no ordinary individual, and even the government would hesitate to confront him. A newly affluent individual, having made some investments and gathered a few second-generation elites in the capital, now considers himself formidable. He looks down upon me, dismissing me as a squanderer incapable of achieving anything. Yet he did not anticipate my father's support attracting substantial investors, thus forcing them to resort to underhanded tactics. Ha, you have encountered a rival. Rival my foot. I haven't even retaliated, and he is already quaking in fear. Wang Fan spat, utterly disdainful of his opponent. Clearly, he underestimates you. He appears to be quite the nouveau riche. He must possess some assets. His name is Yuan Ning, and like you, he is involved in financial investments. Having entered the market in the 1990s, amassing a fortune, likely in the billions, Wang Fan divulged all he knew and then inquired. Now this golf club has effectively declared war on us. What should we do? Perhaps I should hire someone to investigate their accounts? Qin Song suggested, seemingly possessing the necessary connections. Should we create some trouble for him? Such individuals no longer merely look down upon you, Wang Fan, but also regard us with disdain. It's time for retaliation. Lin Xian scoffed. Creating trouble is not a complicated task. Have they made any recent moves? Lu Wei inquired. Not for the time being. But given this person's temperament, he is unlikely to abandon his pursuits easily. Wang Fan contemplated the information he had gathered, revealing that this individual's methods of making money over the years have been rather ruthless. Chapter 249. Wherever there is wanton, I shall mingle. Let us observe for now. Engaging in this back and forth is not a viable strategy, as there is no substantial conflict. If he persists, we shall decisively eliminate him. Lu Wei proposed his opinion. Maintaining amicable relations fosters prosperity. Ah Wei, do not falter. We need not fear anyone. Qin Song and Lin Xian encouraged him. Indeed, while I may not excel in business and generally avoid confrontation, I cannot allow anyone to trample over me. We must stand our ground. It's not a life and death struggle. And if it comes to it, our fathers will intervene. Wang Fan understood the situation well, recognizing that if they provoked him, he could not allow them to thrive, lest he be seen as easy prey, becoming a target in the future. Alas, it is not that I wish to confront them. Rather, I hope they reveal more vulnerabilities, allowing us to strike decisively and dismantle them. My goodness, you are even more ruthless than I, aspiring to bring them down. Brother, I admire your spirit. Haha, Wei. I never imagined you to be such a person. Wait, don't make it seem like I'm the instigator here. One can only blame this individual for being so audacious as to provoke us. Isn't it the audacity bestowed upon us by the three of you that led me to think this way? Lu Wei smiled wryly, as he merely sought to resolve matters once and for all. Oh, don't be modest. Rest assured, whatever brilliant ideas you have, feel free to share them. The three of us will undoubtedly stand by your side. All right, let me ponder this for a moment. It's baffling, really. They play their game while we ride our horses. There should be no conflict. Why must they come at us like this? Why doesn't he, the largest golf course in the West, dare to stir trouble? They truly regard our galloping steeds as soft persimmons. Indeed, we must show him a thing or two. Otherwise, Qin Song and I will have wasted our time in this city. Lin Ergo stood up in agreement, as the three young rascals were unwilling to let this matter slide. Now that they knew who the mastermind was, how could they simply turn the page? Ha ha so. Wang Fun, where do you hail from? I wander wherever Wantong exists, that's where I go. Impressive, as always, Wang Fun. Enough with the chatter. Focus on your research. It would be best to acquire those scoundrels' golf club and give them a taste of their own medicine. After a brief discussion, they decided to change venues. Their own clubhouse was rather plain, better suited for business than leisure. As the weather had turned chilly, Wang Fun suggested, let us go to a sauna and enjoy some hot springs. The trio's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. On such a cold day, warmth would surely be quite pleasant. Not envying the birds of Tianqi, but willingly becoming a person of the hot springs. Xiaotangshan, a renowned hot spring town in the capital, is located in the northern part of the city, dotted with various hot spring pools. In ancient times, hot springs were referred to as tang, hence the name Xiaotangshan. Since the establishment of the Yuan dynasty in Dadu, Xiaotangshan has been discovered, and countless emperors from the Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties have likely spent many nights soaking in its waters, making it a royal bathing retreat. Thus, the lifestyle of the affluent is undeniably distinct. Even their hot spring experiences differ vastly. Firstly, the wealthy would never indulge in bathing alone. They would at least bring companions, whether men or women, depending on the occasion. As Wang Fun and his companions set off, he mentioned that they would be picking up a few more individuals. Upon arrival, they discovered a few unfamiliar young ladies. Wang Fun explained that they were newly acquainted friends, and he thought it would be nice to engage with them. His hobby revolved around networking with internet celebrities, and the others understood. If she brought her friends along, then they would all join in the fun. This was Lu Wei's first experience soaking in hot springs in the north, and the cold weather made it quite suitable. Wang Fun led the group to a hot spring establishment, where they had to verify his membership card upon entering, giving it an exclusive and high-end ambience. However, with so many paparazzi following Wang Fun, this private venue offered him a bit more protection, as he was often in the spotlight for his romantic escapades. The decor was indeed luxurious, featuring a grand bronze door adorned with a plaque inscribed with the words "Atan," evoking a sense of nobility, while the floor was laid with white marble. As they entered the lobby, they noted that the staff were dressed in traditional attire. Welcome, esteemed gentlemen and lovely ladies, to Longtang. May I inquire if you have a reservation? A woman clad in the elegant attire of the Tang or Song dynasty approached to greet them, her beauty radiating with at least a 7 or 8 out of 10. Wang Fun presented his esteemed VIP card to her. Upon seeing it, the woman in traditional dress offered a modest bow. Welcome, young Master Wang. Please, take your seat. She gracefully led Wang Fun and his companions to their private room. This establishment, known for its indulgent hot springs, was reputed to offer a day filled with culinary delights, entertainment, and relaxation. Shall you dine first, and then enjoy the springs? Or the other way around? The beauty inquired softly. Let us dine first, otherwise, I may faint from hunger in the hot springs. Very well, here's the menu. Please. Young master, make your selections. Wang Fun accepted the menu and eagerly began to order a plethora of dishes, focusing solely on their names rather than their prices. Yet, the names left him utterly bewildered. Phoenix welcomes spring, auspicious dragon soars, abundance of gold and jade, beauty adorned with flowers, 5 blessings arrive. Farewell, my concubine. And the city drenched in golden armor. Once he finished ordering, his companions wore expressions of confusion, glancing at the beauty with each dish name, hoping for an explanation. However, she merely smiled faintly, offering no further words. Lu Wei stifled a laugh, relieved that Wang Fun hadn't ordered anything like pure as crystal. Azure dragon emerges from the sea, or gathering of heroes. What is the matter? Do you wish to eat them? I can add them to the order. Wang Fun said grandly. Lu Wei quickly shook his head. No, I merely meant to steer you clear of those dishes. If you ordered them, you might be left utterly exasperated. Curiosity piqued, Wang Fun replied. Now I'm rather intrigued. I can't resist the temptation to try. His expression suggested he was inviting mischief upon himself. Enough. I truly don't want to incur your wrath, he conceded, when the dishes finally arrived. The expression on Wang Fun's face was akin to that of an actor performing a tragic role. His countenance was one of despair. Who in their right mind came up with these names? It's absurd. Farewell, my concubine is just stewed turtle with chicken. The city drenched in golden armor is simply corn fritters. As they dined, laughter filled the air as they joined Wang Fun in his lighthearted complaints, concluding their meal. After engaging in a few rounds of games, they prepared to indulge in the hot springs. Shall we each enjoy our own soak, or shall we bathe together? Is there a difference? Certainly. If we soak separately, it means we each have our own room, allowing for privacy and the option to retire directly afterward. If we choose to bathe together, we gather in a larger pool. Let us bathe together for now. There is still ample time. Very well. Wang Fun then turned to the several young women, instructing, please change into your bathing attire and meet me in my room shortly. The women immediately responded. We'll be there in no time. Come along. You are in for quite the visual feast. In Chapter 250, a challenge awaits. Winter's chill enveloped them as they basked in the warm waters of the small hot springs, the silky water caressing their skin. Such joy can only be experienced firsthand, revealing why emperors shunned early morning court sessions, especially in the depths of winter, preferring to embrace the beauty of their consorts while luxuriating in the warmth of hot springs, a life akin to that of deities. They first settled into a spacious, private hot spring, large enough to accommodate dozens, nestled within an exclusive room. In this place, there exists no public domain. Those who frequent here possess a measure of wealth, either affluent or at least well-off, harboring a sense of inflated confidence. No one relishes the idea of revealing their vulnerabilities in public, for the discovery of any flaw could prove catastrophic for them. Wang Fun instructed a waiter to deliver several bottles of Ace of Spades champagne, toasting while embracing the young woman beside him. The dazzling whiteness encased in a bikini was somewhat mesmerizing. Those who mingle in such circles are undoubtedly aware of the significance of a well-defined cleavage. After indulging for over an hour, fatigue began to set in. Let us depart. I am inclined to doze off. I need to rest, Wang Fun declared, rising from the hot spring. The petite internet celebrity beside him promptly followed suit, grasping his arm for support. A spark of interest ignited within Wang Fun as he draped his arm over the girl's shoulder. Back to our rooms. We shall continue our conversation later. He waved off. Each individual had secured a private room, complete with an even more secluded hot spring, where one could choose to bathe unclothed. Observing Lin Xian and Qin Song escorting someone away, Lu Wei inquired of the remaining girl. Would you care to join me for another soak? There's a hot spring in my room. With an unspoken understanding, the girl nodded, and together they made their way to Lu Wei's room. As for the warmth and allure of the hot spring within, only they would ever know. By 8 or 9 in the evening, Wang Fun's voice resonated in their group chat, announcing the plan for dinner or a late-night snack. The establishment's upper level boasted entertainment amenities, including karaoke rooms, a spa, and wellness services. Reclining on the spa beds, they resumed discussions about the day's events. The backing of that club comprises several second-generation elites. Could it pose a challenge? Lu Wei pondered, recognizing this as a significant concern. He clung to the notion of being a commoner, striving to distance himself from the realm of officials. Fret not. They are merely the offspring of a few city bureau officials, not formidable figures capable of causing much turbulence. Even the district heads treat me with courtesy. Wang Fun replied nonchalantly. What if we also take a share and bring in some people? Lu Wei suggested tentatively. That is feasible, but only as nominal shares. However, my father advises against entangling ourselves too deeply with such individuals. We are in business, and it's unwise to take sides. This matter is fraught with complications, he remarked. It is indeed perplexing. I harbor a fair amount of apprehension regarding the political sphere. Do any of you have relatives within the system? You ought to consult Ergo and Qin Song. They are well versed in the local dynamics. Fengu, your words seem to belittle us, came a light-hearted retort. But rest assured, those second-generation elites behind the scenes are unlikely to stir trouble. I believe it is merely that individual acting independently. Had those few known it was our gathering, they would not have dared to cause a scene. Qin Song's family still possesses some connections. Qin Song elucidated to Lu Wei, leading him to a moment of clarity. So it becomes a one-on-one confrontation? We merely need to deal with that individual? Almost all of us refrain from leveraging our connections for competition. If it comes to that, it would indeed be a grave matter. Fortunately, it seems we are left to face him in a one-on-one encounter. He is challenging us alone. This individual has made his fortune in financial investments. Wei, you possess expertise in this area, and you shall take the lead while the rest of us provide support. Financial matters? You want me to confront him? As long as he takes the bait, bringing him down should pose no challenge. Lu Wei felt a surge of confidence, as if he were ready to delve into finance. These matters seem trivial. Very well, contemplate how to handle him. I have arranged a court dance performance for you all. Consider it a show of support. Let us enjoy ourselves tonight. Wang Fun steered the conversation back on course, redirecting everyone's focus. Court dance? From the Tang dynasty, perhaps? It wouldn't be the graceful kind, would it? That sounds delightful. I rather enjoy something with substance. During the spa session, the genders were separated, allowing the group to engage without reservation. The evening's entertainment was indeed refreshing. Lu Wei lamented that he had never encountered such forms of amusement before. The venue was respectable, yet the variety of entertainment was endless, ensuring that one would always yearn for a return visit. The next day, Lu Wei returned to the club's racetrack. He fed his victorious steed in the stables and took it out for a leisurely stroll in the practice area. Back in the office, he began to investigate the owner of the golf club. Yuan Ning, a member of the 70s generation, currently serves as the chairman of Haoyan Golf Club. He previously worked in a bank and possesses remarkable investment acumen. After leaving the bank in the 1990s, he shifted his focus to the stock and bond markets, starting with an initial capital of 100,000 yuan, achieving a staggering 1,000-fold return within 5 years, thus becoming a billionaire. Such a formidable figure. A 1,000-fold return in 5 years reflects unparalleled investment talent, having immersed himself in the stock market for many years. Rumors suggest his net worth has soared to at least several billion, all amassed through his ventures in the stock market. He later became a shareholder in numerous publicly listed companies. A person of his stature should be quite proud, especially given the ease with which he amassed his vast fortune in the stock market. His confidence likely surpasses even his own. Lu Wei pondered over his profile. Chapter 251. Yuan Ning, the master of fate. To the north of the capital lies a sprawling golf course, home to the Haoyan Golf Club. Yuan Ning has been somewhat perturbed lately, as he has been unable to reach his cousin for several days. Typically, after completing his tasks, his cousin would venture out for a time, but would occasionally call to assure him of his safety. His cousin, Yuan Xing, has assisted him with various illicit activities, and if he has been apprehended, Yuan Ning must act swiftly to intervene. He does not fear that Yuan Xing would betray him. After all, they are brothers sharing the same grandfather, and he trusts him implicitly. However, should his cousin be captured, each additional day spent in confinement increases the risk, a situation he cannot abide. Lacking passion in the stock market, Yuan Ning turned his attention to building networks. Through various connections, he aligned himself with several offspring of officials. Yuan Ning invested his own capital, offering them equity stakes to collaboratively establish a club, with the hope of leveraging the accumulated experiences of these years. Along with the alliances formed with several second-generation individuals, Yuan Ning aspires to establish a foothold in the grand city of Beijing. Hailing from humble beginnings, Yuan Ning had a clear ambition since his university days to become affluent, no matter the path he would take. Upon graduating, he submitted his resume to all the banks in the capital, believing that finance would be the swiftest avenue to wealth. The allure of banking, with its generous remuneration and benefits, as well as its ability to resolve residency issues, proved to be pivotal in his journey. His initial fortune was built upon the capital amassed during his banking tenure, complemented by his innate talent. Through various ups and downs, within a few short years, he ascended the financial ladder, ultimately becoming a billionaire. In contrast to Lu Wei's modest reputation as a small-time investor on East Road, Yuan Ning's presence in the stock market, particularly at the Jiang Women in the capital, resonates with greater significance. Yuan Ning's journey has been marked by a relentless pursuit of success, driven by both his talent and fortune. Thus, he yearns for the cultivation of connections. When contemplating a retreat from the stock market, he resolved to elevate his club to a more exclusive status. He envisioned a club that exuded aristocracy and, after careful consideration, he opted for golf. Having previously attended numerous golf gatherings, he observed that affluent individuals often indulged in such superficial pursuits, believing that a few rounds of golf elevated their social standing. Once established, the club drew upon the network Yuan Ning had cultivated in the investment realm, and with the occasional visits from a few second-generation members, it garnered a reputation in the northern part of the capital, attracting several billionaires to join. Although it could not rival the grandeur of estate clubs, Yuan Ning remained confident that, with time, he could solidify his establishment's position in the north. Recently, while mingling at the club, he overheard members discussing a newly opened equestrian club nearby. Initially, he paid little heed, considering that golfing and horseback riding were entirely disparate activities. However, it wasn't long before he noticed the discussions among his club's members intensifying, with some even going to great lengths to seek recommendations for membership at the equestrian club. This piqued Yuan Ning's interest. As was his habit, he began to gather intelligence. In his previous investment endeavors, he meticulously compiled detailed information on potential targets before contemplating any action. Upon uncovering details about the equestrian club, he was taken aback, exclaiming in frustration that this was precisely the venture he had envisioned. His significant investment of billions in the golf club aimed to foster connections to expand his investment horizons. The intelligence was infuriating. The lowest tier of members at the equestrian club were the highest-ranking members of his golf club. The starting point for others was the pinnacle he had strived so hard to attain. Now, with his own members expressing a desire to migrate to the equestrian club, the proud Yuan Ning found it intolerable. The information revealed that the chairman of the equestrian club was none other than the son of the wealthiest individual, Wang Fun, a squanderer who merely leveraged his father's connections to assert dominance. You are merely the fortunate offspring of a wealthy father, in all other respects. Your endeavors are nothing short of dismal. A fine hand is laid waste upon the battlefield of investment, trampled by capital until it lies in tatters, resulting in substantial losses. Yuan Ning looked down upon Wang Fun with disdain, dismissing this second-generation scion who relied solely on his father. A true case of mud that cannot be lifted from the wall. Particularly now, Wang Fun merely lounges upon the comforts provided by women. Though pleasant, it lacks ambition. For someone who has risen from nothing, only the likes of Wang Muchuan could earn his respect. From a modest beginning of 10,000, he has amassed a fortune in the billions. Even if he were to contend against fate, Yuan Ning felt confident he could triumph. However, he was vexed by the disadvantage of his starting point and could not bear to witness the loss of his members. Although that equestrian club had the backing of a billionaire, he was not competing directly against the tycoon. He still held confidence in undermining such extravagant pursuits. Previously, Wang Fun had invested in a gaming livestream platform, which ultimately collapsed, seemingly without intervention from Wang Muchuan. Should their club falter, Wang Muchuan would likely remain uninvolved. Yuan Ning regarded the other shareholders of the Galloping Horses Club with indifference. Lin Xian and Qin Song were a decade younger and insignificant to him, while Lu Wei was merely an obscure player with a small company, hardly worthy of note. To bring about its downfall, he devised a preliminary plan to tarnish its reputation. Given the inherent dangers of equestrian activities, he contemplated instigating an incident that would make past clients reconsider their safety, whether entering the circle was worth the potential risk to life. He enlisted the help of his cousin, sharing his thoughts and instructing him to execute the plan, which his cousin deemed straightforward, merely a matter of spending some money. However, he was unprepared for the magnitude of Wang Fun's influence on the internet. Under his arrangements, Wang Fun swiftly ascended the trending charts, becoming a target of public ire. That day, Yuan Ning was pleased with the direction of events and rewarded his cousin with additional funds to escalate the situation. To his dismay, within just one night, Wang Fun and his associates turned the tide, leaving Yuan Ning both furious and frustrated. When he received a call from his cousin, informing him of a police investigation, he advised him to lay low for a few days. He had underestimated Wang Fun's connections with law enforcement. Nearly a month had passed without the case being dismissed, and his cousin had vanished, leaving Yuan Ning too apprehensive to reach out. Chapter 252. Lu Wei hires bodyguards. Yuan Ning believed that the police had not traced back to him, and therefore his cousin was likely in the clear. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Wang Fun had already uncovered the mastermind behind the scheme, using his cousin's identity information. Over the years, Yuan Ning had amassed wealth through unscrupulous means. When faced with inflated prices for potential investments, he would employ tactics to discredit the target, creating chaos to drive prices down, a strategy that had proven effective time and again, saving him considerable sums. Once his cousin returned, Yuan Ning planned to devise alternative methods to prevent the exodus of his members. With both establishments so closely situated, patrons drawn to equestrian pursuits would be disinclined to return for golf. The rivalry must continue. As Yuan Ning contemplated how to advance his plans upon his cousin's return, Lu Wei had gathered a considerable understanding of Yuan's personal history. The information acquired by Wang Fun through a private investigator provided some insight into the narrative surrounding Yuan Ning. In a bygone era, this individual might have been a formidable warlord, embodying the philosophy of I would rather betray the world than be betrayed by it. His approach to achieving his goals was marked by a willingness to employ unscrupulous methods. Lu Wei shook his head, reflecting on his own naivety. How could he possibly compete with such a person? He found himself ensnared in profound contemplation. First and foremost, safety was paramount. He needed to consult Jiang Baiyan to ascertain whether any retired personnel from the security team could be recruited as his driver and bodyguard. Additionally, it would be prudent to devise a strategy capable of incapacitating Yuan Ning decisively, ensuring he would not recover, a daunting challenge. As Lu Wei did not excel in the art of intrigue, he wondered if Wang Fun and his companions had any ideas. 3 heads could rival Zhuge Liang's genius. Although these 3 possessed resources superior to his own, if they were not utilized, they might remain blissfully indifferent to the looming threats. After pondering for a considerable time in the office without arriving at a solution, Lu Wei resolved to secure a bodyguard first. He proceeded to Jiang Baiyan's office, where Jiang was engrossed in planning the second phase of the horse racing event. Upon Lu Wei's entrance, Jiang promptly inquired, "Director Lu, is there something you need?" "Old Jiang, has Director Wang informed you about the developments regarding the sabotage incident at our club?" "No. Director Wang merely advised me to enhance security measures and pay closer attention to details." "I see. Allow me to elaborate." Lu Wei settled onto the sofa, and Jiang joined him. Lu Wei succinctly recounted the situation, eliciting a sense of helplessness from Jiang, who lamented that their diligent efforts had attracted unwelcome attention. "Director Lu, what should we do moving forward?" There's a saying, a thief can operate for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. If our adversary persists in their pursuit, they will inevitably uncover our vulnerabilities and disrupt us again. Do not fret. We will deliberate on how to counteract him. Your priority should be to fortify the foundational details and security. Understood. I have recently recruited several retired soldiers to bolster our club's security, and they are already in place. What a coincidence, old Jiang. I came to discuss the selection of a driver and bodyguard from among the security personnel. Lu Wei was pleasantly surprised. I will call them over, Director Lu. You may choose. Very well. Please provide me with the profiles and gather all the retired personnel in the conference room for an interview. Certainly. Jiang Baiyan made a phone call to request the personnel files and to convene the retired security staff. Once Jiang completed the arrangements, Lu Wei rose to his feet. Continue with your tasks. I can handle the interviews myself. This matter is trivial and does not require your presence. Lu Wei proceeded to the interview room, where he found the HR manager waiting. Together, they entered the conference room, and upon the arrival of the assembled candidates, the interviews commenced. Lu Wei's requirements were rather straightforward. Recently discharged from the military and not more than 6 months have passed, he preferred individuals who spoke little, possessed a meticulous mindset, and demonstrated integrity. Hence, his inquiries were simple, encompassing 3 questions. 1. What was your greatest gain from your time in the military, and what skills do you excel in? 2. In the event of a crisis involving those you protect, what would be your immediate reaction? 3. How would you describe your relationship with your family, particularly your parents? With only a few questions, each candidate was allotted approximately 3 minutes for their interview. Indeed, having recently transitioned from military life, most still exhibited the discipline of their former service. Upon entering, they would announce themselves with a respectful report, only taking a seat upon receiving permission, maintaining an upright posture that made Lu Wei uncomfortable with any semblance of laxity. During their responses, they focused ahead, hands resting firmly on their thighs. Lu Wei, while jotting down their answers, also took note of their demeanor. Though not necessarily a strict assessment of their appearance, he regarded their presence with interest. During his prior visit to Mongolia, he observed that Wang Fun's bodyguards were still adept with firearms, an indication of Lu Wei's appreciation for military skills such as marksmanship and combat proficiency. After the interviews, 2 individuals remained, both of whom had previously won military combat championships. Although their responses were somewhat hesitant, Lu Wei found them appealing, favoring those who exhibited sincerity. The records indicated that both had held the rank of sergeant prior to their discharge, were highly skilled militarily, and were capable drivers. One was named Song Shan, approximately 1.8 meters tall, significantly more robust than Lu Wei, hailing from the eastern region of Shandong. The other was Zhou Yu, from southern Hunan, of similar height to Lu Wei, which was considered tall in the southwestern context. Though not as physically imposing as Song Shan, Zhou Yu exuded a sense of agility. Lu Wei was particularly moved when Zhou mentioned his parents, his eyes welling with tears. Bodyguards are not impervious and require shifts, hence the selection of these 2 individuals. In the conference room, with the HR manager having departed, only the 3 remained. Lu Wei addressed them. The purpose of today's interviews was to find a bodyguard. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Wei, the vice chairman of Wanma Bending. You two have successfully passed my interview and will be responsible for accompanying me. Do you have any objections? If you prefer, you may return to your previous security roles. They exchanged glances, astonished that the HR manager had summoned them for an interview that ultimately involved selecting a bodyguard for their boss. This young man was, in fact, their employer. Excuse me, do you provide meals and accommodation? I have quite an appetite, Song Shan inquired, standing at attention. Yes, indeed. If you agree, you will become my personal bodyguards, with your salaries paid directly by me. For the time being, it is set at 20,000 yuan per month, with meals and accommodation included, and bonuses to be determined later. All right, boss, I'm in, Song Shan replied eagerly. I agree as well, Zhou Yu nodded in affirmation. Chapter 253, a strategic thought. With his bodyguard secured, Lu Wei planned to transfer their social security to the company in the metropolis. As he prepared to head out, he inquired, are you both familiar with driving? Boss, may we explore a bit? Although we possess driving licenses, we are apprehensive about handling your exquisite vehicle. Zhou Yu and Song Shan lacked confidence in driving, having only operated larger vehicles during their military service. All right, let's proceed. I shall speak with the administrative department to arrange a car for you to practice with. I need to leave in an hour. Is that acceptable? Boss, we assure you it will be fine. Lu Wei escorted the two to the administrative office, retrieved the keys to a Maybach, and enlisted an experienced driver to familiarize them with the vehicle. Lu Wei then returned to Jiang Baiyan's office to discuss the details of the upcoming horse racing event, as he had just returned and was somewhat out of the loop. In the second month of the club's operation, membership had doubled. Notably, several executives from state-owned enterprises, introduced by Wang Muchuan, had become members. The number of Qianli members had also increased by over 10 through referrals and internal recruitment, while the number of Bailey members had surpassed 400. This time, 40 participants had registered for the event, with a total of 40 horses set to race over 4 rounds. The statistics indicated a positive trend. There were approximately 30,000 individuals in the capital with assets exceeding 100 million, still far from full coverage, indicating substantial work ahead. With the growing membership, the demand for enhanced club facilities was pressing, and expansion could not be delayed. Taking advantage of the winter season, the practice area could be enlarged. All of this required financial backing, and Jiang Baiyan found himself in a tight spot. Lu Wei assured him that he would resolve the capital increase issue upon returning home that night. After an extensive discussion with Jiang Baiyan, Lu Wei gained valuable insights and offered some rudimentary suggestions on various matters. He only took his leave once Zhou Yu and Song Shan returned to report, as he intended to seek out Wang Fun and his associates. The weather was frigid, and Wang Fun had invited a few young gentlemen to revel in a private club. After making a phone call to obtain the address, Lu Wei set out with 2 bodyguards. Zhou Yu drove, Song Shan occupied the passenger seat, and Lu Wei sat in the back, already embodying the demeanor of a boss. Upon arrival, they were relieved to find it was not the extravagant Tianshang Renjian. Lu Wei, not being a member, had to call Wang Fun to come down and greet them. Hello? Have you arrived? Please wait a moment. I shall be down shortly. Lu Wei heard Wang Fun's voice, who seemed to be amusing himself with games at the club. Upon hanging up, Lu Wei recalled Wang Fun's earlier remark about humiliating someone using their strengths. This sparked an idea to deal with Yuan Ning, and he chuckled, realizing that Wang Fun had inadvertently inspired him. The bait seemed to have been found. It remained to be seen whether the big fish, Yuan Ning, would take it. When Wang Fun descended, Lu Wei embraced him, causing Wang Fun to recoil in surprise. What the hell? It's only been a day. You're not plotting against me, are you? I'm not into that. Get lost. I just thought of a method to tackle Yuan Ning. Oh, is this place truly a treasure trove of fortune? Come, let us indulge a little more. You may find yourself contemplating even further. Wang Fun, brimming with excitement, pulled Lu Wei towards the club. Oh, why have you brought a bodyguard along? Have you finally decided to enjoy life? It's not that. It's just that Yuan Ning is rather insidious. I must take precautions. Indeed, it is wise to be cautious. Our lives are precious, and we ought to develop with prudence. Hearing Wang Fun's words, Lu Wei fell silent. Have you truly developed with prudence? Aren't you a bit too ostentatious? The entire nation knows which girl you've been with on any given day. You're not developing at all, just becoming more lewd. Huh, you're the lewd one. I'm quite the dashing figure. I believe you're merely envious of me. Ascending to the room above, Wang Fun and several unfamiliar faces were engrossed in a game. What is the point of you torturing noobs every day? You don't understand. I am establishing my dominion in the gaming world, rendering my position unassailable. To meet me is to encounter greatness. I am the king. When it came to gaming, Wang Fun was filled with fervor and confidence. Call Lin, Xin, and Xin Song. I need to discuss matters with the 3 of you. Oh, just wait until I finish this round. Ugh, I'll handle it myself. Lu Wei moved to a nearby resting area to call Lin Ergo and Xin Song, sending them the address to join. The 2, likely unoccupied, agreed to arrive shortly. By the time they arrived, Wang Fun had completed his game. They moved to a quieter room, where the 4 settled down with some drinks. The reason I called you all here is twofold. Originally, there were 3 matters, but I just came up with another. Firstly, our membership has expanded significantly. Our facilities may no longer suffice. Thus, we need to increase investment for the expansion of new practice areas, stables, and member service areas, among others. How much investment do we need? Initially, I'd say we should prepare around 100 million. Alright, we can all contribute proportionately. Ergo, you haven't run out of money, have you? Wang Fun teased Lin Xin. I'm not as extravagant or wasteful as you. I'll transfer the funds tomorrow. Oh, saving money now, are we? Impressive. Are you saving up to get married? Married? There are still too many forests waiting for me. Very well. You've truly absorbed my wisdom. Lu Wei interrupted their banter to continue with the second matter. The second issue concerns how to deal with Yuan Ning. I've thought of a strategy to strike him where he excels, making him furious and causing him to lose heart. What strategy could yield such favorable results? Isn't he reputed to be invincible in investment? He must be quite confident, perhaps even proud of it. I intend to lure him into the investment arena and defeat him there, making him suffer losses that will leave him breathless. Wei, we know nothing of investments. It's all up to you now. Are you confident? Fear not. As long as it's a gamble, I am certain I will prevail, Lu Wei declared with confidence. Very well, what do you need from us? I need your assistance in luring this big fish into the field. Without a reputation, he may remain indifferent. Then Lu Wei and the three others deliberated on strategies, recognizing that they possessed certain resources to exploit in the capital. Chapter 254. The Futures Virtuoso in the Circle. Lu Wei's approach was perceived by some as rather audacious. Would a middle-aged man who has achieved financial freedom truly be concerned with the desire for victory? Lu Wei continued to elucidate, suggesting they should first experiment. Given their limited understanding of the opponent, various methods should be employed. However, they needed to establish a platform initially. His idea was to find a futures company, invest some capital, and organize a futures trading competition with substantial prizes and extensive promotion to attract the individual in question. Alternatively, he could register an investment firm specifically to confront Yuan Ning, making it evident that he was a rival, leading to a direct competition. What do you think of this? Finding a futures company should not pose a problem, as I have acquaintances in the field. However, defeating Yuan Ning, who possesses assets worth billions, would not be a simple task. He would not foolishly invest everything in a trading competition. Even if he were to lose a leg, it would hardly affect him. As a dying centipede does not easily succumb, Wang Fun, who had a better understanding of Yuan Ning's background, offered his insights. It seems we must pursue both avenues concurrently. Let him lose to me in the futures competition while I also interfere with his company's projects. This may drive him to a state of frenzy, rendering him less rational. This approach is feasible. What else do you require from us? In addition to resources from the futures company, it would be prudent to arrange for someone to infiltrate Yuan Ning's company, allowing for subtle movements that could catch his attention and help us gather intelligence on the projects he prioritizes. The three nodded in agreement, affirming their assistance. Should we consider investing in the new company together? No need. I already own an investment firm in Magic City and can simply establish a branch in the capital. As for the rest, this is not a solitary battle. The three of us will support you, sharing the financial burden. Wang Fun persistently encouraged collaboration, demonstrating his loyalty. Very well, let us jointly register a new entity, allowing me to engage with this individual. For now, there are no other options. This course of action seems prudent. We cannot send someone to cause a disturbance on the field and then suffer a mishap. That would be rather base, and our opponent would remain unscathed. The following day, Wang Fun arranged a meeting with the general manager of a futures company in the capital. Zhongxing Futures, ranked outside the top 10 in the region, holds a B rating of BBB, categorizing it as a medium-sized futures firm, perhaps even upper middle tier. In the age of the internet, competition among futures companies is fierce, with dozens vying for business. While they may not thrive, they persist nonetheless. At the meeting, Wang Fun introduced the parties involved. The general manager of Zhongxing Futures, Zhou Tianqing, appeared to be in his 40s. When introducing Lu Wei, Wang Fun mentioned that Lu Wei was also engaged in financial investments, proficient in both futures and stocks. Zhou Tianqing seemed to recognize the name and inquired, Mr. Lu, did you not make an investment in Hong Kong Island in September? Oh, you know Lu Wei? In September. We were indeed in Hong Kong Island. Wang Fun has already mastered the art of quick responses and assisted Lu Wei with his answers. Zhou Tianqing, in a state of excitement, extended his hands to shake Lu Wei's. Mr. Lu, you are now a deity in our futures circle. Your performance in Hong Kong Island is truly awe-inspiring. I never imagined I would have the fortune of meeting you in person today. The fervor of his admiration left both Wang Fun and Lu Wei momentarily stunned. Lu Wei responded with a series of affirmations, shaking hands in acknowledgement. Am I famous in your circle now? Not just famous, but immensely renowned. Your precise operations and the scale of your profits have positioned you as the foremost trader in Asia. When our friends from Hong Kong shared your trading records, we analyzed your delivery slips, which were impeccably executed, effectively harvesting international shorts. Some even liken you to the Soros of China. Observing Zhou Tianqing speak with such eloquence, it appeared that Lu Wei's trading prowess was gradually permeating the financial sphere, gaining recognition from many. With the weight of his reputation, when Lu Wei proposed to host a futures competition under their company's name, offering a prize pool of 10 million, Zhou Tianqing was elated. You truly are a god of wealth. This is a dual boon of fame and fortune. With such an event, the user base for Zhongxing Futures will surely see a significant surge. Zhou Tianqing enthusiastically endorsed the idea, deciding to convene a meeting upon his return to ensure their company also contributes funds for the event. At the end, Lu Wei had a slight request. Feeling somewhat awkward about broaching the subject, Wang Fun, sensing Lu Wei's hesitation, understood what he wished to convey, having previously discussed it with him. Old Zhou, will the data be made public during the competition? Daily equity, positions, and yields of the competitors can be disclosed, but specific holdings cannot be revealed. What about the detailed leaderboard data? Can that be made public? The leaderboard data will be summarized, but not broken down by brokerage. Surely you can view it internally? Yes. We will have access to all delivery slips. Then, Old Zhou, could you copy the delivery slip data for us after the competition each day? Wouldn't that compromise user data? That is not feasible, Mr. Wang. I don't need real-time data. Just the information after trading hours would suffice. Surely, you don't think I, Wang Fun, would sell this data for profit? Zhou Tianqing chuckled awkwardly. No, the data isn't worth even a bottle of wine to you. All right then. Lu Wei merely wishes to analyze the strategies of domestic futures traders to summarize findings. It won't tarnish your company's reputation. Tonight, let me treat you to dinner. And it's settled. Wang Fan chimed in, and Zhou Tianqing finally acquiesced. Very well, I can only provide you both with data after trading concludes. Real-time data cannot be disclosed. Rest assured, consider Lu Wei's reputation in your circle, and your company's trading volume is not substantial enough to sway the entire futures market, correct? Indeed, that is true. Zhou Tianqing nodded, acknowledging that the weight of his company indeed bore little influence. No one would engage in a real trading competition with hundreds of billions at stake. Well, it's settled then. Tonight we shall indulge in a hot spring. He added. Once you have everything in place, I shall assist in promoting it. Upon hearing this, a broad smile spread across Zhou Tianqing's face. If you participate, it would bring me even greater joy. Chapter 255. Invitation to the Trap. On December 1st, the second horse racing event at the Wanma Binting Equestrian Club took place. With the increase in membership, the number of participating horses doubled, totaling over 40, significantly enhancing the event's excitement. It is unclear how Wang Fan persuaded his father, Wang Muchuan, to once again support Wanma Binting, accompanied by several old friends. The grandeur of the horse racing event was unprecedented, with numerous influential figures present, making it even more lively than the previous occasion. The racing was conducted over 2 days, adhering to the previous competition format. Ultimately, the victor was a certain Boss Zhang, raising questions as to whether Wang Muchuan's horse had intentionally underperformed, finishing just ahead behind. That day, many attendees arrived, drawn by the event's reputation. A considerable number successfully acquired memberships, adding around 10 to the 1,000-mile membership and 40 to the 100-mile membership, collectively forming an elite circle within the capital. Zhou Tianqing's futures company had established its platform. They had previously hosted a modest trading competition with minimal prizes, yielding little impact. This time, Lu Wei proposed a prize pool of 10 million, and after discussions among the company's upper management, they resolved to take a bold step into the market, allocating another 10 million budget for the competition. As the competition began to garner attention, the Zhongxin Cup online futures trading contest was announced. Zhou Tianqing initially considered naming it in Wang Fan's honor, but fearing it might raise suspicions, Wang Fan declined. Otherwise, it would have been the Wanma Binting Cup. The competition was divided into advanced, intermediate, and beginner categories, with minimum asset requirements of over 5 million, over 500,000, and over 50,000, respectively. The advanced category's first prize was a direct reward of 5 million in cash, followed by 3 million for second place, 2 million for third, and 10,000 for fourth to 10th places. The intermediate category offered 50,000 for first, 30,000 for second, 20,000 for third, and 5,000 for fourth to 10th places. The beginner category awarded 10,000 for first, 8,000 for second, 5,000 for third, and 1,000 for fourth to 10th places. With a prize pool exceeding 10 million, this was truly a first for the nation. Wang Fan honorably participated in sharing the competition announcement, which astonished netizens and sparked rampant speculation. Was Wang Fan contemplating a career shift from the gaming realm to the financial sector? Futures trading is no trivial matter, should the investment be substantial. It could lead to even quicker losses than in his office. Devoted fans inundated his social media with comments urging him to exercise caution, suggesting that his expenditures on leisure were modest, and imploring him not to recklessly venture into investments that could deplete his fortune. Wang Fan, upon reading these remarks, felt a mix of amusement and irritation. Was he truly perceived as such a frivolous spendthrift in the eyes of the online community? Due to Wang Fan's prominence, this match has garnered significant attention, though it is primarily the casual observers who are merely entertained. The following day, the official Weibo account of the Zhongxin Cup released a news update that left industry professionals astounded. A mysterious operator has joined the Zhongxin Cup. In September, he had an extraordinary performance in Hong Kong, amassing a staggering 50 billion in profits from crude oil futures. This revelation sent shockwaves through the industry. The futures maestro of September has emerged, participating in this live futures competition, becoming an idol-like figure in the field. This futures magnate, after a whirlwind tour of Hong Kong, returned with a fortune in foreign exchange. Only whispers of information circulate among the public. Only the higher-ups are privy to his identity. The opportunity to compete alongside this luminary excites many. Witnessing his trading style could lead to financial freedom. Whether one learns or fails, ultimately depends on the individual. After all, who in this profession doesn't aspire to become the next genius? A moment of enlightenment could elevate one to extraordinary heights. That day, numerous seasoned traders eagerly signed up, significantly boosting the competition's popularity. Zhou Tianqing sent Lu Wei the registration data, which surpassed any previous events by several magnitudes in terms of participation. The surge in account openings was immense, and Zhou Tianqing expressed his deep gratitude for Lu Wei's involvement and Wang Fan's assistance. As the registration period surpassed its halfway mark, it was time for Wang Fan's strategic placements to come into play. The first stage had already been set. Now, it was merely a matter of when Yuan Ning would take the plunge. Inside a towering building in the capital, on the 18th floor, lies Haoyan Investment Company. This is Yuan Ning's fully owned asset management firm, where he also operates a private equity fund. After rising to prominence in the investment world, he discovered that doubling his already substantial wealth of billions proved exceedingly challenging. Consequently, he stepped back from the solitary pursuit of trading and established a company, forming a team for more stable investments. Yuan Ning, feeling the weight of concern in his office, pondered the lack of news about his cousin, contemplating whether to seek new talent, as he had several relatives to consider. He proceeded to the trading room to oversee the day's trading plans. As he approached the entrance, he overheard several traders engaged in conversation. Hey, have you signed up for the Zhongxin Cup? Of course, how could I miss such an opportunity? If I place in the top 3, that would be quite a lucrative reward. Indeed, not only are the prizes substantial, but the thrill of competing alongside that luminary is exhilarating. Who would have imagined that the dominant futures expert from Hong Kong would participate in such a competition? To me, he is the deity of futures trading, Asia's foremost trader, earning 50 billion in a week, vanquishing international shorts. It's awe-inspiring. When will I achieve enlightenment and conquer like him? Overpowering those international titans? Haha, you're dreaming. He is a god. We're merely mortals. Coughing to announce his presence, Yuan Ning entered the trading room. The traders promptly fell silent, greeting him with, "Boss, what were you discussing just now?" "Boss, we were just chatting idly, sharing some amusing stories from the investment circle." "Oh, what amusing tales. Do share them with me." The esteemed capital is currently hosting a futures trading competition organized by Zhongxing Futures, offering an enticing grand prize of 5 million for the first place, with a total prize pool reaching 10 million. Moreover, it was announced yesterday that a legendary trader, widely rumored to be a prominent figure from Hong Kong who has amassed billions, will be participating in this event. With work at hand, Yuan Ning found himself distracted by the conversation. After hearing the trader's explanation, he exited the trading room and returned to his office, where he searched online for details regarding this futures trading competition. Noticing the online accolades showered upon the mysterious trader, Yuan Ning felt a tinge of disdain. After all, he himself is a paragon in the capital's investment realm, a figure of great repute. Surely, the online praise was mere exaggeration. Consequently, he made a call to verify the identity of this enigmatic figure, only to find that his peers in the investment community held him in high regard, lauding him as Asia's foremost trader. Slightly vexed, Yuan Ning opened the registration page for the Zhongxing Cup and began to fill in his information. As the futures trading competition commenced with fervor, Lu Wei chose an audacious name for his entry. "Away, do you want it?" He deposited 100 million into his account, leveraging it to effectively control 1 billion, given the domestic tenfold leverage. While unaware of Yuan Ning's specific data, he assumed that Yuan Ning would be in the advanced group. After all, someone who considers himself a master would hardly settle for a mere 100,000 in the beginner's division. This 100 million was a bait, intended to ignite Yuan Ning's competitive spirit, hoping to engage in a battle of equal capital, potentially yielding an additional billion. The investment company's project was still under review and would not be available immediately, making this their first confrontation. On the first day of trading, Lu Wei, ever the bullish trader, opted to go long on crude oil, convinced of his unwavering bullish stance. After completing his trades, he returned to Shanghai, intending to return once the investment company's project received approval. His primary purpose for this visit was to address the entrepreneurial projects of his former roommates, who had spent the past 2 to 3 months conducting research and practical assessments. It was time to expand their endeavors. Upon his return to Shanghai, Lu Wei followed the address provided and drove to a street in Suhui, where their pet shop was situated. This was their first pilot project, and all 3 partners were actively involved, familiarizing themselves with the relevant operations. Upon entering the shop, Lu Wei noticed the sign above the door, Apid Alliance, a name that clearly indicated their shared passion for pets. Inside, he observed several individuals engaged in various tasks, washing dogs, cleaning, and organizing shelves. "How is everything going?" he inquired with a chuckle. "Ah, Wei Ge has finally graced us with his presence. We were just waiting for your news. Why haven't you hired any staff yet? We thought it best for each of us to rotate through every task before bringing anyone on board. Once we are all familiar with the processes, we can manage 3 stores," one of them replied. "That makes sense," Lu Wei acknowledged as he wandered around the shop, which included a bathing area, a feeding and boarding section, a display area for merchandise, and a resting space. The store spanned approximately 80 square meters, adorned in a modern style. At that time, they pretended to be elsewhere, sending photos to indicate their absence from the bustling metropolis, unable to attend the grand opening. The shop did manage to attract some business. Once they departed, Lu Wei remained in the resting area, uncertain of how he could be of assistance, fearing that his attempts to organize the shelves might only result in further chaos. After a while, he noticed that several young girls frequently visited the shop, their faces lighting up with joy as they played with the small pets in the holding area, reluctant to leave after a delightful session of play. It seemed that, at this rate, the 3 of them would soon find themselves single no longer, thanks to the pets they were selling. With some time left before closing, Lu Wei observed that they were quite busy and decided to venture out to a nearby restaurant, bringing back a few dishes for their dinner. While he took a leisurely stroll first, Chun Lu's residence was not far, and Lu Wei thought he would check on her before returning, believing he had ample time. He purchased a bouquet of flowers downstairs and quietly approached her door. Knocking gently, he heard Chun Lu's voice from within. "Who is it?" "Guess," he replied, curious. Chun Lu peered through the peephole, only to find her view obstructed by the flowers. A flicker of irritation crossed her mind at the thought of a fan discovering her home. "Who are you? If you don't tell me, I'll call the police. Take another look and see who I am." After a moment, she leaned in again, quickly unlocking the door. "Ah, darling, you're here," she exclaimed, leaping into his arms and wrapping her arms around his neck, disregarding the facial mask she was wearing, planting an excited kiss on his cheek. "Why do all girls like to call their partners darling?" Lu Wei chuckled as he pushed the door shut with his backside, embracing Chen Lu as they made their way to the living room. "Have you eaten?" "No, I'm on a diet," she replied playfully. "Oh, that is not good. Let me see where you've gained weight." "Then go ahead and check," Chen Lu said, her eyes shimmering with affection as she gazed at Lu Wei. Now was surely the time for such an inspection. "What have you been busy with lately?" "You haven't come to see me," she continued, tracing circles on his arm with her finger. "I've been investing everywhere. Just returned from the capital today to find you." Without investments, how can I provide for you? You're so annoying. I'm not with you for that, she retorted. But you still need to eat and have a place to stay, he laughed. Had I not made any money, I'd probably still be a lonely bachelor. I'm going out to dinner with some friends later. Would you like to join? Lu Wei inquired. Really? Would you take me with you? Chen Lu exclaimed, astonished that she would be included in his social circle. Yes, they are my college roommates, nearby. I'll take you to dazzle their single friends. Oh, you're so mischievous. Picking on the single ones, she said gleefully as she burrowed under the covers. Hey, we still need to go out, he chided. Lu Wei led Chen Lu to the shop, where the three were busy tidying up. Upon seeing Lu Wei enter with a girl wearing a hat and mask, they all looked up in surprise. Has Lu Wei brought along his wealthy benefactor? But she looks too young. Could she be a rich second generation? One of them exclaimed. Goodness, one can't help but feel inferior when comparing oneself to others. Lu Wei, resembling a dog in appearance, pondered why no one had taken him under their wing. They had all but abandoned any desire to exert effort. Perhaps they would seize an opportunity to inquire about potential introductions to some female companions. Don't just stand there. Hurry and close the door. It's time for us to dine. Oh, right, close the door. You two take a seat first. The trio snapped back to reality, their movements quickening. Chen Lu curiously surveyed the shop and spotted the cats and dogs in the feeding area, happily approaching to take a closer look. Wow, so adorable. Do you like them? Would you consider adopting one? No, I'm often away from home. What would happen to them? They starve. No worries, when you're not home. You can send them here for care until you return. Chen Lu's eyes brightened. Oh, darling, that is quite thoughtful of you. Haha, let us come back to choose tomorrow. We should eat first tonight. All right then. Reluctantly, they departed with Chen Lu. The group climbed into Lu Wei's car, and they instinctively settled into the back seat, with Chen Lu naturally taking the front passenger seat. Upon arriving at the dining venue, they entered a private room and sat down. Chen Lu removed her hat and mask. Isn't that the celebrity? Luo Hui couldn't help but exclaim. All right, this is my woman, Chen Lu. Indeed, she is the star. Hello, sister-in-law. The three greeted in unison. The term sister-in-law made Chen Lu's heart flutter with joy. She had even promised to introduce them to some female friends from the entertainment industry, which thrilled them immensely. Their excitement was only curtailed when the dishes were served. They chatted animatedly while dining. Chapter 257. Future plans for the pet shop. The group engaged in a lively discussion, each expressing their insights and visions for the industry. Overall, after 2 months of operation, they felt optimistic about the future and the potential for growth. With less than a month remaining, their goal for the year was to open 3 stores. I'll inject 5 million into the company's account, and you all should swiftly recruit some staff, establish the company structure, and fill the personnel in the stores. Luo Hui, this is your area of expertise. It's time for you to get busy. 5 million. Way go. Have you become inexplicably wealthy? The figure of 5 million left them momentarily stunned. Haha. Haven't you read the news? I'm friends with Wang Fun. He is helping me in business. Wait, the one from Wan Ma Benteng? You're truly collaborating with him? I thought it was merely a coincidence in names. After all, your name is quite common across the nation. Haha, right, I had forgotten. There are too many with the same name. No one would connect it to me. So low-key. Reminded, Lu Wei acknowledged the commonality of his name. Realizing it was too late to change it, he could only blame old Lu for lacking creativity in naming. You all need to transition from employee roles to becoming managers who run the business, Lu Wei advised. These past few months, I've found bathing the cats and dogs quite enjoyable. I've grown fond of it. It's far more entertaining than a typical job. There is no hope for you now. You might as well take on the responsibility of bathing the pets moving forward. It is not impossible, haha. Recalling the sights of the day, Lu Wei addressed them. I have a suggestion for you all. The shops at the back should be larger, combining leisure with the sale of pet services. I noticed quite a few people today who came merely to observe, particularly eager to touch and interact with the animals. We could develop this service as a business. People can come to pet the animals, but for a fee. We should establish a dedicated area for petting cats and dogs, ensuring visitors have a delightful experience while also increasing our revenue. What do you think? It is feasible, but we would need to expand the store and increase our workforce. I wonder how many people would be willing to pay for such an experience. If you are uncertain, we could conduct an online survey while simultaneously scouting for locations. We must consider areas with a significant female demographic, as they are the primary customers. This is a fundamental concept learned in market research courses at school. Oh, you are right. Your logic is sound, unlike that of those who return to their teachers. Ha ha ha. Feeling a tinge of jealousy, the group conversed until the early hours, untangling numerous issues and formulating a preliminary plan to open 3 stores this year and at least 30 next year. Establishing the brand across Shanghai. With 16 districts and numerous mature commercial areas, a plan for 30 stores seems quite reasonable. Their research indicated that Shanghai currently hosts approximately 3,000 to 4,000 pet shops, with few brand establishments and predominantly individual operations. In any case, with Lu Wei's investment, they could confidently select their locations, having previously abandoned several due to slightly exorbitant prices. With only a few weeks left, Luo Hui is responsible for recruitment, while Peng Yi and Feng Qi will manage the stores and scout for new locations, which should be feasible. The adequacy of personnel hinges on Luo Hui's efficiency. Enthusiastically engaged in conversation, they inadvertently tired Chen Lu, who was nearby, prompting Lu Wei to suggest they conclude for the day. They exited together, and Lu Wei, feeling lazy, decided against accompanying them, instructing each to take a taxi home. The three bid a friendly farewell to Chen Lu, who perked up at their gesture. Sister-in-law, don't forget to introduce us to potential partners. Of course, I won't forget. I'll think about which of my single colleagues might be a good match. Under the watchful eyes of the trio, Lu Wei first escorted Chen Lu home. On the way back, Chen Lu couldn't stop smiling. prompting Lu Wei to look at her curiously. Why are you so happy? Of course, I'm happy. Today was the best. Thank you for taking me out. You silly. Upon arriving home, Chun Lu transformed into a flame, engulfing Lu Wei in her fervor, making it impossible for him to resist. It wasn't until the next day that he remembered he had yet to check his futures account. Zhou Tianqing had sent him the data last night, but he hadn't had the chance to review it. The app displayed yesterday's rankings, current holdings, daily equity, total returns, total return rate, and several other statistics. The comprehensive score was calculated based on the maximum principal return rate score, cumulative net value score, maximum drawdown score, and cumulative net profit score, all combined. Lu Wei glanced at his ranking, noting that he only excelled in daily equity and total earnings, primarily due to his substantial investments. His total return rate lingered beyond the top 10, as he had refrained from trading all day, yielding merely around 2%. Others might have been engaged in trading throughout the day, alternating between short and long positions, thereby enhancing their returns. The dynamics of futures trading differ from those of stocks. The limit-up prices are not static, but fluctuate within a range of 315. Notably, different varieties exhibit distinct limit-up prices, and these limits can increase relative to the previous day's figures. For instance, if yesterday's limit was 5, it might rise to 7 today, and potentially 9 tomorrow, with the range expanding up to 15. When it comes to return rates, his standing becomes less pronounced, perhaps going unnoticed by Yuan Ning. Upon reviewing the materials sent by Zhou Tianqing, Lu Wei discovered that among the competition accounts, 1 boasted earnings exceeding 100 million yuan, 10 surpassed 50 million. 122 exceeded 10 million, 225 surpassed 5 million, and 765 exceeded 1 million. Additionally, there were 876 accounts above 500,000, and a total of 267 accounts exceeding 50,000. Over 80,000 participants had registered for the competition, placing Yuan Ning's account likely within the 10 million to 50 million range. Yet identifying it among the more than 130 accounts remained a challenge. He could only request Zhou Tianqing to investigate further, for all accounts must be under real names, with their associated bank accounts likewise authenticated. Lu Wei commenced his operations for the day, determined to astonish the crowd and capture Yuan Ning's attention. On the second evening of the futures competition, when the results were announced, the industry erupted in astonishment as a prodigious talent emerged. The top daily return soared to an astonishing 16%, equivalent to 2 limit-up prices of a particular variety. Was this even human? The total earnings of this prodigy had surged to over 120 million yuan, and had others known that this account operated with only half of its capital, they might have been driven to madness. Many were eager to uncover the trading slips of this genius, speculating wildly about the identity of this enigmatic figure. Yuan Ning sat at his desk, yet to return home. The office environment provided him with inspiration and the thrill of trading. He had transferred 50 million yuan into his futures account, initially believing that his total would place him at the top, only to discover that the leading figure had amassed double that amount, surpassing 100 million. Today, he observed the leaderboard, where the first place secured multiple accolades for total amount, total return rate, and daily return rate. Reflecting on his past investment experiences, Yuan Ning had never been particularly impressed by the speculative traders from the south, Be God, stock-picking charmers, Little Goldfish, and others. All were of similar caliber, their fortunes comparable, and he even fancied himself superior. The only individual Yuan Ning truly respected was the venerable futures magnate, Wei Dong, a deity of stock index futures, who had amassed 20 billion during the bull market. Wei's decisive actions could yield enormous profits, requiring merely the seizing of a single opportunity. Such an extraordinary individual that one could scarcely keep pace with them. Truly a deity in their own right. Yuan Ning mused that he could never aspire to such heights. The so-called magnates emerging in the field today are merely products of exaggeration and bravado. The genuine tycoons have already attained financial freedom, retreating into seclusion to enjoy nature and nurture their families. Yuan Ning harbored doubts that the champion of today's competition was merely an entertainment venture for these reclusive giants. He resolved to elevate his account balance to match that of the frontrunner and to surpass him in the same phase. Earlier this afternoon, he inadvertently overheard a conversation among several traders that ignited a fire within him. His colleagues were discussing whether the leading contender was the premier trader in Asia, expressing unabashed admiration and fervently seeking information about him. They were eager to ascertain if this paragon had a firm of his own, for to ally with such a luminary would signify a life of brilliance. Was this not the very essence of betrayal? They were so quick to consider abandoning their own. Yuan Ning detested the notion of betrayal by his own, especially from those who had once professed their admiration for him during their interviews, their eyes brimming with tears upon realizing his presence. How infuriating! With merely 2 weeks until the postgraduate entrance examination, he felt no particular anxiety for himself. Yet he remained concerned for his 2 younger sisters. Lu Wei had checked on Lu Ling's progress and noted that since her arrival in the bustling metropolis, her condition had improved significantly. She was now focused solely on her studies, oscillating between her institution and home. Upon inquiring about her simulated scores, he found they were comparable to last year's retake threshold. As long as she could meet the cutoff, he would leverage his connections to facilitate her success. He wished to invite Lu Ling to dinner, but she vehemently declined, prioritizing her review. Lu Yong, on the other hand, seemed to be meandering through life, and if he failed to perform, he could simply seclude himself next year and study diligently. With Lu Ling unavailable for dinner, Lu Wei decided to visit his company. He had previously invited Zhang Yida to his firm, but after his trip to the capital, there had been no further communication. It was time to discreetly recruit talent. Reflecting on the significance of intelligence in the investment sector, he arranged to meet with the detective who had previously assisted him. Yang Wan had already assembled a few staff members, though few were acquainted with Lu Wei. After Lu Jielie's arrival, she had transitioned from her cleaning role to apply her administrative skills as the head of the administration department. She instructed the front desk to memorize Lu Wei's appearance, proclaiming him the boss. Consequently, upon his entry, no one obstructed him, as the receptionist had vividly retained his image. He strode directly into the general manager's office, where Yang Wan appeared engrossed in some documents, oblivious to the door's opening. "What are you so intensely focused on?" he inquired, startling her. "You nearly gave me a heart attack with your silent entrance," she exclaimed. "You were simply too absorbed to notice," he retorted. "What are you examining with such concentration?" "I'm reviewing the materials for the projects pitched during the recent roadshow. It's been quite some time since we opened, and I have yet to execute a single project. I'm feeling quite anxious," Yang Wan confessed, rubbing her brow in distress. Lu Wei approached her and gently placed a hand on her shoulder, expressing reassurance about his own company. "What are you worried about? Do you fear I cannot support you? However, it is precisely because it is my own business that I feel anxious. There are daily expenditures for sustaining people, a constant flow of expenses without any income. Can one not feel urgency in such circumstances? Investment, after all, takes time. You know this well. If you are concerned about lacking revenue, why not consider adding a private equity team to engage in some private fund ventures together? Do not attempt to mislead me. Currently, we have no personnel. Let us focus on securing angel investments first." Yang Wan shook her head in resignation, recognizing that this individual was merely a carefree decision-maker, prone to offering impractical suggestions. "Let me show you the projects I reviewed today." Yang Wan handed over the project documents to Lu Wei, who perused them. The first was a biotechnology testing company, primarily engaged in genetic testing for pre-pregnancy, pregnancy, newborns, and children at various stages. This included carrier screening and newborn genetic screening. They have already developed patents for relevant tests, capable of diagnosing over 90 of cases involving chromosomal abnormalities such as Down syndrome. 1-1. This project seems promising. I believe it is worthy of investment. Nowadays, everyone desires a healthy baby and seeks prenatal checks to prevent potential issues. The market should be substantial. Really? Is it that straightforward? How much funding do they require? And what equity are they offering? 10 million for 15. That seems reasonable. Let's aim to negotiate down to 20. Do not hesitate. Is it decided then? Yang Wan asked, clearly puzzled. It's merely 1 or 2 million. Isn't the angel round a gamble? It's fine. Let us proceed as such. I need to think it over. She replied. Lu Wei stepped closer, kissed her lightly, and said, "Do not overthink it. I have already made arrangements. Let us conclude work for today. We shall dine out. I brought in 2 individuals for you to meet as the general manager." Reluctantly, Yang Wan left the office, finding it quite challenging to depart. Upon arrival at the venue, she was slightly taken aback to see the guests. Lawyer Zhang Yida, chief legal officer from Han Shua's side. "You will need to address me as General Manager Yang from now on." Zhang Yida smiled, subsequently introducing Yang Wan to Detective Chen Jun. Lu Wei's lavish hospitality finally bore fruit in the form of collaboration. Zhang Yida was willing to join Wei Ren. However, it was uncertain how to address the matter with Boss Han. Lu Wei confidently assured that he would handle it. Detective Chen Jun preferred a cooperative arrangement. Relishing his independence and opting not to join the company, he would prioritize service for any forthcoming projects. Chapter 259. Could it be depression? That evening, Lu Wei and Yang Wan engaged in a playful contest of endurance, each vying to see who would yield first. Suddenly, a call from Han Shua interrupted their revelry. Lu Wei promptly hung up and chose to power off his phone. "Who was that?" "Your former boss, Han Shua. He is coming to confront you for poaching his talent." "Haha, especially for taking you, my precious gem," Lu Wei exclaimed with pride as he held his large cup. "How annoying." Yang Wan playfully bit Lu Wei in response. It was likely that Zhang Yida returned to inform Han Shua of his resignation, prompting Han Shua to seek retribution. Even at this late hour, he could not resist voicing his thoughts. "Never mind, I shall take him out for some fun tomorrow to make amends." The following day, upon awakening, Lu Wei chose not to go to the office. The project that had caused Yang Wan considerable distress the previous day was now in her capable hands to decide. Lu Wei retreated to his study to continue navigating the futures market. His objective for the day was to achieve a profit exceeding 10, necessitating frequent transactions. After laboring at the screen for half the day, he pondered whether Yuan Ning had taken the bait. Should he push further, it might risk his withdrawal from the competition. This was merely his conjecture, after all. The data from Zhou Tiansheng over the past 2 days had proven rather inconsequential. It was only after the trading hours concluded that Lu Wei decided to call Han Shua. So you still remember to answer my calls. Ha ha ha, you a bachelor. Are quite oblivious, Lu Wei teased. Come on, are you trying to poach me? That's a bit excessive. Haha, let us meet at the bar tonight, my treat. How about that? Let us start with 10 bottles of Ace of Spades to rinse our mouths, Lu Wei suggested. Alright, you can take them into the shower, no problem. Han Shua replied. I'll also call Shindui to see if he has any recent thoughts. Sounds good. That evening, the group convened at TXX. Lu Wei reserved a private booth and promptly ordered 2 dragon cocktails. Han Shua then declared, Tonight, I'll pick up the tab. You can do whatever you wish. Impressive. I admire your generosity, one of them replied. The 3 clinked their glasses as Han Shua went off to summon a waiter. Old Shen, what have you been up to lately? Lu Wei inquired. Mr. Lu, I've recently been negotiating a script, hoping to see if I can produce another film. Shindui responded. Oh, that is excellent. You should seize the opportunity while the iron is hot and not squander your fame, Lu Wei encouraged. Indeed, I will. If you need anything, feel free to reach out. I can still invest, he added. Mr. Lu, There's something I'm uncertain about whether to share, Shun Duyu hesitated. Given our familiarity, there's nothing we cannot discuss, Lu Wei reassured him. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Duyu spoke up. The thing is, I'm unsure how to respond to this, but Mr. Qin has been reaching out to me, hinting at a desire to fully fund a film I'm working on. Mr. Qin? Qin Kanan? Lu Wei asked. Yes, that is correct. I didn't expect him to want to monopolize this opportunity. It seems he has taken quite a fancy to himself. You two should handle this as you see fit. If you're inclined to try, then accept his offer. After all, he profited handsomely last time. Upon hearing this, Shun Duyu worried that Lu Wei was upset and quickly clarified, Mr. Lu. I truly had no intention of responding to him. We've known each other for a long time, and I simply didn't know how to refuse. Refuse what? Han Shuo, having returned, interjected. Shun Duyu recounted his previous words. Goodness, Qin Kanan truly wishes to go solo, Han Shuo remarked with irritation. Realizing that Qin Kanan intended to distance himself from them. Well, this is a matter of mutual consent. Business cannot be forced upon anyone, nor can it be tied to previous collaborations. He is not bound to us, Lu Wei comforted them. He maintained an open perspective, acknowledging that certain reasons could not be explicitly stated. Since he wishes to explore this avenue, then let him. Old Shun, you needn't worry about our sentiments. If he is willing and you wish to shoot, just consider your own needs. Next year, there may be plans to invest in a horse racing club in the bustling metropolis, and Lu Wei has decided to relinquish this opportunity. Initially, Shun Duyu sought the favor of Qin Kanan, which led to the chance to film this project. Consequently, he now feels unable to confront this obligation, perpetually sensing a debt of gratitude, leaving him with a profound sense of regret. After reassuring Han Shuo, Lu Wei chose to refrain from further discussions about the film. This evening was intended as a comforting gathering for Han Shuo, aimed solely at bringing him joy. Unexpectedly, Shun Duyu, to compensate the two, invited a group of aspiring actresses, promising them roles in his production if they could adequately entertain the trio tonight. One cannot fathom the depths of the affluent's joy, as it is beyond the imagination how many are willing to offer themselves so willingly. Later that night, as Lu Wei arose to use the restroom, he picked up his phone to peruse his social media feed. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a post from his cousin, expressing discontent with life and suggesting it might be better to say goodbye. Alarmed, Lu Wei immediately regained his composure, fearing the worst. Had something happened? Was she in despair? He hastily dressed and prepared to return home, resolved to visit Hangzhou the following day. Upon arriving home, he quickly showered and tossed his clothes into the washing machine, opting not to disturb Yang Wan in the master bedroom. Instead, he dozed off on the sofa until morning. When he checked his phone again, his cousin's post had vanished, leaving Lu Wei to wonder if he had imagined it. Nonetheless, to be prudent, he resolved to make the trip to Hangzhou. Only by witnessing the situation firsthand could he find peace of mind. As he rose, Yang Wan seemed still asleep, and the master bedroom remained quiet. He ventured into the kitchen to prepare a simple breakfast. When Yang Wan finally emerged, she found it curious that Lu Wei was up so early, especially after his late return the previous night. She had been engrossed in project materials until late, resulting in a deep slumber. Why are you up so early? And cooking breakfast? She inquired, delighted by the tender scene. You're awake. Hurry and wash up. Breakfast will be ready shortly, Lu Wei urged playfully, giving her a gentle nudge. At the dining table, Lu Wei shared his plans with Yang Wan, stating his intention to visit Hangzhou, as he could no longer remain at the office. Lu Wei frequently traveled, and Yang Wan had grown accustomed to it. How long will you be gone? She asked. I'm not sure. If all goes well, I might return tomorrow. If not, it could take 3 to 4 days. All right then, she replied. I saw my cousin's post last night, and it worried me. So I feel compelled to check on her. What did she say? It seemed to convey a sense of hopelessness, suggesting that life was devoid of meaning and that perhaps parting ways would be preferable. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan's first instinct was to consider the possibility of depression. Depression? What is that? Lu Wei inquired. It is a psychological ailment characterized by persistent sadness and dissatisfaction with life, where one feels trapped in despair, leading to feelings of worthlessness, pain, and a pessimistic outlook. It can escalate from mere unhappiness to profound sorrow, evoking thoughts of self-harm or suicide, Yang Wan explained. The complexity of life often leads to feelings of melancholy, a sentiment that eludes precise explanation. It may stem from a sense of unfulfilled aspirations, though I find it difficult to articulate. Nevertheless, I shall proceed to visit you. You should make your way there promptly today. I will manage to reach the office on my own later. After their meal, Yang Wan drove to the office alone, while Lu Wei departed from the bustling metropolis, heading towards Hangzhou. Chapter 260. One must have endeavors. Zhou Yu and Song Shan, the two bodyguards, were granted a week's leave by Lu Wei. Having recently taken on the role of his protectors, they were afforded this time to return home and spend time with their families. As Lu Wei deemed it safer in the metropolis compared to the capital, they were instructed to report back after a week, leaving Lu Wei to journey to Hangzhou by himself. After driving for over 2 hours, he arrived at the outskirts of Hangzhou. The vehicle came to a halt in the yard of his cousin's home, and upon hearing the honking of the horn, his cousin and her mother-in-law emerged. Lu Wei had already exited the car, retrieving items from the trunk. Xiao Wei, what brings you here? His cousin inquired. I've taken some time off recently and thought I would come to visit you, he replied, as he unloaded various bags from the vehicle. You really shouldn't be buying so much. You just started working and have expenses to consider, she chided gently. It's nothing significant, just some small items, he reassured her. However, as she helped him carry the bags, she discovered they were filled with premium brands like Maotai. These are small items. Do you really think I wouldn't recognize them? She teased. Indeed, just small things. Come on, let us take them inside, he laughed. His cousin's mother-in-law babbled in a language he couldn't quite grasp, gesturing at Lu Wei and the items he carried. Don't buy things, they lack for nothing. She insisted. Lu Wei smiled, but said nothing, carrying the items into the house. In December, the Jiangnan region remains quite chilly, with the biting wind causing discomfort to the face. The only warmth in the home emanated from the kitchen, where they maintained the tradition of cooking over an open flame, providing a source of heat. Upon entering the kitchen, Lu Wei assisted in tending to the fire while engaging in light-hearted conversation with his cousin. He learned that since his last visit, she had scarcely worked, tending only to the orchard occasionally. The farmers in their suburban area possessed little land, with most dedicated to fruit cultivation. After harvesting the loquats in the summer, there was little to manage. Nearby factories were not hiring. And while seeking employment in more distant locales, she was reluctant to leave her niece who was in elementary school. Consequently, half a year slipped away without meaningful engagement, and she had transitioned into the role of a housewife. Lu Wei discerned that perhaps her domestic life, coupled with limited external interaction, contributed to her feelings of ennui. It is also possible she felt ineffective, believing that remaining at home yielded no financial contribution. Indeed, one requires a modicum of purpose to stave off discontent. Observing her dispirited demeanor, Lu Wei recalled her previous employment at the factory and resolved to assist her in finding work, even at a financial cost. Cousin, has the mask factory where you work been sold? He inquired. I'm not certain. When I pass by the school, the gates still appear closed. So it likely hasn't been sold yet, she replied. What was the asking price for that factory, and is it worth it? I'm not knowledgeable about such matters. Why do you ask? As winter arrives, the number of individuals donning masks has increased. I am contemplating taking over the factory, and you will manage it. What nonsense are you spouting? Even if the factory is cheap, it would still cost several million. I am but a single worker. How can I assist you in managing it? My cousin looked at Lu Wei in astonishment, her words seemingly nonsensical. Please provide me with the owner's phone number. I would like to have a conversation. Are you truly interested? Yes, indeed, please search for it. I will find it for you. Let us see how long you can weave your tale. Even I am being swayed. My cousin retrieved her phone and quickly contacted former colleagues from the factory. Before long, someone provided her with the previous owner's number. She handed the phone to Lu Wei, urging him to make the call. Lu Wei took it, chuckling softly, and stepped outside the courtyard. After dialing the number, it was not long before someone answered. A middle-aged man's voice came through. Hello, who is this? I understand you have a mask factory for transfer. Has it been sold? It is still available. Are you interested? What is your asking price? 6 million. Is it truly worth 6 million? Boss, if you are interested, come take a look. Negotiations are possible. Very well, I am nearby and can arrive in 10 minutes. I will come to your factory for a discussion. All right, boss, I will wait for you. I assure you I will be there in half an hour. The other party seemed eager. It had been difficult to find someone to view the factory. Upon returning inside, Lu Wei informed his cousin, I have contacted your boss. We will meet in half an hour. You should accompany me. Did you really reach out? Are you not just teasing me? What purpose would I have to deceive you? I have indeed arranged to meet him. Lu Wei's cousin appeared like a marionette, lost in thought. After a brief respite, she informed her grandmother and then boarded Lu Wei's car to head to the mask factory, with her guiding the way. I have yet to ask you. How did you acquire this car? It appears quite costly. I have seen many prominent business people driving this model. I purchased it recently. I have many places to attend to. There are both expensive and affordable options. This one was merely several $100,000. You should prioritize buying a house with your newfound wealth. You can always take a taxi for transportation, which is convenient. My cousin began to earnestly advise Lu Wei. Fortunately, the mask factory was only a few minutes away, allowing little time for her to lecture him. Upon arriving at the factory entrance, a Mercedes was already parked there. As the Land Rover approached, a man clad in a black coat stepped out. Lu Wei parked the car and exited. The man immediately approached, extending his hand. Boss, are you here to inspect the factory? Lu Wei shook his hand, replying yes. My surname is Lu. Are you accompanied by your siblings to view the factory? Let us proceed inside. This is my cousin. She previously worked at your factory and hails from the neighboring village. Lu Wei provided the explanation. I apologize for the abruptness. Please forgive me. After you. Mr. Lu opened the electronic gate. He mentioned that he had not had anyone overseeing the factory in recent days. Aren't you concerned about theft? He continued as they walked. The mask factory occupies approximately 500 square meters, equipped with 5 automated production lines, 2 for N95 masks, 2 for disposable medical masks, and 1 for daily use masks. The cost of just the production lines amounts to 7 million. Upon hearing Mr. Lu's grievances, Lu Wei smiled lightly, remarking that his costs did not even account for depreciation. In the warehouse lay a substantial stockpile of materials from masks, reinforcement bars, ear straps, non-woven fabric, and notably, 10 tons of melt-blown fabric, alongside a batch of unsold finished masks. What is your surname, esteemed boss? Mr. Lu, having introduced himself at length, suddenly realized he had neglected to inquire about his interlocutor's name. No need for formalities, my surname is Lu. Mr. Lu, my pricing is exceedingly fair. Merely the value of these materials and finished products amounts to 2 million. With the production line, which has only been in use for 2 years, depreciating by about 20%, I propose 6 million. Doesn't that seem rather reasonable to you? Lu Wei interjected, aware that the mask factory had been on the market for half a year. I know it has been up for transfer since June, and this industry is indeed challenging at present. Your price still seems a tad high. What do you propose then, Mr. Lu? 5 million. I shall purchase it to give it a try. Lu Wei's cousin, overhearing the negotiations, felt a mix of astonishment and pride at her brother's boldness. After all, he had only graduated 2 years prior and was now discussing business in the millions. Lu Wei's offer drew a frown from Mr. Lu. It wasn't an excessive cut, but it struck a nerve. Mr. Lu, it's winter now, and there remains a profit to be made from masks for a while yet. Your offer is rather steep. Let us each take a step back. I shall not make unreasonable demands. How about 550,000? Lu Wei, not particularly skilled in haggling, found this new price acceptable enough, even as he envisioned a home-cooked meal of braised pork awaiting him. All right, 550,000 it is. However, what about the rent for this premises? Rest assured, I have leased this site for 10 years, with 7 to 8 years remaining. I shall offer it to you at half price. Just 150,000 will suffice. Calculating, Lu Wei noted that this amounted to a mere 20,000 annually, or roughly 1,500 monthly for a 500 square meter factory, which seemed reasonable. Very well. Do you have the documents and contracts? Let us proceed to sign. Yes, I have them. Please wait a moment. Mr. Lu joyfully dashed to his vehicle to retrieve the contract. Xiao Wei, you truly intend to purchase this factory? Indeed. I thought it would provide you with some work. You and your brother-in-law can assist me in managing it. But we have no experience. Learning takes time. The factory will be registered under my name, but I will allocate some shares to both of you. I fear that if it bears your name, the villagers will come seeking employment, and I do not know how you would handle that. No need for shares. We are content to help you, his cousin replied, shaking her head. Once Mr. Lu returned with the contract and the two had verified and signed it, Lu Wei promptly transferred a deposit, with the remainder pending the completion of his documentation. After parting ways with Mr. Lu, Lu Wei was handed the keys to the factory. His cousin, still in a daze, called her husband, urging him to take leave and return home, as a significant event had transpired. Upon their return, they found that her mother-in-law had prepared a meal and set the table in anticipation of their arrival. Shortly thereafter, her husband rushed home, greeting Lu Wei with enthusiasm. Xiao Wei, you've come. Come, cousin-in-law, it's time for dinner. Lu Wei stood up and retrieved a bottle of Maotai from the offering table outside. Have a sip. It would be a shame if you didn't. His cousin poured cups for the three of them, as her father-in-law was also fond of wine. Once the Maotai was opened, its fragrant aroma wafted through the air, enticing the elderly gentleman. Lu Wei first poured a glass for him, then filled two more. The Maotai was rather expensive. Each sip felt like 100 yuan disappearing, a sentiment echoed by his cousin-in-law's jest. There is significant news to announce today. It's a fitting occasion for a drink. Cousin, would you like a glass? The women from Lu Wei's hometown possessed remarkable drinking capacities. Every household brewed their own liquor and had a vat of it. Sure. Pour me a glass, she replied. Their conversation seemed to flow more freely, perhaps due to Lu Wei's presence. The four of them raised their glasses in a toast and drank heartily. Lu Wei quickly grabbed a piece of braised pork and began to eat. Cousin-in-law, I have some news. I just purchased the mass factory where cousin used to work. You should resign from your job and manage the factory together with her. Hearing this, Lu Wei's cousin-in-law was momentarily stunned, struggling to comprehend the revelation. You bought the factory where she used to work? He asked. Skepticism etched on his face as he turned to his wife. Yes, I did. I was there watching, and now we have the keys. It's true, she affirmed with a firm nod, allowing her husband to accept this significant truth, albeit with a sense of shock. They were merely small employees, earning a few thousand yuan to support their family. After hastily finishing their meal, they took the entire family to see the factory, finally allowing themselves to believe that it was indeed real. Cousin-in-law spoke briefly to his father, advising him to refrain from work for now and to wait in the security room, as everything inside now belonged to them and required careful oversight. Cousin, I consider myself somewhat slow-witted and not highly educated. I'm uncertain if I can manage this well or how the market will be. However, since you've made the purchase, my wife and I are willing to learn how to run it. If we falter, please do not hold it against us, he sincerely conveyed to Lu Wei. Not to worry, consider this an opportunity for practice. Later, accompany me to handle some paperwork and market exploration. We will take our time. I'll return to Shanghai to seek out people in e-commerce, and we will navigate this step by step, Lu Wei reassured him. All right, I will strive to learn. His cousin's eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm for the factory. In the afternoon, Lu Wei drove the couple to a registration agency, where they established their company. Lu Wei held a 60 stake, while his cousin and cousin-in-law each received 20, as they were all becoming business owners. They also made a trip to the automotive district to purchase a vehicle. The couple hesitated, but Lu Wei insisted, leading them to a Mercedes-Benz dealership, urging them to make a swift decision. They glanced at the price tags on the windows and shook their heads in disbelief. If you don't choose, then I will, Lu Wei declared, striding toward a G-Class, priced at 189 million yuan. The two of them pondered over the spaciousness of the place. Cousin-in-law, from now on, you shall assume the role of the proprietor. It is essential to embody the demeanor of a boss. Upon seeing the price tag of 189 million, they gasped in unison. Xiao Wei, don't purchase it. This is truly exorbitant. You both hesitated to choose, so allow me to make the selection on your behalf. It's far too expensive. One could acquire a house with that amount. We simply cannot buy it. How about we explore some domestic models instead? They shook their heads. And then the cousin-in-law quietly inquired. Since we're already here, why venture elsewhere? Trust my judgment. Let us select from this very place. Lu Wei confidently asserted. The two could only meander through the showroom once more, ultimately settling on the most economical GLB. You need not concern yourselves with frugality. This model is unsatisfactory. Let me choose. Dear cousin, given your stature, this vehicle would not offer a comfortable ride. Lu Wei guided them to stand before the GLE. If you are unwilling to purchase the G-Class, then this shall suffice. Its base price is 800,000, which is reasonable. In the Jiangsu and Zhejiang region, this vehicle exudes the essence of a true magnate, with its grand three-pointed star emblem boldly proclaiming, I am affluent, without allowing any dissent from the two. Lu Wei summoned a sales associate to finalize the contract under the cousin-in-law's name. In December, as car dealerships sought to boost their year-end sales, enticing discounts and immediate availability were offered. After completing the registration, the couple drove away in their new car while Lu Wei navigated his own Range Rover. The two vehicles arrived together at the elementary school where his niece studies, awaiting her release. Parents gathered in anticipation as the two luxury cars drew attention. Could they belong to the parents of some student? When the students poured out, the niece spotted Lu Wei and sprinted toward him. Uncle, I've missed you so much. Only then did she notice her parents beside him, blushing as she called out, Mom and Dad. He led his niece to the vehicles, pointing to both. These are all our family cars. Which one would you like to ride in? Wow, they are so beautiful. Uncle, whichever car you choose, I will ride in that one. I want to be with you. Ha ha ha, splendid. They each entered their respective cars and gradually drove off in the direction of home. Chapter 262. Hearing a gossip, Lu Wei spent several days in Hangzhou, taking his niece on multiple excursions to the city center, finally experiencing the allure of the culinary desert. Resolving never to dine out again. The Westlake vinegar fish, perhaps due to a quirk of his palate, was unpalatable after just a couple of bites. Instead, they opted for a bucket of KFC, which brought them much more joy. Not to mention, having his cousin's mother-in-law prepare some home-style dishes was far more delightful. He was unsure how to address the two, so he followed his cousin's lead. As for the factory, they awaited news on the permits, estimating it would be within 2 to 3 days. The cousin's father-in-law enlisted his brother to mutually oversee the factory, ensuring its operations continued, as the equipment and materials still held considerable value. During these few days, the cousin also managed to reconnect with former colleagues, successfully bringing back some employees, ensuring that operations could commence promptly upon opening. When Zhou Yu and Song Shan arrived in the bustling metropolis, Lu Wei was absent, allowing them to rest and await further instructions. However, the two could not remain idle. Knowing their employer was in Hangzhou, they promptly rushed there. Lu Wei, at that moment, was at home analyzing the data sent by Zhou Tianqing, deciphering Yuan Ning's portfolio composition. Yet, devising a strategy to ensure Yuan Ning incurs substantial losses proved to be quite the conundrum. Should he resort to the ant strategy, meticulously undermining Yuan Ning step by step? Yuan Ning, being rather prudent, was currently operating with only half of his capital, yet his returns were commendable, placing him within the top 10 rankings. Observing Yuan Ning's portfolio details from yesterday, Lu Wei decided to counter all of Yuan Ning's positions. For every short position Yuan Ning took, he would go long, and vice versa, establishing positions across the board and even doubling down. It remained uncertain just how deeply this individual would be impacted by his aggressive maneuvers. As he contemplated the second phase of his plan, the competition's monetary stakes would only serve to mildly frustrate Yuan Ning. It was his heavily leveraged private equity fund that would be the crux of the matter. However, such funds typically gravitate towards substantial investments in domestic A-shares and bonds, while short selling in the domestic stock market remains relatively immature and exceedingly intricate. For instance, conservative funds generally invest in blue-chip stocks, those valued at over 100 billion. To hope for a decline in such stocks would require significant adverse events, corporate malfeasance, industry restructuring, or policy failures. Otherwise, the capital expended in short selling would be monumental. For stocks of companies worth 100 billion, one must hold at least 10% to exert control over the market. Oh, may Yuan Ning's heavy investments be in troubled stocks. Lu Wei arranged accommodations for Zhou Yu and Song Shan in the town, instructing them to reside there until matters were concluded. For the past few days, Lu Wei had been staying at his cousin's home, while the two were in a perpetual state of awaiting instructions at the hotel. The company's business license had been approved, and the medical device manufacturing permit had smoothly transitioned to the new company's name. Lu Wei enlisted his cousin's father-in-law to determine an auspicious date for commencing operations. The mask factory awaited its moment. On the morning of the opening day, Lu Wei summoned Zhou Yu and Song Shan to assist. Their mere presence would bolster the atmosphere, not to mention the fireworks they needed to handle. The new factory registered a brand under the name Weiren, aptly dubbed the Weiren Mask Factory, creating an ambience that made everyone feel as if the great had truly graced their workplace. As the owner, Lu Wei casually made a few remarks in the spacious area before handing over the floor to his cousin's husband, who would serve as the factory director and their direct superior. As the auspicious time arrived, Zhou Yu and Song Shan ignited the fireworks. The spectacle caught the attention of nearby residents, announcing the factory's grand opening. After lingering for another 2 days to observe his cousin and her husband settling into their roles, Lu Wei prepared to return to the metropolis. The factory employed just over 10 individuals, rendering it manageable for the two to oversee. The collective monthly wages amounted to less than 100,000 yuan, allowing for a degree of flexibility in their operations. Once he established reliable channels, improvements could be gradually implemented. Upon learning of Lu Wei's impending departure, his little niece wept sorrowfully, resisting her journey to school, determined to cling to her uncle and prevent him from leaving. Ultimately, after much coaxing and persuasion, Lu Wei personally escorted her to the school, watching as she turned back 3 times before entering the classroom. Considering that Zhou Yu and Song Shan had rarely visited Hangzhou, Lu Wei brought the two of them to stay in the city. He secured a room in a 5-star hotel and then left them with a single remark, shutting them out of the suite. He planned to remain in the room for the day, allowing them the freedom to explore Hangzhou at their leisure without concern for his safety, assuring them that he would arrange for meals to be delivered from the hotel. Zhou Yu and Song Shan exchanged glances, puzzled by their employer's intentions. Was he urging them to enjoy themselves? Or did he wish to secretly indulge in his own pursuits within the confines of the room? With an entire day at their disposal, they ultimately decided that each would venture out for 8 hours before returning to take turns watching over their boss, ensuring that they wouldn't leave him unattended for too long. They also had some acquaintances in Hangzhou, which provided an excellent opportunity to share a meal and reminisce. Meanwhile, Lu Wei spent the day in his room, diligently working on his trading strategies, and his profits had soared past 100, securing his position at the top. In stark contrast, Yuan Ning found himself in a state of frustration. For days, it felt as if he were cursed, suffering losses on every trade. Even though he was quick to cut his losses, his account was down by 30. Ironically, every time he liquidated his positions, the market seemed to turn in his favor. It appeared as though the market was specifically targeting him, aggressively undermining his efforts. Yuan Ning's mood grew increasingly restless, and the weight of his losses made him feel as if he might explode. That evening, as Lu Wei prepared to descend to the hotel restaurant for dinner, he inquired if either of his companions were still in the suite. Zhou Yu responded that Song Shan had gone out, and that he would cover for him that evening. Lu Wei extended an invitation for Zhou Yu to join him for dinner, but Zhou Yu instinctively declined. Lu Wei expressed that dining alone lacked flavor, and that companionship would enhance the experience, and after several entreaties, he successfully persuaded Zhou Yu to accompany him to the restaurant. Lu Wei ordered a bottle of wine to treat Zhou Yu, only to be met with a firm response that he could not consume alcohol while on duty, not even a drop. Lu Wei felt a headache coming on. It was merely dinner time, and there was no need to be overly cautious, yet Zhou Yu remained resolute. As they dined and engaged in light conversation, Lu Wei overheard a nearby table discussing a troubling matter. Did you hear? There have been incidents in Jiangxing recently. A friend of mine at the hospital mentioned that they seem to have encountered a contagious disease, and dozens have already been admitted. What kind of contagious disease? Is it serious? I'm not sure. My friend didn't elaborate. He mentioned he might be infected as well, and advised us to avoid Jiangxing for the time being. Is this information credible? Why hasn't there been any news coverage? We're currently in a control phase. They won't report it, and you won't find it online. The two listeners found the gossip intriguing, but did not take it too seriously. After finishing their meal, Lu Wei instructed Zhou Yu to pack a portion for Song Shan to enjoy as a late-night snack before returning to his room to video call his partner. Having visited Hangzhou numerous times, the scenery held little allure for him now, and he was unaware of any unique attractions that might pique his interest. Chapter 263. Renting is not just a casual remark. With Zhou Yu and Song Shan at the wheel, Lu Wei luxuriated in the back seat, engrossed in his phone, truly embodying the role of a rear-seat executive. Upon arriving in the bustling metropolis, they returned to the Haijing Garden, where Lu Wei arranged for the property management to issue entry permits for the two men, instructing them to find a nearby hotel to stay in until he would notify them further. The Haijing Garden was rather compact, insufficient to accommodate the bodyguards, and purchasing an additional unit was beyond feasible. Uncertain about rental options, Lu Wei inquired with the property management and was pleasantly surprised to discover available rental properties. There was a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room flat at 30,000 yuan per month, and a 4-bedroom, 3-living-room unit at 50,000 yuan monthly. A 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment would suffice for the two men, prompting Lu Wei to request a viewing of the property. The surroundings were quite pleasant, and the apartment had been pre-renovated, ready for immediate move-in. Although situated in a different building, it was merely a few minutes away from his own. However, Lu Wei was also keen to explore the possibility of purchasing an apartment in the vicinity. After all, renting could never compare to the comfort of ownership. The only option without purchasing restrictions was an apartment, such as a serviced apartment or a loft. Lu Wei retrieved his phone, locating the young agent who had previously assisted him in finding accommodation, and promptly dialed her number. Within 10 minutes, the agent arrived on her electric scooter at the entrance of Haijing Garden. Spotting Lu Wei waiting, she swiftly dismounted and greeted him. Mr. Lu, I apologize for keeping you waiting. I didn't expect you to remember me. Xiao Jiang, Jiang Yiru, from Zhongyuan Real Estate. Indeed, that's correct. Jiang Yiru replied with a delighted nod, thrilled to be remembered by such a wealthy and handsome gentleman. Let's explore the nearby area. I won't drive. I suppose I'll ride with you on your scooter? Absolutely, I'm at your service. Jiang Yiru responded with enthusiasm. Shall I lead the way, or will you? Pointing to the scooter, Lu Wei inquired, unsure if she could handle it given his larger stature. Do you know how to ride? If so, please take the lead. I will guide you. Lu Wei nodded, took the keys, and mounted the scooter. Once Jiang Yiru settled in behind him, he asked for directions and accelerated forward. The winter wind was rather biting, chilling his face and numbing his hands, which quickly grew stiff. Jiang Yiru gently tapped Lu Wei's shoulder from behind, prompting him to ask, "What is it? Could you pull over for a moment?" Lu Wei complied, steering to the side of the road. Turning his head, he saw Jiang Yiru extend her gloves towards him. "I forgot to give you these earlier, my apologies." He accepted the gloves, which were slightly snug, but he managed to fit them on, instantly feeling warmer. After crossing another street, a car unexpectedly turned without signaling, startling Lu Wei into using both hands to brake suddenly. He felt a jolt as the rear was bumped gently. Jiang Yiru sensed the impact as well, her cheeks flushing slightly. "I'm sorry, that car was malfunctioning. Turning without a signal, it almost caused an accident." "Yes, I saw it. It's entirely to blame." Within minutes, an incident had occurred, leaving Lu Wei feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, a turn brought them near the Bye Bye shopping center. Jiang Yiru indicated they had arrived, and Lu Wei found a suitable place to park. The apartment complex was conveniently located adjacent to the Bye Bye shopping center, a mixed-use commercial and residential development. The layout consists of 6 staircases with 24 households, rising to a height of 28 stories. The residences range from 44 to 100 square meters, all uniformly decorated by the developer. Notably, there are no purchase restrictions, and the property boasts a 50-year ownership period, having just recently been launched. The price per unit stands at 650,000. Accompanied by Jiang Yiru, I ascended to inspect the room configuration, which appeared quite commendable. The elegant and refined design features a distinct separation between wet and dry areas in the bathroom, An integrated space for the living and sleeping quarters, and an independent kitchen and dining area, optimizing the spatial experience in every square meter. Let us acquire 3 units, 2 one-bedroom apartments of 50 square meters each, and 1 2-bedroom unit of 80 square meters. 3 units? Indeed. Let us proceed to finalize the purchase. Jiang Yiru remained momentarily dazed. 3 units. The commission for this apartment project amounts to 6%, which means she could earn nearly 600,000 in commission. After the company share, she would still net over 400,000. This year, encountering this gentleman had already garnered her 800,000 in commission, a veritable windfall. Jiang Yiru's cheeks flushed with excitement, resembling a ripe apple. Even after Lu Wei completed the contract and settled the payment, she remained in a daze. The sight of Lu Wei made her blush even deeper. He truly embodied the image of a Prince Charming, the romantic ideal of her dreams. His suave manner as he swiped his card and pinned his name was utterly captivating. Oh dear, she felt herself on the brink of infatuation. Quit daydreaming. I've made the payment. Don't forget to collect your commission, Lu Wei teased, noticing Jiang Yiru's bewilderment. She snapped back to reality, her face reddening as she stammered. I want to forget. They will settle it with me in a few days. All right, you keep an eye on that. Jiang Yiru nodded vigorously, akin to pounding garlic. Now that the purchase is complete, will you escort me home? Lu Wei inquired with a smile. Of course. Jiang Yiru hesitated momentarily, but finally summoned the courage to ask, Mr. Lu, may I invite you to dinner? Oh, celebrating a successful deal, perhaps? He replied. Yes, indeed. I want to express my gratitude to you, Jiang Yiru said cheerfully, touched by his thoughtfulness. As Lu Wei seemed to approach the ideal of a perfect gentleman. Very well, when do you finish work? I shall come to pick you up. I will take care of some matters, and then be ready to leave. Sounds good. Once you're done, just let me know where to meet. After Jiang Yiru departed, Lu Wei hurried home to prepare a couple of dishes for Yang Wan's dinner. Once ready, he sent her a message informing her of an evening engagement, and that dinner was prepared and could be heated up at the table. Yang Wan replied with a sweet, love you, take care, and don't drink too much, before returning to her tasks. Lu Wei then called Zhou Yu and Song Fei to meet him at the apartment. Within 10 minutes, they arrived. Boss, where's the car? I'll go drive, Zhou Yu inquired. Oh, I forgot. We'll purchase a vehicle later for your convenience in picking me up. For now, let us find you both a place to stay. I have 2 apartments ready here. Each of you can have one, making it convenient for me as well, just a 10-minute journey. Excuse me. Having departed for merely half a day, the 2 of them had only taken a brief nap at the hotel when the boss arranged for 2 apartments for their accommodation, 1 for each of them. This is the metropolis of Shanghai, where every inch is precious. The boss's generosity seems rather excessive, although their stay includes meals and lodging. The treatment they received is rather lavish. Upon bringing the 2 to view their new residences, Zhou Yu and Song Shan were left speechless. Boss, are these apartments truly for us? Indeed, the boss affirmed. As long as you serve as my bodyguards for a day, you may reside here indefinitely. My offer for housing is not mere talk. I shall be your bodyguard for a lifetime, Zhou Yu declared, followed closely by Song Shan's enthusiastic agreement. Haha, very well. Chapter 264. The year-end approaches. Lu Wei granted Zhou Yu and Song Shan another half-day off. Having just arrived in Shanghai, he encouraged the 2 bodyguards to purchase some daily necessities and tidy up their living space. After all, he could not be expected to cater to their every need. Once they were dismissed, Lu Wei sought a place to wait for Jiang Yiru. By the time Jiang Yiru reached out, Lu Wei had already settled in a cafe within the shopping mall. When she arrived, he kindly ordered her a warm beverage. Jiang Yiru removed her coat, revealing that she had changed her attire. To clarify, it was not the innermost layer that was concealed, but rather her company uniform had been replaced with a lovely pink sweater. As she unbuttoned her coat, the pink fabric caught Lu Wei's eye, prompting him to glance at her a bit longer than necessary. I apologize for my tardiness, Jiang Yiru said, a hint of remorse in her voice. Having previously mentioned that she would be able to leave immediately upon returning, only to be delayed. It's quite all right. Work takes precedence. Please enjoy your drink. And we can decide on a dining venue shortly, Lu Wei replied. No. I insist on treating you to dinner. You must choose the place. But please don't choose somewhere that will leave me financially drained, she insisted, shaking her head. Although a meal was inconsequential for him, Jiang Yiru felt uneasy about the prospect of him paying. Very well, where are you from? He inquired. I hail from Xiangnan, she replied. Ah, spicy girl. Capable of handling heat. In this chilly weather, let us indulge in hot pot, he suggested. Sounds perfect. Jiang Yiru nodded enthusiastically, thrilled by the idea. They soon found a highly rated hot pot restaurant online and made their way there, fortunate to arrive early with minimal wait time. Once inside, they removed their outerwear. Lu Wei noticed a feather caught in Jiang Yiru's hair and reached out to gently remove it. The sudden gesture caught her off guard, causing her to blush. Her thoughts raced, and the intimacy of the moment filled her with a flurry of emotions. You had a feather in your hair. I took it out, Lu Wei said, displaying the feather in his palm for her to see. Jiang Yiru responded softly, lowering her head to feign adjusting her hair. As the hot pot ingredients arrived, they began to cook their selections. Jiang Yiru soon regained her lively demeanor, eagerly placing a slice of tripe into Lu Wei's bowl. This is delicious. You must try it. Lu Wei was not particularly fastidious about this. He picked up the food, dipped it in his own bowl of sauce, and consumed it with relish, finding it quite delightful. After nearly 2 hours of feasting, Jiang Yiru leaned back in her chair, gently caressing her belly. I'm so full, so very full. It has been ages since I last had hot pot, and I've truly overindulged. In her relaxed posture, Jiang Yiru showed no reserve around Lu Wei, her pink sweater accentuating her figure. Lu Wei couldn't help but steal a few glances. Did she really not perceive him as a potential romantic interest? Feeling stuffed, Jiang Yiru suggested a leisurely stroll to aid digestion, to which Lu Wei readily agreed, accompanying her to the mall. He observed that women seemed to engage in a repetitive cycle at the shopping center, shopping until fatigued, then dining, only to repeat the process when hunger struck again. Eventually, they found themselves at the cinema entrance. Jiang Yiru glanced at the theater, prompting Lu Wei to inquire, "Are you interested in watching a movie?" "Oh, it has been so long since I last saw one. I'm unsure of what is currently good," she replied. "Let us go in and have a look. If you find something you like, we shall watch it." As they entered the cinema, they soon made their way to the screening room. The air conditioning was on, and Jiang Yiru removed her coat. Lu Wei instinctively reached out to take it, inadvertently brushing against the soft fabric of her pink sweater. Fortunately, the dim lighting concealed their expressions from one another. The following morning, Lu Wei visited a restaurant, ordered several dishes, and packed them to take to the company. Upon seeing him arrive with the food, Yang Wan rushed over with delight, enveloping him in a warm embrace. In an unprecedented turn of events, Lu Wei accompanied Yang Wan throughout the day at work. However, his tranquil life was soon disrupted as phone calls began pouring in. As the year drew to a close, Li Wanqing from the bank invited him to attend a high-net-worth client annual meeting. Shortly after, Jiang Baiyan from the capital called, requesting his return to organize a New Year's event for their members. Wang Fan also reached out, inviting Lu Wei to the Wantong New Year Gala. At the behest of Wang Muchuan, strangely, he received a call from an organization claiming to be the China Golf Association, inviting him to participate in a golf tour scheduled for February of the following year. They mentioned having watched videos of his matches and believed he qualified to compete, potentially representing the country at a world tour event. Lu Wei dismissed the idea without a second thought. He saw no purpose in such competitions. The prize money held no allure for him, and he had no desire for fame. With an important exam looming at the end of the month, he realized that if he declined, his generous donation of 1 million to the school would be in vain, further postponing his dream of education by yet another year. At that moment, it was imperative for him to remain in Shanghai, focusing on his studies, while everything else could be managed online. Meanwhile, his own company felt like a neglected child, lacking attention. Lu Wei decided to grant Yang Wan a bonus for the holidays. He arranged for 2 bodyguards for himself and asked Yang Wan if she would like a female bodyguard as well, to which she shook her head, asserting that having an executive assistant sufficed. After all, she wasn't a major boss and didn't require one. Lu Wei encouraged Yang Wan to invest in an angel round company, which she successfully acquired, securing 20 of the shares. Additionally, he transferred 100 million to Ware & Company, motivating Yang Wan to be bold in her endeavors and not fear potential losses. The Zhongxing Cup Futures Live trading competition is currently underway with fervor. Yuanning, situated in the capital, has incurred losses nearing 50, marking one of the most devastating yield rates in recent years. Observing the frontrunner, who has profited 200, he feels a sense of distortion within. After extensive inquiries, he invested over 1 million to acquire a trading slip from a master trader. Upon scrutinizing the details, he found that the leading participant was trading the same commodities as himself, albeit in a contrary manner. Where he took long positions, the opponent took short ones. When he opted for shorts, the rival went long. Moreover, upon examining the timing of the trades, it became evident that whenever the opponent made a move, Yuan Ning's chosen direction was swiftly countered, achieving an almost perfect strike rate of nearly 100%. This defies logic. Market manipulation seems implausible. The rival possesses merely 100 million in capital, insufficient to exert such influence. Even with several billion, this futures market is vast, and the ripple effects would be negligible, especially given the multitude of commodities involved. Yuan Ning found himself ensnared in profound doubt, questioning whether it was his own decline, a regression in his abilities, or if his adversary was simply too formidable. Chapter 265. Reflecting on the preparation for private equity, the annual master's degree entrance examination has finally arrived. Lu Wei is required to take only 2 subjects, comprehensive management and a foreign language, completing them within a single day. His friend Zhou Yu drove him to the entrance of Zhenduan University, where Lu Wei felt a sense of nostalgia reminiscent of his first arrival in the metropolis. Gazing at the university gates with a sense of aspiration, he marveled at having journeyed from beyond the mountains to this, the most bustling place in the country. Regardless, it was a hard-fought battle to arrive here, filled with ambition. Although the college entrance examination is deemed the fairest means of selection, disparities in information often lead many to diverge as they enter university. You toil for the benefit of others while I serve as a public servant. For someone like him, who is even more ordinary than the average child, choosing the right major is crucial. Securing a job post-graduation merely to make ends meet is already commendable. Achieving a salary that meets the average benchmark would signify a modest prosperity. For the average individual, the ultimate goal of education is often to secure a stable position. Only a government job can genuinely lead one towards a life of stability, without anyone to discern the situation, offer guidance, or illuminate the path. Those who rely solely on their own exploration often find themselves meandering aimlessly, ultimately squandering their golden decade and exhausting all their passion, only to confront the harsh reality of unemployment at 35 with nothing to show for it. They are compelled by family and dependent children to pursue labor-intensive jobs. In certain welfare-rich institutions, the pathways to entry are akin to afflictions, either through lineage, maternal transmission, or even through more intimate means. A notable saying from a certain Mr. Zhou in a particular province echoes, "Am I afraid you will read? To enter my institution, even graduate students must wait in line." Lu Wei submitted his paper early, indeed. Writing demands considerable time, preventing an earlier exit. As he wandered through the campus, nostalgia effortlessly transported him back to his own academic days. After completing his exams in the afternoon, he headed straight to the company to see Yang Wan, only then revealing that he had been occupied with exams that day. Upon reflection, it dawned on him that today was the graduate admissions examination. Pursuing further studies, perhaps? Indeed, Xiao Wan, soon we shall be alumni. Yang Wan was utterly taken aback. She had never witnessed this individual engaging in study, pondering what sort of absurd examination he had undertaken. Ah, then quickly call me senior, she exclaimed, her beauty undeniable, yet she yearned for the title of senior. Yang Wan lunged at him, and the two became entwined in playful tussle until Lu Wei, compelled by circumstance, surrendered with a call for senior. Only then did she relent, for indeed, when a woman finds an opportunity to rise above, she spares no effort to seize it. With pressing matters from the capital, Lu Wei took a day of respite before heading to the city with Zhou Yu and Song Shan. The three men commandeered the front of the business class. And for Zhou Yu and Song Shan, it was their inaugural experience in such a first-class-like setting, leaving them astounded at the indulgence of the affluent. Had it been just the two of them, they would have gladly endured a hard seat. Lu Wei, settling into his seat, drew the partition, allowing the two to indulge in their cinematic pursuits. The investment firm registered in the capital had completed all requisite approvals and private fund registrations, all managed by Jiang Baiyan, who felt increasingly stretched thin, given that they were all bosses. Lu Wei subscribed to 200 million, Wang Fun to 100 million, while Lin Xian and Qin Song each committed 50 million. The fund's investors were essentially the four of them, totaling 400 million, intended to compete with Yuan Ning as private equity. As for the strategy, Lu Wei had yet to devise a plan. He intended to observe the intelligence brought forth by informants from the capital before making a decision, for business warfare is akin to the battlefield. Upon arriving in the capital, the trio took a taxi to the Wanma Bingting Club's clubhouse. Despite being a billionaire, Lu Wei displayed no ostentation in his demeanor. As night fell, Wang Fun arrived at the clubhouse. The group retreated to a private room, where Wang Fun, with an air of mystery, informed Lu Wei that he had good news to share. After a brief wait, a man in his 30s, clad in a suit and glasses, knocked and entered, bowing slightly to Wang Fun. Young Master Wang, he greeted. Allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Lu, the founder of the investment company. He has just returned to the capital after some time away, so it is fitting for you to make his acquaintance, Wang Fun explained. Mr. Lu, this is Song Kuan, an exceptionally talented fund manager from our Wantong branch. I have recruited him to assist you. Hello, Mr. Lu. Song Kuan extended his hand for a handshake. I apologize for my absence. I appreciate your hard work. Tonight, consider it a simple welcome dinner, Lu Wei assured him. Not at all. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Song Kuan replied, appearing quite humble with a slight smile. He was a finance master's graduate who had studied abroad and spent 2 years on Wall Street before returning to China to join Wantong, where he had labored for several years, finally earning the privilege of managing a fund worth tens of billions. Little did he know that just as he was poised to make his mark, he was summoned to assist the young Wang in managing a fund that amounted to merely 400 million, a fraction of what he had previously overseen at Wantong, leaving him with a sense of underutilization. The company is headed by General Lu, with the rest of us as minor shareholders. For the time being, your salary will align with Wantong's, but it will be adjusted based on your performance later on. Rest assured, you will not be shortchanged. Wang Fun subtly reminded Song Kuan. Understood, I will certainly assist General Lu in managing the fund diligently. Afterward, Wang Fun ordered a bottle of Romani Conti, and once poured, he presented it to Song Kuan. Here's to you, a toast to welcome you. Thank you, esteemed bosses. The five clinked their glasses and downed the drinks in one gulp. After the meal, Wang Fun joined Lin Xian and Qin Song for some leisure time, leaving Song Kuan and Lu Wei to discuss matters regarding the fund. Wang Fun had just added a remark about Lu Wei that left Song Kuan astonished. Remember, General Lu is no novice. He is currently ranked first in the Zhongxin Cup Futures Live trading competition, right before your eyes. This phrase echoed in Song Kuan's mind, making him feel somewhat foolish. Song Kuan thoroughly recounted the information relayed by his informant to Lu Wei, who took particular note of the stocks heavily invested in by Yuan Ning's company. Monitor the trends of these stocks over the coming days, and when the time is right, establish a position in all of them. General Lu, shouldn't we conduct some research first? No need. This time, I prefer a swift resolution. Chapter 266, An enchanting night after discussing the fund. Wang Fun led them to a club located outside the East 3rd Ring Road, a rather enigmatic establishment, truly a realm of indulgence and excess. Just observing the parking lot outside reveals an array of vehicles of similar caliber. It is rare to find any price below 500,000. The club, named Between Heaven and Man, is quite renowned in the capital, a place not frequented by ordinary individuals, where expenditures for a single night are measured in the thickness of 100 yuan bills. The background of this venue is somewhat profound. It is rumored that a deputy police chief once visited and, after a confrontation, brought along dozens of officers, yet gained little advantage. One can only imagine the depth of the social circles associated with this place. The first courtesan of the past had connections with several high-ranking officials from other provinces. It resembles the courtesans of the Song dynasty, where provincial governors would venture to the capital to experience the splendor of the brothels. This venue is a genuine playground for the wealthy elite, distinctly different in nature from a mere club. Each reigning courtesan is auctioned off. To be the first client of the courtesan, one must be willing to spend extravagantly, with the courtesan's consent as a prerequisite. The most lavish expenditure recorded at Between Heaven and Man was when the first client for a courtesan spent 66 million. This is the fabled establishment, adorned with diamonds. Wang Fun secured a private room, and, With an air of mystery, addressed Lu Wei. I hadn't brought you here before. I feel somewhat remiss. Now that the management is more relaxed, I thought it fitting to introduce you. Is this place really that mysterious? How shall I put it? You know of the ancient brothels, right? Are you implying? Yes, it is quite akin to those elite establishments of antiquity. Wang Feng whispered. The women here, all under 28, at minimum possess a bachelor's degree, with some even holding master's degrees. They must be at least 165 centimeters tall, and their beauty will surely meet your expectations. So impressive? It is imperative. Otherwise, how could one attain the esteemed position of being the best in the nation? Lu Wei raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, impressive. This truly seems to be a veritable treasure trove. To think that beneath the imperial city, such a place exists. Upon entering the private room, male attendants were prohibited from entry. Only female attendants were permitted to guide guests within. Once inside, the presence of any men was entirely absent. The sight of the female attendants was nothing short of breathtaking. Their caliber must surely elevate the ambience of any bar. Lu Wei pondered the extent to which such establishments thrived in ancient times. Regardless, with Wang Feng footing the bill, everyone indulged freely. Indeed, the companions summoned were of remarkable quality, exhibiting soft voices and graceful manners. What a splendidly enchanting evening it was. Zhou Yu and Song Shan were utterly astonished. They had never encountered such a spectacle before. Having not seen women for several years, they felt as though they had tumbled into a den of enchantresses. They stood outside, nearly forcing themselves to close their eyes to avoid wandering thoughts. In contrast, Wang Feng's bodyguards remained composed, unfazed by the unfolding scene. It was not until the deep hours of the night that Wang Feng and Lu Wei finally concluded their gathering. Individuals were not permitted to leave. This venue was suited solely for immediate enjoyment. The following day, upon arriving at the office of the investment firm, Lu Wei had scarcely taken his seat when Song Kuan entered, knocking at the door. Manager Lu, today marks your first day. Would you like to convene a meeting to introduce yourself to the team? Yes, that sounds good. Please notify everyone to meet in the conference room shortly. Song Kuan, serving as the fund manager, utilized his compliance role to assist with the fund's registration and subsequent reporting, while also overseeing basic team development. In the conference room, Lu Wei briefly introduced himself, uttering a few inconsequential remarks, and then painted a vision for the future before concluding the meeting. The team comprised 4 traders, 2 researchers, an accountant, a legal advisor, and a risk control officer, rather few in number. After some discussion, it seemed prudent for Lu Wei, as the new boss, to acquire a professional qualification certificate to aid in fund management. Once the meeting adjourned, Lu Wei summoned Song Kuan and directly conveyed his investment strategy. Within the next few days, he planned to proportionally purchase 5 heavily weighted stocks of Yuan Ning. This plan startled Song Kuan. Was this the fervor of a newly appointed leader? Such an impulsive first act seemed reckless. As a fund manager, he felt obligated to counsel the boss to reconsider. Boss, this is too risky. We should adopt a more gradual approach. Let's establish a half position initially and observe the market trends. Manager Song, do not worry. You shall execute this plan without fear of adverse consequences, and your salaries will remain intact. While salaries would indeed be preserved, there was concern over the swift demise of the company. With a resigned expression, Song Kuan thought, very well, if it must fall quickly, I can return to Wantong. Thus, he instructed the traders to quietly build positions over the next few days. After assigning the tasks regarding position building, Lu Wei departed. Having finally arrived in the capital, he decided to visit his young companion, persuading her to take a leave of absence to accompany him. With the new year approaching, he anticipated spending it in the bustling metropolis, leading him to take Jiang Xinan to SKP for a lavish shopping spree. Jiang Xinan resided in a place that Lu Wei had not revisited, perhaps out of a sense of awkwardness at the prospect of encountering that insufferable older brother again. After the new year, he thought it best to purchase a new residence for himself. Curiously observing the individuals trailing Lu Wei, Jiang Xinan inquired about their purpose. Lu Wei clarified that they were assistants, as he indeed considered himself a boss, and it was only fitting to have aides accompany him. After spending a delightful day with the young woman, he eventually met with Jiang Baiyan. The latter wore a pained expression, lamenting the delays despite being in the capital. Questioning who the real boss was, Lu Wei spent the day at the club listening to Jiang Baiyan's work report. Once he reached his limit, he instructed Zhou Yu and Song Shan to take a break in the security department. There, they encountered familiar faces, engaging in conversations amidst the camaraderie. Many envied their circumstances, as working for the boss seemed far more comfortable than their roles as security personnel. Numerous inquiries arose regarding whether the boss was hiring more bodyguards, sparking hopes of opportunity. The two men could only shake their heads with wry smiles. As Lu Wei's fund began to accumulate assets, it slightly influenced Yuan Ning's holdings, given the substantial buying activity. It was impossible for there to be no upward movement. Observing the fund's performance improve, Yuan Ning's spirits lifted considerably. At the very least, the report indicated solid returns for shareholders this year. The losses in futures, though not significant in amount, were nonetheless frustrating. Yuan Ning grew increasingly curious about the enigmatic individual, analyzing a multitude of holdings, and he became convinced that someone on the Zhongxing side had sold their information, with the mysterious top buyer being the one purchasing his data. Yuan Ning struggled to comprehend the purpose behind acquiring his trading records and holdings. It was truly perplexing. Could it be that this was the reason for his losses? Chapter 267. Just crash the market for me in 2 days. It would be New Year's Day. Lu Wei instructed Song Kuan to liquidate all holdings in the final 2 days, urging him to forcefully crash those 5 stocks, ideally driving them to their limit down. Upon hearing this, Song Kuan nearly lost his footing. President Lu, what did you say? Liquidate our holdings and aggressively smash those stocks down? We have only established these positions for 2 days. Doing so would incur significant losses. It's fine. Just account for a 30 million loss. Keep it within that range as you crash the market. President Liu, is there some adverse news regarding these stocks? Song Kuan hoped for a reasonable explanation to justify the preemptive loss. I cannot explain it at the moment. Just execute my orders for now, and I will discuss it with you later. With no other choice, Song Kuan summoned the traders to prepare. After all, it was the boss's money at stake. And if there were losses, they would be borne by him. He had done his best to dissuade the decision and felt he had fulfilled his responsibility. Upon leaving the office, he could not resist calling Wang Fan for advice. Director Wang, there's a matter concerning the investment company that I wish to discuss with you. What is the issue? President Liu is there. Just speak with him. He is fully responsible. It's about President Liu. I would like to request your counsel. Oh, what is wrong with President Liu? Wang Fan found the situation rather peculiar. What was happening? Just moments ago, General Liu had issued a directive for him to liquidate all the stocks acquired in the past couple of days. This unusual behavior could potentially lead to losses amounting to tens of millions. Was it related to investment matters? Indeed. I had thought it was something else. As long as it pertains to investments, I shall heed General Liu's instructions. He is a sage. One must simply execute his commands, for in due course, you shall comprehend his prowess. Furthermore, such matters should no longer be conveyed to me. Everything shall revolve around General Liu. Very well, Director Wang. Song Kuan nodded. Realizing he might have erred in consistently identifying himself with Wang Fan, akin to monitoring another superior. Upon returning to the trading room, he instructed the traders to commence executing the plan. The traders, equally bewildered, pondered the company's uncertain future. It exhibited an alarming level of caprice. The traders were expected to uphold a higher degree of discipline. They were to act according to the manager's directives without question. Capital is particularly sensitive around holidays, especially speculative funds, which are most wary of festivities and weekends. A single piece of news could bury them. Moreover, today marked the final opportunity to mobilize funds before the holiday, and emotions could easily sway. Everyone was merely awaiting a chance to offload at a premium. However, they were met not with a rise but a sharp decline, leaving many in a state of confusion as they hastily began to sell off their holdings. Despite the considerable volume, the downturn was severe, and having reduced their positions by only half, they faced an average drop of 4. Observing the data on the stock software, the trading volume had already reached several hundred million. The anticipated leverage had not materialized. It was at least a case of 4 ounces moving 10 pounds. As Lu Wei commanded the reduction of positions and a sell-off, Yuan Ning received information from the trading room indicating that the stocks he held were in a downward spiral. After contemplating in his office, he instructed the traders to prepare for a low buying strategy after 2:30 p.m., allocating an additional 20 million for each stock. Yuan Ning's judgment was entirely aligned with market principles. While others were offloading to mitigate risk, he had no such concerns. By the rule of the market, a stabilization and subsequent rise was expected the following day. He had confidence in his holdings, believing that no significant changes would occur simply due to a 3-day holiday, as they were all industry leaders. As the afternoon trading session closed, Song Kuan approached to report on the situation. Half of the positions in 5 stocks had been liquidated. As today, as market conditions were favorable for such maneuvers. General Liu, although we experienced a drop of around 5 today, we also incurred our own losses of 2. Given our higher entry points, no matter, we shall continue to sell tomorrow. Once we reach the appropriate level, I will inform you to repurchase, replied Liu. Understood, General Liu. With no further doubts, Song Kuan exited the office. The last day before New Year's Day marked the final trading day of the year. Occasionally, in pursuit of a prosperous year, the market would deliberately employ large blue-chip stocks to convey a bullish indicator, artfully dubbed flourishing, to ensure a perfect conclusion to the year. Everyone hoped for a splendid finish to their year on this final day, anticipating an even more promising year ahead. True to expectations, the market opened in the red, with a slight increase of 0.1, which was still a positive sign. Yuan Ning had barely reveled in joy when, after 9:30, he was beset by a sudden market downturn, akin to a plunging line that sank into the depths like water, turning green once more. What on earth was happening? Did they not wish to enjoy a prosperous new year? Witnessing this predicament, Yuan Ning refrained from increasing his investments today, opting instead to remain an observer. By the time of the afternoon close, several stocks were entirely in the red. He had originally anticipated a commendable performance this year. Yet the final 2 days nearly nullified the gains. After a year of managing the fund, the profits were laughably less than bank interest, truly a farce. As the market concluded, Lu Wei, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, made his way to the South Station, eager to return to the bustling metropolis. Perhaps only in this vibrant city would the new year feel truly meaningful. At 10 o'clock in the evening, he finally arrived back in the metropolis. Lu Wei crafted heartfelt New Year wishes for each girl, saving them to send at the stroke of midnight. His primary aim was to pick up Yang Wan, for the ethereal goddess in white still held a significant place in his heart. Yang Wan had taken her company staff for a team-building exercise. Being the inaugural year for the company, she wished to approach it with earnestness. By the time Lu Wei arrived, the event had long concluded. Yet Yang Wan awaited him at the office. He granted Zhou Yu and Song Shan a day off, distributing red envelopes of 2,000 yuan each to everyone, wishing them a prosperous new year and an even better year ahead. Finally, the new year had arrived. After responding to messages, Lu Wei embraced Yang Wan on the balcony of his home. Together, they gazed at the illuminated skyline across the Bund. As the clock struck midnight, the chimes from the clock tower resonated, and they toasted with a glass of red wine, exchanging heartfelt New Year wishes. Their fervent kiss intertwined with the arrival of the new year, gradually enveloping them in their own world. Chapter 268. Encountering the daughter of Han Shua during the 3-day New Year holiday. On the first, Lu Wei stayed home, allowing Yang Wan to wake naturally. She, a workaholic, preferred to use weekends for rest, desiring no excursions. In the following 2 days, Lu Wei ventured out, dining with Chun Lu and Li Wanqing, engaging in delightful interactions to fulfill the romantic aspirations of the women for the new year, taking advantage of the downtime. He also visited his 3 roommates to observe the expansion of their pet shop. None of the roommates took a break, as holidays were prime business times for the service industry. The first shop was bustling with customers, indicating that several new employees had been hired, and the service quality had undergone a substantial improvement. The staff were diligently engaged, and everything was running smoothly. Inquiring about Luo Hui and the others, he learned that the other 2 shops were undergoing renovations and were expected to open before the new year. Anticipating special service demands that could boost orders and foster a loyal customer base for the upcoming year, Lu Wei distributed red envelopes to the employees, and the 3 roommates did the same, as they were not yet in a profitable phase. Thus, Lu Wei needed to nurture them further. Since the timely financing last time, Daguo Construction had swiftly captured the market, with performance rapidly improving. It had already expanded into major provinces nationwide, with last year's estimated total revenue exceeding 300 million, satisfying the company's operational needs and temporarily alleviating the necessity for Lu Wei to invest for survival. How Dijian and Yu Guiran have seen their fortunes multiply, exchanging their modest means for grander ambitions, and have now ascended to the ranks of billionaires. The valuation of Daguo Construction has reached at least 500 million, with their combined stakes estimated to exceed 2.5 billion, resulting in each of them possessing over 100 million. It is remarkable that they were on the brink of bankruptcy not long ago, and within less than a year, they have executed a splendid turnaround. When Lu Wei visited the company, both men were visibly elated. Indeed, Yu Guiran seems to be a man of fortune, as his encounters with Lu Wei invariably herald good luck and a flourishing career. The 2 recounted significant developments from the past year, as they were heavily involved in the business and thus more attuned to the company's evolution. Although their combined shares surpass Lu Wei's, he remains the principal shareholder. The trio enjoyed a meal together, no longer burdened by the financial constraints of the past. They graciously invited Lu Wei, who was pleased to partake, having cultivated a successful enterprise that has yielded impressive results. On the evening of January 5th, at the Wantong Ruihua Hotel, owned by Wang Fun, who believed in keeping prosperity within his circle, Wang Muchuan hosted a New Year's banquet. The guest list comprised dignitaries and influential figures, with attendees from the business realm achieving notable success. The criteria for political invitees remained ambiguous, but they were likely to be individuals of significant standing. Anticipating an evening of merriment, Lu Wei chose not to drive himself, opting instead for Zhou Yu to chauffeur him. Dressed impeccably in a black tuxedo, Lu Wei alighted from the vehicle to find a throng of security personnel at the entrance, necessitating verification for entry into the banquet hall. Realizing he had forgotten his invitation, he quickly dialed Wang Fun. At that moment, Wang Fun was attending to guests in the banquet hall, but upon receiving Lu Wei's call, he promptly excused himself and hurried out to greet him. Curiosity ensued among the guests as to who warranted such a personal reception from Wang Fun. Upon seeing Lu Wei at the entrance, Wang Fun smiled and exclaimed, "What a rare sight to see you so well dressed." Lu Wei retorted, "Look who's talking." Dressed like a refined rogue, Wang Fun jestingly added, "Come on, I saved a ticket by coming out to fetch you. How frugal of you." He led Lu Wei into the banquet hall, glancing towards his father's direction and ushering Lu Wei over to greet him. "Father, Lu Wei has arrived." "Hello, Uncle Wang." "Ah, young Lu, it's wonderful to see you. Please, sit and enjoy some time with Wang Fun." "Of course, Uncle Wang. We'll be over there, you carry on." Lu Wei and Wang Fun joined a group of young people near Wang Muchuan, who were intrigued by Lu Wei's familiarity with him. Wang Fun introduced Lu Wei to various acquaintances, many of whom were the next generation of influential families, appearing to have surpassed the likes of Qin Canaan in lineage. Lu Wei mingled for a while, gradually becoming a familiar face among the crowd. In the midst of a gathering, Lu Wei noticed an unconventional girl among the crowd, distinguished by her considerable physique, reminiscent of a robust figure standing at around 173 centimeters. She seemed to indulge in her culinary delights frequently. Upon catching sight of her, a sudden thought crossed Lu Wei's mind. Could she possibly be the daughter of Han Shua? The individual described in Han Shua's Lamentations bore a slight resemblance to this young woman. Stealthily, Lu Wei retrieved his phone and captured a candid shot, promptly sending it to Han Shua. "Is this your daughter? Wait, do you know her?" Han Shua replied, astonished. "I don't know her. I merely spotted her at an event and felt she resembled your dream girl." "Come on, stop joking. She is not my dream girl. She is my nightmare. I think she seems quite pleasant. Being able to enjoy food is a blessing, and she should be capable of bearing children. Moreover, her presence here tonight suggests she hails from a respectable family. Please, I implore you, don't rub salt in my wounds. How about I go over and introduce myself to her?" "Lu Wei, we have no grievances against each other, so why would you do this?" With a sudden burst of mischievousness, Lu Wei made his way toward the young lady. Xiao Fian had originally been reluctant to attend such an event, but her parents had insisted she accompany them, claiming that there would be some illustrious young individuals present for her to meet. Looking at her current appearance, she felt more like a subject of ridicule than someone there to make acquaintances. Following a bout of illness a few years prior, her body had uncontrollably expanded after taking medication. Initially, she was despondent, feeling that life had become unbearable, and she scarcely wished to leave her home. However, after enduring criticism, her spirit grew resilient, and she found herself indifferent to the opinions of others. Tonight, having left without eating, She felt a pang of hunger and couldn't resist the temptation of some pastries. While she was savoring her indulgence, a pleasant male voice suddenly reached her ears. Are these pastries delicious? Turning around, Xiao Fian found a rather refined gentleman inquiring. They should be delicious. Why don't you try one? She unexpectedly offered her plate to him. Without hesitation, he took a piece and began to eat. Hello, I am Lu Wei, a friend of Han Shua. Han Shua? Who is that? Xiao Fian responded, somewhat perplexed. Chapter 269. The significance of the banquet. What Lu Wei had presumed to be Han Shua's daughter turned out to be someone who didn't even remember him. This revelation rendered Lu Wei slightly awkward as he rubbed his nose and remarked, he must have mentioned you. He was supposed to have met you. Oh, I met many people last year. If there weren't 10, there were at least 8, so I might have forgotten. Xiao Fian expressed her disinterest, lacking any desire to continue the conversation. It seemed Han Shua was merely a fleeting presence in her life, perhaps not even that significant. In the upper echelons of Shanghai society, the pool of eligible suitors was rather limited, despite Han Shua's decent appearance. It was puzzling why he had failed to capture her attention. If he were to learn of his unrequited affections, believing he was destined to win over this young lady, only to discover she was completely unaware of his existence, it would surely be a devastating blow to his pride. In Lu Wei's mind, the image of Han Shua weeping uncontrollably surfaced, prompting an involuntary smile. What are you laughing at? A voice pulled Lu Wei back to reality. Oh, nothing. I just imagined how distressed my friend would be if he knew you didn't even recognize him. Well then, how did you end up here? Were you coerced by your parents? Not at all. A friend invited me. I'm just here to take a look. I was indeed pressured by my parents to meet new people. They don't understand me at all. Lu Wei surveyed his surroundings and noted the presence of many attractive individuals, likely the socialites of this gathering. He pondered the caliber of the guests Wang Muchuan had invited tonight. Were they of the 10 billion or 100 billion class? After a brief chat with Xiao Fian, Wang Fan approached him, accompanied by several others. Come on, let me show you around and introduce you. I think I'll pass. It doesn't seem that interesting. Wang Fan urged. Since you're here, you might as well make some acquaintances. It will be beneficial for you in Shanghai. All right, I've just met someone new. Let us all go together then. No, really, I'm fine just grabbing a bite here. Xiao Fian shook her head like a rattle drum. Seeing this, Lu Wei apologized to her and followed Wang Fan. Why, you have quite the appetite, don't you? Wang Fan muttered quietly. What do you mean by that? Lu Wei asked, puzzled by Wang Fan's comment. Today, Wang Fan was the center of attention, especially among the younger crowd. Wherever he went, he drew interest. Surrounded by a throng of handsome men and beautiful women, the curious onlookers speculated about the unfamiliar face Wang Fan was inviting, wondering if he was a scion of a prominent family or an emerging elite. Some recognized Xiao Fian and whispered among themselves. This friend of Xiao Fian knows Wang Fan and seems to hold his attention. Does that mean Xiao Fian is of some standing too? Some were already engaging in astute conjectures, gazing at the elegantly dressed socialites showcasing their alluring figures. Lu Wei felt unsure where to direct his gaze, merely following Wang Fan mechanically and greeting people in a robotic manner. It wasn't until the intermission of the banquet that Wang Muchuan summoned the two of them and began introducing them to those around. Lu Wei felt a sense of familiarity with someone in the crowd, as if he had seen them before. When Wang Muchuan introduced them one by one, it dawned on him that some were prominent figures he had encountered in the news, renowned entrepreneurs. A server approached with a drink for them. Wang Fan and Lu Wei accepted the glasses and toasted to the esteemed individuals present, marking their presence. Brother Muchuan, I heard you've been racing horses in the capital lately with remarkable success. Ahem, it's just my son being foolish. He started a riding club. I happened to buy a horse to exercise, and unexpectedly, it excelled. Brother Muchuan, I have a horse too. After the new year, I'd love to race against you. Sounds good. I've been looking for a worthy opponent. The club is run by these two youngsters. I'll have them help arrange for your horse. Wang Muchuan gestured towards Wang Fan and Lu Wei. Great, you all come to visit me later. Certainly, uncle. The significance of today's banquet seems to lie precisely in this, to listen to stories, to meet new acquaintances. The thought of another event tomorrow only adds to Lu Wei's headache. He remains oblivious to the nature of their exchanges, whether they are engaging in business discussions or mere boastful chatter. Ultimately, it is a marketplace of fame and fortune. It's exhausting, and he feels lost as to what to do. Wang Fan and Lu Wei have secluded themselves in a room to rest. You're not tired at all. Just hiding here, Wang Fan quips. I'm the one who is exhausted. I feel like I'm being suffocated by them. Well, who told you your father is a billionaire? Did you find anyone appealing tonight? I could introduce you. All the young ladies here come from affluent families. Enough of that. I'm not in need of money, nor do I wish to become a son-in-law. You could marry an only child, and then it would be 1 + 1 greater than 2. Their family assets would be yours. What are you thinking? Aren't there enough charming online influencers to enjoy? Why focus on these heiresses? Not at all. You mustn't misunderstand. I merely stand there, and they gravitate towards me. You're quite the character. Hey, are you spying on me? After a brief respite, Wang Fan ventured out again, unable to remain absent for too long and leave Lu Wei alone in the room. Just as Lu Wei was about to exit, the door swung open, nearly knocking him over, before it was swiftly closed again. The lights were extinguished, and a bewildered Lu Wei had yet to comprehend the situation when a girl whispered, "Shh. Don't speak." After a moment, footsteps approached and then receded, allowing the girl to speak once more. Who are you, and why are you here? I'm curious about you too. I was here first. What brings you to this room? Ah, right. You were here first, she acknowledged with a nod. I have a pesky follower. It's infuriating, so I'm hiding for a moment. A suitor, I presume? Something like that. It's quite annoying. To his surprise, Lu Wei found himself engaged in conversation with her. Was she not the least bit apprehensive about being alone together? Chapter 270. Is this a fortunate encounter? Are there truly so many matchmaking scenarios among the wealthy? Lu Wei mused, realizing that Wang Muchuan's banquet was transforming into a grand matchmaking event for affluent families. After all, with such splendid attire, one could hardly assume they were there for any other purpose. Those who graced this occasion undoubtedly held significant status, likely with familial backgrounds that could match or even seek synergistic alliances. Perhaps with a stroke of luck, one could even reach for higher aspirations. My name is Zeng Ying. What about you? Lu Wei. Oh, what are you doing here? It was dull outside, so I came here to rest. Well, I thought you were waiting for someone. Isn't this a date, after all? Ah, smooth talker. I find that rather irritating. I'm leaving. You can find someone else. With that, Zeng Ying opened the door and exited, leaving Lu Wei in a state of astonishment. This woman is quite fierce. Upon stepping outside, Lu Wei noticed Wang Fan animatedly conversing with a group. This guy truly knows how to put on a show. Yet, it leaves him feeling somewhat lost. Uncertain of what to do, he settled into a corner, holding a glass of champagne and savoring the moment in solitude. Before long, two individuals settled beside him. Zhang, how has business been lately? I have recently placed a hefty bet on Jiangcheng, investing 20 billion, and I find myself somewhat apprehensive. What is there to worry about? Jiangcheng is currently thriving and stands as the foremost city in the central region. Its momentum is quite promising. Your project is bound to yield substantial profits. However, rumors have surfaced in Jiangcheng regarding the emergence of SARS. Do you recall the SARS outbreak in 03? What? Is that true? Back then, SARS caused widespread panic and lasted an extensive period. A friend of mine claims there have already been hundreds of infections, yet the authorities remain silent, insisting further research is necessary. With the new year approaching, they wish to avoid creating chaos. Why not personally visit Jiangcheng to ascertain the situation? If there is indeed a crisis, it would be prudent to prepare accordingly. Should it be confirmed, do let me know, as I have a considerable number of employees to consider. All right, your words have left me uncertain. I will head over tomorrow. After all, I have invested nearly my entire fortune. The two then shifted their conversation to other matters, but Lu Wei absorbed this segment keenly. SARS, he was already in his early teens during that time, recalling how strictly the local hospital enforced quarantines. Those returning from Lingnan were all isolated, forbidden from returning home. If anyone from that region returned without reporting, the police would visit their residence. When the situation worsened, they even granted several days off. The outbreak began in Lingnan, and within mere days, due to the movement of people, it spread far and wide. Jiangcheng, as a vital hub in the nation, was likely to experience even swifter transmission. Contemplating this, Lu Wei felt compelled to notify Jiang Boyan and De Gui to take precautions and refrain from traveling to Jiangcheng for the time being. After the two departed, Lu Wei took out his phone and called them one by one. Jiang Boyan's situation was manageable. They could check the club's entries, barring anyone from Jiangcheng temporarily, and prohibit all employees from business trips to Jiangcheng. However, De Gui faced a dilemma, as Huhan was also a major business province, making it difficult to impose such restrictions. Were they to halt operations entirely? After some deliberation, they decided to limit Huhan's business activities to local operations, avoiding any out-of-town travel. With so many individuals involved, should they stockpile some banlangen, masks, alcohol, and cold medicine? These were essential supplies during the SARS outbreak, which had been quickly snatched up when the crisis arose. With this thought, Lu Wei called his brother-in-law, instructing him to halt sales of masks produced by their factory starting tomorrow, maintaining normal production for reserves. Given the number of employees across his companies, he was uncertain whether they would have enough. He also advised stocking up on disinfectant alcohol. If production was halted, they should procure a batch nearby. Although his brother-in-law had reservations, he complied with Lu Wei's directives. After ending the call, Lu Wei transferred 5 million to the mask factory. While business had ceased, they still needed to sustain their workforce and procure supplies. What are you doing here? Lu Wei looked up, recognizing the familiar voice. It was Xiao Fian, accompanied by a girl, one slender and the other plump, their contrasting figures starkly evident. As if every beautiful girl was destined to have a chubby companion by her side. With nowhere to go, I simply sat here observing others boast. Why don't you seek out Wang Fun? He is surrounded by so much excitement. It's uninteresting. He is a prominent figure, while I am not. Lu Wei cast a glance towards Wang Fun and replied. Oh, were you just in the room upstairs? Inquired the girl beside Xiao Fian. Was that you? Just moments ago. Shrouded in darkness, Lu Wei hadn't had the chance to discern her features, but upon hearing the girl's voice, he recognized her as Zeng Ying, the one he encountered in the room. How fortuitous, at last, a face to the name. Zeng Ying was indeed striking. Adorned in an elegant white gown that accentuated her figure exquisitely, while not quite a nine-headed goddess, her physique was certainly notable, explaining the fervent pursuit by men. Do you two know each other? Xiao Fian asked, puzzled. We just met upstairs. I encountered him while evading someone. Now that you're out, where's your shadow? Lu Wei inquired curiously. I just shook them off. I came here to find a quiet corner, she replied. That may not be the case. Lu Wei observed as two handsome gentlemen approached. Xiaoying, there you are. We've been searching for you. The two approached Zeng Ying with cheerful grins. Why are you back? Didn't I mention I have someone I like? Zeng Ying protested. Oh, come on, Xiaoying, your mother said you didn't. They exchanged knowing glances as Zeng Ying reached over and wrapped her arm around Lu Wei's. This is the one I like. I came to find him. So you may as well give up. Before Lu Wei could utter a word, he felt her arm tighten around his, accompanied by a playful pinch. All right, I suppose I shall now be your scapegoat. Let us avoid me becoming an unexpected father, shall we? Zeng Ying, don't act. Do you think we'll fall for this with just any random extra? They questioned, eyeing the pair skeptically. Zeng Ying leaned in and planted a kiss on Lu Wei's cheek. Now, do you believe me? The group was momentarily taken aback. Lu Wei included. Was this a stroke of fortune? What was happening? Zhang, I didn't expect you to be like this. The two, somewhat agitated, turned to leave. TCH. Those people are always indulging in revelry, thinking we women are oblivious. Hey, it's just a performance. Don't take it seriously. Today's favor is yours. Zhang Ying warned as she released Lu Wei's arm. Wow, Xiaoying, so your first kiss has just vanished. Poo, Fian, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Ying retorted, her cheeks tinged with a blush as she playfully pinched Xiao Fian, insisting on reminding her at this moment. Chapter 271. Your dish has been harassed. When Wang Fan came looking for Lu Wei, he casually mentioned the gossip he had overheard earlier. Brother, we must tread carefully. We both hold considerable influence, and if we spread rumors, we could find ourselves in trouble. Wang Fan cautioned Lu Wei earnestly. Come on, I'm not spreading anything. I merely wanted you to consider whether you should take precautions. Am I here to fabricate tales? Lu Wei replied, exasperated. Haha, I understand. We mustn't fall victim to ignorance. Let us be mindful. You may handle this matter as you see fit. After all, what I have shared is merely gossip, and I possess no certainty regarding it. I have already alerted the club to remain vigilant. Very well, I shall inform my father after the meeting to exercise caution. Indeed, it seems best to remain at home for the time being. After the evening banquet concluded, Lu Wei returned home and recounted the events to everyone present, particularly admonishing Yang Wan not to undertake any business trips to Jiangxing. Lu Ling and Lu Yang were quite disheartened, having just concluded their postgraduate entrance examinations. They had anticipated embarking on a journey across the nation, even planning a trip to Hong Kong and Macau. Yet, mere days into their plans, they found themselves restricted from venturing out. Lu Yang, aware of her dependence on Lu Wei for her studies, dared not oppose his wishes. At that moment, Lu Wei's mother called, reminding them to assist in preparing for the housewarming celebration in a few days, prompting the sisters to reluctantly purchase tickets and return home. The banquet hall on the third floor of the Bank of China building at the Bund was the venue for a New Year's gala hosted for high-net-worth clients. The evening's affair was of considerable stature, with guests from various lucrative industries in attendance, spanning finance, entertainment, and the internet. Among the attendees were individuals of varying ages, including those in their 50s and 60s, some of whom were familiar faces often seen online. Upon Lu Wei's arrival, he noticed Han Shua's ostentatious vehicle and forgot to inquire whether he had received an invitation, as he was too engrossed with Li Wanqing. He had not even had the opportunity to change from last night's attire and wore the same opulent outfit that evening, a sight reminiscent of newfound wealth. Spotting Li Wanqing greeting guests, Lu Wei approached her and gently squeezed her hand. Li Wanqing glanced nervously around, her cheeks flushed. You look stunning tonight, Lu Wei whispered. Is that so? Wasn't he this your choice? She replied. I regret letting you look so exquisite, he responded. Really? Look at all the gazes directed your way. I am envious. Li Wanqing's gown accentuated her flawless figure, and as she welcomed guests at the entrance, every passerby's gaze inevitably fell upon her, revealing the intentions of those lecherous onlookers. What can I do? I have no other attire, she replied. I'll speak with your manager and request that you cease this role, he jested. Fine, then I shall only show myself to you. Indeed. I prefer the sight of you unclad. How rude. Li Wanqing's blush deepened. You should head inside. I will seek you out later, as I need to wait a bit longer. Very well, stay safe. In the throng, Lu Wei found Han Shua engaged in conversation. Han Shua introduced Lu Wei to those around him, and they nodded in acknowledgement. After a while, the two found a secluded corner to converse privately. I just saw you cozied up with the bank manager for quite some time. Have you already secured his favor? Han Shua teased. Of course. You should know who I am, Lu Wei replied confidently. Impressive. I should have acted sooner. You have truly captured someone's affection. Huh. Who knows which one you fancy? That Xiao Fian, perhaps? Why do you keep bringing her up? Can't we just skip this topic? Han Shua felt a chill run down his spine. This hurdle was insurmountable. In truth, you are also concerned, but she hasn't even remembered you. It's merely your unreciprocated feelings. I spoke with her last night, and she had completely forgotten who you are. Sighing, he continued, but my mother insists that I pursue her. What can I do about it? Is that girl from a wealthy family? She is far richer than mine. Her family's wealth is at least several times greater than ours, which is why my mother is so eager. Ah, what a pity. What are you lamenting about? If she were an only child, and you married her, wouldn't that lead to a prosperous future for you? Your assets would double. Am I really that shallow? Han Shua retorted, rendered speechless. Look, your crush is being harassed. Han Shua gestured for Lu Wei to look over. A tall, burly Caucasian was standing beside Li Wanqing, jabbering incessantly, with arms outstretched as if to embrace her. Li Wanqing placed a hand against the man's chest, pushing him away while stepping aside. This is intolerable. Lu Wei approached, asking, Wanqing, what is going on? Han Shua followed closely, intrigued. Li Wanqing hid behind Lu Wei, inquiring, who is this? The white man, visibly displeased, questioned her demeanor. These foreigners often arrived in the country with an inflated sense of superiority, especially in a metropolis like Shanghai, where they were accustomed to the enthusiastic reception from Chinese girls, rarely encountering rejection for a hug or similar gestures. However, to his surprise, he found himself turned down that night, gazing at Li Wanqing in her evening gown. The man's pale blue eyes revealed a distinctly lewd expression. Mr. Blake, these two are esteemed guests of our bank, Li Wanqing stated. The foreigner hesitated, taken aback that he was being referred to as a distinguished guest by two significantly younger individuals. He often approached Chinese girls with a sense of entitlement, viewing them as easy targets, especially those who dreamed of living abroad. A simple greeting would often elicit eager responses from many. Even if he grew tired of them and moved on, they seldom dared to complain. Moreover, Foreigners enjoyed certain privileges at the police station. They were prioritized for protection, though it depended on the circumstances. However, he was cautious not to antagonize the truly wealthy in the country, as they wielded considerable influence. The foreigner extended his hand, seemingly an oversized paw, to shake hands with Lu Wei and Han Shua. "Hello, I am Paul Blake, the manager of the SBD Fund in Greater China." Lu Wei reluctantly shook his hand, responding, "Hello, nice to meet you." He then quickly ushered Li Wanqing away. The foreigner watched them leave, feeling powerless. He lacked the confidence to confront everyone present and merely shrugged. "This foreigner is exceedingly lecherous. His gaze suggests he wants to devour you. He has just reached our bank's high net worth standard, and the president assigned him to me. This is my second encounter with him," Li Wanqing hurriedly explained. "Oh, your president seems rather interesting. I think I shall pay him a visit tomorrow," Lu Wei mused, stroking his chin, having made up his mind. "Do you need my assistance?" Han Shua inquired. "Is it really necessary? After all, he is merely the branch manager. My word should carry weight, while Wanqing is just a junior employee." "Very well, then you may attempt it first." Fortunately, Han Shua attended the banquet, followed later by Li Wanqing, which made Lu Wei find the occasion significantly more engaging than the previous night. Li Wanqing was kept close by his side, not permitted to stray far, and the disapproving glances from others were rendered inconsequential. Those present that evening, after all, were unaware of the underlying circumstances and dared not provoke him. Chapter 272. The Liangshan student group arrives the following day. Lu Wei visited the bank to meet with the branch manager regarding his deposits. He candidly stated his intentions, trading his deposits for a job, leaving the matter to their discretion. Observing Lu Wei's demeanor, the manager seemed to grasp that there might be some hidden dealings between the two. Lu Wei had substantial funds deposited in their branch, making it unwarranted to offend such a valuable client over the position of a mere employee, regardless of who was being attended to. There were numerous charming women in the bank, thus the manager assured that Li Wanqing's position would be adjusted the following day. The pleasant exchange determined the fate of a particular individual, exemplifying the power of capital. Having secured Li Wanqing's employment, Lu Wei prepared to return to the capital. The pre-holiday fund investments had only just commenced, and his retaliation against Yuan Ning had made minimal progress. He needed to oversee the situation. Additionally, Wang Mo had confirmed their itinerary. The children from Daliangshan were scheduled to arrive in the capital on the first day of their winter vacation, and Lu Wei felt compelled to greet them, lest Wang Mo be distraught. After explaining his purpose to Yang Wan, Lu Wei set off for the capital accompanied by 2 bodyguards. In recent days, Song Kuan had been inquiring about the current state of affairs, as they were now in cash positions and wondering whether to make any purchases. Lu Wei casually suggested that Song Kuan conduct his own research and present his findings later. Upon returning to the investment firm, Song Kuan approached him. "Mr. Lu, you have finally returned. I have been awaiting your arrival these past few days. How have the 5 stocks we liquidated fared? In the recent trading days, they have all declined by over 20. Notably, 3 of these stocks encountered negative news during the holidays, with one company's actual controller being criminally detained by the Customs Anti-Smuggling Bureau, and another facing quality issues that garnered significant attention. Mr. Lu, you truly possess remarkable foresight. Had we not liquidated early, we would have suffered losses exceeding 20. Song Kuan praised sincerely. Just luck, I was merely guessing. I will still rely on your expertise, Lu Wei humbly replied, handing a piece of paper to Song Kuan. By the way, this is a list of stocks to operate on in the coming days. Let us ensure our positions are established within 3 days. As Song Kuan reviewed the list, he thought it seemed familiar. However, his trust in Lu Wei had solidified, and he no longer harbored doubts. He promptly left to convene a meeting with the traders. Lu Wei accessed his futures account, which was glowing red with a return rate exceeding 300. If this trend continued, the 10 million yuan bonus he had dispensed would soon find its way back into his pockets. After reviewing the data sent by Zhou Tianqing the previous night, he sensed that Yuan Ning appeared to be somewhat surrendering. This was unacceptable, as if his opponent chose to falter, he would be unable to capitalize on the opportunity. Lu Wei eagerly awaited an opportunity, while Yuan Ning too was in pursuit of a chance. During the New Year period, he diligently researched market trends and information, intent on discovering a turning point. With several million still in his account, he believed that seizing the right opportunity and investing fully could potentially double his returns with a mere surge in stock prices. In light of Yuan Ning's current lack of holdings, Lu Wei decided to make casual purchases and continued to invest in crude oil. That evening, the delivery orders Yuan Ning had purchased arrived on his computer. Although he had refrained from trading in recent days, the enigmatic frontrunner remained unfaltering in their success, consistently climbing in value. Consequently, Yuan Ning lowered his defenses, convinced he might have encountered a true master of the industry. Observing the frontrunner's substantial investment in crude oil, alongside the recent rise in oil prices, Yuan Ning resolved to embark on a similar venture. He tentatively initiated a position, purchasing 1/3 of his available holdings. As he prepared for bed, he discovered his account was already in the green, confirming his judgment was sound. However, his managed fund had experienced a decline of over 10% due to a corporate collapse, a misfortune he could not have anticipated. Fortunately, he only held 10% of the fund, with the remainder being investments from various parties, thus sparing him from significant repercussions. As the market opened the following day, Yuan Ning continued to monitor his futures account. The day began positively, and after observing the market, he opted to increase his position by another third. Later that evening, Lu Wei reviewed the data. Noticing Yuan Ning's holdings and delivery orders, he felt a sense of unease. The sudden changes mirrored his own actions too closely. That night, Lu Wei promptly liquidated all his positions to confirm his suspicions. The next day, he shifted to a different commodity, and, After establishing a new position, set a stop-loss threshold. Once finished, he arranged for Zhou Yu to drive him to the airport to pick up guests. Today marked the arrival of Wang Mo and his party in the capital. A detail Wang Mo had shared with Lu Wei via WeChat the previous evening, which Lu Wei had duly noted. The travel agency had meticulously organized their accommodations and itinerary. At 11 a.m., at Daxing Airport, a group of elementary school students emerged, hand in hand under the guidance of their leader. The front row tour guide waved a small flag, while all the children donned travel agency hats emblazoned with Daliangshan student group visiting Beijing. Onlookers turned their heads, curious about the origin of this group, many having never heard of it before. The contingent appeared to consist of at least 50 to 60 individuals, with Wang Mo and Zhu Yu appearing at the back of the crowd. Upon spotting Lu Wei, both broke into smiles, their faces radiating joy. Big brother, big brother. Zhu Yu excitedly waved, while Wang Mo stood quietly beside her, holding Zhu Yu's hand, his eyes fixed on Lu Wei, filled with affection. Was the flight tiring? Lu Wei inquired. Not at all. I was dozing off the whole time, Wang Mo replied gently. I wasn't tired either, big brother. Flying is so much fun. We can see the clouds, and the sky is so blue. Zhu Yu exclaimed enthusiastically. Hello, Mr. Lu, they greeted. At that moment, the principal of the elementary school, who had been trailing behind, approached Lu Wei to greet him. Ah, how wonderful. The principal has arrived. The principal, slightly flushed and visibly nervous, remarked. I came along to see how the students are faring on their first outing. Yes, it's all good. No need to be anxious, Lu Wei reassured him. Subsequently, Wang Mo and Zhu Yu boarded Lu Wei's vehicle, following the tour group's bus to their accommodation. Lu Wei assessed the hotel's location and quality, deeming it satisfactory. He then summoned the team leader and said, please hold off on arranging dinner for now. I will take care of it. But, boss, won't that exceed our budget? The team leader inquired. No worries, this meal is on me. Since it's a rare occasion, let us indulge in the capital's renowned roast duck, Lu Wei responded. Thank you, boss, they echoed. It's nothing. Just ensure you take good care of them afterward, he instructed. Absolutely. Thus, the group led the young students to the most famous roast duck establishment, allowing them to relish the culinary delights of the capital. Watching the children devour their food with such joy filled Lu Wei with satisfaction. The elementary school principal attempted to bring out some wine to toast Lu Wei, but he was swiftly deterred. There are students present. One must set an example and remain sober to supervise them, Lu Wei admonished, causing the principal to blush. That evening, Lu Wei chose not to return home, and instead booked a room at the hotel, awaiting the arrival of a certain someone under the cover of night to ease his longing. Chapter 273. Only by clinging to the powerful can one taste the fruits of success. Feeling as though he had scarcely slept, Wang Mo was up early the next morning. Today, they were to take the students to witness the flag-raising ceremony, an essential first event in their journey to instill a sense of national pride. Is this girl really so energetic? Lu Wei yawned, deciding against further sleep and accompanying Wang Mo as she got ready. This was their second visit to the flag-raising ceremony. The previous time, they had left the hotel at around 3 in the morning to avoid the crowds, but they had still risen by 5. In January, the flag-raising time had been adjusted to after 7. It would take some time to organize the children, who were still half asleep. The bus could only take them within a kilometer of the flag-raising site, necessitating a walk. A lengthy line formed as they made their way toward the heart of the city, pausing near the railing by the national flag to await the ceremony. The biting cold of winter in the capital left everyone's faces flushed, yet there was no noise. Pairs of bright eyes surveyed their surroundings, eager to commit the experience to memory to share with parents and classmates upon their return. As the flag-guarding squad approached the flag-raising platform, the national anthem began to play. The students instinctively saluted the flag, and the surrounding noise faded into silence. Only the melody of the anthem and the flag's graceful ascent filled the air. This moment, perhaps, would become an indelible part of their lives. After the ceremony concluded, Lu Wei departed to attend to business matters at the company, while Wang Mo stayed to entertain the students. On the return journey, he reviewed the data sent by Zhou Tianqing the previous night. He seemed convinced that someone on Zhou Tianqing's side had leaked data to Yuan Ning. Although it was a delayed action, if one could keep pace with the rhythm, they would become an indomitable force. Yuan Ning had also liquidated his positions yesterday, so today, at the market's opening, he would likely execute trades identical to the delivery orders he had seen the previous night. He probably wouldn't have access to the data from the night session, but the delivery orders from the daytime should reflect it, allowing for similar maneuvers. Since he placed such trust in this delivery order, it might be advantageous to exploit the opportunity presented by the night session. Last night, engrossed in merriment with Wang Mo, he had neglected to manage his account. Upon arriving at the office, Lu Wei promptly liquidated all yesterday's positions and began to study the varieties and strategies available for the night session. Given that data had been leaked, one could only wonder if real-time data had also been compromised. Under the lure of substantial profit, it was certainly a possibility. It was rumored that dedicated brokers could monitor their clients' account fluctuations. Lu Wei called Wang Fun to share his suspicions and asked him to arrange a meeting with Zhou Tianqing. Lu Wei felt his own influence was insufficient and thus relied on Wang Fun as an intermediary. When Zhou Tianqing arrived at the club and heard Lu Wei's conjectures, his immediate reaction was disbelief, defensively asserting that his company would never allow such a thing. Mr. Zhou, financial gains can be quite tempting. Can you truly guarantee that all your subordinates are above reproach? Zhou Tianqing hesitated, somewhat embarrassed, unable to articulate a response. This person's recent trades mirrored his own almost perfectly, raising legitimate suspicions. Moreover, if the opposing party offered a substantial sum, real-time data might very well be sold. Such data can be accessed even by a mere broker. Provided they connect with the other party's dedicated broker, it's quite simple. We are merely speculating at this point. I believe our company's employees maintain their integrity. If you are skeptical, then let us verify this once more. Very well, Mr. Liu. How shall we proceed with the verification? Noticing Wang Fan's amused expression, Zhou Tianqing reluctantly agreed. I have already set up today's operations. The data will be released normally tonight. Keep an eye on this individual's account to see when it changes, and whether the varieties and directional trades align with mine. That will confirm everything. Although Yuan Ning held a certain reputation in the capital S investment circle, Wang Fun's name carried even greater weight, and Zhou Tianqing naturally opted for Wang Fan's assistance. Alright, if there are any changes, I will contact Mr. Liu immediately. Good, then we shall rely on you, Mr. Zhou. At 9 o'clock, the night session commenced. By 10, Yuan Ning's account underwent fluctuations. Zhou Tianqing confirmed that indeed, trades had been executed, and the delivery order was identical to Lu Wei's, with only the capital differing. How unscrupulous. Clinging to a benefactor for sustenance. He had not anticipated that there were traitors within his own company. After some deliberation, Zhou Tianqing sent Lu Wei a message, informing him of the changes in Yuan Ning's account. Upon reading the message, it was exactly as he had surmised. This individual was utterly devoid of integrity, attempting to ride on the coattails of others. Lu Wei commenced a liquidation strategy, subsequently engaging in a counter-operation, fully investing with unwavering confidence that Yuan Ning would be unable to keep pace, unless he possessed the same channels of information as himself. In recent days, Yuan Ning has experienced a modicum of comfort. His futures account has begun a gradual recovery, and several stocks within the company's fund are displaying an upward trajectory. In a couple of days, the Wanma Bank Club is set to host its annual banquet, which seems to cast a shadow over his own golf club. It is unfeasible to hold an event on the same day, for members may not choose to attend his gathering. Aspiring to host an event superior to theirs presents a challenge, given the disparity in membership exclusivity. Consequently, Yuan Ning summoned a few associates from out of town. Having not heard from his cousin in some time, he called upon those capable of action to see if they could make any adjustments. That evening, Yuan Ning received delivery order data from his informant and immediately began to analyze it. All were night trading varieties, ripe for operation. The market was currently fluctuating. Yet this also represented an opportune moment for entry. Yuan Ning commenced building his position. Over the past few days, he had achieved a 50 return. Still half a distance from recovery. If he were to go all in tonight, a single price surge could restore his losses. Yuan Ning's caution had been overshadowed by the recent gains. Thus he decided to deploy all his funds in light of the consolidating trend. Once Lu Wei concluded his liquidation and established a new position, Yuan Ning too finalized his, leaving the rest to the whims of the market. Chapter 274. Awakening to a catastrophe. Yuan Ning dreamt he was invited by the organizers to attend an awards ceremony. He emerged victorious, acclaimed as the national champion, receiving his accolade from none other than Lu Yu, the chairman of the Securities Regulatory Commission. A profound sense of comfort enveloped him, pride coursing through his veins. Just as he prepared to grasp the trophy presented by Lu Yu, it unexpectedly plummeted to the ground. Yuan Ning jolted awake, realizing it had all been a dream, so vividly real, every detail felt authentic. The competition was still a month away, offering ample opportunity. Perhaps by then, Zhongxing could indeed invite a dignitary for the awards presentation. With a chuckle, he acknowledged it was merely a pleasant dream. He stretched, intending to monitor the market before retiring for the night. Upon accessing his futures account on the computer, Yuan Ning's eyes widened in shock, and he leapt to his feet. This cannot be. This cannot be. Yuan Ning murmured, incredulous at the sight before him, convinced he was still ensnared in a dream. He reached for a cup of tea on the table, poured a pinch into his palm, and pressed it against his face, rubbing it to rouse himself. The coldness of the water invigorated his senses, and clarity returned to his mind. Staring at the computer screen, he realized it was true. His account had been liquidated. His futures account had been wiped out. After spending a lifetime in investment, he had merely dozed off, only to awaken to find his account forcibly closed. His fortune of 100 million vanished. What could possibly account for this? Yuan Ning sat in his chair, struggling to accept this reality. He would rather believe it was a system error, that what he was witnessing was a glitch. For an experienced investor, setting a stop-loss is an essential rule that must be adhered to. That evening, Yuan Ning invested all his capital, harboring optimism for the leading futures contract. He had conducted a thorough analysis, believing the market would continue its upward trajectory, hence his decision to fully commit to a long position. He remained vigilant, intending to set a stop-loss when fatigue set in. However, he did not anticipate dozing off so swiftly, succumbing to slumber while gazing at the screen. Upon awakening, he discovered that the market was far from the favorable scenario he envisioned. Instead, it had experienced a significant downturn. Lacking a stop-loss, his losses escalated, ultimately resulting in the total liquidation of his futures account. This slumber proved exceedingly costly, akin to a billion-dollar nap, rivaling the infamous slumber of the tech mogul Lu Dongdong in the United States. Yuan Ning, now wide awake, found himself engulfed by a sense of frustration, rendering him restless and eager to vent his ire, even contemplating smashing the computer before him. Meanwhile, Lu Wei slept soundly, nestled with Wang Yimou, reveling in the warmth of their shared embrace on a frigid night, an exquisite indulgence. After a vigorous session together, they were both exhausted, drifting into slumber until dawn. The sound of the alarm jolted them awake. Wang Mo's complexion had become increasingly rosy over the past few days, perhaps due to the warmth of the northern heating. Lu Wei assisted her in dressing before she would rise, seemingly a habit cultivated from their previous encounters. Upon returning to the investment firm to commence work, Lu Wei was elated to find his account flourishing. All positions opened the previous night had yielded profits. Such a complete reversal indicated that those who had copied his strategies were likely facing dire consequences. After closing his positions, he inquired about the status of Zhou Tianqing's account. It's liquidated. Zhou Tianqing succinctly replied, much to Lu Wei's delight. He promptly summoned Song Kuan, instructing him to expedite the sale of the stocks established a few days prior, with the aim of driving the prices down. Mr. Lu, is there any new information? Song Kuan inquired. Don't concern yourself with that. Just ensure the traders commence operations immediately, Lu Wei instructed. Understood, Mr. Lu. By the way, with this approach, will we make it onto the leaderboard tonight? It's highly probable. The main criteria for the leaderboard selection are as follows. 1. A daily price deviation of 7. 2. A daily turnover rate of 20. 3. A daily price fluctuation of 15. 4. A cumulative price deviation of 20 over 3 consecutive trading days. If our trading volume ranks among the top 5 for this stock, we will indeed be featured. Then it seems unavoidable, Song Kuan acknowledged. Yes, Mr. Lu. Should we need to liquidate, it cannot be avoided. Understood, please make the necessary arrangements. With a resigned demeanor, Song Kuan set about organizing the operations. If they disregarded all else, it was highly likely they could precipitate a limit down on a stock within a single day, uncertain of what insider information their boss possessed. He pondered the challenge of aligning with such a demanding leader, feeling adrift in his professional endeavors. Meanwhile, Yuan Ning had yet to recover from his futures losses when the trading room supervisor entered his office. Bearing unwelcome news, the heavily invested stocks within their managed fund had again experienced a substantial decline. Do not panic. These are fundamentally strong stocks. And this should merely be a technical adjustment. There is no cause for concern. However, the boss may find that by the close of trading this morning, the stocks may be forced down to their limit. How many are currently declining? There are now 8 in the red. What? Yuan Ning can no longer remain composed. Another 8 have plummeted. In just a few days since New Year's, they have already dropped by 20. If this continues, he will have no explanation to offer during the festive season. This fund of his has enticed numerous acquaintances to invest, who were drawn by his track record over the years and entrusted their capital to him. Although the losses incurred by the fund are the responsibility of the investors, these are all familiar faces, and it will be difficult for him to navigate this circle in the future. What should he do? Should he consider averaging down? Yuan Ning feels a headache coming on. What a predicament this is. On this day, Yuan Ning is overwhelmed with anxiety. In the evening, Yuan Ning receives data from an informant regarding today's market. Upon a brief glance, he slams his fist down on the table in frustration. Damn it, I've been misled. It turns out that the top performer had reallocated their portfolio the night before, while he foolishly relied on data from the previous day. Yuan Ning believes his judgment was sound, but he was led astray by misleading information. Today, the fund's net value has dropped by 6, resulting in a staggering loss of 100 million. The data he purchased for 1 million has yielded such disastrous results. The more he contemplates, the more his indignation grows. Rising from his desk, he heads straight for the parking lot, driving towards a certain location in the northern suburbs. In a residential building in the northern suburbs, Yuan Ning's 2 cousins reside. After Yuan Ning called them to the capital, he arranged for them to stay here temporarily. They rarely see him, only coming around when he requires their assistance. In the living room, the television blares loudly. A coffee table is adorned with 2 bottles of liquor, a packet of peanuts, and some marinated delicacies, as the two indulge in their snacks while enjoying the show and sipping their drinks. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? They inquire as they rise. It's me. Open the door. Comes Yuan Ning's familiar voice from outside. They hurriedly rush to open the door. Brother, what brings you here? The strong scent of alcohol wafts towards Yuan Ning, only adding to his mounting irritation. Are you two quite comfortable here, enjoying your drinks? Brother, we were merely trying to pass the time with a little drink. It's nothing. If we get drunk, we can rest. Brother, would you like a sip? They offer, eagerly gesturing towards the sofa. No, I have come with a matter that requires your assistance. All right, brother, just tell us what you need. We will handle it for you without fail, they assure him with confidence. I suspect someone is plotting against me. I need you to bring them in for questioning. Yuan Ning pulls out his phone, sending them a picture of the informant along with their workplace details. Understood, brother, we will find them by tomorrow night. Yuan Ning retrieves 2 thick bundles of cash from his coat and places them on the coffee table. Contact me once you have them. Be careful. Understood, brother. Do not worry. Yuan Ning does not linger, rising to leave. The two see him to the door, and he waves them off, signaling for them to return inside. Lu Wei's futures account has seen a remarkable increase of several hundred million in profits, prompting him to temporarily halt his operations. The objective of trading is not merely to secure the top position. Rather, it is to undermine Yuan Ning's confidence. Those who falter are prone to err. And in dire straits, they often resort to desperate measures. When the heavens desire to bring about one's downfall, they first instigate madness. Lu Wei is keenly observing how Yuan Ning will react after facing a margin call. Should he continue to invest recklessly? Lu Wei intends to exploit this until Yuan Ning's mental fortitude crumbles. Once Song Kuan has cleared his positions, Lu Wei instructs him to delve into the realms of technology and healthcare. If they are to pursue long-term investments, they must inevitably cast their gaze towards the future. Upon receiving the directive, Song Kuan feels relieved that his boss has returned to a semblance of normalcy. He assigns his researchers the task of exploring these 2 industries, selecting a handful of high-performing stocks, and preparing for a new round of investments. With company matters resolved, Lu Wei seeks out Wang Mo, who will be returning with the team in a couple of days. He contemplates how to make it up to her, planning to take her shopping. Later that evening, when the group returns to rest, Wang Mo, brimming with joy, steps out of the hotel and into Lu Wei's car. Where are we headed? She inquires. Let us go to Hohai. I believe you will adore it there. As an artistic soul, Wang Mo is sure to be enchanted by Hohai. A vibrant street lined with bars where the sounds of wandering singers in pursuit of their dreams fill the air. This kilometer-long avenue, stretching towards the southwestern corner of Shikahai, stands as a pivotal hub for nightlife in the capital. Unlike the bars at Gyeonggi, this area leans towards a more serene ambience, where patrons can enjoy music while sipping drinks. Each night, throngs of young people gather here from various locales, eager to experience the shared joy of music and atmosphere. Seeking relaxation, the singers of Hohai are quite talented, boasting diverse styles that encompass pop, folk, and rock. Many of the resident performers have gone on to become notable stars, such as Who Will Fall in Love with Whom by the renowned 32 Brothers. After parking the car, Song Shan follows closely behind. Lu Wei strolls hand in hand with Wang Mo along the bar street. Wow, this place is amazing. I absolutely love it, she exclaims. Shall we listen to some music? Yes. Go ahead and choose, Lu Wei encourages, allowing Wang Mo to select a venue based on her preference. As they stroll, they catch the sound of a song from Chengdu, prompting Wang Mo to pull Lu Wei into a nearby bar. A weathered baritone is performing a ballad dedicated to the city. Chengdu, the only thing I cannot take away is you. They find a cozy spot to sit, with Song Shan occupying a nearby table. Lu Wei orders a dish for Song Shan before ordering drinks for himself, and Wang Mo nestled in Lu Wei's embrace. Wang Mo revels in the performance of the resident artist, fully immersed in the delightful ambience. When summer arrives, I want to come back here with you. Will you accompany me? Of course, Lu Wei responds, eliciting a delighted smile from Wang Mo. At the Guamao branch of Zhongxing Futures, Xie Guanghan hastily gathers today as trading data, preparing to head home. Last month, a VIP client discreetly approached him with a proposal. If he could procure the delivery data for the company's key clients each evening, he would receive a reward of 1 million. Xie Guanghan's professional ethics did not withstand the test for long, and he ultimately acquiesced to the arrangement. The significance of this data is subjective. It can be deemed important or trivial. Xie Guanghan managed to find someone within the organization who had access to the data, and with a sum of 50,000, he successfully bribed the individual. Each night, at a designated hour, the two would covertly exchange information in the restroom, as sending emails would undoubtedly raise suspicion. As Xie Guanghan stepped out, heading towards the subway station, he remained oblivious to the two individuals lurking nearby at the entrance of the company. Yuan Ning's two cousins had been monitoring the vicinity of the business department for over 2 hours in the bitter cold, seeking refuge in a sheltered spot while repeatedly confirming the arrival of their target. Brother, do you think he might not show up for work today? One inquired. I have no idea, but simply waiting here is not a viable strategy, the other replied. Then what do you suggest? Should we just barge in and shout out for someone? Use your brain. All right, keep your eyes peeled. I'll treat you to the most attractive one at the salon tonight. Hey, brother, you're the best. Thus, they remained steadfast in their vigil until they finally spotted their target. Given the crowded surroundings, they decided to follow him discreetly. They trailed behind Xie Guanghan as he entered a vehicle. The night had descended, cloaking the world in darkness, a time when misdeeds could flourish. As Xie Guanghan passed through an alley, engrossed in flirtation on his phone, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. Before he could react, a hand covered his mouth. Good heavens, in the heart of the imperial city, robbery here? Xie Guanghan broke out in a cold sweat, muffled cries escaping his lips as he felt something hard pressed against his waist. Don't move. Come with us, and you won't get hurt. Panicking, Xie Guanghan nodded as he was led to a secluded location. Shortly thereafter, another individual arrived. Brother, the car is ready. Together, they hoisted Xie Guanghan towards the vehicle, a rather ordinary Volkswagen, where he was shoved into the back seat, with a burly man following suit. Once the car was in motion, Xie Guanghan was finally allowed to speak. Brothers, what have I done to incur your wrath? If it's money you seek, I'm merely a poor worker. I am no wealthy individual. Have you mistaken me for someone else? Enough chatter, you'll understand once we reach our destination. The driver then made a phone call, stating succinctly, Brother, we've got him. He on his way. Xie Guanghan's mind raced in fear. Was there a higher authority involved? Was this perhaps a vendetta for a female student he had been involved with last month? Please, brothers, don't kill me. I can compensate you. Compensate. The two men's interest peaked. How much? Well, I've only been with Yuan a few times. And I even gave her money when she had an abortion the other day. Would 30,000 suffice as compensation? What? You offered just 50,000 after the abortion? Do you not value life? Do you not wish to keep your own? Xie Guanghan's face fell in despair. How much do you want? You are 2 eggs engaging in nefarious deeds. 1 egg is worth 50,000, while 2 eggs amount to 100,000. The choice is yours. Otherwise, upon arrival, do not blame us. Where there is money, there are eggs. Where there is no money, there are no eggs. Gentlemen, I too am merely a laborer, struggling to make ends meet. Could you perhaps lessen the burden? I do not possess such vast sums, even if I were to sell my belongings. Xie Guanghan feigned poverty and began to weep. After a bout of haggling, they settled on 80,000. Upon arrival, Xie Guanghan was forcibly ushered into a room by the two men. Hurry, transfer the funds, one insisted. Brother, I cannot transfer. Once the transaction is complete, he might report us for robbery, and that would be unjust, the other quickly interjected. Let us take him to withdraw cash then, it's quite troublesome. By the time the elder brother arrives, it will be too late. Rest assured, gentlemen, I shall not report you. If I do, I would lose my job. I swear. Should I report you, I would be cut off from my lineage, Xie Guanghan declared, raising his finger earnestly. Seeing his serious demeanor, the duo was convinced and permitted him to transfer the funds. Noticing that the account to which the money was sent also bore the surname Yuan, Xie Guanghan became increasingly certain that he was indeed dealing with the individuals summoned by the other party. It seems henceforth, one must inquire thoroughly about potential suitors to ascertain if there are brothers in the family. When Yuan Ning arrived, the two men had already received a sum of money, and the venture had yielded additional profit. Do you know who I am? Yuan Ning inquired, sitting across from Xie Guanghan. You are their elder brother. Please. I have already incurred losses. Have mercy and let me go. I shall never dare to do this again. What have you two done? Yuan Ning pressed. Brother. We did nothing. This fellow was involved with another man's daughter, and we merely taught him a lesson. Nonsense. Enough of that. Let us discuss the matter at hand. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Yuan Ning continued, perplexing Xie Guanghan, who stared blankly at the man before him. Was this not a matter concerning a woman? Why had the subject shifted? My 1 million is not easily acquired. Had you merely provided me with the accurate data, we could have maintained a peaceful coexistence. Yet, you deceived me, presenting falsehoods that cost me a fortune. 100 million, do you understand? Yuan Ning bellowed in anger. Are you Mr. Yuan? I did not deceive you. I assure you, the data I provided was first-hand, not fabricated, Xie Guanghan hastily explained, realizing who he was dealing with, his VIP client, Mr. Yuan, the purchaser of data. Mr. Yuan, surely there has been a misunderstanding. I truly did not deceive you. How did you acquire this data? Boss. I exerted considerable effort to engage someone capable of accessing the back-end for extraction. It was all undertaken amidst significant risk. Yuan Ning pondered for a moment before querying. I ask you, can you see real-time data? What real-time data? The current holdings within an account. We do not possess that authority. But the internal system can indeed view investors' real-time holdings. Very well, I shall grant you a reprieve today. Upon your return, regardless of the means, ensure you monitor one individual's account in real time. Should there be any fluctuations, notify me immediately. Otherwise, you shall come to understand that my 1 million is not easily obtained. Understood, understood. I shall devise a method upon my return. Xie Guanghan had long been ensnared. Fearing to refuse, he quickly nodded in agreement. Yuan Ning turned to his two foolish younger brothers, instructing them. You too, escort him back. Understood, big brother. After Yuan Ning departed, the two threatened Xie Guanghan, warning him to behave, lest he face dire consequences. Initially, Xie Guanghan contemplated reporting to the authorities upon returning home, but upon realizing Yuan Ning's involvement, he abandoned that notion. With a compromising hold over him, reporting would only lead him to his own demise. After arranging his informant, Yuan Ning prepared to return for another gamble, keen to see if he could replicate his previous success. Lu Wei saw off Wang Mo and the others at the airport, ready to return to Shanghai after the grand year-end gala the following night, before heading back to his hometown. With the new year approaching in half a month, the theme of the Wanma Bounty Club's annual meeting centered around New Year celebrations, held at the Club's city venue. That afternoon, the venue buzzed with guests. Even the parking lot was bursting with luxury cars. Wang Fan produced a considerable stock of fine liquor to entertain several distinguished guests present. Lu Wei suggested, and after obtaining Wang Muchuan's consent, they decided to draw a grand prize that evening, offering the winner a meal with Wang Muchuan. This idea elicited a resigned shake of the head from Wang Muchuan, lamenting his son's misguided behavior, feeling compelled to sacrifice for him. When the prize was announced, the crowd erupted in excitement. Everyone felt the evening was worth it, each harboring hopes of winning. The essence of the banquet lay in the chance to gain favor with the wealthy, aiming to establish connections for future opportunities. Dining with the wealthiest, akin to sharing a meal with Buffett, held immense value, and the chance to dine with Wang Muchuan could be equally priceless. Other prizes, while commendable, paled in comparison. For instance, a year's waiver on membership fees seemed trivial in the face of winning a meal with Wang Muchuan. Amidst the clinking of glasses and bustling crowd, everyone sought to connect with those they aspired to meet, toasting with champagne and forging new friendships. As the time for the lottery drew near, Wang Muchuan himself took the stage to draw, adding significance to the event. Han Shuo, beside Lu Wei, eagerly watched Wang Muchuan, exclaiming, "Let me win a grand prize this time. I've had such unfortunate luck this year." "You've already struck it rich. Isn't that enough?" Lu Wei retorted. "Compared to you, my gains are but trifles. I also hope our family can establish a relationship with the Wang family, for collaboration and such. How about we make a bet?" Lu Wei proposed. "A bet on what?" "Let us wager on this grand prize. I believe you will win. What do you say?" "All right. I'll take that bet. If I lose, I'll give you my sports car." "What would I want with your old car?" "You'd be better off buying me a horse." "Agreed." Lu Wei joyfully patted Han Shuo on the shoulder, confident as ever. On stage, Wang Muchuan reached into the lottery box, pulling out a membership number. He announced, B00001. "Wow, the 01 number. This is the first code for the 100-mile members. It's extraordinary. This must be someone with connections." The crowd buzzed, turning to see who would claim this illustrious prize. Chapter 277, Returning Home with Yang Wan Mr. Han Shuo read the name B00001 once more before it dawned upon him. "Is it truly me? Hurry up and collect your award. Why are you dawdling?" Lu Wei nudged the dazed Han Shuo, prompting him to react. The crowd naturally turned their gaze toward Han Shuo, with many eyes glistening with envy. There was no denying it. He had certainly made a name for himself, and everyone admired him for it. Afterward, numerous individuals discreetly approached Han Shuo, inquiring whether he would be willing to relinquish his dining privilege. There were no stipulations on stage, and thus it was presumed permissible. Han Shuo shook his head, declining each request. Everyone was well off. Who would part with such a privilege? Being a member here was reserved for the affluent, and some were indeed so envious they lost their composure. As for how Han Shuo intended to utilize this opportunity, Lu Wei refrained from asking, confident that he would undoubtedly purchase a horse for himself. Upon returning home, he would likely receive accolades from his parents. What an exemplary son, truly commendable. After the grand annual meeting concluded, Lu Wei spent another day with Jiang Xinan, purchasing gifts and tending to the fields. Subsequently, he and 2 bodyguards boarded a vehicle back to Magic City. As mid-January approached, he needed to prepare for his return home. Upon arriving in Magic City, he brought along some gifts from the capital and paid a visit to Brotherly. After a whirlwind of activities over the past 6 months, he nearly overlooked his old friend. Upon seeing Lu Wei's invitation, Old Li could hardly contain his reprimands. I thought you had gone missing. It's been nearly half a year since I last saw you. I have indeed been busy establishing a company in the capital, followed by a stint of study in Hong Kong, traveling back and forth. Unlike you, Brotherly, who enjoys a leisurely retirement. At first, I thought you lacked ambition. But you have transformed remarkably this last half of the year. You young folk should indeed be focused on your careers. It's commendable to be industrious. Do not squander your youth, for when you reach my age, you will find it challenging to pursue your aspirations. Oh, come now, you are not old. I wager you are still quite engrossed in fishing. The two engaged in light-hearted banter for a while, sharing a meal and rekindling the bond that had waned over the past 6 months. Lu Wei also accompanied Chen Lu to select New Year's gifts to take back home, as he could not accompany her on the journey, thus compensating with thoughtful presents. Since Li Wanqing resided in Magic City, her disappointment was somewhat mitigated. Lu Wei resolved to take her house hunting, as she still had the opportunity to purchase a property. Having earned some money in futures trading over the past 2 months, he deemed it a reward for her. Li Wanqing, unable to escape Lu Wei's assertiveness, followed him to the real estate agency. The two spent a considerable time touring properties, ultimately settling on a 3-bedroom apartment, just a few kilometers from her home, within walking distance. Lu Wei paid the deposit up front and transferred the remaining balance to Li Wanqing's account, leaving her to manage the follow-up. Realizing Lu Wei was to return home, Li Wanqing felt a pang of reluctance. Without regard for the time, she rushed toward the hotel, where they had been spending most of their days together, basking in the warmth of their companionship. In the evening, Li Wanqing contemplated purchasing gifts for Lu Wei's parents, but Lu Wei gently declined, fabricating an excuse that she could deliver them herself when they arrived, which delighted Li Wanqing immensely. It is evident that Lu Wei has begun to master the art of charming women, embarking on a path that could lead him astray. Each individual possesses gifts, filled with aspirations for the new year. Lu Wei still needed to address the most significant matter at home. When he mentioned wanting to return and take her along, Yang Wan nearly fell apart. Was he really planning to introduce her to his parents? Yang Wan commenced pacing back and forth in her room, incessantly muttering about what she should prepare and how she ought to conduct herself. This left Lu Wei somewhat dazed, ultimately prompting him to embrace her to bring her to a halt. Do not worry, my parents will be overjoyed to have you, he reassured her. Oh dear, that won't do. I need to buy them gifts. What is your mother like? And your father? What about your sister? Yang Wan became earnest, inquiring about their preferences one by one. Fortunately, they hailed from the same county, so most customs were alike, alleviating the burden of excessive formalities. The following day, in an unprecedented turn of events, Yang Wan did not go to the office but instead dragged Lu Wei out for shopping. She needed to prepare gifts, and time was of the essence. It was all Lu Wei's fault for suddenly announcing that he wanted to take her back, which had left Yang Wan restless throughout the night. Consequently, she had to engage Lu Wei in her excitement. Today, Lu Wei appeared somewhat weary, sporting dark circles under his eyes, a result of his own doing. The two spent the entire day shopping and eventually secured their purchases, with Lu Wei also acquiring gifts for Yang Wan's parents. Their 2 bodyguards trailed behind them, laden with bags, prompting Lu Wei to reflect on the unexpected benefits of having bodyguards. He rewarded both bodyguards with an Omega watch each. Song Shan, who had no understanding of luxury items, thought it excessive for the boss to bestow a watch upon him, feeling it was a hassle. However, when Zhou revealed the watch's value, Song Shan's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth? Is this watch encrusted with gold? He exclaimed. No, it is adorned with diamonds, Zhou replied, exasperated at Song Shan's singular focus on food. Once Lu Wei and Yang Wan finalized their gifts, they proceeded to Wei Ren's company, distributing red envelopes to the employees and announcing their holiday schedule, allowing everyone to take a break in the coming days. Lu Wei specifically prepared a large red envelope for Lu Jelly, which he discreetly slipped to her. Sisterly, I have been quite busy lately and cannot visit Nan Nan. Please take this envelope and buy her some New Year gifts. I will see her when I return for the holidays, he instructed. Lu Jelly insisted on refusing the envelope. Oh, it's fine. I will tell her that you are busy and will visit when you have time. She is very obedient, she replied, repeatedly pushing it away until Lu Wei ultimately tucked it into her pocket and departed. With matters nearly arranged, Lu Wei, accompanied by Yang Wan and the 2 bodyguards, boarded a flight back to his hometown. They were in a hurry to attend the housewarming celebration. Otherwise, his mother would undoubtedly lament endlessly. Upon their arrival in the provincial capital, Lu Wei, leveraging his VIP status at the bank, arranged for a Maybach S-Class and a BMW X7 to await them at the airport. While the rural folk might not recognize a Land Rover, they would certainly be familiar with a Mercedes or a BMW. Several individuals ventured out to procure fine cigars and exquisite wines, filling the BMW X7 to capacity before heading towards his ancestral home. Chapter 278. Wealth flourishes in the mountains with distant relatives. The Lu family's new residence buzzed with activity. Although the banquet was scheduled for the following day, numerous relatives had already arrived ahead of time. They all shared a common desire to experience the splendor of the Lu family's villa and spend a night within its walls. Lu Wei's maternal uncle's family, along with his grandmother, his elder and younger uncles' families, as well as his aunts and other relatives, rendered the gathering overwhelmingly populous. In recent months, news of the magnificent house built by Lu Wei's family had spread, prompting relatives to frequently visit under various pretenses to see old Lu and Li Xiuying. Tomorrow, even more relatives, some familiar and others not, would arrive, undeterred by the remoteness of Lu Wei's rural abode. The three-story villa had already filled the first and second floors with guests. Lu Wei and his siblings occupied the top floor, with Lu Wei's room strictly reserved for him, his parents' unwavering stipulation. Li Xiuying had graciously offered her own room to her mother. Meanwhile, in the lively living room on the first floor, several tables were occupied with people engaged in conversation, enjoying sunflower seeds, and playing mahjong, creating a vibrant atmosphere. At the center of the room, a 99-inch television screen had been commandeered by an unknown child, broadcasting animated shows. Suddenly, a car horn echoed, drawing the attention of everyone in the living room towards the entrance. Two luxury vehicles were parked at the door, eliciting curious speculation about the identity of the newcomers. As Lu Wei stepped out of the car, he noticed the collective gaze of the crowd upon him, appraising him. Lu Wei is back. Has he brought his wife with him? The girl by his side is truly beautiful, the onlookers chattered animatedly. Li Xiuying, who was busy attending to guests, immediately rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Oh, you have finally returned. Mom, this is my girlfriend, Yang Wan, Lu Wei introduced as he drew Yang Wan closer. Li Xiuying, filled with joy, took Yang Wan's hand, causing the latter to blush and call out, Auntie. Ah, you are from our county. Yes, we study in the metropolis. Yang Wan replied. Wonderful. With your in-laws nearby, you can visit home together, Li Xiuying exclaimed, elated that her son had found a partner from the county, making visits to the maternal family much more feasible. Holding Yang Wan's hand, she led her into the house to introduce her to everyone. As they entered, the guests murmured their admiration for Lu Wei's beautiful girlfriend, declaring that the Lu family was indeed blessed with good fortune. Lu Wei followed them inside, exchanging greetings with the gathered relatives, who were all smiles, their faces radiating warmth and joy. His uncle, aunt, and other family members surrounded him, their expressions blossoming like flowers. This occasion, marked by the presence of his grandmother, finally granted her the opportunity to visit their home. Li Xiuying accompanied Yang Wan to visit Lu Wei's grandmother. The elderly lady gazed at Yang Wan with a benevolent expression, her face radiant with affection. Such a beautiful girl truly was a treasure for Lu Wei. In the evening, a sumptuous banquet was held at their home, where Lu Wei toasted each relative, uttering pleasantries to express his gratitude for their presence. Yang Wan sat together with Lu Yang and Lu Ling. They had met once in the bustling metropolis, and the young people engaged in lively conversation. After dinner, Lu Wei discussed the arrangements for the banquet the following day with his parents. He proposed not to accept gifts, as the Lu family was not lacking financially, and it sufficed that the relatives were well-fed and well-watered. Furthermore, he suggested that the entire village, comprising over 100 families, be invited to partake in the feast, rather than the previous custom where only the head of each household would present a red envelope and partake alone. Li Xiuying was somewhat displeased, lamenting that after so many years of distributing red envelopes, they would not be able to reclaim anything in return. Lu Wei reassured her, Mother, I recently earned 300 million. What are a few thousand red envelopes to me? When the new year arrives, I will provide you with 3 million in red envelopes for you to spend as you please. You reckless child, that money is hard-earned by your father and me. How can you not accept the red envelopes that we've given away? Do you not care at all for our past efforts? Those people will feel too comfortable. You are my son, and I would rather enjoy the red envelopes than take your money. Oh, Mother, please hear me out. I plan to take you back to the metropolis after the new year. We should be kind to the villagers. Perhaps someone will help watch over the house. If they do not reap any benefits, you know how those people are. They might even vandalize our property while we are away. Go to the metropolis. Why would your father and I go there? We have barely lived in our newly built house for a few days. I want to go. Li Xiuying firmly shook her head, deeming the idea impractical. Lu Wei then gathered old Lu, Lu Ling, and Lu Yang to share his thoughts and hold a vote. Eventually, the group persuaded Li Xiuying, emphasizing that with Lu Wei's remarkable success, there was no reason for the elderly couple to remain in the countryside. Lu Wei inadvertently mentioned something that struck a chord with Li Xiuying. Mother, just think, if Yang Wan were to have a child, wouldn't you, as a grandmother, want to be there to help? Really? Then I will go. Li Xiuying's spirits lifted. She felt it was imperative for a grandmother to be present. Ultimately, the banquet arrangements were made according to Lu Wei's wishes. No red envelopes would be accepted from relatives, and each would receive a 200 yuan travel reimbursement. The villagers would also not be charged. Each household would receive a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of liquor. The entire village, young and old, would gather to partake in the feast. This truly showcased the Lu family's affluence. After finalizing the arrangements, Li Xiuying and old Lu made calls to coordinate with restaurants in the town to increase the banquet's offerings. The next morning, they would also go to the county to procure gifts of tobacco and liquor. Lu Wei took it upon himself to handle the county affairs, planning to attend to some matters there as well. Chapter 279. How much money does Lu Wei have? Early the next morning, Lu Wei set off for the county with Yang Wan and 2 bodyguards. After escorting Yang Wan back to her home, Lu Wei, feeling somewhat pressed for time today, decided against visiting her family, promising to come by in a few days. He allowed Yang Wan to spend some time with her parents, and once they had completed their shopping, he would return to fetch her. Lu Wei retrieved some gifts from the car and instructed his bodyguard to drive to the county middle school, where he intended to pay a visit to Teacher Zhang. During the winter, Teacher Zhang had been unwell, and Lu Wei felt compelled to bring him some supplements to aid in his recovery. Upon seeing Lu Wei, Both teacher Zhang and his wife were overjoyed, with their children yet to return home for the holidays. Having Lu Wei visit felt akin to welcoming a beloved son. Noticing teacher Zhang's persistent cough, Lu Wei resolved to purchase an oxygen machine for him, recognizing the elderly gentleman's lungs were in dire need of care. The couple, who lived frugally, would hardly consider such an expense, believing they could simply manage with medications from the hospital. As they chatted, Lu Wei discreetly placed an order online, ensuring delivery by the next day. He knew that if he verbally offered the gift, they would surely refuse. Throughout the year, teacher Zhang had assisted him greatly, and Lu Wei felt this silent gesture of gratitude was the least he could do. With other matters awaiting his attention, he declined teacher Zhang's invitation to stay for dinner. After leaving, he sought out the largest wholesaler in the county to procure a substantial quantity of cigarettes and liquor, budgeting around 200 for each. Selecting Maotai Ingbin liquor, he planned for approximately 300 to 400 bottles for the occasion. He nearly emptied the wholesaler's stock and arranged for them to deliver the goods directly. As he traveled through the somewhat small county, he encountered Su Qing. Her eyes sparkled upon seeing Lu Wei, who appeared increasingly handsome, resembling the fabled Prince Charming. News of Lu Wei's charitable donation to the county had spread, and Su Qing, as a teacher, was well aware of it. Seeing him on the television screen had stirred her heart. If not for her official position, she would have eagerly sought him out in the bustling metropolis. Why didn't you let me know you were back home? I've tried reaching you, but you hardly respond on WeChat, Su Qing teased, her large eyes playfully narrowing at him. Oh, I just returned last night, and hadn't had the chance to inform you. I tend to use my phone less frequently. Lu Wei replied. I see you've become famous and forgotten your humble classmates from the countryside. No, not at all, Lu Wei protested, struggling to recall if he had even chatted with Su Qing on WeChat. Why are you buying so much? You want to finish it all for the new year? She inquired. Ahem, I've built a new house in the countryside, and my parents are hosting a celebration, so I came to purchase some supplies, he explained. You don't even tell me about such things. It's as if I'm not your friend. When is it? I want to join in the festivities. Today. Just a casual gathering with my parents. Oh, then I'll go with you. Should I invite Lu Hao and the others? The more, the merrier. He has to work. Though, it's just a small gathering in the countryside. Let us not trouble him. Then I won't worry about it. I'll see who else is willing to join. After Su Qing finished speaking, she sent a message to their small group, announcing that Lu Wei's family would be hosting a banquet. In this small county, any hint of an event prompts a collective response. The social obligations are frequent and unavoidable. While one might choose not to attend, a monetary gift of 200 yuan is expected. Before long, several individuals working in the county expressed their intentions to attend. Lu Hao, Zhang Jiaran, and Li Wenjun eagerly sought to tag along, with Li Wenjun hoping to gain favor with Lu Wei, who seemed indifferent and merely nodded in acknowledgement of Li Wenjun's overtures. Once all the necessary supplies were procured, Lu Wei went to pick up Yang Wan. Su Qing was overjoyed to see Yang Wan's return and embraced her excitedly. She had anticipated that Yang Wan would ride in her vehicle, but upon noticing Yang Wan conversing briefly with her before taking a seat in Lu Wei's car, a pang of discomfort gripped her heart. As their vehicles converged, Zhang Jiaran joined Su Qing's car, while Lu Hao and Li Wenjun drove their own. Together, they followed Lu Wei back to the countryside. Li Wenjun's admiration for Lu Wei's car transformed into awe. Both vehicles were worth no less than 1 million, truly a display of wealth. Su Qing and Zhang Jiaran engaged in casual conversation, both harboring secret envy for Yang Wan, whose fortune seemed unparalleled. Upon arriving in the town, they stopped to purchase 100 boxes of fireworks and firecrackers, fully intending to flaunt their affluence. When Lu Wei returned home, he was accompanied by 2 delivery trucks to assist with the unloading. He called upon the male members of his family to help, placing everything in the yard. The sheer opulence of the scene was staggering. Observing Lu Wei's display, villagers nearby began to speculate. How much money does Lu Wei actually have? His extravagance suggests he might become the wealthiest in our town. I'd estimate at least 50 million, given that house costs around 1 million. And those 2 cars, do you know what they are? A BMW and a Mercedes, luxury vehicles worth at least 2 million combined. How many years would I need to work to afford such things? What exactly does he do? How has he amassed so much wealth in just a few years? A man who frequently watched television chimed in, seemingly knowledgeable. I've heard of some cryptocurrency that's very valuable. 1 coin can sell for hundreds of thousands. Perhaps that's how he made his fortune so swiftly. Lu Wei had arranged a banquet for his classmates, leaving Yang Wan to keep them company while he attended to other matters. Yang Wan, have you two become a couple? Lu Hao inquired with curiosity. Well, after returning to Shanghai, we coincidentally met a few times and ended up together, she replied. Wow, did Lu Wei pursue you? Just how wealthy is he to win over our campus belle? I'm not entirely sure, but he treats me quite well. Su Qing and Zhang Jiaran wished to pry further, but struggled to find the right words. The sight of Yang Wan's happiness stirred their jealousy. Zhang Jiaran even contemplated revealing Lu Wei's knowledge of her being undressed, believing that such a revelation would be too much for a goddess like Yang Wan to handle. If she were to react angrily and sever ties with Lu Wei, perhaps an opportunity would arise for them. The jealousy of women is quite enigmatic. One might assume that they remain indifferent, but this is only true in the absence of deserving men. Should a worthy man appear, one will soon realize the extent of a woman's assertiveness. When every household in the village received gifts of cigarettes and liquor from Lu Wei's family, his generosity elevated his stature to unprecedented heights. In this remote area, many smokers roll their own cigarettes from loose tobacco, and the 200 yuan per carton brand is something they seldom indulge in, often hidden away in wardrobes. Similarly, the 200 yuan liquor must be kept out of sight, only to be unveiled for important guests. Lu Wei's family has undoubtedly become the acknowledged wealthiest in the village, prompting many to consider aligning themselves with him. hoping that he might lead them to lucrative job opportunities in the future. Chapter 280. A visit to Yang Wan's home. There were no notable dignitaries at Lu Wei's banquet. It seemed even the town mayor was absent. Some attendees were from the county, likely colleagues of Lu Wei's uncles and aunts, but they did not exude authority, leaving the villagers to perceive Lu Wei as merely a nouveau riche, wealthy yet lacking significant power. Whispers circulated that Lu Wei, making money outside, should cultivate connections in the county, which would surely benefit his relatives in the long run. However, Lu Wei held no aspirations of ingratiating himself with political circles. He merely wished to enjoy a prosperous life. Following the banquet, Su Qing, Lu Hao, and Zhang Jiran returned to the county the next day, inviting Lu Wei to visit them during his leisure. Relatives lingered for an additional day, during which Lu Wei presented each family with bottles of Maotai and Zhonghua cigarettes, and he generously prepared thick red envelopes for the younger generation. The closest families, including his grandmother S, Uncle S, Aunt S, and Cousin S households, each received 5 substantial New Year S envelopes, delighting his relatives immensely. Curiosity piqued about the 2 individuals accompanying Lu Wei. He merely smiled and explained that he had engaged 2 assistants to help with various tasks. Their robust physiques led to village speculation that they were likely former soldiers, serving as bodyguards. The sight of Lu Wei with bodyguards elevated his status even further, sparing him from any judgment. As his uncles and aunts departed, they expressed intentions to return to the countryside for the new year. Since the passing of his grandparents, they had found it difficult to return home for the festivities each year. This year, however, their enthusiasm stemmed from witnessing the flourishing success of the family left behind in the village, and they were curious about the bountiful celebrations that awaited them. Regardless, familial bonds are not easily severed. A little expenditure brings joy to all, and Lu Wei harbored no grievances, knowing that neglecting his roots would invite the ghostly reproach of his ancestors. If they were to return home for the new year, it was only fitting to present gifts to each family. 2 days after the banquet, once all domestic affairs were settled, Lu Wei and Yang Wan prepared to return to the county. During her stay at Lu's residence, Yang Wan had been treated as a true daughter-in-law, with Lu Yang and Lu Ling referring to her as sister-in-law. Lu Wei's parents entrusted him with the keys to their county home, which they had ensured was fully renovated and furnished, ready for immediate occupation. Lu Ling and Lu Yang, eager to escape the confines of home, insisted on returning to the county. The once lively household fell into a hushed stillness, and it seemed that Li Xiuying and old Lu's hearts had shifted. Perhaps the true essence of home resided where their children were. Lu Wei ultimately decided he must visit Yang Wan's family. After all, he had wooed their daughter into his abode, and it would be remiss not to pay his respects to her parents, lest Yang Wan feel discontent. Even an unsightly daughter-in-law must meet her in-laws, so how could Lu Wei, a bachelor of considerable promise, fear making a visit? Lu Wei's vehicle was laden with gifts, yet he worried it might not be sufficient. He took Yang Wan to a chain jewelry store in the county to purchase jade bangles, gold bracelets, gold chains, and more. Have you lost your mind? Are you attempting to transport the entire jewelry store to my home? This isn't just for your parents and grandparents. Surely each person needs one. She exclaimed. Do you really desire to project such a nouveau riche image? What about gifts like the 4 treasures of the study or some antique curiosities? Perhaps you should buy your father a car instead? Lu Wei, brimming with enthusiasm, voiced all his thoughts. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to bring back the jade he had purchased in Rueli. Such a missed opportunity. Now, he felt compelled to be somewhat extravagant. Were it not for the fear of startling Yang Wan's parents, he might have considered withdrawing $1 million in cash from the bank and presenting it in a bag upon arrival. Uncle, Auntie, I have taken a liking to your daughter. Please accept this token of my sincerity, he envisioned, unable to suppress a chuckle. What are you laughing at? Yang Wan inquired. I just had an amusing thought, he replied. I was imagining whether I should withdraw $1 million from the bank, place it in a sack, present it to your parents, and declare my intentions regarding their daughter. Do you think they would be so shocked they'd want to beat me? Yang Wan was astounded by Lu Wei's whimsical imagination. Have you lost your mind? Do you want everyone to know I am dating a nouveau riche? Will I then become one? She retorted, laughter bubbling forth. Indeed, that is precisely the point. Ultimately, Lu Wei, carrying an abundance of gifts, followed closely behind Yang Wan as they arrived at her home. He had dispatched 2 bodyguards to seek rest at a hotel. Upon reaching Yang Wan's residence, she opened the door, announcing, Mom, Dad, Grandpa, Grandma, my boyfriend has arrived. Lu Wei promptly greeted them. Hello, Uncle and Auntie. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma. Yang Wan's parents quickly approached to welcome him, and the sheer volume of gifts he bore was anything but discreet. He had brought 2 bottles of Maotai, among other renowned brands. Young man, you needn't have gone to such lengths, they remarked. What a lavish display. To which Lu Wei responded, Oh, it's nothing really. I came in such a hurry that I couldn't bring anything of better quality. I hope you won't think poorly of me. Yang Wan's father raised an eyebrow, clearly amused at the notion that these gifts were anything less than splendid. The gifts were placed on the coffee table, and Yang Wan began to unveil them one by one. This is for Grandpa, this is for Grandma, this is for Mom, and this is for Dad, all thoughtfully selected by Lu Wei. The elderly relatives received exquisite jade bangles and carvings, while Yang Wan's parents were presented with gold treasures. Yang Wan's father's gold chain, as thick as her little finger, was somewhat exaggerated and undoubtedly the heaviest in the store, weighing 50 grams. Xiao Lu, you are far too extravagant. How can you expect Uncle and Aunt to accept such a gift? Uncle and Aunt, please don't be so formal. I just purchased it casually in the county. When you visit the metropolis, I shall present you with more gifts. Is there more? Indeed, there certainly is. Xiao Lu is truly generous. Where is your family from? I am from our county. My home is near XX town. Lu Wei, Xiao Lu. Did you appear on television 6 months ago? Yang Wan's father suddenly recalled. Ah, was it our county's television station? I believe I was interviewed. It truly is you. What is the story? The group turned their curious gazes toward Yang Wan's father. Xiao Lu came to County No. 1 high school half a year ago to donate and support numerous students. The television station reported on it. You may have missed it. Ah, I remember now. Yang Wan's grandfather reminisced, fond of watching the news every evening. Young man, quite commendable. You haven't forgotten your roots and continue to assist others. Lu Wei was pleasantly surprised to find his reputation elevated in Yang Wan's family. The atmosphere soon turned warm and harmonious. The gift was substantial, and the young man was remarkable. Surely, the parents could find no fault. Yang Wan's mother went to prepare dinner while Lu Wei engaged in conversation with Yang Wan's father and grandparents. The heir suggested he was already akin to a prospective son-in-law. Having inquired about Lu Wei's family and feeling delighted that their daughter would not move far away, Lu Wei enjoyed a sumptuous dinner at Yang Wan's home. And after noticing her grandparents growing weary, he took his leave. Yang Wan happily escorted him downstairs, expressing her regret at not being able to accompany him, and bestowed upon him a heartfelt kiss goodbye. Upon returning home, Yang Wan was again interrogated by her parents about more details regarding Lu Wei, and their astonishment grew when they learned he had purchased her a suite in the metropolis. Xiao Lu bought you a house in the metropolis? Isn't that a house for the two of you? No, he already owns one. He said that when you come to the metropolis to visit me, he bought me one as well. In your name? How much? Yes, it is in my name, approximately over 10 million. Yang Wan replied joyfully. Oh my, where can one find such a son-in-law? Chapter 281. The village chiefs request their daughter had always been their pride, excelling academically in the county and often being compared favorably to the children of others. Now, she had found such an outstanding boyfriend who, even before their marriage, had purchased her a house worth over 10 million. Such fortune was unparalleled in the entire county. The pride swelling within Yang Wan's parents was indescribable. They wished for all their relatives to know. Previously, they had considered that if Yang Wan faced hardships in the metropolis, they would use their savings upon retirement to assist her with a down payment. Once her grandparents were no longer around, they envisioned relocating to the metropolis to be close to their daughter. In such a small county, one would often encounter familiar intermediaries with just a few turns. Thus, they fully supported their daughter establishing herself in a major city. At present, everything appears to be in order, and there is no need for them to worry. However, they do have one concern, whether Lu Wei is indeed competent. Xiaoan, what does Xiao Lu do? I have never heard of any prominent Lu family in our county. It seems remarkable that he can afford such an expensive house in the metropolis. In our county, he must be from a well-known family. Mom and Dad, what are you thinking? Lu Wei is a friend of my former boss. They are both involved in investments, and Lu Wei excels in this domain. How much money does Lu Wei have now? I am unsure. He provided me with 100 million to start a company last month. 100 million? Yang Wan's father could no longer contain himself, rising in astonishment. You mean Lu Wei gave you 100 million to start a company? I must have misheard. No. You heard correctly. Yang Wan's father felt his heart racing, while her mother was utterly stunned into silence. Just moments ago, they could barely fathom a house costing over 10 million. Now, 100 million was rather overwhelming. 100 million? What does that even mean? Surely, even the wealthiest person in the county could not produce that amount in cash. 100 million could purchase hundreds of houses in the county. The two of them would never earn that in a lifetime, even if they started working from the Song dynasty. My dear daughter, you must seize this opportunity. Lu Wei is exceptional, and you should secure him soon. Yang Wan's mother finally spoke the crucial words. Oh mom, Lu Wei and I are doing well. I visited his parents a couple of days ago, and they were very pleased with me. That's wonderful. This matter must be settled sooner rather than later. You should consider having a child with him soon. That will solidify your position. Mom, we are still young. I want to focus on my career for a few more years. Xiaoan, you should heed your mother's advice. If you bear him a son, that would be even better. Mom, what are you saying? Yang Wan, embarrassed by her mother's words, excused herself and returned to her room. Lying on her bed, she felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart and decided to message Lu Wei. Dear, what are you up to? After a short while, Lu Wei replied. I'm out drinking with classmates. All right, just don't drink too much and come home early. Sure, I'll head back soon. My mom has been asking about you, and she even offered me some advice. What did she advise you? She suggested I have a child with you soon, preferably a boy. Ha ha, that is quite the suggestion. Let us have several to keep them entertained. Do you think I'm a pig? Absolutely not. You are my little fairy, and our future children will be as beautiful as you. Honey, I want to. Yang Wan, lying on her bed, felt moved by his words and hinted to Lu Wei. Hotel, wait for me. Lu Wei replied with 4 words and quickly concluded his drinking session, stating he had something to attend to. Yang Wan quietly left her house, found a hotel, and sent the address to Lu Wei. He rushed over immediately, and in that moment, nothing could deter his determination. Did you drink last night? Yes, just a little. Alas, I have heard that consuming alcohol adversely affects sperm quality, which may not bode well for conceiving a healthy child. You were entirely inside me last night. Could it result in a pregnancy? Upon waking early, Yang Wan suddenly recalled this matter and inquired with concern. Is it currently a safe period? My relatives just departed a couple of days ago. Then there's no need for worry. Rest assured, Lu Wei replied, embracing Yang Wan as they drifted back to sleep. After spending a day in the county, Lu Wei returned to the village, wishing to spend more time with his parents, as he often found himself away from home. With the new year approaching, he granted leave to Zhou Yu and Song Shan, allowing them to return to their hometowns. He retained the vehicle while the two took a flight back from the provincial city. The generosity of their employer deeply moved Zhou Yu and Song Shan, who were given a stack of cash to purchase New Year supplies. They assured Lu Wei that should he summon them, they would hasten back without delay. Lu Wei waved his hand, insisting they should first enjoy the festivities and discuss matters after the 6th day of the new year. On his drive back to the village, Lu Wei encountered the village head, who greeted him warmly. Lu Wei parked the car, and they engaged in conversation. The village head, in accordance with familial hierarchy, was akin to an uncle. Noticing the village head's hesitation, Lu Wei inquired directly, "Uncle, if you have something to discuss, please do so. I can see you are troubled." "Ah, Xiao Wei, I am unsure how to broach this, but they have urged me to come to you," the village head began. "Our village has a playground that has been in disrepair for many years. The government advocates for the promotion of public sports, and I have applied to the town for renovations, such as replacing the basketball hoop, but they claim there are insufficient funds. Consequently, some villagers have suggested seeking your sponsorship, and I wish to request your assistance for the village." Lu Wei recalled the central playground, a cherished gathering place where villagers would congregate to chat, while children played games and engaged in various activities. It had been in existence since his primary school years, and after 2 decades, it was indeed in dire need of repair. "That sounds feasible, Uncle. How much do you require?" he asked. The village head produced a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Lu Wei. "This is my application to the town. Our basketball court spans approximately 500 square meters. To refurbish it and acquire a new basketball hoop would cost around 60,000 yuan. As for labor, I will request that every family in the village contribute a person, as this is a collective endeavor." "Very well, Uncle, I shall cover the costs. You should convene a meeting this evening to ensure the playground is completed before the new year, so it can be utilized during the festivities." "Excellent. I will notify everyone shortly. By the way, Uncle, isn't the bridge in our village also quite old?" Lu Wei inquired. Their village was situated in a valley, with a narrow river approximately 5 meters wide running through it, and the houses were dispersed along both banks. A bridge had been constructed during collective times, yet it posed a danger during the summer floods. "It has been standing for several decades, indeed." "What is it, Xiao Wei?" the village head replied. "Uncle, as it is currently the dry season, it would be an opportune time to repair the bridge. If everyone agrees, we might as well renovate it to facilitate easier access for the residents on both sides. I will cover the expenses." "Xiao Wei, the endeavor of bridge construction entails considerable expenses, not less than 500,000. "Ah, it's no trouble. I shall bear the costs. This is the land that nurtured him, and Lu Wei feels compelled to contribute to its improvement." Chapter 282. This poverty is rather unpalatable. In the evening, a village assembly convened. Each household sent a representative to the village committee, and Lu Wei attended as well. A departure from the norm where it was usually old Lu who participated. The primary agenda was to discuss the renovation of the playground and the bridge. After a brief introduction from the village head, it was announced that Lu Wei would finance both substantial projects, while the villagers were to provide labor. The villagers were asked if anyone had additional comments. It was the agricultural off-season, and families were merely awaiting the new year. Thus, it was customary for each household to send one member to partake in communal work. This was the same practice when the village laid water pipes and repaired roads. The renovation of the playground posed little challenge, as it could be completed in a matter of days. However, the bridge repair was a more significant undertaking, requiring considerable time and resources, presenting numerous logistical challenges. Consequently, the village head decided to enlist the guidance of elder villagers who had previously constructed bridges, assigning himself the role of logistics overseer, responsible for supplies. Given the urgency of the matter, the village head requested Lu Wei to accompany him to the town the following day to purchase materials and oversee the process. Lu Wei, however, was disinclined to partake in such trivialities. He promptly requested the village's account details and transferred funds on the spot, 100,000 and 50,000, respectively. Subsequently, the village head issued a receipt and expressed his willingness to be held accountable by the community. The villagers applauded the two, relieved that someone was finally addressing the dilapidated playground, which would facilitate the children's ability to play and engage in physical activity. Remaining in the village, Lu Wei spent his days leisurely wandering the playground before returning home to tend to investment matters, unwittingly slowing his pace. He was unaware that he had neglected to operate his futures account for several days, causing considerable anxiety for Yuan Ning, who incessantly prodded Xie Guanghan, fearing that he had once again been deceived, as there had been no updates for days, leading him to contemplate issuing threats to Xie Guanghan. Xie Guanghan was at his wit's end. The esteemed investor had genuinely ceased operations, leaving him powerless. He had additionally invested 100,000 to curry favor with influential figures. Yet without data, he felt utterly helpless. While Lu Wei languished at home in a state of indulgence, the news finally broke from Jiang City, a hub of 9 provinces, reporting an outbreak of an illness reminiscent of SARS. The Health and Wellness Committee had dispatched personnel to investigate. Meanwhile, local news remained scarce, dominated by official rhetoric. Aware individuals had begun stockpiling masks, disinfectants, and other essentials, with prices for masks escalating daily. Lu Wei's cousin-in-law called, mentioning that there were offers to purchase their masks at double the price, all of which Lu Wei declined. With a substantial workforce at his company, he deemed it unnecessary to exploit such minor profits, instructing his cousin-in-law to maintain regular production without selling any stock. However, the cousin-in-law reported that material costs had been rising, and the factory was running low on supplies, hindering production. Zhejiang Province, a major textile hub, was experiencing price surges, and it was inevitable that prices would spike nationwide. Lu Wei advised him to utilize all available funds to procure mass materials, focusing on local suppliers who could deliver promptly, as the Spring Festival approached. And once the holidays commenced, procurement would become increasingly challenging. Lu Wei is indeed the boss, and thus his cousin's husband ceased work to procure materials, granting the workers an early holiday. Just as everyone joyfully hurried home to celebrate the new year, on the eve of the Spring Festival, Jiangcheng was suddenly locked down. A deluge of news flooded in, with videos of the lockdown and accounts of escape attempts permeating the internet, while rumors swirled wildly. The gravity of the situation was palpable. The infectious nature of the illness seemed truly daunting. The local medical resources in Jiangcheng were already scarce, and lists of urgently needed supplies for hospitals began circulating online. Lu Wei reached out to Wang Fun and Jiang Baiyan, urging them to heed the call and send supplies to Jiangcheng, suggesting they collectively contribute some funds. With uncertainty surrounding procurement in the capital, Wang Fun, recognizing the seriousness of the crisis, promptly donated 5 million to the Red Cross. While Jiang Baiyan coordinated a fundraising initiative through Wanma Bending. Lu Wei then contacted his cousin's husband, requesting the organization of 1 million masks for donation to Jiangcheng. His cousin's husband expressed that while gathering the masks was feasible, arranging their transport posed a challenge. Lu Wei advised him to reach out to nearby logistics companies, offering to cover additional shipping costs if they could assist. After much negotiation, a logistics company from Jingxi agreed to take the order, albeit with a 20% surcharge due to the upcoming holiday. Lu Wei acquiesced, deeming it acceptable. Having secured the mass donation, he called Yang Wan, instructing her to arrange for the financial department of Warren Investment to contribute some funds, leaving the amount to her discretion. He had already discreetly transferred 5 million to the Red Cross for hospital epidemic prevention efforts, feeling it right to give back to society after recently earning some profit in the futures market. The entire community was gripped by anxiety from the sudden outbreak. With masks becoming a rare commodity, online retailers had sold out. Prices skyrocketed, with masks that previously cost mere cents now reaching 3 yuan, and medical masks even absurdly priced at 10 yuan each. Lu Yang and Lu Ling returned to their village, relieved they hadn't ventured out, as they might have ended up in Jiangcheng. The village playground had been refurbished and was ready for use once dried, with basketball hoops and other equipment installed, giving the area a fresh appearance. In this inland countryside, the external turmoil had little impact. The neighboring village had already extended an invitation to engage in a friendly basketball match during the new year, with the stakes being 2 cattle. On New Year's Eve, everyone busied themselves preparing dinner. Lu Wei, accompanied by his 2 younger sisters, made one last trip to the county for final purchases, gathering all the desired provisions in anticipation of a large gathering at home this year. Taking advantage of the lull, he also visited Yang Wan, delivering some New Year goods for her family, much to the delight of Yang Wan's parents, who praised their prospective son-in-law. By the time they returned to the village at noon, indeed, the household was bustling with relatives, uncle's family, aunt's family, and Lu Wei's own family, totaling over 10 individuals. It seemed that even during the times when his grandparents were alive, such a large gathering had never occurred for the new year. With assistance from her sisters-in-law, Li Xiaoying found herself relieved, as they no longer merely awaited her culinary efforts but eagerly joined her in the kitchen. Once dinner was prepared, the entire family settled down together. The adults poured themselves drinks, the men indulging in baijiu, while the women savored red wine. The exquisite red wine was a bottle of Romanicanti brought by Lu Wei, accompanied by several bottles of Lafite. When Lu Yang curiously checked the label of the red wine, she gasped in astonishment, drawing the attention of everyone present. "Brother, is this wine really Romanicanti?" she exclaimed. Lu Wei nodded, prompting Li Xiaoying to inquire. "What are you two whispering about? Mom, do you have any idea how much this bottle of wine costs?" Lu Yang asked. "A few thousand?" she ventured. "A few thousand would only buy you a couple of sips. This wine is priced at 200,000. The revelation left the room in stunned silence. "How much? Don't scare me, son, tell me." Li Xiaoying felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. What a wasteful extravagance. "It's not that expensive, just a few tens of thousands." Lu Wei cautiously replied, fearing his mother might lose her appetite. Those who did not receive any red wine sought to share. For how could one resist a taste of such a luxurious beverage? When Uncle took a sip, he remarked, "This Pavarotti doesn't seem that extraordinary." His comment elicited a chorus of eye rolls from the crowd. "Then don't drink it." Lu Yang interjected, "It's Romanicanti." She quietly reminded her uncle. Chapter 283. A new year again. The New Year's Eve dinner was filled with harmony, marking one of the most delightful gatherings the Lu family had experienced in decades. Devoid of any unpleasant remarks, the 3 families subtly revolved around Lu Wei, who took the lead in toasting and drinking. After finishing the Romanicanti, they opened several bottles of Lafite. Lu Yang checked everything, confirming that the dinner table, with its dishes and drinks, was worth at least 250,000, with the wine alone valued at 249,000. After taking a sharp breath, everyone ate with even greater enthusiasm. And a few did not forget to snap a photo to share on their social media. They captured the perfect moment, as this meal could be boasted about for a lifetime. Have you ever had a meal that cost 200,000? No? Well, I have. Let me tell you. That red wine is incomparable. What does flying Maotai even mean? The bottle of red wine we enjoyed could purchase dozens of Maotai. This year, the images shared by the Lu family on social media set a standard that would surely become the envy of their friends. However, in a small county town, there were not many who could appreciate such luxury, and the challenge was to elegantly entice others to inquire about it, thus testing their prowess in sharing on social media. After the meal, Li Xiaoying and the aunts busied themselves with the cleanup, while the men and children entertained themselves in the living room, where the large television was broadcasting the traditional Spring Festival gala. Lu Wei's phone buzzed incessantly with incoming messages. Wang Fan shared a photo of his New Year's Eve dinner, seemingly featuring hot pot. "Aren't you at home celebrating with your parents?" "I am. At my dad's hometown in Rongqing. Do you think I dare to be away during the new year? My dad would probably give me a good beating." "I told you. You are usually so carefree. Now is the time to rein it in. What activities are planned for tonight? I'm ready to have some fun after dinner. I've arranged to meet a few friends from Rongqing. I'm in the countryside. What activities could there possibly be? Should I go hunting in the mountains? Haha. Can you really do that? Count me in. Get lost. Maybe a game of mahjong would be more suitable. Bored to tears, my brother has gone out to play. I shall send you a token of luck for the new year, as you are younger than I. Wang Fun indeed transferred a sum of 666 yuan. How extravagant. Lu Wei accepted it without hesitation, allowing you to benefit from this generous gesture. In Rongqing, a young lady mustered her courage to send Lu Wei a message. Happy New Year, Brother Wei. Jiang Qinghan had long desired to reach out to Lu Wei but felt uncertain, often resorting to sending trivial messages during holidays. She struggled to initiate a conversation with someone so significant to her heart. She inquired about Lu Yang's dining plans, feeling a tinge of envy, wishing she could join him and perhaps catch a glimpse of the charming young man. As soon as Lu Yang mentioned finishing dinner, Jiang Qinghan was eager to message Lu Wei. She composed numerous drafts and deleted just as many, ultimately settling for a simple greeting. If Lu Yang were to learn that she regarded Jiang Qinghan as a close friend, while Jiang Qinghan aspired to be his sister-in-law, would he not be taken aback? Lu Wei replied with a cheerful "you too," and sent Jiang Qinghan a red envelope containing 666 yuan. Next, it was time for the family. He called over the younger relatives, giving each a stack of 10,000 yuan in cash, causing the younger siblings to squeal with excitement at the thickness of the envelopes. Once their parents had gathered in the living room, Lu Wei spoke up. Uncle and younger uncle. This year I have earned some money from my business and am unsure what to gift you, so I shall give each family 200,000 yuan. Feel free to purchase a car, or do as you wish. 200,000? Little Wei, you need not give us anything, as your elders. We should be the ones gifting you, and it would be improper for us to accept your money. After a moment's hesitation, his uncle spoke fairly. Consider it a contribution towards the tuition fees for the younger ones. Please help them save for their education. After some persuasion, Lu Wei secured his uncle and his younger uncle's bank account numbers and transferred 200,000 to each. Li Xiaoying felt a twinge of discomfort, remaining mostly silent. It reminded her of the times when the family struggled and they offered little assistance. Now that her son had succeeded, he was sending them money. Unable to voice her objections openly, she thought to herself that her son had grown up and was no longer under her control. Lu Wei returned to his room and transferred 1,000,000 to his parents' accounts. He also sent 1,000,000 to Yang Wan, Li Wanqing, Chen Lu, Wang Mo, Jiang Xinan, and Zhang Shuyi, who was far away in Hong Kong, all marked as New Year's gift. He also sent a red envelope of 10,000 yuan to Jiang Yiru on WeChat. Upon seeing the note, she blushed and accepted it, sending back a heart emoji. Merely sending red envelopes to those on WeChat consumed a considerable amount of Lu Wei's time. He ensured that individuals like Lu Jieli, Zhang Yida, and Jiang Boyan received their fair share. He also transferred 200,000 to his cousin-in-law, acknowledging their hard work managing the mask factory recently. Later, some acquaintances visited the Lu brothers to chat and play mahjong. Whenever they encountered the children, Lu Wei discreetly slipped them a few hundred yuan in red envelopes. Fortunate to have brought back ample cash. On this New Year's Eve alone, Lu Wei's red envelope expenditures approached an astounding 10 million yuan. As midnight approached, the family gathered in the courtyard, preparing to set off fireworks and firecrackers to welcome the new year. This year, due to their new home, an abundance of fireworks had been procured, nearly 100 boxes, with each person responsible for 10. Once the fireworks were arranged, Li Xiaoying produced a bundle of lit incense and distributed a stick to each individual. At the stroke of midnight, everyone ignited the fireworks simultaneously. In that instant, the sky above the Lu family villa illuminated like daylight, accompanied by thunderous sounds. The arrival of the new year was heralded, and as Lu Wei gazed at the resplendent display, he reflected on the transformative changes of the past year, marveling at the brilliance of that night. All positive alterations stemmed from a well-filled wallet. Everyone in the courtyard reveled in this prosperous life, filled with laughter and joy, and the future seemed promising. One could only hope for an even better new year. Chapter 284. The profiteering of masks. What should have been a lively spring festival was abruptly put on pause. All large gatherings were prohibited, and it was advised to remain indoors. Across the vast expanse of a nation, masks became ubiquitous. In such times, gifting a pack of masks was considered a significant gesture, particularly in the South, where supplies were minimal and demand soared, rendering masks nearly impossible to find. Lu Wei received a call from his brother-in-law, lamenting about being thoroughly exploited, claiming he was an evil capitalist hoarding goods and draining people's resources. Lu Wei found himself at a loss for words. The goods he possessed were essential, yet he could not sell them, nor could he be compelled to do so. He told his brother-in-law that the main company had taken all the stock, and they would have to wait until after the new year to reassess. Even a few days off had left him restless. By the third day of the new year, feeling utterly bored at home, Lu Wei decided to drive to the county. He thought it would be better to seek out Yang Wan or some classmates for a game of mahjong. Upon arriving at the county, he discovered that all civil servants had been reassigned and could not return home. He managed to coax Yang Wan out, and they spent an entire day together at his new house. Yang Wan suddenly expressed regret, saying, "Darling, if only we had invested more in healthcare companies last year. Perhaps our returns would be substantial this year." Lu Wei reminded her that he had indeed invested in a couple of biomedicine firms before the new year, but she felt it was insufficient. "We should have invested more. I've been reading the news, and there's a severe scarcity of epidemic prevention materials and testing supplies. How fortunate we would be to invest in such companies." Some astute businessmen were already on the hunt for materials and machinery to produce masks. Working tirelessly to capitalize on the situation, the price of masks had surged over 20-fold compared to the previous year. Such opportunism in times of national crisis is not something we should engage in. We are not lacking in funds. Let us focus on legitimate investments, he advised. Moreover, consider the fact that producing masks now means increased costs for equipment and materials. It's unlikely that only the finished products would rise in price. All right, you have a point. Where's my reasoning flawed? Lu Wei playfully touched a rather prominent area, suggesting, I believe this is rather improper. Allow me to adjust it. In response, Yang Wan seized a certain part, effectively immobilizing him. He gasped, realizing she had taken on a rather mischievous demeanor. That evening, the two ventured out to meet up with classmates. With civil servants preoccupied, they were fortunate to find teachers available, as schools were not under epidemic prevention protocols during the holiday. After dinner, it was customary to indulge in mahjong and karaoke. Lu Wei, however, faced relentless disdain, as no one would allow him to join the table. His prowess was almost supernatural. Wherever he played, it swiftly became his domain, and before long, he would win without effort, robbing the game of its joy. The locals, seasoned players in their own right, could only stare in disbelief, unable to grasp the game before it ended. Lu Wei, feeling helpless, could only sit on the sidelines and watch Yang Wan and the others play. Yang Wan held great faith in Lu Wei, frequently seeking his advice on which tile to play, and under his guidance, she enjoyed a string of victories. Ultimately, Lu Wei found himself unable to approach the table, opting instead for silent observation, embodying the demeanor of a true gentleman. He retreated to the periphery, seeking conversation with acquaintances, though his circle was limited, leaving him to step outside for some fresh air alone. While scrolling through his phone, he heard the rhythmic click of heels approaching from behind, and upon turning, he was surprised to find Su Qing. Why are you out here? He inquired. My luck has been poor, so I came out for a breather. Su Qing replied. Would you like me to share some luck with you? Sure, how would you do that? Lu Wei found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Wei, may I ask you a question? Sure, go ahead. Do you like Yang Wan? Of course I do. Then, do you like me? Lu Wei was taken aback by Su Qing's gaze, momentarily lost for words. I've known you longer than Yang Wan has, and I like you too. If ever you and Yang Wan part ways, would you come find me? For reasons unknown, Su Qing displayed an unexpected boldness that rendered Lu Wei speechless. Is that all you can say? Su Qing, slightly irritated, stamped her foot, pecked Lu Wei on the cheek, and then dashed away. Lu Wei was left bewildered in the empty corridor, grappling with the unexpected encounter. Upon returning to the mahjong room, he spotted Su Qing, who appeared unfazed, while he himself felt a sense of disorientation, as though he were the one who had committed a misdeed. The 7-day spring festival holiday swiftly passed. On the 7th day, a day that theoretically marked the return to work, many companies had yet to summon their employees back. Most opted for remote work, while physical locations remained closed indefinitely. At Wanma Bounty, apart from the workers tending to the horses, everyone else was on temporary leave. Under Yang Wan's direction, Wei Rin Company conducted all operations online, with the return to the office yet to be determined. On the first day back to work, Song Kuan excitedly reported to Lu Wei that the company's fund was projected to rise by over 5. Mr. Lu, you are truly remarkable. Before the holiday, you advised me to invest in technology and healthcare, and I managed to establish my positions just in time. Every purchase was spot on. I was merely taking a shot in the dark. Continue to observe, and when the market heats up, remember to sell before the last minute. I understand, Mr. Lu. On the 7th, as the market opened, all healthcare stocks, especially those claiming to produce masks, soared to their limits. Stocks associated with mask materials followed suit, as the market reacted swiftly to the news, resulting in a remarkable surge on the first day. Just the day before, Lu Wei received a call from his cousin-in-law inquiring if the mask factory would resume normal operations. Lu Wei instructed that only nearby individuals should be summoned for work, leaving those farther away for another time. He decided to commence with as many production lines as the number of available workers allowed, resuming production with the materials previously acquired. On the very first day of operation at the mask factory, individuals arrived to block the entrance, pleading for supplies. Lu Wei had no choice but to have his cousin assess the inventory, subtracting his own needs, and then divide the surplus in half, selling only one portion at a reasonable price. Even if they refrained from inflating prices, the market had already set high rates. Merchants arriving at the mask factory were offering prices as high as 3 yuan for a standard disposable mask and 8 yuan for an N95 mask. One could only speculate how exorbitant market prices could soar, likely exceeding 50 times the original cost. Within 2 days, the divided stock was entirely snatched up, and those unable to procure masks had begun to reserve production for the following days. Before the Lunar New Year, Lu Wei had ordered the factory to cease online sales, resulting in a total stockpile of 20 million masks, including previous inventories. Fortunately, his cousin promptly rented additional space in the village for storage, otherwise, they would have been overwhelmed. After donating 1 million masks, reserving 3 million for personal use, and setting aside 8 million for sale, they managed to sell 8 million masks, generating nearly 40 million in revenue. When Lu Wei heard the revenue report from his cousin, he was taken aback by the excessive profits. He quickly instructed his cousin to allocate 500,000 masks from the reserved stock for donation to the district government to support pandemic prevention efforts, urging him to act swiftly. His cousin, bewildered yet compliant, followed Lu Wei's directive to make the donation. Upon arriving at the district government with a truckload of masks and informing the guard of his intent to donate, he inadvertently caught the attention of the district chief. The district chief, moved to learn that the generous contribution came from a local company, warmly posed for a photograph with Lu Wei's cousin and noted their company's name. This was a far cry from sending supplies to the Red Cross for redistribution. This was a showcasing of local enterprise contribution, which held significance for the district chief. The 500,000 N95 masks, costing around 500,000 yuan, would directly assist the district's pandemic response efforts, embodying a gesture of goodwill during a critical time. Especially as their staff labored tirelessly on the front lines, desperately in need of protective supplies. Dazed yet exhilarated, Lu Wei's cousin returned to the factory to share the news with his wife, marveling at the fact that he had shaken hands with the district chief. A few months prior, he would have scarcely known who the district chief was. Can you believe it, dear? I actually shook hands with the district chief and even took a photo. I might even make the news. His wife replied teasingly. You think you're special just because you donated some supplies? Huh, let me report this to my cousin. Upon receiving the call from his cousin, Lu Wei anticipated that their company would leave a favorable impression in the district. He continued to direct his cousin to make further donations, this time to hospitals, instructing him to select 10 top-tier hospitals in Hangzhou, delivering 100,000 medical masks to each. They possessed the qualifications to produce medical equipment, and the masks manufactured were compliant with safety standards. Lu Wei had emphasized the importance of vigilance, particularly urging his cousin's wife to personally oversee the medical production line to ensure there was no room for negligence. My cousin has previously worked at this factory, so she is quite familiar with the ins and outs, rendering her impervious to deception. This situation is akin to a double-edged sword. If you are a valuable asset, others will owe you a favor. However, if you fail to meet expectations, the consequences could be dire. Accusations may arise, branding you as a traitor or a saboteur of pandemic efforts, potentially leading to a fate worse than death. Under Lu Wei's direction, my cousin's husband and the factory driver spent an entire day traversing half of Hangzhou, delivering masks to 10 top-tier hospitals. They returned with a plethora of letters of gratitude, leaving one to ponder whether the expenditure of 1 million was worthwhile. The pandemic in Jiangxing appears to have escalated alarmingly. News reports indicate tens of thousands infected, with numerous fatalities. The severity of the situation surpasses imagination. Supplies from across the country are being dispatched to that region in an effort to contain the outbreak at its source. A week later, companies that had delayed operations began to summon employees back. Perhaps, after this preparatory period, they feel equipped to handle emergencies. Zhou Yu and Song Shan called to inquire when they could come to pick up Lu Wei. Realizing there was little to do at home, he invited them over. The following day, Lu Wei went to the county to fetch the two, who had arrived by plane. Upon returning to the village that evening, he outlined the arrangements. Lu Yang would wait for notification regarding school reopening, while Lu Ling, awaiting her results, would remain home to spend time with their parents. Planning to return to Shanghai once her results were available, Lu Wei, however, would return to Shanghai first, as the company remained operational and he had responsibilities to fulfill. His mother had prepared an abundance of food, nearly filling the trunk of the car. After picking up Yang Wan from the county town, they journeyed back to Shanghai together. After a month apart, he finally returned to the city, where the streets were now populated with masked individuals, as everyone had adopted self-protective measures. Changes seemed to be present. Yet life continued as usual, with work and daily necessities persisting. Lu Wei's first task was to distribute the masks from Hangzhou, sending 1 million to the Wanma Bank Club and another 1 million to Deguay Construction, as there were few employees at Ware & Company who required them. Grateful for Wang Fun's New Year red envelope, he also sent 1 million to the Wantong family. Wang Fun was ecstatic, eager to treat Lu Wei to some of the joy he missed during the New Year festivities. At a club, Wang introduced a new internet celebrity, bringing her along with a friend, ensuring a certain level of quality. This aspect of Wang is commendable. He enjoys sharing good fortune with those around him. However, the current trend of internet celebrities has emerged since the rise of short videos, where any woman with a modicum of grooming can garner followers online simply by singing or dancing, thus earning money. Achieving a follower count of 100,000 often leads individuals to consider themselves internet celebrities, inflating their perceived value. It remains unclear how Wang Fun selects his internet celebrity companions, whether through careful consideration or short video recommendations. During the gathering, Lu Wei inquired of Wang Fun, expressing his desire to donate masks to the Shanghai government, asking whether it would be better to make a direct donation or follow a different approach. Such matters, he believed, would benefit from making a substantial impact. However, what is most urgently needed in Jiangxing is to make donations there. It would enhance one's reputation. How can we create a greater impact? I have also contributed to Jiangxing, just recently donating 1 million. Goodness, how do you manage to be so altruistic? Donating to every place? Perhaps we should find a prominent official to ensure it counts as their achievement, which would benefit both parties involved. Impressive. You've learned quite a bit from your father. Yet, I do not have any connections. Lu Wei sincerely praised. This is simple. I will ask my father tomorrow to see who would be best to approach. Alright. The next day, Lu Wei had his cousin arrange for a vehicle from Hangzhou to transport 200,000 masks to the school. Upon the vehicle's arrival, they headed directly to his alma mater. At the school gate, they were stopped due to current health regulations that required appointments and verification. Lu Wei called Teacher Zhuang. Surprised by the call, Teacher Zhuang responded. What are you up to, young man? Teacher, I'm at the school gate and wish to donate some masks, but I can't get in. Could you come to receive me? Alright, wait for me. I will be there shortly. With the entire nation facing a shortage of such supplies, this was indeed a timely gesture. Teacher Zhuang quickly informed the dean and rushed to the gate. Upon seeing Lu Wei, who was accompanied by 2 vehicles, he documented the information and arranged for Lu Wei and the delivery truck to enter. They were required to undergo disinfection before being permitted inside. You are certainly increasing my esteem, as these items are in high demand, and you have brought them. Teacher, I happen to have a factory producing them. So I thought the school could benefit from this donation. Excellent. As the truck arrived at the management college, the dean personally greeted them. Lu Wei, your kindness truly sets an exemplary standard for our college. You flatter me, but we are all part of the school. It is only right. After the formalities, arrangements were made for the unloading of the cargo. With 200,000 masks amounting to about 100 boxes, there was quite a bit to lift. Once the boxes were set up, a photo opportunity was inevitable, and a banner was hung up. Lu Wei came personally, without the company's name attached. Unable to push through the crowd, Lu Wei only shook hands with the dean for the photograph. He declined the banquet, suggesting the delivery driver rest briefly in Shanghai. But the driver was eager to return to Hangzhou. Lu Wei then graciously offered him 1,000 yuan for his effort. Lu Wei still had to attend a banquet that Wang Fan had arranged. Chapter 286. Building good relations with the government boss. How many masks have you sent out recently? This must be worth quite a sum, considering they are 3 to 4 yuan each now? Zhou Yu inquired curiously while driving. It just happened that I had a surplus. So I decided to donate more. I won't use them all anyway. ISNT that quite a financial loss. Money ISNT the priority. If I can contribute in some way, I will. Boss, your ideals are rather noble. In ancient times, you would be considered a righteous merchant. After a light-hearted conversation, they arrived at a club, the venue chosen by Wang Fan. Lu Wei called Wang Fan, and shortly thereafter, he appeared. Perfect timing. Let us wait here for the others to arrive. Who is coming? Allow me to introduce you. If you wish to donate resources, let me direct you to someone effective. A high-ranking official, perhaps? Shortly after, a black Audi arrived and halted at the entrance of the club. Wang Fan, accompanied by Lu Wei, stepped out to greet the arrival. As the car door swung open, a middle-aged man clad in a black jacket and wearing a mask descended. Uncle Chun, thank you for your effort. I appreciate your coming all this way, Wang Fan remarked. Xiao Fan, there's no need for such formality, the man replied. Let me introduce you. This is my friend Lu Wei. Xiao Wei, this is District Chief Chun, Wang Fan continued. Hello, District Chief Chun. Lu Wei promptly extended his hand. Eager to shake hands with the official. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they settled into a private room. Wang Fan succinctly conveyed the purpose of their meeting, with Lu Wei adding supplementary details. Ordinarily, Lu Wei's modest donation would not necessitate the district chief's presence, given that he is also a deputy ministerial-level official. Nevertheless, the current circumstances are exceptional, marking a phase of active pandemic response. Significant resources are at stake, and with Wang Muchuan's influence, the chief decided to attend. Since Lu Wei's company is located in the Pudong district, this connection was sought with the hope that it would be beneficial for him. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere grew warmer. Lu Wei increased his donation to 1.5 million, along with an additional 500,000 in cash. And they established the timeline and method for the donation. District Chief Chun agreed to assist in submitting a news report to the city, and naturally, the district's acknowledgement was assured. It does seem rather intricate that one must dine with others to facilitate a donation. Wang Fan reassured Lu Wei, do not be disheartened. This is merely paving the way for your future business endeavors. At the very least, you will have caught the attention of influential figures in Pudong, making it easier for you to become a representative in the district's political consultative conference or the People's Congress. I am not particularly concerned with that, Lu Wei replied. I simply wish for my donation to be impactful. In our country, engaging with the government is crucial for sustaining long-term business stability. I could focus solely on investments, capitalizing on international markets without the need for a tangible enterprise. Once profits are secured, they go directly into my pocket. A shell company would hardly attract scrutiny, he mused. But even that falls under government regulation. Cultivating a good relationship with the authorities will yield benefits in any endeavor, Wang Fan remarked, uncertain of how to provide further guidance, deciding instead to wait for future developments. 2 days later, Lu Wei delivered the promised supplies and donated 500,000 in cash to the district government's public welfare account. He took a photograph with District Chief Chun, and both parties departed in good spirits. That evening, Lu Wei appeared on the district's official media for approximately 20 seconds, noticing a decrease in inventory. His brother-in-law inquired whether Lu Wei intended to expand production lines and procure more raw materials. Having recently earned over 40 million, he felt the potential for profit was substantial. Regrettably, he had sold the factory to their employer, now lamenting the decision. Each time he passed by that location, he wished he could turn back time by several months. Realizing he should have persevered, ultimately, he found himself reverting to the trade of masks. Due to his previous connections, Lu Wei secured an 80% discount from his cousin-in-law. After some transactions, he managed to recoup the equivalent of a factory's worth of profits. Lu Wei, however, deterred his cousin-in-law's ambitions to expand production, citing the exorbitant costs of raw materials and the lengthy queues to acquire them. With such lucrative ventures attracting numerous competitors, the swift production of masks, potentially exceeding several 100,000 per day, would inevitably lead to a decrease in unit prices as the market flooded with new entrants. He intended to swiftly exhaust the materials he had stockpiled before the new year and fulfill recent orders, estimating that would suffice for the time being. Furthermore, with their factory's growth, managing operations would become increasingly challenging for the couple. Medical stocks had surged for an entire week, with Lu Wei's fund witnessing an impressive increase of over 50%. The COVID-19 cases in Jiangshang were escalating, approaching the 10,000 mark, with fatalities also rising. Reminiscent of the SARS outbreak of yesteryears, the trajectory of this situation appeared dire. The previous SARS epidemic had spread globally, taking nearly half a year to effectively contain. If the outbreak in Jiangshang were to manifest worldwide, resource availability would surely be compromised. In severe scenarios, cities could face lockdowns similar to Jiangxing, leading to reduced oil production and diminished travel, which would likely precipitate a dramatic drop in oil prices. Lu Wei contemplated shorting oil, but his data had been compromised. He pondered how to outsmart Yuan Ning. While he could analyze the market, seasoned traders would also be conducting their analyses. Lu Wei enlisted Zhou Tianqing's assistance in creating a new account, blending truth with deception, hoping to ensnare this fool. Utilizing a futures trading competition account as bait, he planned to execute actual trades from a separate account. At worst, he could leverage the 200 million in the futures competition as a bargaining chip. Provided that his actual account earned over 200 million, he wouldn't incur a loss. However, devising a strategy to outwit such an experienced trader proved challenging. It was implausible that Lu Wei would forcibly buy into the market, only for oil prices to rebound due to pandemic-related factors. Such a scenario seemed utterly impossible. Chapter 287. Wang Fan aims to invest 1 billion. The pandemic had indeed disrupted many individuals' routines, including Yuan Ning's. In the initial trading days of the year, their private equity funds holdings had incurred a cumulative loss of 50%. Should losses continue, they might have to prepare for a 70% write-down. With a large vessel, turning the course was arduous. Rebalancing the portfolio necessitated painful sacrifices. Given the current extent of losses, cutting positions was excruciating, and Yuan Ning longed for a market recovery, which would restore hope for his fund. The year felt anything but secure, as friends constantly inquired about returns and dividends. Yuan Ning, burdened with uncertainty, struggled for an answer. Soon, he would have to release the annual report, where nothing could remain concealed. His golf club was facing a financial imbalance, compounded by a significant cash loss of 100 million in futures trading, leaving Yuan Ning in a state of distress. Every day, there are incessant inquiries directed at Xie Guanghan regarding whether the prominent figure has taken action. The data from the daily delivery reports sent by Xie Guanghan indeed show no signs of movement. Could it be that this individual, residing in Jiangxing, has fallen ill? It seems unlikely. Such a person surely wouldn't have fled. On the night of the lockdown, many managed to escape. Surely those engaged in trading are not all reclusive? Is he truly isolating himself at home? Yuan Ning is eager to make a call to inquire, but time waits for no one, and he must continue with small-scale operations. With many individuals working from home, both stock and futures trading have surged in activity. Lu Wei did not require Zhou Tianqing to provide him with all the data. Only the fluctuations in Yuan Ning's account would suffice. A few days after the new year, Yuan Ning's account began to show activity. In the absence of the butterfly effect from his Amazon endeavors, Yuan Ning displayed his capabilities. Observing the modest scale of his account, Lu Wei felt a twinge of disinterest. Transactions in the millions hardly constitute significant stakes. Never mind. He would allow Yuan Ning to build larger positions before executing a reversal, fattening the target before striking. Given the current tensions, traveling to Hong Kong Island was not an option. To achieve greater ambitions, only international futures would offer boundless opportunities. Lu Wei requested Zhang Shi to procure several phones from Hong Kong Island, install the futures trading software, and send them to the mainland. He divided the funds in his account into 3 parts. One portion for the domestic futures account, approximately 500 million reserved, another 200 million set aside as contingency, and the remainder deposited into his Hong Kong Island account, ensuring all his capital was promptly in place. After some contemplation, he decided to let his friend Wang Fan earn a little extra cash. He made a call, rousing the still slumbering Wang Fan. What's the matter? Disturbing my sweet dreams. Do you want to make money? Is that even a question? Who wouldn't he want to make money? Do you think I'm indifferent to wealth? There may be significant movements on the horizon. I'm venturing into international investments. Are you in? Don't say I didn't inform you. Upon hearing Lu Wei's intentions, Wang Fan sprang to his feet, excitement palpable. When? How much can I invest? That's entirely up to you. I'm all in, so it's your call. Wait for me. I'll borrow some from my father. Do you wish to earn a little more or a little less? What's the difference? If I earn more, I'll invest abroad. If less, I'll put it into our fund. It must be more, then. Wang Fan exclaimed enthusiastically. All right, prepare yourself today. I may commence tonight. Okay. I'll secure a couple of 100 million right away. I'll gather 10 million and transfer it to you later. After hanging up, Wang Fan excitedly sought to raise several million, feeling an exhilarating rush. Once refreshed, he immediately went to find his father. Dad, can I borrow some money? What for? Didn't he, your club, start generating revenue normally? Before Wang Fan could explain, he was bombarded with inquiries from Wang Muchuan. Dad, I need the money for something serious. Not for frivolous spending. Are you thinking of starting another business? First, focus on managing your club properly, if you can, and refrain from aiming too high. Wang Muchuan occasionally finds himself exasperated with his son, who is on the verge of being labeled the quintessential foolish rich heir. No. Lu Wei intends to invest in international futures. I wish to contribute to him. I currently possess only 700 million and desire to invest a little more. Lu Wei, you mentioned previously that you entrusted him with 50 million Hong Kong dollars, which later yielded you 500 million. Indeed. If only I had invested more during that time on Hong Kong Island. This time, do you wish to invest your entire fortune? How much is Lu Wei investing himself? He should invest all of it. Wang Fan nodded earnestly. How much is Lu Wei's total investment? He probably has assets amounting to around 4 to 5 billion. 4 to 5 billion, all of which is directed towards financial investment. Lu Wei possesses quite the audacity, and Wang Muchuan felt a twinge of admiration. However, he still advised his son, this is not like last time. Losing 50 million is one thing, but if you invest 1 or 2 billion, you must be prepared for the consequences. Investment carries inherent risks. Although I am not in finance, I understand that higher returns come with higher risks. You currently perceive only the potential gains, yet overlook the dangers. Are you equipped to handle the risks of the investment sector independently? Or will you share the burden of those risks? If you were to lose 10 or 20 billion, what would you do then? Would you demand compensation or not? I. Wang Muchuan's barrage of questions left Wang Fan bewildered, unsure of how to respond. Contemplate these matters carefully. Do not be swayed by mere passion. Wang Muchuan left his son to his thoughts and returned to his own affairs. To him, financial investment seemed rather insubstantial. Only the tangible economy felt reliable. With concrete assets in hand, when a person is gone, the assets remain. In contrast, finance is merely a collection of numbers. If a person absconds, the numbers vanish, leaving nothing behind. During dinner that evening, Wang Muchuan inquired, "How have your reflections progressed?" "Father, I still wish to take a gamble." Wang Fan's mother, curious, asked, "What are you two discussing?" "What gamble?" "Mother, I have a friend involved in financial investments, and I want to allocate some funds for him to manage. I find him quite impressive." "Oh, then go ahead and invest. You still have several billion as pocket money, don't you?" Wang's mother said indulgently. "No, mother. I wish to invest more. I am preparing to invest 1 billion. "What? 1 billion? This revelation astonished Wang's mother. She wondered if her child had lost his senses. Assuming he would only invest several million at most. "Are you out of your mind? Do you not comprehend the magnitude of investing 1 billion? That amount could build a Wantong Plaza in a second-tier city. I have faith in his abilities. However, that is not the right kind of belief. You cannot squander money in such a manner." Wang's mother cautioned. "If you are resolute, you must take responsibility for your decision." "Father, I have made my decision. Please lend me an additional 300 million, using my shares in Wantong as collateral. If I incur losses, you may reclaim them." Wang Muchuan felt a pang of sympathy. Indeed, what a dutiful son he is, though those Wantong shares were a gift from him. Ultimately, unable to withstand Wang Fan's relentless persuasion, Wang Muchuan reluctantly provided Wang Fan with 5 billion, securing it against his Wantong shares. At last, Wang Fan was satisfied to have amassed a total of 10 billion. Though one could only speculate on his reasoning, perhaps this was a grand gamble in his life. Chapter 288. All preparations complete the following day. Wang Fan visited the bank to transfer 10 billion to Lu Wei's account. Upon receiving the transfer notification, Lu Wei was taken aback and immediately called Wang Fan for clarification. "Have you really liquidated your entire fortune?" "Pretty much, even borrowed from my father, but it's all riding on you now." "My goodness, you're placing an immense burden on me. Why not retract some? At least then I wouldn't have to sleep under a bridge." "That's not my concern. I've entrusted all my funds to you. If you squander it, I'll be dining at your home from now on." Wang Fan's unwavering trust in himself left Lu Wei feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Hey, are you trying to pin this on me?" "Absolutely. You better handle this well. I can't afford to be reckless right now. I need to maintain a good image in front of my parents." "How rare it is for you to say goodbye to your internet celebrity crush. Isn't that akin to inflicting pain upon yourself? Just know this. Once I start earning, I'll seek out 108 more. You can choose first. Why are you heading home then? Is it to settle down and prepare for those 108 internet stars?" "Ha. It's called conserving energy. You must strive for victory. If you win, I take care of you, and that's a deal." "Fine. I have a few acres of farmland back home. We can farm together when the time comes. By the way, should we invite Lin Xian and Qin Song to join us? That's up to you. It wouldn't hurt to lead them on a bit. I'll ask in our group chat." The four of them had a small group where they often shared resources. Lu Wei messaged Lin Xian and Qin Song. "I'm looking to venture into international financial investment. Are you both interested in participating?" Before long, both responded enthusiastically. "Absolutely. Brother Wei, take us along to wealth. Just to be clear, profits and losses are your responsibility." "Understood. I'll invest 1 billion and keep 10 million for living expenses." Without further ado, Lin Xian and Qin Song also decided to invest 1 billion each. Unlike Wang Fan, who had accumulated wealth through his company, they lacked such resources. Along with Lu Wei's own funds, the total approached 50 billion, translating to just over 700 million in US dollars. This operation represented Lu Wei's peak investment, the largest to date, employing a 50-fold leverage, amounting to a staggering 350 billion in US dollars. This constituted a significant transaction. Unable to venture to Hong Kong Island due to insufficient equipment and accounts, he could only proceed gradually on his own. With funds fully secured, Lu Wei awaited a favorable moment he had in mind. At an investment firm in the capital, Song Kuan received a call from Lu Wei. "Manager Song, how much has the fund profited so far?" "Mr. Lu, we have already doubled our investment." "Very well. Then let's liquidate the pharmaceuticals and prepare to engage in futures for a while." "Mr. Lu, the pharmaceutical sector still has room for growth. Should we not wait a bit longer?" "Don't chase the last bite of meat. Maintain the victory at hand. You ought to understand this better than I do. Moreover, in other realms, there are profits to be made, rendering it unnecessary to fixate on a singular path." Song Kuan wiped the sweat from his brow. Recently, the company's fund had surged dramatically, causing him to feel somewhat euphoric. Over the past month, their fund had doubled in value, and after conversing with colleagues from Wantong, he realized he had outperformed everyone. The fund's returns had exceeded theirs by a significant margin, leading Song Kuan to believe he possessed the potential to become the preeminent figure in Wantong's investment landscape. At this moment, reminded by Lu Wei, he recognized that he may have let his success go to his head. The fund's achievements were primarily due to Director Lu's guidance, while he was merely an executor. "Director Lu, I understand. I am prepared to liquidate today." "All right, I'll give you 3 days. We are preparing to venture into futures." "Understood, Director Lu." By mid-February, following the peak of the pandemic in Jiangxing, the situation began to improve, with the number of discharges seemingly exceeding new cases. The circumstances appeared to be shifting positively, aided by national resource support, at least bringing the situation under control. However, in other cities, there were still sporadic new infections, quietly spreading without notice. The mobility of the population, combined with the disease's latent nature, meant that some individuals inevitably slipped through the cracks and traveled elsewhere. What could be confirmed at this point was that this was merely a concentrated outbreak, while the source remained unknown. During this time, the medical market continued to soar. Whether it be masks or alcohol, prices had reached an almost unbearable level. In some areas, disposable masks were retailing for as much as 7 or 8 yuan each. When the heavens intend to bring ruin, they first incite madness. The government could only ramp up production while reallocating resources across various regions. Upon learning that Lu Wei had deposited a substantial sum into his account, the general manager of Hongda Futures was astounded and hurriedly convened a meeting with the investment department to discuss strategies. The emergence of such significant funds suggested that this formidable player was poised to make bold moves. They pondered whether to seize this rare opportunity for a gamble. The majority of brokerage firms or futures companies possess their own investment departments dedicated to utilizing proprietary funds for investment purposes. They can invest in futures, stocks, bonds, and bills, primarily managing the volume of funds, typically keeping it under 50 million. After several discussions among the company's upper management, Hongda Futures prepared $200 million, quietly waiting to seize the moment, with plans to mitigate losses as necessary. Boss Yuan, that formidable account has been activated. Yuan Ning finally received a message from Xie Guanghan. A piece of well-calculated information. He had been operating independently lately, albeit on a small scale, yet achieving commendable returns. However, he was hesitant to deploy his entire capital. The current market was prone to misjudgment, as many messages were delayed. If the fund continued to decline, it would necessitate liquidation, but fortunately, it had begun to stabilize, entering a phase of consolidation. Receiving data from Xie Guanghan, Yuan Ning felt exhilarated. The direction taken by the esteemed trader aligned with his own, prompting Yuan Ning to increase his position. This was a rare opportunity. The counterpart had established a position of 100 million, whereas Yuan Ning had yet to reach 10 million and thus felt no need for concern. In an instant, he escalated his investment to 50 million. Lu Wei received the data sent by Zhou Tianqing and immediately realized that his own information had also been sold in real time, with his rival being Yuan Ning, who acted swiftly. In a world filled with cunning individuals, it was evident that the schemes were quite similar. Thus, Lu Wei continued to build his position in the competition account to attract Yuan Ning, preparing a clandestine plan. Chapter 289, Do Not Hesitate. Go All In. Lu Wei devised a strategy that filled him with excitement. He promptly contacted Wang Fun, Lin Xin, and a few others, including Song Kuan. He was in urgent need of a trader to assist him within their capabilities. Upon hearing Lu Wei's requirements, his companions were taken aback, unable to comprehend the absurdity of the request. After several confirmations, they were astonished. Was he truly seeking such conditions? Lu Wei reiterated his demands, emphasizing the need for urgency, which finally convinced them. They mobilized their connections to find a suitable candidate, offering generous terms. Meanwhile, Lu Wei continued to build his positions in both accounts, with the competition account specifically increasing its holdings during the day. In just 2 days, he had amassed 200 million. The other secretly established account had grown to approximately 800 million. By mid to late February, reports indicated that the confirmed cases in Jiangsheng had finally dropped to 3 digits, bringing clarity to the situation, which was now under control. Pharmaceutical stocks had stagnated, while consumer-related stocks began to rise. The so-called concept stocks, artificially inflated, were directly hammered down by the market, and genuine concepts saw no increase. Ultimately, the market would force a return to value, stripping them of their false worth. With the confidence instilled by the market today, Yuan Ning also concluded that the pandemic in Jiangsheng appeared to be under control. After some analysis, he noticed that the leader of the futures competition had increased their holdings and immediately followed suit, now holding over 100 million. After 3 days of searching, Wang Fun and his team finally found a suitable candidate for Lu Wei, located in the capital. They inquired whether Lu Wei needed the individual sent to Shanghai. Lu Wei replied that it was unnecessary. He could remain near Song Kuan, who would provide guidance. He preferred not to meet the individual directly to avoid any potential influence. As long as his requirements were met, Wang Fun assured him that they had thoroughly vetted the individual's recent status, confirming their suitability. Lu Wei then sent his account information to Song Kuan, instructing him to log in from that location. From that moment on, he would no longer operate the futures competition account. He arranged for the individual to stay overnight, ready for immediate assistance. Once the handover of the futures competition account was complete, Lu Wei promptly liquidated all positions in the other account. At that moment, international crude oil futures were priced at $635 per barrel for WTI and $684 per barrel for Brent, with one contract representing 1,000 barrels. The March futures for WTI were priced at $63,500 per contract, while Brent stood at $68,400. With 700 million at his disposal, Lu Wei was cautious about fully leveraging the 100-fold margin offered by Gongda, opting instead for a 50-fold leverage. At 9 p.m., Lu Wei commenced building his short positions in WTI and Brent. His fingers danced over the keyboard as he entered commands, placing orders for 1,000 contracts at a time. In an instant, a flurry of sell orders flooded the market, with significant transactions of 1,000 contracts appearing from sell orders 1 through 5. Initially, the bullish market participants paid little heed to this development. However, within 5 minutes, the number of sell orders surged into the tens of thousands, causing panic among the bulls as some contemplated a market sell-off. Lu Wei remained unfazed, executing a staggering 100,000 contract short orders on WTI, and subsequently continued placing over 100 additional orders on Brent. He felt as if his fingers had transformed into the dexterous hands of a maestro, fluttering like butterflies. The intensity of the sell orders was overwhelming, yet some bulls mounted a resistance, causing the market to rebound from a drop to 1 on leverage back to 0. 8. Lu Wei placed an order for $300 million, resulting in an immediate reduction of his account by $100 million. Were Wang Fan to witness this, he would likely shed tears, lamenting the sudden loss of his funds. After midnight, Lu Wei instructed Song Kuan to transfer the futures competition account entirely to the newly hired trader, allowing him to operate freely without soliciting opinions from others. Although Song Kuan felt bewildered, he recognized that this account belonged to Lu Wei personally, not the company, and thus the decision rested solely with him. He could only relay the message and ensure its execution. The account contained over $300 million, a sum that could easily fund lavish indulgences. And yet Song Kuan felt the sting of heartache as he shook his head in resignation, making his way to the trading room, which now housed just one person, the new recruit. Lu Shay found himself in a state of confusion as he sat in a trading room of a fund company, utterly uncertain of his responsibilities. Just days prior, he had been informed by HR of his impending termination, yet unexpectedly, another company had offered him a position. Valuing this opportunity, he promptly accepted, but upon arrival, there was no formal interview. He was merely asked about his background before being instructed to stay for the night shift. Lu Shay understood the situation and readily agreed, especially since the company was willing to offer him a 50 salary increase. The prospect of working night shifts held little concern for him. However, as he waited in the trading room's lounge, fatigue began to set in, and no one came to inform him of his duties. As midnight approached, someone entered the trading room, rousing the drowsy Lu Shay, and handed him an account number, instructing him to engage in night trading at his discretion to demonstrate his capabilities. Rest assured, manager, I will operate diligently to prove my competence, Lu Shay assured, though internally, he felt uncertain. He resolved to maintain his composure, not wanting his less-than-stellar past to be revealed. After the manager departed, leaving Lu Shay to manage the account until the end of the night trading session, he logged in, familiarizing himself with the platform before assessing the account's assets. In the realm of finance, where numbers dance like shadows, Lu Shay found himself with an impressive sum of over $300 million in his account. The variety of investments he engaged in yielded returns exceeding 300. It seemed as though he was operating a simulated account, yet the experience felt remarkably authentic. After all, which company would so generously allocate $300 million in tangible funds for a novice employee to practice with? Upon confirming the account's simulated nature, Lu Shay embarked on a bold venture. He scoured the internet for information and began his analysis. Considering the current events, he surmised that the pandemic had reached a turning point, and the general public's livelihood was on an upward trajectory, thus signaling a surge in daily necessities. The investments he had made were performing well, serving as a solid reference. With newfound confidence, Lu Shay decided to increase his holdings, fully committing to his strategies. After more than 2 hours of diligent effort, he had utilized the entirety of his margin, fully investing the $300 million. Satisfied with the vibrant red of his account, he smiled contentedly and drifted off to sleep, eagerly awaiting the market's closing. Chapter 290. Yuan Ning faces another margin call the following morning, upon arriving at the office. Yuan Ning promptly requested Xie Guanghan to send over the data. Unable to monitor the market around the clock, Xie Guanghan could only relay the overnight figures early the next day. Upon receiving the data, Yuan Ning was taken aback. He had not anticipated such vigorous trading in the dead of night, with the account now fully invested. When the market opened at 9:30, Yuan Ning contemplated his next move. The official news from the previous evening indicated a stabilizing situation, with all signs pointing to improvement. The turning point had indeed passed. The economy must progress. Stagnation was not an option. He too decided to augment his investments, boldly increasing his holdings to $200 million. Just as he finished executing his strategy, an urgent knock echoed from the door. "Come in," he called, slightly irritated. "Mr. Yuan, several guests are here to see you." "Who are they?" he inquired. "They claim to be your acquaintances, waiting for you in the conference room." One of them mentioned his surname is Zhao. Fortunately, Yuan Ning was in a relatively good mood. Otherwise, he might have reprimanded his secretary. The mention of the surname Zhao sparked concern, prompting him to rise and leave the room swiftly. This was no trivial matter, as Mr. Zhao was one of the largest investors in his private equity fund, having invested hundreds of millions. Yuan Ning hurried to the office, determined to appease his esteemed guest. In the conference room, Mr. Zhao appeared assertive, demanding to see the fund's performance and reports. Yuan Ning was drenched in sweat, under the current circumstances. Revealing the state of affairs would be disastrous. He discreetly signaled to his secretary to procure the most recent report. Understanding the implication, the secretary promptly exited to gather the necessary documents. Meanwhile, Yuan Ning maintained a facade of congeniality, engaging Mr. Zhao in casual conversation until the report was retrieved. "Mr. Zhao, the economy has been somewhat sluggish lately, as you are aware, and this month has been significantly affected, leading to some fluctuations. However, we remain optimistic overall. At least our returns surpass those of fixed deposits at banks." Yuan Ning began to weave his narrative. Finally, the major client was deceived, and Yuan Ning exhaled a sigh of relief, hastily returning to the office to monitor the market. Not long after, a startled cry rang out. "Ah!" followed by a loud crash, echoing the sound of objects being smashed. The employees in the company turned their gaze toward the boss's office, too frightened to approach. The secretary, overwhelmed by trepidation, wished she had never come to work today. Given the situation, should she even inquire about what was happening? Would her life be in jeopardy? Upon returning to his office, Yuan Ning opened his account and nearly fainted from anger. He had once again been forcibly liquidated. He had lost everything. 200 million. Gone just like that. What on earth was happening? His blood pressure skyrocketed, and after smashing the computer, he felt somewhat relieved. He had just executed a margin increase. But upon the client's arrival, he rushed out, forgetting to set a stop-loss order. After placating the client, he felt as if he were trapped in a nightmare. This couldn't be happening to him. Yuan Ning was consumed by a murderous rage. Losing 200 million. This was a significant portion of his wealth. Coupled with the 100 million lost last month, in just 2 months, he had squandered 300 million. What kind of misfortune was this? President Liu, I need to discuss something with you. Please do not be angry, Song Kuan cautiously said over the phone. What is it? You seem so anxious. Don't worry, I am not angry. Liu Wei, currently in high spirits, was preoccupied with thoughts of RMB and USD. The operator, Liu Shi, encountered some issues with your account and incurred a minor loss. How should we handle this? Oh, how much was lost? Approximately 130 million. What happened? Last night, following your instructions, I allowed him to operate your account independently. He fully leveraged it during the night, and when I checked this morning, I had instructed him to set a stop loss, but it turned out to be too low. The market plummeted in the morning, and we only managed to retain 2/3 of the capital, which has now been liquidated. After finishing, Song Kuan felt a pang of anxiety. Although he wasn't directly responsible, he knew the ire could easily fall upon him. Hearing Liu Wei's silence only heightened his fear. It's fine. Let's leave it as is for now. No further actions for the time being. Let him rest. I instructed you to open a short position on crude oil. Keep a close watch and wait for my signal before making any withdrawals. Understood, President Liu. Song Kuan felt perplexed. This was no better than managing it himself. After all, if there were losses, the boss wouldn't say anything. Truly, the affluent were unfazed by a loss of 100 million. However, the company's fund account had shorted 400 million in crude oil, which had just doubled in value. Song Kuan preferred this foolhardy strategy. At that moment, Liu Wei received a message from Zhou Tiancheng. Yuan Ning's account had been liquidated, suffering a loss of around 200 million. Haha, another blow to this fool. Why does he keep getting liquidated? Is he that reckless? The company's investment managers all understand the importance of stop-loss orders. Does this seasoned trader never utilize them? This piqued Liu Wei's curiosity. He probably wouldn't even imagine that Yuan Ning's bad luck would strike twice during his moments of inattention. Yuan Ning received a message from Xie Guanghan a little later, and upon seeing that the first account had been liquidated with a loss exceeding 100 million, he felt somewhat relieved, realizing he was not alone in his misfortune. He checked the news and discovered that an unexpected outbreak of a pandemic had occurred abroad. With numerous oil-producing nations reporting cases, this situation was dire. The production capacities of these countries would soon be constrained, inevitably leading to a collapse in oil prices and a steep decline in crude oil futures. Yuan Ning contemplated the possibility of shorting the market, yet having just experienced a significant loss, he felt a pang of fear and opted to wait and observe how others would react, wary that the news might be delayed or misleading. A loss of 300 million was indeed disheartening for him, a substantial cut to his resources. His cash flow was also limited, with only a few billion remaining. Half of his funds were tied up in investments, while the rest comprised assets. With a total of several billion, the situation felt quite strained. Liu Wei, on the other hand, was enjoying a prosperous day. His domestic futures account had doubled from 500 million to 1 billion. His international crude oil futures account was even more impressive. Having initiated a position of $300 million with a leverage of 50 times, he woke up this morning to find his total holdings had surged to $700 million. From a loss of over 100 million the previous night, his fortunes had now transformed into approximately $2.5 billion. At the Honda futures account, a mere 2-point drop in oil futures would yield a doubling of his investment, and he had managed to capitalize on the morning's market movements, benefiting from a drop to 6 and achieving a threefold increase. In his fervor to build his position, he had no inkling that others were merely following his lead. The investment team at Honda, operating under directives, had amassed $100 million, which had now ballooned to over 300 million. This pace of profit was swifter than that of printing money. Chapter 291. Yuan Ning in a bind logically. A decrease in production from oil-exporting countries should lead to a rise in oil prices. Yet, during the month of lockdown in Jiangcheng, the streets were eerily empty. With far fewer oil tankers on the roads, every nation treats oil as a strategic reserve, and it was reported that the reserves in Chou Lair Air's region had nowhere left to be stored. Although supply had diminished, inventory remained untouched, and demand had plummeted sharply, resulting in a significant drop in oil prices. After a night filled with activity, Liu Wei was finally satisfied upon learning of Yuan Ning's liquidation. His cunning plan had succeeded, and he enjoyed a restful sleep. Recently, due to the pandemic, the club had been closed, allowing him to work without interruptions. The business of Daguay construction primarily focused on rural areas, and aside from the notable impact in Jiangcheng, operations elsewhere were largely unaffected. Farmers continued with their construction projects as usual. When Liu Wei awoke, Yang Wan had already returned from the company. Look at you, pulling an all-nighter again. Will you continue tonight? Of course, this is a prime opportunity for night trading. I can't afford to miss it for years to come. Aren't you worried about the toll that sleepless nights will take on your health? Ha ha ha, that is impossible. Perhaps you should check. Liu Wei playfully pulled Yang Wan into bed, wanting her to assess his output capabilities. When their stomachs growled in unison, they finally emerged from the covers. Together, they headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Chatting idly as they ate, Liu Wei could hardly contain his pride, wearing an expression of triumph. Guess how much I made last night? 10 million? The perspective has become somewhat limited. Dare to guess boldly, think bigger. 50 million? Yang Wan initially contemplated a figure of 30 million. But Lu Wei encouraged her to be more audacious, leading her to increase her estimate by 20 million. Being involved in the investment sector herself, she understood that even in stock trading, earning 20 in a single day is already remarkable. No matter how brilliant Lu Wei might be, even as a genius investor, if he has invested hundreds of millions, earning several tens of millions in a day would indeed be impressive. Such returns could rank him among the elite nationwide. Yang Wan holds great confidence in Lu Wei. Although she lacks insight into his investment projects, the transformations they are witnessing are undoubtedly the fruits of investment. Oh dear. Why is it only 50 million? Is your vision so limited? Lu Wei, reluctant to reveal the answer, urged Yang Wan to continue her guesses. Isn't 50 million sufficient? Just for one night. Can't you aim for 100 million, a modest target? Yang Wan paused her meal, gazing intently at Lu Wei. He shook his head, indicating that she was still off the mark. Shall I give you a hint? Certainly. It's slightly more than the 200 million I mentioned earlier. What 200 million? Yang Wan came to her senses after recalling the earlier mention. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded Lu Wei. We're eating. Don't speak nonsense. Ha ha ha, alright. So, did you earn over 200 million last night? Approximately. Isn't that impressive? Yang Wan nodded, offering Lu Wei some food with her chopsticks. Impressive indeed. I believe you have exceeded my comprehension of excellence. Lu Wei refrained from disclosing the complete truth, as Yang Wan possessed her own pride. If he were to reveal too much, it might dishearten her. But a figure of 2 or 300 million should still be within her realm of acceptance. Your investment return rate far surpasses that of our tangible investments. The angel round is the longest and the one with the highest chance of failure. After an extended period, if one survives, the annualized return does not appear exceedingly high. The success rate for projects in the industry hovers around 10%, coupled with returns of 100 to 200 times. No worries, let us invest more broadly. Casting a wide net. Once we complete this deal, I'll inject additional capital into the company, and you can confidently seek out investment opportunities. Alright. But if there are losses, you mustn't blame me. I won't blame you. You are already mine. If there are losses, so be it. But if there are gains, isn't that a significant profit? Yang Wan felt deeply touched by Lu Wei's words, directly settling onto his lap to feed him. Then enjoy my service. Ha ha, I can't ask for more. Meanwhile, in the capital, Yuan Ning remained in his office, having not returned home. He was extremely irritable these past few days, overwhelmed by the circumstances, needing space to reflect on himself. Suddenly, his phone on the desk rang, distracted and annoyed. Yuan Ning did not even glance at it, simply flipping it over. Moments later, it rang again. Irritated, he checked to see it was Xie Guanghan, cursing under his breath. This scoundrel, he muttered, swiping to answer. Hello, Boss Yuan. What is so good about it? I'm not well at all. You'd better say something pleasant, or I'll make you aware of how many eyes the King of Hell has. Boss Yuan, no need to be so furious. In the realm of investment, you are indeed a seasoned veteran, well aware of the oscillations between profit and loss. At times, human efforts are rendered powerless against natural calamities. Even a humble broker like myself understands this, let alone a magnate such as yourself, Boss Yuan. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. What is it that you wish to convey? Boss Yuan, I have recently stumbled upon something rather intriguing that may pique your interest. Please, do not dawdle like a hesitant woman. Speak candidly. Well, you see, Boss Yuan, the information I have acquired was not easily obtained. Enough of this. You seek a reward for your tidings, and should your revelation captivate my curiosity, I will certainly compensate you. I appreciate your straightforwardness, Boss Yuan. Across the table, Xie Guanghan, having gauged Yuan Ning's demeanor, cleared his throat to share his discovery. Boss Yuan, regarding the leading figure in futures trading, I had a friend inadvertently gather some additional information, revealing that he possesses 2 futures accounts with our company. Is that not quite ordinary? What is the issue with having multiple accounts? Patience, Boss Yuan. While you have incurred losses, this esteemed individual's competition account has also faced setbacks. However, the data my friend retrieved indicates that another account belonging to this individual has yielded extraordinary profits, exceeding 100 million, with at least 500 million in gains. My goodness. Yuan Ning was taken aback. The ability to manipulate such a situation with deft hedging techniques is astounding. After hedging, the net profit remains in the hundreds of millions. How impressive. Could it be that this account belongs to Wei Dong? What is the name of that individual? Boss Yuan, client information is confidential, and we cannot disclose it. Enough of this. You wish to play coy while seeking your rewards. How much do you desire? For this account information, let us agree on a fair price. 1 million? You are truly asking for a king's ransom. I am already down several hundred million. Do you wish to extort me further? Boss Yuan, one must not put it in such stark terms. I am merely the messenger. The execution lies with you. I can only assure the accuracy of my information. How you utilize it is entirely up to you. 30,000 is my final offer, nothing more. Yuan Ning surprisingly began to negotiate downwards, perhaps unwilling to be taken for a fool any longer. After an extensive back and forth, they settled on 500,000. Xie Guanghan, perhaps emboldened by a previous encounter, felt a newfound courage. This transaction proved not to be a loss. Chapter 292. Am I speaking of cryptocurrency? Yuan Ning finally received the materials and examined them closely. The account holder, Lu Wei, possessed total assets of 1 billion in one account and 2 billion in another. Such substantial cash reserves for investment indicate formidable strength. Yet, this name is unfamiliar. Is there a prominent figure in the investment world by this name? Yuan Ning racked his brain, but could not recall. He resorted to reaching out to acquaintances to inquire further. He assigned a task to his secretary, urging them to swiftly investigate the name Lu Wei for any notable individuals. Lu Wei's discreet nature has rendered him relatively obscure in the investment community, particularly in the Bohai Bay region. In the bustling metropolis, a friend mentioned that there was a minor investment venture known as Oriental Road of Magic Capital, which emerged last year, though it was merely a trivial game, amounting to several tens of millions. An hour later, the secretary sent Yuan Ning some materials, highlighting a few prominent individuals. The first name was none other than Lu Wei himself. Lu Wei, an actor, a golf athlete, and one of the founders of the Galloping Horse Club. Why did that name sound so familiar? Yuan Ning recalled that it was the very equestrian club he had aimed to undermine. Could it be the same person? Skeptical, Yuan Ning pored over the documents. Lost in contemplation. Due to the pandemic, businesses had shuttered, prompting Yuan Ning to temporarily abandon his plans for Galloping Horse. Additionally, his cousin had been missing for some time. He suspected that he had been apprehended, leaving Yuan Ning without further action. His recent focus had shifted to investment endeavors. But he was dismayed to find his results woefully lacking, marking a veritable Waterloo in his career. The connection between Lu Wei of Galloping Horse Futures and the small-time investors of Oriental Road remained elusive. They seemed to be the same individual. Yet how could he compare this widely common name with the Lu Wei associated with Galloping Horse? It was a conundrum. Such a name could easily belong to countless others. The Lu Wei from Galloping Horse was accompanied by a photograph of a youthful gentleman, seemingly in his mid-20s. Yuan Ning, now in his 40s, found it hard to believe that a 25 or 26-year-old could be a luminary in the investment realm, especially considering his own path to enlightenment had only begun in his 30s. While Yuan Ning sifted through the materials, Lu Wei was joyfully fixated on the market. As night trading commenced, international crude oil futures continued their downward trajectory. Unable to recover, there was no need for Lu Wei to intervene, as a deluge of capital joined the ranks of short sellers. This scenario directly resulted in a one-sided decline, with the bulls unable to mount any resistance. Following a significant drop the previous night, the rate of decline had slowed somewhat today, with a reduction of merely 1. However, this seemingly trivial decrease translated into an approximate 50 increase in Lu Wei's assets, with his account at Gangda Futures reaching over $3 billion. As long as the bulls refrained from launching a substantial counteroffensive, the time for liquidation was far from imminent. In recent days, Lu Wei's brother-in-law had undergone a dramatic transformation. His account at the mask factory was now brimming with tens of millions in cash, tangible assets that were undeniably real. He had evolved from someone who had only seen a salary of 5,000 to a factory manager overseeing 50 million in funds. This metamorphosis felt almost dreamlike. The raw materials prepared a year prior were nearly depleted, and recently, the price of non-woven fabric had surged fivefold. Last year, he purchased 11 tons for merely 1 million. But now the cost had skyrocketed to nearly 50,000 per ton, with long waiting times for procurement. Observing his peers rallying to expand production lines and procure materials, reaping substantial profits, he hesitated, contemplating whether he should continue this path, perhaps by renting another facility and increasing production capacity. Ultimately, my cousin persuaded him to call Lu Wei for clarification, as their lack of education warranted caution in their decision-making. When Lu Wei received the call from my cousin's husband, he was still somewhat groggy. Upon understanding the purpose of the call, Lu Wei expressed empathy for his concerns and advised him to simultaneously procure raw materials while obtaining export certification, noting that there had been some promising developments in Europe recently. However, he lamented, "I do not know how to proceed. I am unfamiliar with the process." My cousin's husband was perplexed, wondering how to navigate this situation. Lu Wei suggested, "You should send an additional 100,000 units to your district's mayor to express your intention to engage in export business. Then, seek out the most reputable agency in Hangzhou to assist you with the paperwork. Spending a little more money will be worthwhile. As for the production line, we shall not expand it for now. Acquiring machinery requires waiting, so securing the materials and expediting production and sales is paramount." After providing direction, Lu Wei recalled an acquaintance from Hangzhou, a young man named Chen Mingli, whom he had previously met during a film project. However, since it was merely a small factory matter, Lu Wei hesitated to trouble anyone. After the film's release and profit distribution, their communication had dwindled. He pondered whether to approach Han Shua, who might possess the necessary connections. Some relationships remain superficial for a reason. A mere nod of acknowledgement suffices, and collaboration, when possible, is adequate. Scrolling through his social media feed, Lu Wei stumbled upon a post from a girl he had encountered at Wang Muchuan's banquet, who was attending a blockchain symposium. Lu Wei commented, "What is this?" Shortly after, Zheng Ying sent him a message. "Hey Lu, are you into crypto?" "Ah." Lu Wei was taken aback by her directness. Sensing his surprise, she quickly retracted her statement. "I meant, are you into cryptocurrency?" "Oh, you nearly scared half my soul away." He replied, incredulous. "You saw nothing, right?" "Right, I was blind. I saw nothing." "What were you saying?" "It's about virtual currency, Bitcoin. Are you familiar with it?" "Yes, I know. It's quite expensive, thousands of dollars each." "What is its purpose? You want to know? Here is your chance. Accompany me to a lecture tomorrow night." "What do you say?" Not particularly appealing. At that moment, Zheng Ying nearly threw her phone in frustration. "What kind of person are you? I invite you, and you refuse? I usually turn down invitations. Today, you must accompany me. Then what will it take for me to go with you? How about dinner on me?" That is negotiable. It's settled then. No backing out, otherwise. You'll be a little puppy." Lu Wei shook his head, feeling as though he had fallen into a trap. Chapter 293. Is cryptocurrency reliable? Setting aside his futures trading pursuits, Lu Wei arrived at the rendezvous with Zheng Ying. It was a frigid day, and the bustling metropolis outside remained still. Zheng Ying looked quite lovely, waiting at the hotel entrance, and the scene resembled a date. Perhaps it was her captivating figure that made it so. Upon reaching the hotel, Lu Wei instructed Zhou Yu to find a place to park and wait, uncertain of how long their meeting would last. Zheng Ying approached and casually draped an arm over Xiao Lu's shoulder. Xiao Lu, you are indeed quite trustworthy, she remarked. Miss, how old are you? You keep calling me Xiao Lu, why not refer to me as Wei Gu? Zheng Ying chuckled. If I were to call you that, would you be pleased? If you enjoy it, I shall call you that every day. Insanity. You have one, he exclaimed. The seminar was held in a conference hall of a hotel, exuding an air of sophistication. Ticket verification was required at the entrance. Zheng Ying retrieved her phone from her bag and presented the verification code to the attendant stationed at the door. After confirming the details, they were permitted entry. Upon entering, a grand banner greeted them. Blockchain, the speaker of the Future World Chain Seminar, Dongfang Xiao. Zheng Ying guided him to a few rows near the front, where the seats appeared to be quite valuable. Lu Wei contemplated giving the ticket to Zheng Ying once the event concluded. He could not simply take advantage of it for free. Who is this Dongfang Xiao? Lu Wei inquired, tilting his head slightly. Ah, you don't know this person? No. Is he famous? Indeed, he is quite remarkable, a titan of the cryptocurrency realm. He once purchased 100,000 Bitcoin for 100,000, amassing a fortune of 13 billion. You must know about Bitcoin, right? Lu Wei nodded. That is something one must know. Years ago, it was worth mere cents, yet 3 years prior, it surged to over 10,000 each, sending shockwaves across the globe and creating countless billionaires. Anyone bold enough to invest 10,000 when it was merely $1 would undoubtedly be a billionaire today, specifically in US dollars. Many lament their failure to invest in Bitcoin back then. If only one could turn back time a decade and liquidate everything to purchase hundreds of thousands of Bitcoins. In the digital realm, Bitcoin remains an enigmatic and fervent entity. It is widely recognized that Bitcoin is a virtual currency, yet for most, it remains a mystery shrouded in obscurity. They know of its existence, but are oblivious to its utility, merely acknowledging its substantial value. Is it permissible to engage in cryptocurrencies in our country? No. While the state does not explicitly prohibit it, it has declared it illegal. Thus, trading occurs abroad, including in Hong Kong. Lu Wei checked the current price, finding it over 6,300 per coin, an intangible commodity valued at over 40,000 RMB. The speech commenced with a middle-aged man, short-haired and round-faced, wearing black-framed glasses and holding a microphone. I believe everyone knows me, so I shall forego self-introduction. A wave of applause erupted from the audience, many gazing at him with admiration, wishing they could have been in his position. Dongfang Xiao began discussing what blockchain is, asserting that blockchain technology is the future's mainstream technology, and virtual currencies utilizing this technology will experience immense growth potential. Thus, when investing in virtual currencies, he often considers the technology behind it. Lu Wei found himself drowsy, losing interest since the state did not endorse it. In contrast, Zheng Ying was enraptured by the lecture. Why are you so intrigued by this? Are you short on cash? Lu Wei found it perplexing. Although Zheng Ying's family background was not top tier, their assets were quite substantial, amounting to at least 100 million. Yes, I am lacking. She replied, unlike you, who is a male and can be groomed to eventually take over the family business. My situation is dire. I only have a meager allowance. Zheng Ying's expression was one of pitiful vulnerability, causing Lu Wei to shake his head. He simply could not fathom these wealthy families. You already have an allowance and still lament your plight, while I have none. I receive a mere 1 million in allowance each year. If I overspend, I must shamelessly plead with my parents for more. It's quite dismal, you know. Meanwhile, on stage, Dongfang Xiao continued to extol a certain cryptocurrency. The fervor with which he promoted it raised suspicions about whether he was its creator or merely a shareholder. In this booming era of coin creation, one could establish a cryptocurrency with just a few slides of a PowerPoint presentation, choosing a fantastical concept that sounded plausible yet lacked tangible substance. The myth of wealth creation began with buying coins. You must look to the future. A coin worth 1 cent today could one day be valued at 100 or even 1,000, becoming the next Bitcoin. As the promotion reached its zenith, Dongfang Xiao unveiled the subscription channel for their cryptocurrency on the PowerPoint, prompting the audience to whip out their phones and scan the code. Zheng Ying could not resist and began scanning as well. Lu Wei intervened, whispering, "Where's your head? You actually believe this?" Zheng Ying pointed to a row of individuals ahead. "Look at them. They are wealthier than I am. They are all second-generation rich." Lu Wei clicked his tongue, astonished by the number of people present, feeling as if it were a classic case of fools with money. Come one, come all. Listen to me. Do not purchase this. It is unreliable. You would be better off saving your money in the bank. Zheng Ying hesitated, having saved a bit of money. If this turned out to be a scam, she would be left with nothing. If you truly believe in such things, invest in universally recognized currencies, at least Bitcoin, which can be sold in the future. If you buy Dongfang Xiao's coin, who will you sell it to later? Him? Will he even accept it? Then what should I do? Should I buy some Bitcoin instead? That seems more feasible. You probably cannot buy it domestically, but you can on platforms in Hong Kong. Alright, I will accompany you to purchase some. Great. Your presence gives me courage. Otherwise, I would feel foolish. You finally possess some self-awareness. Lu Wei couldn't help but glance at her. Chapter 294. Does your family need investment? Zheng Ying pulled out her phone and, after a brief moment, transferred 1 million into her account. This is Bitcoin. I have bought it, right? She pointed to a page in the app, looking at Lu Wei for confirmation. Lu Wei was somewhat astonished by her promptness. Isn't it prohibited to buy domestically? Are you silly? I just used a platform from Hong Kong and linked it to my Alipay and bank account. I can trade at any time. Quick, let me see. Lu Wei took her phone, preparing to investigate further. Upon acquiring a sizable Apple phone, presumably an iPhone 11 Pro Max with 512 gigabytes in the hue of midnight purple, Lu Wei was immediately reminded of a humorous anecdote regarding Apple phones. Unfamiliar with the platform, he resorted to researching its details online, including the safeguards provided by financial institutions, to ascertain the legitimacy of the platform. Should the platform prove to be dubious, it could easily devise means to prevent withdrawals, leaving one to distrust its assurances regarding asset protection. Once it has amassed sufficient profit, it might sever your access, rendering even your gains unattainable. By the time you are able to act, you might find that the value of your account stands at a mere 0.01 yuan. As Hong Kong is a financial hub, it naturally adopts an open stance towards the trading of virtual currencies. With the rise of various virtual financial assets, the Financial Regulatory Authority has instituted some oversight, albeit limited, providing a semblance of official supervision. After perusing the platform's information and observing the current Bitcoin price, which has plummeted from a peak of 14,000 in 2017 to around 6,000, Lu Wei noted that this halved price coincides with a typical rebound zone for most stocks, suggesting that purchasing at this juncture might not be considered chasing highs. You might proceed with this platform. Perhaps start with a modest investment, he suggested. Is it truly feasible? This platform was recommended to me by others who frequent it. Yet I remain uncertain about its reliability, came the reply. It appears to be quite legitimate. Given that Bitcoin has halved since its peak in 2017, the current buying position is not excessively high. However, do keep a vigilant eye on it. I am not well versed in this field, so my advice is casual at best. Alright, I trust your judgment. I shall invest 500,000. After the meeting concluded, Zheng Ying invited Lu Wei to dinner, but Lu Wei, not wanting to impose, felt it was only appropriate for her to treat him, given that she had provided the ticket to the event. Naturally, the responsibility for the meal fell to her. As they dined and conversed, Lu Wei learned more about Zheng Ying's family background. The Zheng family operates within the health industry, encompassing several wellness centers and testing institutions. Lu Wei conducted a brief search and found his assumptions to be largely accurate, estimating the Zheng family's valuation to be around 10 billion. With a pronounced focus on health and medical industries, which have recently gained momentum due to pandemic-related demands, resulting in significant market capitalization increases this month. Is your family considering further investments? Lu Wei inquired, expressing his interest in the health sector. I am uncertain. I do not work, and my parents discourage me from engaging in the company's operations. If you're genuinely interested, I could inquire on your behalf. That would be wonderful. Do let me know if there are opportunities, as I find this industry quite fascinating. What field are you involved in? She asked. I work in financial investments. Such an impressive vocation. I admire individuals of your caliber, she remarked. Huh, as if being a second-generation rich is enviable. I am but a poor heir, destined to marry into another family someday, Lu Wei replied with a chuckle. Zheng Ying shook her head in resignation. After dinner, Lu Wei accompanied Zheng Ying back, as she had not driven herself. The Zheng family resided in a villa community in Pudong. Observing the serene environment, Lu Wei felt a twinge of envy. He mused that if he were to purchase a villa, his parents could come and live with him. On his way home, he resolved that once he reaped the profits from his futures trading, he would indeed explore the possibility of buying a villa. Presently, he was qualified to acquire a second property, both in terms of his household registration and his company status. Upon returning home, he advised Yang Wan to rest while he retreated to his study to continue monitoring the market. Initially, he intended to seek out Han Shuo, but his plans were thwarted by Zheng Ying, who intercepted him with a direct inquiry. Are you still alive? Lu Wei exclaimed, startled. You gave me quite a scare. Are you engaged in some clandestine activities? Isn't that an obvious question? What sort of activities are conducted at this hour that can be openly discussed? All right. You're impressive. Let me ask you a serious question. Suspecting that Han Shuo was preoccupied with leisure, Lu Wei refrained from further banter and inquired whether he had any connections in Europe to facilitate the sale of masks. He had recently seen a news report stating that masks were being sold for as much as 200 yuan in Spain, approximately 20 euros. Given that his own mask production cost merely a few yuan, even accounting for a shipping fee of 50 yuan, the price could easily double by the time they reached Europe. This was a lucrative opportunity that he felt compelled to pursue. However, Han Shuo dismissed him, promising to provide an answer the following day, as he claimed he couldn't recall anything that night. Lu Wei felt exasperated. It was evident that Han Shuo was off indulging himself. He then sent a message to Zhang Shuyi, asking her to investigate the most reliable cryptocurrency platforms in Hong Kong. This prompted a lament from Zhang Shuyi, who expressed disappointment that he hadn't visited her in so long, only to request her assistance. Unfortunately, travel was currently fraught with complications, and visiting Hong Kong was not convenient given the surge of cases worldwide, which had rendered the region a hotspot. Acknowledging the dire circumstances, Zhang Shuyi could only voice her grievances, lamenting that it had been half a year since they last met. Lu Wei teased her, suggesting, how about I print a 3D version of myself and send it to you? Don't. It's not the real you. Besides, I wouldn't want to touch anything other than you. Then how about using a tool? What tool? A tool that could provide some excitement at critical moments. Lu Wei searched online for images of such a tool and sent one to her. Are you out of your mind? I merely wanted to vent, not to receive such an item. I'm not that desperate. Zhang Shuyi rolled her eyes in exasperation. She could hardly believe he would send her something so inappropriate. Realizing he had ventured too far, Lu Wei decided to retreat from the topic, fearing that if Zhang Shuyi initiated a video call, it would spell disaster. He hastily mentioned that he was still engaged in night trading and urged her to get some sleep, promising to chat when he had time. This left Zhang Shuyi feeling unsettled and filled with frustration, wishing she could take Lu Wei to task for his antics. After taking a shower to calm his nerves, Lu Wei returned to his study to continue watching the night market. Observing the current situation with crude oil, he anticipated that by the time he closed his positions, his assets would likely surpass 100 billion. Chapter 295. Exports to foreigners. The next day, in the afternoon, Han Shuo leisurely returned Lu Wei's call. Lu Wei remained ensconced in slumber, having succumbed to sleep only around 4 in the morning. Why haven't you risen yet? Did you indulge in revelries last night as well? Han Shuo inquired with a hint of curiosity. Revelries, you say? I merely engaged in night trading, and thus was occupied until late. Unlike you, who seems to have found solace in some tender haven. With the recent crackdown, aren't all entertainment venues shuttered? Where could you possibly go? Those are the overt entertainment establishments. We certainly have private clubs that remain closed to the public, Han Shuo retorted. By the way, how did you acquire so many ventures, juggling both a company and finance? Last night, you asked me about some European channels. What is that all about? I've heard that face masks are in short supply in the bullfighting nation. I have some stock here. Let us transport them there for sale. That sounds feasible. The light industry abroad is rather lax, and such items are in high demand. I will inquire shortly and arrange for us to profit from the foreign market. Shall I come find you tonight for a more detailed discussion? Certainly. I recently discovered an intriguing opportunity that I'd like you to witness. Han Shuo added with a feigned air of mystery. Lu Wei felt at a loss for words. Many places had suspended dine-in services, and entertainment venues had temporarily ceased operations. Yet this group still found places to indulge. Much like yesterday's gathering at Dongfang Shao, where discussions continued unabated, they too could find venues for merriment. The pandemic in the metropolis was not severe, it was merely under preventive measures. And normal work had resumed as long as gatherings remained modest. The entertainment industry, however, was an exception, with so many employees in the company. Do you really think meetings could be prohibited? Lu Wei rose and sent vehicle information to his 2 bodyguards before preparing himself. By the time he was ready, Song Shan was already waiting in the garage. Upon arriving at Han Shuo's company, Lu Wei first visited his own establishment. Since returning for the new year, he had not properly attended. He exchanged pleasantries with a few acquaintances and informed Yang Wan that he was off to discuss matters with Han Shuo before departing. He felt like a superfluous presence within the company, utterly aimless. This was his first encounter with Han Shuo since returning, and the only noticeable change was the dark circles under his eyes. Those panda eyes are quite impressive. Aren't you concerned about your health? Please, you're no different. Let us go. Take me somewhere enlightening. All right, let us proceed. Together, they descended to the garage, where Han Shuo continued to drive his impressive vehicle. Upon noticing that Lu Wei had a driver, he was slightly taken aback, pondering how someone so young had acquired such an air of affluence. You're quite the figure now, aren't you? Out and about with a chauffeur. You don't understand, it's quite convenient. With someone else driving, I can enjoy myself without a care, saving time and effort. You should try hiring one yourself. No. Seeing a driver reminds me of my father. I'm still young. I want to forge my own path. Han Shuo did not share Lu Wei's perspective on having a driver, deeming it lacking in youthful spirit. As they drove to a certain location, the exterior appeared unremarkable, but upon parking and entering, they discovered a vibrant ambience within. This is a traditional style club. Everyone has been discreetly visiting these past few days. I'll order a package for you shortly, so you can truly appreciate the experience. Lu Wei was left bewildered, allowing Han Shuo to guide him as he pleased. The private room, adorned in the style of the Song dynasty, bore the inscription on the clear and bright river. Once seated, the two awaited confirmation from Han Shuo, who soon instructed them to wait in the chamber. Before long, the enchanting sounds of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air as a group of elegantly dressed women in Hanfu gracefully entered. Tall and slender, adorned in diaphanous skirts of a delicate pink hue, they were a sight to behold, evoking a sense of wonder. As the music shifted, several young women on stage began to dance, their graceful movements transporting the audience back to the Song dynasty. Who could resist such beauty? How do you like this ambience? One inquired. It's fantastic. You've outdone yourself again, came the reply, filled with laughter. I had to bring you here. It would be remiss of me not to share this experience. The joy of witnessing the enchanting scenery of Jiangnan and the pleasures of its affluent merchants was indeed enviable. The two revelers enjoyed themselves until past 11 at night, aware that it was unwise to linger outside overnight given the current circumstances, as scrutiny would be inevitable. Having finalized discussions regarding European exports with Han Shuo, they awaited the necessary documentation from the cousin-in-law to facilitate the process. The prevalence of international logistics in the Jiangsu-Zhejiang region rendered transportation a manageable concern. As they prepared to leave, Han Shuo mentioned that their company had recently connected with a project involving a firm conducting vaccine research that was seeking funding. He inquired if Lu Wei would be interested, noting that the financial gap might be substantial for his company to bear. Lu Wei, ever optimistic, assured him that if funds fell short, he could seek investment from Wang Fund, promising to involve him if progress was made. Zhang Shi sent Lu Wei a list of Bitcoin trading platforms recognized by their bank, including one previously utilized by Shine. Lu Wei decided to engage with the market, purchasing 5 million worth of Bitcoin, an impulsive decision he deemed a learning experience if it resulted in a loss. Currently, he held contracts in crude oil futures valued at nearly 4 billion, and he regarded the Bitcoin investment as mere entertainment. As March commenced, the situation domestically began to improve, with Jiangxing witnessing a reversal in the number of confirmed cases as recoveries outpaced new infections, marking a significant turning point. Numerous enterprises resumed production, leading to a decline in the prices of masks and epidemic prevention supplies. Disposable masks had dropped to 2 yuan each, resulting in steep losses for those who had entered the market at high prices. Many who had invested in production lines and raw materials faced potential financial ruin. Meanwhile, The global landscape grew increasingly tense, with over 60 countries reporting outbreaks. The situation in Europe escalated rapidly, with the European Union facing widespread contagion. At last, a mask factory in Hangzhou produced its first batch of masks that met EU certification, destined for Europe, approximately 5 million medical masks valued at over 10 million yuan. If successfully delivered, the worth could exceed 100 million. Lu Wei's cousin and her husband anxiously monitored logistics updates daily, concerned about the substantial resources consumed for this shipment, and the looming threat of Somali pirates. They frequently checked in with Lu Wei regarding the situation in Europe. Lu Wei could only manage a brief response. He was already on the road and could not constantly consult Han Shua. At most, he would consider it a loss of around 10 million, treating it as the cost of trial and error in foreign business, akin to a donation to those foreigners. Once this commodity leaves the domestic market, controlling it becomes increasingly challenging. In February, whether at the capital's investment firms or within Lu Wei's own endeavors, substantial profits were being reaped in the futures market. The investment company primarily engaged in short-selling domestic crude oil futures, yielding relatively modest returns. While the fund had surged from an initial market value of 400 million to nearly 2 billion, Lu Wei's international futures account experienced continual growth, aiming towards $5 billion. Due to the pandemic spread, the international situation was particularly bleak. By early March, both Brent and WTI crude had fallen by approximately 20%, dipping below the $50 mark. At that point, Lu Wei's account assets had reached $64 billion. One day, he received a call from Hong Kong. "Mr. Lu, greetings. This is Yi Gangsheng from Hongda Futures." The distinct accent of Hong Kong reminded Lu Wei of their previous meeting, where they had discussed strengthening cooperation. "Mr. Yi, it has been a while. What brings you to call?" "Mr. Lu, your operations this month have been nothing short of genius. I called to congratulate you." "Oh, you've noticed my trades, have you? Are you copying my homework?" "Just a little, just a little. Please don't take offense, Mr. Lu." "Not at all. As long as you don't sell me out. I hope we can all profit together." "Mr. Lu, you are magnanimous. The reason for my call is that we received some news and thought it prudent to inform you." "Go ahead." "Our intelligence from Europe indicates that several major oil-producing nations are secretly negotiating, potentially to form an alliance aimed at maintaining high oil prices. Thus, I wanted to give you a heads up, hoping you could take precautions. Of course, you may already have your own sources. I might be overstepping." Having received the information that morning, Yi Gangsheng pondered the implications and decided that regardless of the veracity of the intel, it would be wise to maintain goodwill for future cooperation. By noon, he decided to reach out again, clarifying that this was merely uncertain intelligence and not insider information, hence not violating any regulations. "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Yi. I now know how to proceed." Lu Wei graciously accepted the goodwill, believing that one should not strike a smiling face. "By the way, Mr. Yi, would you be interested in collaborating on something?" "Mr. Lu, please, I am all ears. It's nothing grand, really. I believe the current situation is quite suitable for short-selling related enterprises in the ugly nation. Shall we consider a joint effort? Is Mr. Lu seeking revenge against PetroChina?" Yi Gangsheng mused, beginning to grasp Lu Wei's intentions. "Haha, those old bastards profit from our country. Why shouldn't we profit from theirs?" "Indeed, Mr. Lu is quite the patriot. But how shall we collaborate?" Yi Gangsheng, intrigued, recalled the financial storm that had devastated Hong Kong in the past, where foreign short sellers had wreaked havoc. If they could turn the tables and earn a profit, it would indeed serve as a form of vindication. After a brief conversation on the phone, Lu Wei expressed his intention to seek out a target, suggesting that once confirmed, they would act collectively. Yi Gangsheng concurred, but mentioned he needed to consult the board of directors, as he lacked the authority to mobilize funds exceeding 1 billion. That day, Lu Wei first closed all positions in his two types of crude oil futures, simultaneously instructing Song Kuan in the capital to do the same. The substantial volume of closing transactions led to a slight rebound, ultimately leaving them with a net gain of $6.1 billion. Lu Wei then researched various oil companies in the United States and finally identified a target stock named SLB, a company dedicated to oil exploration and production, which he found increasingly satisfying. After all, Warren Buffett had once profited $4 billion from PetroChina. Surely, it was time for them to repay. With the investment in crude oil futures temporarily concluded, he messaged Wang Fun, Lin Xin, and Qin Kong. "The investment project has reached a conclusion. Shall we discuss the distribution of profits?" "What? So soon?" Wang Fun asked incredulously. "Well, it's been about a month, so it's about time. We made nearly tenfold returns. Would you prefer your earnings in US dollars or RMB?" "Brother, no way go tenfold. Are you sure you haven't added an extra zero? One-fold is hardly worth discussing. It should be around 8 or 9 times. For now, let us hold off. The funds should arrive by tomorrow, and then you can withdraw." "What? So that means I made 8 billion? Yes, indeed. Exciting, isn't it? More thrilling than your internet celebrity girlfriend?" Lu Wei teased. "Absolutely. I feel like you are a money-printing machine. My parents will have nothing to say now. You have no idea. I've been under so much pressure lately that I've been hiding in the club, afraid to go home." Wang Fun lamented, adopting a pitiful demeanor. That evening, Yi Gangsheng called to confirm they could proceed with the investment. The company had agreed to allocate $1 billion for operations, and this time they would follow Lu Wei's lead in trading crude oil, which had yielded a profit of $1.5 billion. Thus, there were no concerns about the $1 billion. The funds were secured, awaiting Lu Wei's instructions. Lu Wei opted to retain $1.5 billion and use $4.5 billion to short stocks. Upon receiving Yi Gangsheng's call, he disclosed 3 targets: SLB, Snowdragon, and Exxon. The focus would be on building a substantial position in SLB, while the remaining 2 would see a diversified approach. with SLB boasting a market value exceeding 80 billion. Snowdragon at 300 billion, and Exxon at 400 billion. Lu Wei recognized that they could not fully invest in SLB together. But the other two stocks would not stir significant ripples with their influx of capital. Lu Wei scrutinized SLB's market value, realizing he could not exceed a 4 billion investment. Otherwise, it could lead to complications if he were compelled to disclose or announce his stake. The stocks were traded in units of 100 shares. And as the night session commenced, Lu Wei promptly began to build his position. At that moment, SLB was priced at $33, Exxon at $96, and Snowdragon at $88. He immediately launched a significant short order of tens of thousands of shares for SLB, leaving Wall Street bewildered by the sudden emergence of a short seller amidst a period of low trading volume. As Lu Wei executed 30 sizable short orders, resistance quickly arose. Lu Wei, sensing the momentum, proceeded to invest in Exxon and Snowdragon, both of which had elevated stock prices. He placed a trial order of 5,000 shares. Yet there seemed to be no significant fluctuations. His fingers danced across the screen as he executed dozens of transactions, allocating a total of $1 billion to each of these stocks, completing his acquisition. Meanwhile, SLB managed to stabilize its downward trend, prompting Lu Wei to place further orders, much to the astonishment of their securities department, which found itself in a rather ridiculous predicament. In the office of SLB's chairman, Oliver, who was leisurely sipping coffee, his secretary rushed in, exclaiming, "Chairman, it appears we are under assault from short sellers, and our stock price is being severely suppressed. We have already dropped by 5 points. Oh, how insidious. Those wretched dogs of Wall Street have set their sights on us. Convene an online board meeting immediately. I intend to request $2 billion to stabilize the market. Hurry." "Understood, sir," the secretary replied, as Oliver found the coffee beside him suddenly bitter and unappetizing. Chapter 297. Wang Fun's late-night invitation late at night. While Lu Wei was still engrossed in placing orders, his phone vibrated. To his surprise, it was a call from Wang Fun. "Hey, are you busy? If not, let's go unwind a bit." "Coach, are you restless at this hour?" Lu Wei replied, bemused. "Bah, it's your words that have stirred my excitement. I just flew in from the capital and came straight to find you. What's wrong with you? If you're excited, why not find a few internet celebrities to revel with?" "I dare not. I've invested all my wealth into you. I can't even bear to spend on carnival tickets for the celebrities." "Come on, Wang Fun. You make it sound as if you're destitute." "All right then, where shall we meet? I'll come find you shortly. Tonight will be exceptional. I've booked a super high-end place just to treat you." I didn't invite those two fools. The two fools referred to Lin Ergu and Shin Song. With his stock acquisitions of SLB nearly complete, Lu Wei thought a breath of fresh air would do him good before continuing the next evening. Yang Wan had already fallen asleep, and Lu Wei quietly slipped out. He messaged Zhou Yu to wait downstairs, assuring him he would arrive shortly. With bodyguards on standby around the clock, Zhou Yu promptly got up. As the night deepened, the roads were nearly deserted. In half an hour, he arrived at the address provided by Wang Fun. Wang Fun had been waiting in the lobby, and, upon spotting Lu Wei's car, rushed out as if greeting a long-lost relative. "Haha, you arrived so swiftly. At this late hour, one wonders what you have in mind. You're quite exuberant. I'm just so thrilled. You have no idea how exhilarating this evening is for me. Since I can't sleep, I thought I wouldn't let you sleep either. And we should go out to enjoy ourselves." Wang Fun, unable to contain his exuberance, attempted to envelop Lu Wei in a bear hug. "Get away. I only hug women." Lu Wei swiftly pushed him away, his face contorted in disdain. "Haha, tonight, everything is yours. I shall indulge you." With an arm around Lu Wei's shoulder, he led him into the building, casually signaling to Lu Wei's driver. It was a serene location, seemingly devoid of many people, with only a few scattered staff members present. Upon entering a room with Wang Fun, Lu Wei noticed a bottle of Romani Conti and other spirits elegantly displayed upon the table. The Romani Conti appeared to be from 1990. "Goodness, it seems you've brought out your entire collection tonight. This bottle must be worth around 8 or 900,000, he exclaimed. "With such high standards. Are you treating me to $1 million wine?" "Not at all. If you fancy it, I could buy you a yacht." Wang Fun chuckled amiably. All right. We need not be so formal between us," Lu Wei laughed. "I've arranged something quite extraordinary for you tonight. I'll call her over now." Wang Fun was not merely intent on treating Lu Wei lavishly. He had already devised plans for a significant reward once the money was retrieved. Lu Wei was taken aback by Wang Fun's extravagant choices. He had even summoned a master's student for the evening, at a staggering price of 500,000, a true C. Lu Wei could only give Wang Fun a thumbs up, admiring his flair for the extravagant. "I have a master's student at home, cozy and warm in bed. And it doesn't cost me a penny. Considering the circumstances, if something were to transpire, would you not fear the consequences of being discovered?" Lu Wei mused. Meanwhile, Wang Fun had already ignited a passionate connection with another young lady. What is most desirable? Women, especially those contemplating marriage, are particularly fond of such things. The two girls blushed, uncertain of how to respond. "Guess what? A kiss from you would suffice," Wang Fun jested. The girls shook their heads, misinterpreting his meaning. "It's diamonds. Don't you girls adore them? The larger and more robust, the better," he clarified, leading to their enlightenment. Keeping his promise, one of the girls kissed Wang Fun, while the other shared a kiss with Lu Wei. Wang Fun then uncorked the Romani Conti and addressed Lu Wei. "I acquired this bottle at auction for 880,000, brought directly from the capital. Tonight is a special celebration for you." He teased the two girls, who gleamed with excitement upon hearing this. "This wine is a rare treasure. We must savor it, ensuring it is not wasted. Do you agree?" The girls nodded, eager to indulge, for this was a night of abandon, especially with such an exquisite wine. Drinking straight from a glass is rather mundane. Let us seek a more creative approach. As inspiration struck, one of the girls took a sip from the glass, held it in her mouth, then perched herself on Wang Fun's lap, delivering the wine to him through a kiss, the wine infused with a fragrant essence flowing into his mouth. Haha, splendid. This technique is quite delightful, Wang Fun approved, prompting the other girl to follow suit. Unaware of how late the evening had grown, the worth of the 50,000 spent remained uncertain. Once the funds were successfully transferred, Lu Wei promptly shared Wang Fun's portion with him. Wang Fun's fortune had reached a staggering 1 billion RMB, with the two of them splitting it evenly, eventually resulting in Wang Fun receiving an exact sum of 5 billion. Lin Xin and Qin Song each received 500 million as well, leaving the trio in high spirits, now capable of lauding Lu Wei to the heavens. Many have remarked that they have given themselves too much, questioning whether Lu Wei did not receive his share. The amount of money that eventually reaches them, when divided equally, still constitutes a substantial sum, akin to Wang Fun, whose company has accrued profits over many years. Lu Wei shook his head in refusal. He had already distributed the shares, which were rightfully theirs. No one truly knows how much Lu Wei is allocated, but at least the objective is exceedingly valuable. Wang Fun returned home in high spirits, flaunting his investment before his parents. This left old Wang bewildered, although the sum was not enormous. The profits were extraordinarily high, a case of leveraging a small effort for a significant gain. However, as the figures grow larger, the margins inevitably diminish. Unlike the ease of turning a few million into 10 million, transforming 1 billion into 2 billion demands exceptional skill. Wang Fun pledged his shares to regain liquidity, returning the portion owed to Wang Muchuan, leaving the remainder entirely to himself. He resolved to purchase a yacht as a gift for Lu Wei, as his earlier words were not mere platitudes. Moreover, he thought it unfathomable that Lu Wei, with a net worth in the billions, did not possess even a yacht. Unbeknownst to Lu Wei, Wang Fun intended to present such a grand gift, as he was preoccupied with shorting the stocks of a certain nation, determined to avenge the losses suffered by Huaxia stocks. Chapter 298. Avenge Old Ba for the first time, masks were dispatched to Europe via maritime transport, albeit sluggishly. Half a month had passed, and their whereabouts remained unknown, lost at sea. Meanwhile, the situation in the boot-shaped nation had spiraled out of control, with daily infections rising by the thousands. Upon learning of this news, Lu Wei resolved to take another gamble, this time opting for air freight. He instructed his brother-in-law to contact logistics companies in Hangzhou that offered air cargo services. Shunfeng Logistics quoted a price of 1 million for a single flight, capable of carrying 30 tons within a volume of 170 cubic meters. To deliver 1 million masks, at least 2 flights were necessary. With a freight cost of 2 million and a production cost of 2 yuan per mask, the venture still seemed worthwhile. Lu Wei made the decision to charter 2 cargo planes and instructed Shunfeng to arrange the quickest flights available, ensuring they would depart without delay. His brother-in-law expressed concerns, recalling the previous maritime shipment that had seemingly vanished, leaving them uncertain of the outcome of this air shipment. Lu Wei confidently assured him that they would have news within 3 days, putting both their minds at ease. Consequently, the mask factory in Hangzhou prepared another 1 million masks for transport to the airport. Lu Wei coordinated with Han Shua to link the previous cargo, arranging for an additional shipment by air. Han Shua was impressed by Lu Wei's resolute determination to engage in this business, even going so far as to charter planes. Han Shua guaranteed that as long as the supplies arrived, they would be sold immediately, allowing Lu Wei to rest easy. They expected to sell the masks for at least 10 euros each, while they could retail them for 20 euros apiece, allowing for substantial profits amidst high demand. Should this initial venture prove successful, the next batch would involve chartering several planes from Shunfeng, capitalizing on the European market. By mid-March, the epidemic in Jiangxiang had been largely contained, with medical teams from various provinces beginning to pack up and return home. The domestic situation had improved significantly, no longer resembling the severity experienced earlier in the year. The price of masks domestically has plummeted to a mere 1 yuan each, with profits compressed back to levels seen at the beginning of the year. The first air shipment has finally yielded returns. After dispatching to Europe, the counterpart initially remitted 5 million euros, with the remainder to be settled upon sale. Within a couple of days, a message arrived requesting an additional 1 million units, signifying that this venture had indeed succeeded. Further follow-up can be entrusted to my cousin-in-law. Lu Wei has invested $5 billion shorting several key oil stocks of the United States. Recently, news surfaced that OPEC, the organization coordinating oil exporting nations, is working towards a new production cut agreement to address the current market conditions. Consequently, the decline in related crude oil prices has been mitigated, stabilizing at a low level. However, any production cuts initiated in the early days of the pandemic would have been too late to counter the situation. Thus, Lu Wei continued to short oil, employing his remaining $640 million to short April crude oil contracts. Not long after, Russia issued a statement rejecting OPEC's proposed production cut agreement, asserting that such measures primarily serve to undermine its competitors, particularly as the shale oil output of the United States continues to rise. By compelling other oil-producing nations to cut back, it allows the U.S. to capture a greater share of the market. On the same day, Middle Eastern oil-producing countries also declared their intention to increase production and maintain high output levels, offering discounts to Europe in hopes of securing a larger foothold in that market. As a result, crude oil prices faced another decline, particularly impacting related oil companies, which experienced a dramatic fall. Regardless of their size, whether giants or smaller firms, they were all forsaken by the market, unable to resist the downward trend. Overnight, Lu Wei's short futures yielded a remarkable 5-fold return. with his short futures account swelling to over $3 billion in assets. Meanwhile, in his short stock account, SLB's stock plummeted overnight, dropping as much as 45 at its lowest before being partially rescued by bullish investors, ultimately closing down 29. Lu Wei regrettably missed the opportunity to close his position at that moment. From an initial short position at $30, the stock had now fallen to 15. In the dead of night, Yi Gangsheng could no longer contain his excitement and called to share the good news. Mr. Lu, your predictions are truly astonishing. We can now double our profits by closing our positions. No need to rush. Such splendid news will surely continue to develop, and further declines are anticipated. Let us wait a bit longer. Very well, I shall not disturb your rest any further. Yi Gangsheng now regards Lu Wei with the utmost reverence, viewing him not only as a master of futures, but also as a stock market oracle. Indeed, the resistance from the bulls proved futile. For days later, SLB was once again pressured by the bears, sinking to around $11. Lu Wei began to close his positions, liquidating half of his holdings in a single day and taking 2 days to completely clear out. His short position on SLB amounted to $5 billion, yielding nearly $300 million, while the other 2 stocks also returned around $100 million each. This profit surpassed even the share that Warren Buffett had garnered from the domestic PetroChina investors in years past, serving as a form of retribution. Combined with the profits from short futures contracts, Lu Wei's total assets have now approached $10 billion, nearly 70 billion yuan, positioning him among the top 100 wealthy individuals in the country. In the realm of Gongda, this time was merely a trend-following operation, resulting in an increase of over $3 billion in assets. Following deliberations within the board of directors, a sum of $300 million was allocated to Lu Wei as a token of appreciation. Lu Wei was somewhat taken aback upon receiving a call from Yi Gangsheng. This company possesses remarkable vision. He thought to himself that he would certainly bring Lu Wei along next time. Lu Wei made a resolute decision. From the $300 million, he would withdraw 200 million Hong Kong dollars, donating 100 million Hong Kong dollars each, in his own name and in the name of Gongda Futures, to support the Hong Kong government in its battle against the pandemic. Upon hearing this suggestion, Yi Gangsheng's impression of Lu Wei elevated significantly. He pondered how this young man could possess such audacity. Could he be the scion of a wealthy family from the mainland? Mr. Lu's magnanimity is commendable, and on behalf of myself and the board of directors, I extend my gratitude. When Mr. Lu visits Hong Kong, I shall certainly treat you to a meal. Lu Wei arranged for the donation through Zhang Shuyi, who assisted him in finding an appropriate account for the transfer. This act could be seen as a means of avenging past grievances against Hong Kong, and anonymity was deemed unnecessary for this donation. The successful donation made headlines in Hong Kong that very day, highlighting the significance of assistance from an individual in the mainland, having contributed to Hong Kong. Lu Wei thought it only fitting to extend his generosity further. He donated 100 million renminbi to the government of the Magic City, ensuring that essential supplies for pandemic prevention reached the front lines, thus wholeheartedly supporting the city's fight against the COVID-19 epidemic. Additionally, he contributed 50 million to his home province's government to bolster their anti-epidemic efforts. All funds were donated directly to the government rather than to charitable organizations or the Red Cross. While the amounts may not be substantial, Lu Wei wished to avoid engaging with certain shadowy entities that handle funds in less than transparent ways, likely referring to lottery centers and charitable foundations. He was baffled by their operations, which allow individuals to earn annual salaries exceeding 400,000, far surpassing income levels in major cities across the mainland. During his early career, Lu Wei struggled to earn even 100,000 in a year of overtime, leaving him to wonder about the immense contributions of those working in such departments. Chapter 299. Wang Fun's gift. This marked Lu Wei's first encounter with the office of the mayor of the Magic City. The call came from the newly appointed acting mayor, whose surname was Long. Upon seeing the call from a landline in the Magic City, Lu Wei decided to answer it. As he listened to the self-introduction, he felt a tightness in his back. He straightened up, realizing he was speaking with the mayor's office, and prepared for the conversation. This was his first encounter with such a high-ranking official. Previously, he had met the district mayor of Pudong, with Wang Fun serving as a lubricant to ease the atmosphere of apprehension. Hello, Mr. Lu, I am Long Chong, the acting mayor of the Magic City. Greetings, Mayor Long. Lu Wei responded eagerly. Yesterday, we received the donation from Mr. Lu, and we are profoundly moved. Thank you for your contribution to our Magic City. Mayor Long expressed high praise for Lu Wei's actions over the phone, extending heartfelt thanks for his proactive support in the city's pandemic response. Lu Wei felt a sense of humility that seemed incongruent with his vast wealth, perhaps underscoring the distinction between officials and business people. On that day, a call arrived from my hometown, the governor of the province expressing gratitude for the concern and contributions of those who have ventured away from home. Lu Wei responded with polite acknowledgments, uttering the customary phrases one would expect in such exchanges. At this rate, he is likely to be integrated into the local chamber of commerce this year. By late March, the restrictions across various regions were lifted. Entertainment venues resumed operations. But entry required a green health code. Those with yellow or red codes faced the dire consequence of 2 weeks in quarantine, regardless of one's status. Be it a wealthy entrepreneur or an ordinary citizen, everyone needed a health code. The establishment, Wanma Bentong, had not operated for nearly 3 months, and one could only imagine the horses growing quite plump during this hiatus. Jiang Baiyan made a call, inquiring if a spring event could be organized after months of confinement. It was time for an outing akin to the ancient spring hunts of emperors. If activities were not resumed soon, members would likely forget about Wanma Bentong altogether. Wang Fan had been elusive in recent days. When Jiang Baiyan called, he merely suggested that Jiang consult Lu Wei. Han Shuo invited Lu Wei to the company to discuss business, as the vaccine company from the last roadshow had made new progress. And it was not convenient to discuss over the phone. It was a rare occasion for Lu Wei to rise early, accompanied by Yang Wan to the office. What a rarity. What has motivated you to awaken at such an hour? Yang Wan teased. Han Shuo mentioned a company seeking financing, which should be quite promising. He wants me to get involved, Lu Wei replied. What? You're not bringing me along. This project would suit me perfectly, given your expertise in investments, she countered. You might be mistaken. A company I invested in last year has multiplied its value significantly, Lu Wei asserted. Really? How many companies have you invested in that I was unaware of? Yang Wan responded, astonished. They haven't been included under the Wei Group yet. I invested before the company was established, and will transfer them under Wei Group once they mature. By the way, Xiao Wan, I shall inject another billion into the company, allowing you to showcase your talents. What? You haven't even utilized the last amount you provided, and given the current market conditions, we should exercise caution, she advised. Don't worry, your husband has ample funds, so feel free to explore your options, Lu Wei replied. Glancing around, he thought it prudent to acquire a vehicle with partitions, as it was inconvenient to manage tasks from behind. After a brief stroll around Wei Group, he descended to meet Han Shuo. The company from the previous roadshow now had a multitude of investors clamoring for attention, and Han Shuo expressed concerns about whether they would choose to partner with them. What is their current valuation? How much equity are they looking to raise? Lu Wei inquired. 2 years ago, their valuation was 2.8 billion, and now it stands at approximately 4 billion, seeking to raise 20 million, Han Shuo replied. Is there a possibility of negotiating an acquisition? Lu Wei boldly suggested. Huh. Han Shuo nearly fumbled his coffee at Lu Wei's audacity. You mean to propose a direct purchase? Is that even feasible? Brother, are you really that financially robust? Just how much wealth do you possess? It seems you are accumulating wealth while I remain stagnant, Han Shuo asked, intrigued. Haha, not quite. I merely believe that if they are willing to sell for 4 billion, we could manage it together. My family can invest a maximum of 1 billion. The remaining 3 billion will have to rely on you. However, it is uncertain whether others are willing to sell, as many prefer to expand their financing and later cash out. Given the current popularity of vaccines, who would be foolish enough to sell a vaccine company? Well, that is unfortunate. Let us strive to secure 20. We can split it evenly. If you hear any news about potential sales, do not hesitate to reach out to me. For companies with high market values, I can collaborate with Wang Fun and others for acquisition. At this moment, Lu Wei felt quite affluent and exuberant. I will keep an eye on this company. We should conduct some research first. There will be a meeting tomorrow. Would you accompany me? Of course. I'd like to see who else is competing for it. After returning from Han Shuo's company, Lu Wei intended to stay at the office until closing to accompany Yang Wan home. However, Wang Fun, who had been absent for several days, suddenly called with urgency. Hurry to the yacht club. I'm waiting for you here. I'll send you the address. Be quick. Following the abrupt call, he hung up and sent the address to Lu Wei via WeChat, uncertain of the purpose. Lu Wei could only apologize to Yang Wan and called Zhou Yu to leave. Upon arriving at the yacht club, he found Wang Fun waiting in the lobby. Ha ha ha. Come here quickly. I have a gift for you. What is it? Could it be a yacht? Such a narrow-minded perspective. With a yacht, what else would you lack? Leading Lu Wei to the dock, Wang Fun pointed at one of the yachts. This is the LW, a gift from me to you. Before them lay a white yacht, approximately 30 meters long and 6 meters wide. I just ordered it from Europe. Someone else didn't buy it, so the manufacturer offered it to me. I've named it the LW. After all, we can't call it the Wei Gu yacht, can we? Ha ha ha. The Wei Gu yacht is not a bad name. A Viagra of the sea. Impressive. You can change the name later. Come on, let me show you around. This yacht boasts 4 luxurious cabins and 3 exquisite bathrooms, along with a modern kitchen, 2 leisure areas, a sizable private bar, and an opulent dining room. It certainly appears splendid. How much does this yacht cost? This is a gift for you. You've helped me earn so much this time. I couldn't feel right without buying you a present. I thought you needed a yacht. As for a plane, that depends on your desires. Wow, this is quite a gift. I accept it without hesitation. Lu Wei decided not to dwell on the costs. He would check later and, if it was exorbitant, would buy Wang Fun a gift in return. If it was reasonable, he would graciously accept. What do you think about a maiden voyage tonight? I'll call some people to join us for a bit of fun. Wang Fun encouraged. Ha ha ha, sounds good. There's no time like the present. Let us make it happen. Lu Wei was equally thrilled and promptly initiated the party. Chapter 300. Yuan Ning's doubts the experience of enjoying oneself on a yacht truly felt distinct. That night, Lu Wei, Wang Fun, and Han Shuo all stayed aboard, savoring the first night on the new yacht. The following day, Wang Fun entrusted Lu Wei with all the documentation and materials pertaining to the yacht, informing him that henceforth, the responsibilities for the yacht's upkeep and maintenance would fall under the auspices of Wan Tong, thereby alleviating Lu Wei's burdens. As the weather warmed, Lu Wei intended to invite his parents to join him for a maritime excursion, envisioning a journey from the bustling metropolis to the islands of Zhoushan to witness the sunrise, allowing them to experience the vastness of the sea. In the subsequent days, Lu Wei brought a different woman each day to experience the yacht, and upon learning it was Lu Wei's new vessel, they were utterly delighted, reveling in the freedom of having their own yacht to enjoy at their leisure. By the end of February, the results of the postgraduate entrance examination were released. After checking their scores and comparing them with previous years, Lu Ling and Lu Yang were assured of their success. As for Lu Wei, his score was inconsequential, merely achieving 120 points would suffice, a feat he could accomplish with minimal effort. Upon checking, Lu Wei discovered he had scored over 240, having squandered half his potential. Yet he could now look forward to the new academic year. This year, due to the pandemic, the announcement of the national cutoff scores was uncertain and would be delayed. After checking the results, by late March, Lu Ling and Lu Yong had arrived in the metropolis, preparing for their interviews. The written portion required prior preparation, while the interview necessitated early visits to potential advisors to express their intent to join their programs. As the elder brother, Lu Wei felt inclined to assist them. He arranged for connections to the mentors at their prospective schools and prepared some tokens of appreciation to ensure their admissions would be more secure. After all, it is said that one cannot be too courteous. Lu Ling was relatively easier to assist, as she attended the same university as Lu Wei. He reached out to Han Shua's professor, sharing a meal and inquiring about potential connections, which proved fruitful. Han Shua's professor had contacts at both universities, and after establishing communication, Lu Wei treated the three to another meal and presented gifts, successfully securing the necessary support. This was particularly beneficial for Lu Ling, as it would greatly aid her prospects at the local hospital in the metropolis. If needed, he could always extend his gratitude again in the future. Upon returning home and sharing the news, his sisters erupted in excitement, while others were still fretting over the interviews. They found solace knowing that their elder brother had already paved the way for them, allowing them to focus solely on preparing for the written exam, with the interviews merely a formality. After attending to his sister's examination preparations, Lu Wei found himself with some leisure time. During this interval, he and Han Shua visited a vaccine company twice to discuss financing, ultimately dedicating 2 hours to solidify their investment deal. The vaccine company, wary of becoming overly reliant on a single capital source, opted to welcome new investors. Following an analysis of various capital firms, they ultimately chose to proceed with financing from Han Shua's and Lu Wei's companies, securing a total investment of 800 million, with a 20 equity stake, evenly split between them, granting each a 10 share. Having concluded his ventures in futures and short selling, Lu Wei contemplated a period of rest. He sought counsel from Wang Fun regarding a matter that lingered in his mind. He recalled the expansive farmland at Wang Fun's estate, a place of unbridled freedom for cultivation and livestock, which had sparked a deep envy within him. Lu Wei envisioned bringing his parents to live with him, and thus contemplated purchasing a farm as a preparatory step. The family has grown a bit too large, and the residence at Seaview Garden has become insufficient. It seems prudent to acquire another villa. If my parents find it uncomfortable, we can send them to the farm, which is easy to manage. On weekends, I could arrange for my 2 younger sisters to visit. Wang Fun, unaware of these developments, sought assistance from the individual who had facilitated the initial transaction for Lu Wei. After several days, a plot of land spanning 50 acres was located in the southern outskirts of Pudong district, available for an annual rental of 5,000 per acre, and transferable for 30 years. This land is equipped with irrigation channels, making it ideal for agricultural cultivation and free-range livestock. Lu Wei promptly signed the agreement. Subsequently, he could have Diguay provide a design plan for renovations, aiming to enjoy the coolness there during the summer. Once the farm arrangements were settled, Lu Wei had not yet had the chance to visit the villa when he was summoned to the capital by Jiang Baiyan. Wang Fun and the others were already present, and as one of the owners, Lu Wei had no choice but to proceed with 2 bodyguards. During this time in the capital, an old acquaintance who deeply missed Lu Wei emerged. Who could it be? It was none other than Yuan Ning, the owner who had suffered a loss of several hundred million. During the pandemic, Yuan Ning took the opportunity to reflect and, after investing some money, acquired information from Xie Guanghan, feeling increasingly that he had been deceived. Rumor had it that the futures trading competition was co-hosted by Zhou Tianqing, the general manager of Zhongxing Futures, and Wang Fun. Yuan Ning, feeling thwarted in his investments, suspected he had been duped. Upon receiving the account information for Lu Wei at Zhongxing Futures, which included an ID photo, Yuan Ning confirmed that this was indeed the Lu Wei associated with Wanma Benching. Initially perceived as an ordinary individual, he turned out to be quite the adept in the investment sphere. Yuan Ning suddenly felt he might have been set up. He had intended to confront Xie Guanghan for a thorough investigation, but the complexities of the pandemic forced him to postpone. Once the pandemic restrictions were lifted, Yuan Ning sought to contact Xie Guanghan for clarification. However, after selling his last piece of information, Xie Guanghan had seemingly vanished. Yuan Ning suspected that Xie Guanghan played a significant role in this situation and hastily summoned 2 cousins to track him down, instructing them to search everywhere, including his hometown. He also sent them Lu Wei's photograph, directing them to monitor the activities at Wanma Benching Club to ascertain if Lu Wei had been frequenting the establishment recently. The longer Xie Guanghan remained absent, the more certain Yuan Ning became in his suspicions. With a murderous intent brewing within him, the powerful tycoon, wielding billions, felt humiliated by a mere agent's manipulations. One day, the cousin monitoring Wanma Benching called. Ninggu, someone from Wanma Benching has appeared. Keep a close watch, but do not reveal yourselves. Inform me of any developments. Understood, Ninggu. 3 months later, Lu Wei finally reappeared in the capital, stirring a tumult of emotions and doubts within Yuan Ning. Chapter 301. It seems I have been targeted. After disembarking from the high-speed train, the club's driver awaited them at the station. Lu Wei and his companions returned to the club's clubhouse, and after a 3-month absence, he found himself yearning for his horse once more. During the previous pandemic period, Lu Wei generously donated 1 million masks to the club, which Jiang Baiyan astutely repackaged and distributed to the club's members. This meticulous act of kindness significantly enhanced the members' goodwill. In March, the call for an outdoor event among members received widespread enthusiasm, with a substantial number of participants from the capital choosing to attend. Perhaps the confinement of the past 2 months had left everyone yearning for a breath of fresh air. With the arrival of spring, a trip to the countryside seemed particularly delightful. Gatherings exceeding 100 individuals required prior approval, and Wang Fan prudently liaised with the relevant authorities to ensure all preparations were in order. Simultaneously, Yuan Ning's golf club was also organizing its spring member activities. But the turnout was disappointingly sparse. Over the past 3 months, the golf club had been struggling financially, leaving Yuan Ning with the sense that nothing was going smoothly. Coincidentally, the golf club's member event coincided with that of the equestrian club. On the day of the member event, Yuan Ning arrived early to the club, determined to provide a warm welcome, even if only a few attendees showed up, as these connections were vital to him. He waited from 9 until 11 o'clock, but only half of those who had registered actually attended, filling him with a sense of despondency. Wasn't the pandemic over? Why did it still feel like they were under restrictions? The golf club could only be described as desolate. In stark contrast, the equestrian club saw over 100 attendees, with luxury cars filling the parking lot and enthusiastic greetings exchanged at the entrance. Yuan Ning's cousin, stationed at the door, sent him several photographs. Upon viewing these images, Yuan Ning was consumed by rage. The disparity in business was painfully evident. Without comparison, there would be no hurt. He even spotted former members of his own club joyfully entering the equestrian club. Among them were several prominent business figures he had once wished to approach, only to be rebuffed, now merrily mingling within the neighboring establishment. As he glanced at another photograph, a sinister expression crossed Yuan Ning's face. Wang Fan, Lu Wei. The image depicted 4 young individuals attending to guests, and he recognized Wang Fan's likeness immediately, discerning Lu Wei among them as well. Yuan Ning slammed his fist onto the table, feeling the weight of his club's decline since the equestrian club's inception, attributing the blame squarely to these individuals. Compounding his frustration was a staggering loss of 300 million in futures trading, igniting a fierce animosity within him. He pounded the table once more and promptly summoned his cousin back, instructing them to come to his golf club. His cousin, Yuan Fu, was currently seeking out Xie Guanhan, while another brother, Yuan Qi, had arrived after Yuan Qi's departure. Yuan Ning's younger siblings had not received much education, having begun their foray into the underworld after middle school, and were known as local ruffians. From his safe, Yuan Ning retrieved a stack of cash, approximately 200,000 in total. Afyu, I find myself besieged by adversities. My business has been faltering of late. Could you assist me in addressing this troublesome individual? Ning, how shall we proceed? Shall we make him vanish? Or merely impart a lesson? If you can orchestrate his disappearance, that would be ideal. If not, then a lesson must suffice. Yuan Ning patted Yuan Fu's shoulder, assuring him, rest easy. Once this matter is resolved, I will arrange for you to take refuge in Russia. You need not worry about my uncle and aunt. I shall care for them as if they were my own parents. Ning, I trust you. We will aid you in resolving this predicament. With the 200,000 yuan provided by Yuan Ning, they set forth. Yuan Fu, demonstrating loyalty, divided 100,000 among his younger brother, Yuan San, who accompanied him. Ning is in trouble. You know what must be done. His affairs are our own, and we shall surely assist him. I understand, Fu, rest assured. I shall not be a hindrance. Very well, let us first observe the Wanma Bending Club, then return to strategize later this evening. They drove towards the equestrian club to keep watch. As night fell, around 9 o'clock, they noticed Lu Wei's vehicle exiting the club, accompanied by several others. Likely Wang Fan and his associates returning to the city. After allowing some time for their departure, they promptly followed, intent on discovering Lu Wei's destination or home address, which would facilitate their plans. Upon entering the city, the 4 vehicles converged at a private club. Their own car could only linger at a nearby intersection, where they turned off the engine and settled in to wait. Fu, the lives of these affluent individuals are truly opulent. It's either clubs or exclusive venues. I envy them. If only I could attain such wealth one day. Asen, stay close to Ning. Who knows, we might find ourselves indulging at such establishments in the future. If we were to capture this individual, might we not seize an opportunity for profit? I've heard that the wealthy are often terrified of losing their fortunes. A mere threat could yield a handsome ransom, allowing us to escape to more comfortable locales. Ning has not mentioned whether we could extract money. Should we successfully capture him, we might explore that avenue. Indeed, this individual is wealthy. We could potentially extract several million. Their eyes gleamed with ambition, akin to wolves in the night, fixating on a sumptuous prize. In the early hours, around 2 o'clock, the gathering finally concluded. 3 individuals returned home, while Lu Wei headed to a hotel. As they drove, Zhou Yu suddenly remarked, "Boss, it seems a car is following us." Song Shan and Lu Wei quickly turned to glance back, approximately 100 meters behind them. A rather ordinary sedan trailed, yet nothing seemed amiss. That sedan? Yes, boss. I believe I saw it when we left this evening. Let us proceed to the hotel. We can address this matter tomorrow. Lu Wei felt the night was fraught with danger and preferred to find lodging first, deferring further considerations. Chapter 302. A crisis for Xie Guanhan. As Lu Wei's vehicle entered the hotel, Yuan Fu halted his car at the entrance. Brother Fu, aren't we going in? Patience. Let's wait a while before entering. If we get too close, we might be discovered. Let them lower their guard first. Brother Fu's foresight was commendable. Yuan Sun flattered him. Did you remember the license plate number from earlier? Yes, brother. I noticed there were several people in their car, likely the driver and bodyguards. We're just 2. We can't possibly overpower them. Thus, we must rely on our wits. You, with your pig-headedness, only think of fighting. What if we can't win? Not only would we expose ourselves, but we could also end up getting beaten or even arrested. Yuan Fu felt an urge to slap Yuan Sun on the head. Hee. Brother Fu, I trust your judgment. Just tell me what to do. After some contemplation, Yuan Fu concluded that as long as they could teach someone a lesson, it would suffice. The elder brother hadn't instructed them to capture anyone, so the task became much simpler. Lu Wei and his two companions entered the hotel and retired to their suite to rest. In such a secure environment, with two special forces soldiers guarding him, he felt no concern. The capital, being the heart of the nation, was a bastion of law and order. No heinous acts would occur in broad daylight. As long as he and his bodyguards stayed vigilant, avoiding secluded areas and minimizing outings, all would be well. Lu Wei had recently relished the luxury of waking naturally, without concern for pressing matters. He believed he had amassed sufficient wealth for a lifetime. Few companies could boast of a cash flow in the hundreds of billions as he did, likely only banks could match that. As for fame, Lu Wei, being still relatively young, had little need for it. With such substantial liquid assets, the interest accrued over a year would be a minimum of 2.5 billion on 100 billion. With approximately 60 to 70 billion in funds, the annual interest alone could yield 1.5 billion. Why pursue further profit? Striving for success had lost its significance for Lu Wei. Recently, the leaders of the Bank of Construction in Magic City invited Lu Wei to dine, but he had declined, prioritizing his journey to the capital. In Rome City, Xie Guanghan, after leaving the capital, returned to the south. He had acquired over 2 million from Yuan Ning, sufficient to purchase a fully paid apartment within the third ring. This month, Xie Guanghan had been house hunting, exploring various developments before finally settling on a 130 square meter 3-bedroom apartment outside the second ring. The building was scheduled for completion next year, and the main structure had already been erected, showcasing significant progress. With the freshly signed purchase contract in hand, Xie Guanghan exited the sales center, buoyant. As he made his way toward the main road to catch a taxi, he encountered a burly man wearing a hat and mask. During this period, it was common for people to wear masks when outdoors, providing no cause for suspicion. As they drew near, the approaching man suddenly brandished a knife from his coat and lunged at Xie Guanghan. Caught off guard, Xie Guanghan felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, followed by a wave of dizziness. His hands weakened as he attempted to fend off the attacker, but lacked the strength. He tried to cry out for help, but the mask muffled his voice. Xie Guanghan slowly collapsed onto the ground, the housing contract he had been holding scattering across the floor. The masked assailant stabbed him 4 or 5 times, and upon witnessing Xie fall, he promptly fled the scene. He dashed into a nearby thicket, wiped the blood from the knife, and then dug a small pit to bury the weapon. Removing his mask, it was revealed to be Yuan Qi, who had journeyed thousands of miles from the capital to arrive in Rongqing. After changing his clothes, Yuan Qi donned a backpack and, as if nothing had transpired, walked away to a secluded spot. As for the fallen Xie Guanghan, fortune appeared to be on his side. Shortly thereafter, a vehicle passed by and noticed a person lying by the roadside. The driver stopped immediately. Upon approaching, he was taken aback to see the injured man, drenched in blood, with a pool of crimson staining the road. He quickly retrieved his phone to call the police. Hello, I need to report a crime. I'm on XX Road, and there is someone who has been killed, bleeding profusely. Perhaps emboldened by the situation, the driver approached Xie to check for a pulse, finding it faint but still present. He swiftly lifted Xie into his back seat and sped towards the nearest hospital. In just 3 minutes, they arrived, and Xie received prompt medical attention, narrowly escaping death. Indeed, a stroke of luck. Meanwhile, Yuan Qi had already boarded a vehicle departing from Rongqing. On the road, he messaged Yuan Ning, confirming that the task had been executed. Yuan Ning immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to him, advising him to find a place to lay low. In the capital, Lu Wei woke up naturally, only to receive another call from Wang Fan inviting him to hang out. Reluctantly, Lu Wei rose and informed his 2 bodyguards to wait a moment. The trio made their way to the parking lot, where Zhou Yu meticulously inspected the vehicle, ensuring everything was in order before allowing Lu Wei to enter. Not long after leaving the hotel, Zhou Yu remarked to Lu Wei, "Boss, those 2 cars from yesterday are tailing us again." Lu Wei turned around. Amidst the traffic, it was difficult to discern them. After several glances, he still failed to spot them. "Boss, it's the 3rd car back, 100 meters behind us," Zhou Yu pointed out. Finally, Lu Wei saw it, feeling puzzled. Who in the capital would be so keen on following him? Had his sudden wealth attracted the attention of the authorities, sending someone to monitor his actions? He had few acquaintances in the capital, and no known enemies to speak of. Lu Wei was at a loss. Meanwhile, trailing them were Yuan Fu and Yuan Sun, the latter gripping a device resembling a button. Nervously, he awaited Yuan Fu's command. Observing the vehicle ahead, they noticed it was veering, seemingly losing control. As several large trucks approached from the opposite direction, Yuan Fu quickly instructed Yuan Sun, "Press it now." In an instant, the vehicle carrying Lu Wei began to swerve uncontrollably, indicating something was amiss. Chapter 303. Trust me, let go bang. A loud noise erupted as the car suddenly tilted. "We've got a flat tire." Zhou Yu, who was driving, urgently warned Lu Wei in the back seat to brace himself. The vehicle began to veer uncontrollably, and Zhou Yu struggled to maintain control of the steering wheel. Meanwhile, Lu Wei, seated in the back, was also tossed about as the car swayed. At that moment, a convoy of large trucks approached from the opposite direction, and if the vehicle continued its erratic path, a collision seemed inevitable. "Zhou Yu, let go of the steering wheel," Lu Wei commanded decisively, knowing that their lives hung in the balance. It was a gamble, a test of fate. "Trust me, release your grip. I will ensure your safety," he assured Zhou Yu with unwavering confidence. Reluctantly, Zhou Yu chose to trust Lu Wei and relinquished his hold. The vehicle swayed once more before spinning in place and resuming its forward motion, only to make another turn and gradually decelerate, edging toward the right roadside. Zhou Yu swiftly pressed the brakes, bringing the car to a steady halt before a grand tree. In that moment of peril, a truck roared past on the left side of the road. Had the vehicle stopped to the left, a collision with the truck would have been unavoidable, the outcome of which remained a grim mystery, perhaps even a tragic fate. The three men exchanged glances, a shared smile of relief illuminating their faces as they exited the vehicle. Song Shan pulled Lu Wei close, while Zhou Yu inspected the blown tire. Moments later, Zhou Yu noticed something peculiar along the tire's edge. He touched it with his finger, bringing it to his nose. Was that the scent of gunpowder? How could gunpowder be present on the tire? He meticulously recalled every detail. Rushing over to Lu Wei, he muttered something that caused both Song Shan and Lu Wei to pale in disbelief. Could someone be plotting my demise? Lu Wei pondered, his incredulity palpable. We should contact the authorities to handle the vehicle, and then we can take a cab back to the club to discuss further, he suggested. Boss, given the uncertainty, perhaps you and Song Shan should return first while I wait for the police, Zhou Yu proposed. Very well, Lu Wei acquiesced, preparing to depart with Song Shan. Zhou Yu glanced into the distance, seemingly searching for that small car. The road, initially congested, soon returned to normalcy. The damaged vehicle rested by the roadside, posing no obstruction. As occupants emerged from the car, those behind resumed their journey, while the affected vehicles awaited the traffic police's arrival. Yuan Sun pressed the detonator, and the two watched with glee as the vehicle began to sway. However, their glee was short-lived as the car spun twice before coming to a halt at the roadside, eliciting a sense of regret. What a pity, it didn't collide with the truck, lamented one. This person is truly fortunate, escaping unharmed, replied the other. Well, there's nothing we can do now. Let us leave and devise a new plan for next time. Once traffic began to flow again, Yuan Fu drove off, blending in as a regular vehicle on the road. Unbeknownst to them, they had already been noticed. As Yuan Fu and Yuan Sen's car passed, Zhou Yu's gaze was fixed, and Yuan Sun, curious, glanced towards Zhou Yu, who committed his appearance to memory, along with the vehicle's license plate number. After the traffic police arrived, an accident determination was made. Zhou Yu was deemed fully responsible, as it was concluded that there was a problem with their tires. Zhou Yu did not offer any explanations, as the matter could not be clarified with the police. Upon returning to the club and discussing the situation with his boss, they decided to conduct a discreet investigation. Those two individuals, they followed us last night, correct? Zhou Yu inquired. Indeed, boss. I recognize that vehicle from last night. They must have sneaked into the parking lot to tamper with our car. I will check the hotel security footage shortly. This was premeditated, he added. What should we do now? Report to the police, or should I and Song Shan investigate? Let us conduct a quiet inquiry first. Once we gather evidence, I will approach the authorities, his boss instructed. All right, I'll head out now, and have Song Shan accompany you. Zhou Yu was eager to set off, feeling anxious about the incident, as he had failed in his duty to protect his employer. Despite his vigilance in checking for potential hazards, he had missed the threat. Fortunately, no harm had come to anyone today. Had anything happened, Zhou Yu would bear the blame. Zhou Yu proceeded to the hotel to begin his investigation, while Lu Wei made a call to Wang Fun. What are you doing? Why aren't you here yet? Wang Fun's impatient voice came through the line. My car broke down. I almost couldn't make it back, Lu Wei replied. What is going on? Where are you now? Wang Fun asked, his concern palpable. Someone tampered with my vehicle. It seems like it was deliberate. What? In this city, are there still people bold enough to do that? Where are you? I'm coming over now. I'm at the Wanma Club. After hanging up, Lu Wei fell into deep thought. Today as fortune had spared them. But being targeted was decidedly ominous. They would need Wang Fun's connections to help uncover the identities of those involved, then decide on their next steps accordingly. The group gathered at the club, and Jiang Baiyan arrived as well. Everyone was worried about Lu Wei's safety. After Lu Wei recounted the events and his suspicions, it became clear that he was quite discreet and seldom visited the capital, prompting some to wonder if they might have inadvertently attracted trouble. Wang Fun, being more ostentatious, was less likely to be mistaken for a target, as many harbored grievances against him. Lin Xian and Qin Song reminisced about a few individuals, but none seemed to fit the profile. You mentioned that the car started following us from the racetrack? Yes, that's what my bodyguard indicated. Monitoring the racetrack could indicate a connection. The only adversary I had there was the golf club that set me up last year. Yuan Ning? The group speculated in unison. Chapter 304. Reporting to the police, their attention turned to their former rival, Yuan Ning, as a plausible suspect. Regarding that futures competition you organized, did he suffer losses in that investment? Wang Fan asked. I sensed that there might have been a leak on Zhou Tianqing's side. Perhaps we should inquire with him? Sure, I'll make a call. Wang Fan retrieved his phone and directly dialed Zhou Tianqing. Mr. Wang, what brings you here? Inquired Zhou Tianqing warmly from the other end of the line. Ah, Zhou, there's been a situation, and I seek your counsel. Please, Mr. Wang, feel free to ask. I shall speak candidly. It concerns my brother and the grand competition you organized. He suspects that someone within your company may have leaked certain confidential information and data. Could you assist me in investigating whether there is a mole? Zhou Tianqing felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Indeed, one could never be certain, as some might resort to unscrupulous means to divulge secrets. Mr. Wang, grant me half a day to look into this. I will update you later. Thank you. I appreciate your help. We shall await your findings. After ending the call, the group resumed their discussion. This individual has become audacious enough to strike without restraint. It is imperative that we report this to the authorities. They contemplated alternative strategies in private, determined not to let him escape unscathed, lest he remain oblivious to the consequences of his actions. Initially, Wang Fan held little animosity towards Yuan Ning, but now he felt increasingly disregarded by this nouveau riche, who had become rather presumptuous. Indeed, we must take action against him. Lin Xian and Qin Song concurred. Let us proceed to the police station together. Once my bodyguard retrieves the surveillance footage from the hotel, we shall follow. No need to wait. We will head there first, and your bodyguard can meet us at the station. Understood. Led by Wang Fun, the group made their way to the police station with which he was well acquainted. Lu Wei also recognized the personnel there. It was the same chief who had intervened during a previous incident involving Yang Wan. Director Chen, thank you for your assistance. Once again, we must trouble you. Mr. Wang, Mr. Lu, you are too kind. It is our duty. I never expected such a grievous incident to occur within our jurisdiction. On the way, Wang Fan had briefed him over the phone, causing Director Chen considerable concern, as the circumstances suggested a serious criminal matter, potentially involving deeper conflicts. He could only hope that the perpetrators were mere petty thieves, rather than individuals with significant influence in the capital, which would complicate matters considerably. While Lu Wei was busy giving his statement, Director Chen discreetly pulled Wang Fan aside to inquire about relevant details. Wang Fan divulged everything, including connections to Yuan Ning's cousin, urging him to investigate Yuan Ning and the influential figures behind him, assuring Director Chen that should they come seeking him, Lin Xin and Qin Song would manage the situation. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Director Chen felt relieved. It seemed that the matter did not involve any major players. When Zhou Yu arrived with the hotel parking lot surveillance footage, everyone gathered to review the video. They indeed saw two individuals stealthily approaching the hotel parking lot in the dead of night, lingering by Lu Wei's vehicle, rummaging for an extended period before finally seizing something and departing. However, given the current circumstances, all individuals were wearing masks, making it impossible to identify them from the footage. The officers at the police station expressed their doubts, prompting Zhou Yu to stand and declare, "I have seen that individual's face. I remember it distinctly." An immediate arrangement was made for the bureau's designated artist to sketch the suspect, accompanied by Zhou Yu. After Lu Wei and his colleagues completed their statements, the bureau officially launched an investigation, dispatching personnel to examine the tires of Lu Wei's vehicle, which Zhou Yu had already towed back to the club. As the group exited the police station, Director Chen saw them off, repeatedly assuring them that they would be informed of any developments. "Let us go. I'll arrange a gathering for you to soothe your troubled spirit," Wang Fan said mischievously to Lu Wei as they left the police station. "All right, let us go then. We must indulge in some timely enjoyment." Being young, they were carefree and continued to contemplate their leisure activities. Upon waking naturally in the hotel, Lu Wei felt the need to acquire a residence in the capital. Living in hotels daily seemed rather impractical. Although lacking a local household registration, he could purchase property under the company's name. Over the past few months, the investment firm's fund had flourished, with an initial capital of 400 million multiplying into several billion, thus eliminating the necessity for further financial contributions from the firm. It was merely a display of wealth. After dining with Zhou Yu and Song Shan, they headed towards the vicinity of the Forbidden City. Wealthy individuals typically aspire to acquire courtyard houses, and now that his status had elevated, he too could explore the capital's courtyard properties, aligning himself with the affluent. Courtyard houses, known as sihiyuan, are traditional architectural forms characterized by a central courtyard surrounded by buildings on all four sides. The layout can be classified as a single courtyard, one entrance, a double courtyard, two entrances, or a triple courtyard, three entrances. The first courtyard typically serves as the entrance, the second as the main hall, and the third or rear courtyard as private quarters, reserved for women and family members, generally inaccessible to outsiders. Room arrangements include the main house, side rooms, and wing houses, among others. The trio sought out a real estate agency near the Forbidden City and inquired about available sihiyuan properties. The manager quickly greeted them, recognizing the potential for a significant sale, as these properties often commanded prices in the hundreds of millions, yielding commissions in the millions. "Sir, what area are you interested in? And what size of sihiyuan are you seeking?" the manager inquired. "What is the largest you have listed? It must be at least several hundred square meters." Sihiyuan are generally categorized as 1, 2, or 3 courtyard houses, with the 3-courtyard layout being the most standard. The manager continued. "Very well. Please find me the most standard 3-courtyard house within the second ring road." The manager, visibly delighted, hurried to retrieve the relevant information, knowing that a 3-courtyard house within that area would certainly exceed $1 billion in value. And they already had several listings as many owners began liquidating their properties to salvage their companies in the spring of that year. Chapter 305. Acquiring a sihiyuan in the capital. Prime locations of sihiyuan have largely been claimed by renowned figures. Notable sites include various royal residences, the former home of a high-ranking eunuch, as well as the residences of luminaries such as Lu Sun, Mei Lanfeng, Qi Baishe, and Guo Mera, all of whom once resided in sihiyuan, which have now transformed into tourist attractions. These courtyard houses have changed hands multiple times, ultimately becoming associated with famous individuals, thus classified as protected heritage. It is said that Lu Sun's residence was purchased by him for $800 silver, encompassing an area of over 400 square meters. This former home is a modest sihiyuan, featuring 3 rooms in the north wing, 3 in the south wing, and 2 in each of the eastern and western annexes. For Lu Sun at that time, $800 silver represented merely 3 months' salary, making the acquisition of such a courtyard quite effortless, potentially equivalent to several $100,000 today. Without keeping Lu Wei and his companions waiting, the manager of the real estate agency promptly approached Lu Wei with the necessary documentation. The most expensive property listed was priced at 4.5 billion, encompassing 3 mu of land, with a total area of 2,079 square meters and an official record of 351 square meters, while the actual usable area exceeded 500 square meters. Located on Financial Street outside Fuchingmen, this grand 3-entry courtyard boasts dozens of rooms. The price, approximately 200,000 per square meter, seems justifiable given the esteemed status of such a sihiyuan. It was quite overwhelming. Its vastness seemed suitable solely for a club. Lu Wei shook his head, contemplating that with his small family, such an enormous space was unnecessary. Even with the addition of bodyguards, 10 rooms would suffice. He pondered the impracticality of accommodating all relatives, preferring to maintain a separate existence for his own lineage. He had no desire for entanglements that could lead to complications down the line. Ultimately, Lu Wei opted to view Sihiyuan properties ranging from 500 to 600 square meters, priced between 1.2 billion and 1.8 billion. Zhou Yu and his companion whispered behind him, perplexed by the exorbitant value of such properties, questioning why affluent individuals favored them, especially when parking posed a challenge. Lu Wei, ahead of them, was engaged in inquiry about the history of the residences, ensuring that no ill-fated individuals had previously occupied them. After touring several properties, he made his decision on a modest 3-entry Sihiyuan of over 560 square meters near Hohai. The front courtyard contained 4 rooms, while the inner courtyard featured 4 additional rooms in the eastern annex, 3 principal rooms and 2 side rooms, totaling approximately 13 rooms, complemented by a rear courtyard with an additional structure. The layout was satisfactory. The front courtyard generally served as accommodation for servants and bodyguards, as well as a laundry area. The eastern annex functioned as a dining and living room, while the western annex served as a study and bedroom, with the principal and side rooms also designated for sleeping quarters. The rear structure was traditionally reserved for female family members. The owner had listed the property with a price of 1.5 billion, a figure that elicited little reaction from Lu Wei. He nodded in agreement with the agent, deciding to proceed with the purchase. The affluent buyer was no longer indecisive about his desired acquisition. If he liked it, he would secure it. The remainder would be left to the agency to handle, arranging for the owner to discuss the price and subsequently finalize the contract. In Rongqing, at the XXX People's Hospital, Xie Guanghan finally regained consciousness. Having endured several stab wounds with his intestines exposed, he was fortunate to survive due to timely medical intervention. After a day and a night in a coma, he awoke the following afternoon, opening his eyes to the white ceiling and feeling the pain in his abdomen. Xie Guanghan's mind involuntarily recalled the events that had transpired. It appears that the individual who assaulted him seems somewhat familiar. He must have encountered this person before. Although the assailant was masked and wore a hat pulled low, he had begun to piece together the identity of his attacker. He had sought refuge in Rongqing. Yet fate had conspired against him, and he could not evade his pursuer. Yuan Ning, how dare you seek my life? I shall ensure you face the consequences. Xie Guanghan has stared death in the face and has since come to terms with it. What is meant to be will be. One cannot escape their fate. Yuan Ning. Just wait. Upon awakening, Xie Guanghan was soon questioned by the police. However, he steadfastly insisted that he did not recognize his assailant and feigned ignorance of the situation. The officers examined his wounds and concluded that this was no ordinary altercation. It bore the hallmarks of a deadly vendetta. Yet, with the victim's resolute denial, the police found themselves at an impasse, lacking leads. They resorted to reviewing nearby surveillance footage and sought out potential witnesses, while also searching for any weapons that may have been used in the attack. The case became increasingly complicated, prompting the police to extend their search radius by several streets in a meticulous effort to gather information. Meanwhile, Yuan Ning, having resolved 2 pressing matters, finally released the pent-up frustrations accumulated over time. In his 40s, he indulged in a rare night of revelry at a club, with the assistance of 2 small pills. He arranged for a date with a social media influencer, relishing in the pleasures of the evening. After 2 days of negotiation, he successfully acquired a courtyard property for 1.388 billion, with a price per square meter exceeding 240,000. With ample cash flow, Lu Wei made a prompt cash payment, leading the original owner to concede and hand over the keys for early occupancy. Lu Wei, showing no hesitation, enlisted the help of the agency's manager to arrange for cleaning services, allowing the place to air out for a day. He then took Zhou Yu and Song Shan to purchase some essential items before settling in. Zhou Yu and Song Shan occupied the front courtyard, while Lu Wei resided in the main house of the inner courtyard. After having spent considerable time in hotels, he was finally thrilled to possess his own home. Upon sharing photographs in their group chat, Wang Fun and the others immediately requested the address. Within half an hour, they all arrived. As the sound of cars filled the air, Zhou Yu and Song Shan greeted them at the gate, while Lu Wei swung open the central door to welcome them inside. The driver and bodyguard followed closely behind, carrying various items to liven up the new residence. Lu Wei felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet considering the profits they had earned, accepting their gifts seemed acceptable. Look at you, quietly purchasing a courtyard property, becoming quite the tycoon, Wang Fun teased. Such a small house. I doubt it would meet your standards. Don't say that. If you were to gift it to me, I would certainly appreciate it, Lu Wei replied playfully. Let us check out the neighboring property tomorrow. Perhaps we can become neighbors. Ah, splendid idea. I'll inquire about it tomorrow. Being your neighbor would indeed be delightful. Wang Fun mused, clearly intrigued. Chapter 306. Wang Fun's inner turmoil at this moment. The courtyard exuded a warm, familial atmosphere, and the arrival of friends instantly enlivened the space. Gathered in the living area of the eastern wing, no one was cooking, so Zhou Yu was tasked with leading a group to the nearby restaurant for takeout. As he surveyed the old residence, it became evident that it could use some embellishments. The gifts brought by Wang Fun and the others were just the perfect touch. Wang Fun presented a golden statue of the god of wealth, weighing at least a few pounds, treating Lu Wei as if he were the deity himself, or perhaps seeking the blessings of the god of wealth for their gathering. The earthy hue of the statue perfectly embodied Wang Fun's extravagant spirit. Lin Xin offered an exquisite jade carving of a magpie perched upon a plum branch, the magpie sculpted from white jade, showcasing remarkable craftsmanship. Qin Sung contributed a set of zisha teapots, ideally suited for a few friends to enjoy tea together, as Zhou Yu and the others returned with food and drinks. The four of them commenced their gathering in the living room, while the bodyguards retreated to the front yard for their meal, transforming the occasion into a modest banquet. After several rounds of drinks, Wang Fan suddenly inquired, "Wei, I find myself somewhat discontented. I wish to revive my previous venture. What do you think?" "Huh, what venture? Weren't you always immersed in gaming?" "It's the live streaming platform I previously established. It collapsed, resulting in a loss of 2 billion, and I became the subject of ridicule." Labeled as incompetent, Wang Fan explained, punctuating his words with self-deprecation. Lu Wei was aware of this situation. Wang Fan had always been passionate about sports, particularly in the realm of esports. Upon returning from his studies in Europe, he fervently pursued this path, initially forming an esports team and participating in various competitions. Subsequently, he invested his own funds to create a live streaming platform called National Treasure Live, dedicated to broadcasting esports events and the daily lives of players, which eventually expanded into entertainment, inviting celebrities to join and stream. The platform thrived for 4 to 5 years before Wang Fan was ousted from the team. Due to financing issues, his shares diminished, leading to conflicts with new investors. After 4 years, he had poured several billion of his personal savings into the venture, which had yet to turn a profit by the time it collapsed. When he was removed, he found himself in considerable debt, ultimately alleviated by his mother's financial assistance. "Do you wish to continue with the live streaming platform?" Lu Wei asked, sensing that the recent influx of billions had reignited Wang Fan's ambitions. "Indeed. I believe there is immense potential in this industry. People today lack entertainment options, and many remain at home, either gaming or watching others play. Such platforms have a solid audience base," Wang Fan asserted, maintaining his optimistic outlook on the sector. "There truly exists a segment of people who enjoy watching others play games. Back in my school days, I often saw crowds at internet cafes gathered behind skilled players, captivated by their prowess. It seems you are reluctant to let go and wish to prove yourself anew," Lu Wei remarked with a chuckle. "That's about the gist of it. But I genuinely hold a favorable view of this industry. With smartphones being so advanced and internet speeds improving, watching live streams has never been easier," Wang Fan replied. "Let me ponder this further. I cannot provide an immediate answer. I would be willing to invest, potentially several billion, but I require some investigation. You should also carefully consider the direction. We can reconvene later. I can contribute as well." Lin Ergo and Qin Song chimed in, feeling emboldened to invest this time. "Very well, I shall reflect on this tonight and strive to refine the concept, so we may discuss it further." Wang Fan nodded, transforming into an entrepreneur seeking investors. Preparing to craft his own presentation for a pitch, Lu Wei, Lin Xian, and Qin Song became his angel investors. Filled with joy, Wang Fan poured drinks for each of them, raising his glass. "Cheers. I am delighted to have your support. I, Xiao Wang, toast to you. You shall be my benefactors from now on." Laughter ensued as the 4 glasses clinked together, the crisp sound resonating with profound camaraderie. The next day, upon awakening, Wang Fan immediately retrieved his computer to commence work on his proposal, already in the zone. Even when Lin Ergu invited him to play games, he declined. It was evident that Wang Fan bore a heavy heart. He yearned for validation in this arena, wishing to alter everyone's perception of him and to have his talents recognized by society. Seizing the opportunity, he was determined to strive once more. Observing their enthusiasm, Lu Wei also engaged in online research, exploring avenues to uncover inspiration. During this enchanting April, they all gathered in that room, poised to sketch out a new world. In Rongqing, at the hospital, Xie Guanghan had regained some strength, though even the slightest movement brought pain, and his wounds continued to seep blood. He picked up the phone from the bedside table and opened the WeChat chat page. Scrolling through his contacts, he selected Yuan Ning's profile. Bringing the phone's microphone close to his mouth, he uttered, "Boss Yuan, you are quite ruthless. Since you've made your move on the 1st, don't blame me for retaliating on the 15th. Your reputation is undoubtedly far more valuable than my meager life. Boss Yuan, when the mountain does not yield, the waters will shift. Let us wait and see." Releasing his finger, he sent the voice message. Meanwhile, in the capital, Yuan Ning was in his office, analyzing the market trends. A notification chimed on his phone. Picking it up, he saw a WeChat message and immediately opened it. Upon seeing the sender, he was taken aback. Didn't this fellow die? Didn't Yuan Qi say he took care of him? Still, Yuan Ning pressed play. The unmistakable voice of Xie Guanghan reverberated through the speaker. After listening, Yuan Ning's expression darkened. How had this man survived? Now he dared to challenge him. Filled with rage, Yuan Ning converted the voice message to text, took a screenshot, and sent it to Yuan Qi, instructing him to handle the matter. Chapter 307. Rebuilding a platform. Yuan Qi, hiding in a certain location, felt speechless upon receiving his brother's message. Damn it, after enduring so many stabs, how is he still alive? His resilience is astounding. Now he dared to provoke them. It was only a matter of time before he was dealt with. Yuan Ning's dissatisfaction was palpable. Yuan Qi understood that his brother, by choosing not to speak directly, was deeply angered. Grabbing a bottle of erguotu from the bedside, Yuan Qi took a swig and then laid back down, closing his eyes, contemplating his next steps. Xie Guanghan, I am determined to eliminate you. Just wait. For these past few days, Xie Guanghan had remained in the hospital, guarded by a police officer outside. He dared not notify his family, forcing himself to endure this ordeal. If only he could move, he would wish to leave the hospital immediately. The case remains unresolved, and the police visit daily, hoping to extract a breakthrough from him. At present, Xie Guanghan maintains an air of indifference, akin to a dead pig unbothered by boiling water. He dares not speak, for if he inadvertently implicates himself, he risks facing accountability from the company, potentially leading to his arrest. Once he recovers, his sole desire is to extract a little advantage from Yuan Ning before retreating into obscurity. These bosses are indeed capricious. When they seek something, they call you brother. Yet they swiftly discard you once the utility is exhausted. Aside from requesting a bit more money, he has done nothing to wrong them. With such vast wealth, why must they quibble with a mere commoner? These few stabs should be worth at least 100 to 80,000, having nearly lost his life. It cannot be in vain. Wang Fan dedicated an entire day to crafting his entrepreneurial plan. That evening, he presented it to the trio in the living room. The live streaming market is currently dominated by two major players, with platforms like Tigermouth and Douwa scrambling for the remaining scraps. A few years ago, the National Treasure Live platform far surpassed Tigermouth and others. Back then, there were no other live streaming platforms, let alone the two largest short video platforms. Wang Fan's ambition is to reacquire his National Treasure platform, which is now valued at approximately 10 million due to its bankruptcy. However, it retains valuable user data from previous years, when monthly active users reached around 80 million. At its peak, the platform was valued at about 5 billion, catapulting Wang Fan to the status of a top internet celebrity, drawing an audience of 100,000 upon each live broadcast. Wang Fan envisions continuing to develop a specialized entertainment platform, focusing predominantly on gaming while collaborating with renowned celebrities for live broadcasts and shows. Do you believe you can carve out a niche in the current landscape using your previous model? Lu Wei posed a pivotal question. Well, my earlier model was quite effective. I simply neglected equity considerations at that time, leading to excessive resource depletion on the platform. Our strength lay in aggregating top gaming live streaming influencers and avid gamers. Additionally, I managed to attract some first-tier celebrities to our platform for live sessions, creating a significant influencer effect. However, to put it bluntly, despite your ousting, National Treasure Live continued on its original path and even received new capital infusion. Why has it deteriorated from being one of the top 3 platforms to bankruptcy? Lu Wei pressed for an answer. I haven't analyzed that yet, Wang Fan admitted, momentarily at a loss. I'll propose a couple of ideas, Lu Wei suggested. Go ahead. The trio turned their attention to him. First, consider a name change. The title National Treasure Live is somewhat ambiguous. What does National Treasure signify? Is it the live streaming of the National Treasure Panda? Or is it related to national heritage? Upon hearing this, Lin Xian chimed in. Yes, the name provokes confusion, leading to misleading associations with bronze wares, ceramics, and paintings. Exactly. Lu Wei affirmed. The name should intrigue and captivate the audience. Alright, we can change the name. Let's not call it National Treasure Live anymore. Think of a more suitable name. Moreover, I believe you are quite the internet sensation now. Instead of gaming, why not venture into e-commerce? E-commerce? The three of them turned to Lu Wei, astonished by the suggestion of having the son of a billionaire engage in selling goods, a notion almost comical. Ah Wei, do not jest. Considering my status, does it truly seem appropriate for me to sell products? Wang Fan himself found the idea utterly unbelievable. Do not underestimate the potential of e-commerce. Imagine if we could restore the platform to a monthly active user count of 100 million. Would relying solely on gaming fans truly be effective? Can it sustain over time? However, e-commerce is different. You can sell one item today and another tomorrow, catering to a daily influx of customers. With your notoriety, Wang Fan, a single live stream could attract hundreds of thousands of viewers. Provided your products are of quality, you could easily rake in tens of millions in a day. Tens of millions? How much profit could that yield? It wouldn't even suffice for my revelry for one night. The group seemed less interested in the sales figures. Appearing unimpressed, you would be the trailblazer. Once you establish success, others will recognize the platform's value and flock to it, creating a symbiotic relationship that naturally draws users. Your argument holds some merit, but if I embark on selling, would my father not consider banishing me from our home? Haha, I believe your father is quite supportive. Just ask him when you return home. After some deliberation, Lu Wei suggested expanding the platform's user base rather than solely focusing on a singular gaming and entertainment niche. The aim is to create the largest user market in the country, acquire the previously bankrupt platform, and commence a substantial promotional investment. Previously, Wang Fan had been forced to flee in disarray over a 5 billion investment. This time, the budget will commence at 5 billion. There is no need for external capital, as Lu Wei and Wang Fan will assume the primary responsibilities. Especially now, asking Lu Wei for 5 billion for a project is a trivial matter. With a preliminary plan established, Wang Fan will take the lead in reclaiming the platform through auction. Chapter 308. I will not become CEO. The platform issue is a personal concern for Wang Fan, so he will spearhead the initiative while the rest of them provide support. When funds are required, they will contribute. For personnel, careful consideration is necessary. Lu Wei felt that merely being an investor and offering guidance would suffice, as otherwise, complications would arise, demanding ongoing attention and resources. However, it was agreed that this project would only allow contributions from the four of them, ensuring the purity of the capital. No external investment would be permitted, regardless of who might exit in the future. Wang Fan resolved to gamble once more with his own billions, and with the three brothers joining him, it would alleviate some obstacles, as their mutual goals would prevent managerial confusion. Unlike before, when financing led to the involvement of numerous capital firms, especially that foolish red shirt company, whose executives contributed nothing but hindered progress with incessant internal strife. Wang Fan still regretted his blindness in choosing that foolish company years ago. Now, in his new team, Lu Wei can assist in managing significant matters, while Lin Xian and Qin Sung's lack of involvement is inconsequential. Their occasional presence for the sake of socializing suffices. Wang Fan harbors profound admiration for Lu Wei, believing that securing his participation would ensure the success of his endeavors to a considerable extent. He is utterly in awe of Lu Wei's enigmatic ability to generate wealth. Moreover, the prospect of attracting Lu Wei, whose estimated fortune exceeds hundreds of millions, represents an opportunity for extraordinary gains. With both financial resources and direction, this becomes Wang Fun's primary motivation for his renewed ambitions. Thus, Lu Wei's desire to leisurely assume the role of an investor is destined to remain unfulfilled. Initially, Wang Fun intended for Lu Wei to become the CEO, with himself in a supporting role, but Lu Wei vehemently declined, dismissing the idea of being a CEO as burdensome and time-consuming, leaving no room for leisure. After much deliberation, they ultimately decided to offer him a nominal position as a director, with the possibility of serving as COO to engage in operational matters to a minor degree. After some discussion, they tentatively named the venture Kwaiken, which succinctly conveys the message of come and see, there's something good. The slogan became Kwaiken, where a wonderful life awaits. Wang Fun promptly arranged for the registration of the company to commence the next phase of their plan. The registered capital was set at 10 million, with Wang Fun and Lu Wei each holding 40, while Lin Xian and Qin Song held 10 each. This registered capital was even less than what Wang Fun had previously established on his own. In reality, the amount of registered capital is not necessarily better when larger. Many companies opt for a maximum of 1 million in registered capital, as greater capital entails higher risk. For instance, with a registered capital of 100 million and a 70 stake, a debt of 100 million would require a supplement of 70 million. Conversely, with a capital of 1 million, only 70,000 would need to be covered, and in the event of bankruptcy, one would not be liable for repayment. Having resolved this critical issue, Wang Fun approached previous buyers from his platform to negotiate a purchase. The Guobao platform now lay dormant in their hands, akin to refuse. Incurring server fees that represented an ongoing cost, it would be more beneficial to utilize it as much as possible. Selling it to Wang Fun would allow them to recoup some investment. When Wang Fun approached, he feigned a sentimental desire to repurchase it. This platform, originally founded by him, was something he wished to reclaim for nostalgia, to bring closure to a venture that had deteriorated under others. During its inception, he had registered it with 20 million in capital, and thus he offered that same amount for the buyback, holding a certain fixation on the figure. After several rounds of negotiation, Wang Fun's persistence bore fruit. The company, which had yielded little utility since its acquisition at bankruptcy auction, had failed to secure new financing and was beyond salvation. Ultimately, they agreed to Wang Fun's acquisition, allowing him to reclaim the platform for 20 million. It is likely they did not anticipate that Wang Fun only sought to acquire user data and server resources. His next step would be to undergo a rebranding and rebirth, lest they continue to haggle with him. The preliminary framework of the platform is already in place, and the capital has been secured. Wang Fun has established a 2-story office as the foundation for his startup at the Capital Software Park, and the Kwaiken team has swiftly embarked on the recruitment process. They are in search of developers, product managers, operational staff, and more, with the team rapidly expanding to several hundred members. The Kwaiken platform has been significantly enhanced from its predecessor, the Guobao platform. Live broadcasting takes center stage, while simultaneously, an e-commerce functionality is being constructed at its core, aiming to integrate live streaming with online shopping, capitalizing on the rising trend of live-streamed e-commerce. With the winds of opportunity blowing, even a pig like Wang Fun could soar to great heights. He discreetly sought advice from Wang Muchuan, and initially, upon hearing that his son intended to reopen the platform, Wang Muchuan was disinclined, questioning how many gamers could possibly exist and what value the platform could generate in the future. He firmly believed that his own Wantong market model had more promise. However, Wang Fun mentioned that this time they would not only focus on gaming, but also vigorously promote live commerce, regardless of whether one is an individual or a company, with or without a physical storefront. Participation in live selling is feasible as long as they can manage their product sourcing and logistics. Consequently, Wantong could establish a live broadcasting department to enhance its online presence through real-time interactions, potentially boosting its popularity. Upon pondering this, Wang Muchuan acquiesced to his son's vision and inquired whether he required any investment. Wang Fun shook his head in refusal, stating he had Lu Wei to rely on. Well, how wealthy is this friend of yours now? Wang Muchuan asked. I'm not certain, but he certainly possesses at least 100 billion in cash, quite substantial, replied Wang Fun. All right then, with such a capable ally, your collective efforts should yield promising prospects. However, a word of caution. My son, you must maintain a clear accounting of shares between you and Lu Wei, ensuring no ambiguity, as this could lead to complications in the future. Rest assured, father. Everything has been allocated fairly. Lu Wei and I each hold 40, while 2 other friends share the remaining 20. There will be no centralization of power. And I've even suggested Lu Wei take on the role of CEO, though he is reluctant. Very well, carry on with your endeavors. Once your platform commences operations, I shall announce our strategic partnership. Wang Muchuan is determined to provide his son with the necessary support, ensuring he does not suffer any embarrassment this time. Chapter 309. That's my elder brother. Raised the funds. Wang Fun recalled his father's words when he expressed his ambition to become a live commerce influencer. Wang Muchuan looked at his son with astonishment, marveling at his transformation. Having built his own empire from scratch, Wang Muchuan had experienced every facet of grassroots business, and thus, he did not oppose his son's willingness to venture into such a public-facing role. Rather, he was merely surprised at whether his son could humble himself accordingly. If you are willing to engage in business work, I am pleased, my son. However, one must contemplate the implications of presenting oneself in the public eye. It can yield a dual-edged effect. Undoubtedly, there will be whispers and speculations, so you must be prepared in your heart. Once you embark on this path, perseverance is essential. Fear not, father. The most they will say is that the Wang family has fallen from grace, that I am resorting to selling goods, and that we are in financial straits. I am not daunted by such remarks. My resilience is considerable. Yet, you too may face scrutiny. Haha, after all, your father has navigated the business world for many years. Can mere rumors sway me? Indeed, as long as we remain undeterred, there is nothing we cannot accomplish. Very well. Proceed with confidence. When the time arrives for your initial batch of goods, you can coordinate with Wantong Mall to select the categories that appeal to you. Striving for a resounding success. The robust support from Wang Muchuan has bolstered Wang Finesse resolve, as they fervently prepared for the launch of their new enterprise. News arrived from the police station. Suspects involved in the vandalism of Lu Wei's vehicle had been apprehended. However, during interrogation, they claimed the actions were their own devising, asserting they had merely observed Lu Wei at the club and presumed he was a wealthy individual. The duo, having been without income during the pandemic for several months, sought to make a quick fortune to secure their basic needs. They chose the bustling club because it was well known for attracting affluent members. Moreover, the club's horse racing grounds were situated in a desolate area on the outskirts, making ambushes more feasible. They believed that targeting a younger individual would yield greater rewards, as older patrons might inadvertently become casualties, thus jeopardizing their chances of financial gain. Their reasoning was meticulously crafted, leaving the police momentarily at a loss. When Lu Wei and his associates visited the police station, Zhou Yu took a glance and confirmed that they were indeed the individuals who had been in the car that day. Director Chen also presented Lu Wei with some interrogation documents. The two suspects were identified as Yuan Fu and Yuan Sun, both unemployed and hailing from Liaodong. What a coincidence. This confirmed that they were indeed sent by Yuan Ning. Yet, if these two do not implicate Yuan Ning, it seems he would remain unaffected. Previously, Zhou Tiansheng from Zhongxing Futures discovered that an agent and a programmer within their company had conspired to sell data. The agent has since fled, and they have reported the incident to the police, accusing him of illegally profiting from the sale of company secrets. This agent, named Xie Guanhan, had Yuan Ning as a prominent client, but with his escape, Lu Wei finds it impossible to locate him in such a vast country. The issue of data trading will have to be dealt with by Zhongxing Futures. As for the legality of purchasing data, it should be Zhongxing Futures that bears the responsibility, as it is not directly related to him. Given the significant sums involved, could both parties implicated in the data trade face imprisonment? For Yuan Ning, who seems intent on orchestrating his own downfall, would this charge suffice to condemn him? After perusing the documents, Lu Wei felt a headache coming on. Yuan Ning is indeed a slippery character, and he is unsure how to proceed. Perhaps he could persuade the two individuals to testify against Yuan Ning, leading to a charge of incitement, which could result in a 3-year sentence. Lu Wei resolved to give it a try. Director Chen, I wish to inquire about a matter. Please, go ahead. I would like to know what charges might be brought against these two individuals. Given the circumstances you have encountered, they could likely be charged with willful destruction of private property and intentional bodily harm, both offenses carrying a combined sentence of approximately 3 years. 3 years, is that all? Lu Wei was somewhat taken aback and disappointed by this response, feeling that the cost of crime seemed rather low. 3 years would pass in the blink of an eye, and they would soon be released. After all, he, along with Zhou Yu and Song Shan, had narrowly escaped death that day. A mere leftward swerve could have resulted in them being crushed like biscuits. Mr. Lu, there is no need for concern. If the damage to your vehicle exceeds 1 million, this constitutes a significant amount, and thus, the sentence could be elevated to a range of 3 to 7 years. Director Chen added this remark, which brought Lu Wei a modicum of comfort. Director Chen, may I have the opportunity to meet those two individuals? Certainly, as long as it does not violate any regulations. I assure you, I will only ask them a few questions. Very well, let us proceed together. Director Chen escorted Lu Wei to the interrogation room, where the two suspects were separated into different chambers. Each room was manned by 2 police officers conducting the questioning. They first entered the room where Yuan Fu was held. Upon the director's entrance, the officers immediately stood. Director Chen gestured for them to stand aside. Yuan Fu, having not slept for an entire night, had drooping eyes. Having been interrogated relentlessly since his capture, throughout the night, he had been afforded no respite. Each time he struggled to keep his eyes open, a harsh light would beam directly into his face, leaving him devoid of the energy to contemplate anything else. At that moment, someone entered the interrogation room. Yuan Fu lifted his bleary eyes and observed 2 individuals, one clad in uniform, the other notably youthful, yet somehow familiar. After the two took their seats, the younger individual picked up the file from the table and spoke. Yuan Fu, one cannot write 2 characters for Yuan. Yuan Ning's Yuan should not be too different from yours, correct? Yuan Fu was taken aback. Who was this person, and how did they know Ning? Did they truly have an acquaintance? He masked his expression and feigned ignorance. What are you talking about? I am Yuan Fu. Enough of this pretense. I am aware of Yuan Ning, and you certainly are as well. I am here to convey a message. If you are willing to testify against the mastermind, I can reduce your sentence somewhat. Perhaps you would only serve 3 years, and I could even provide you with a sum of money thereafter. Yuan Fu remained silent, merely staring at Lu Wei without uttering a word. Director Chen, let us proceed to the other room. Lu Wei, disinclined to continue persuading, rose and departed with Director Chen to Yuan Sen's interrogation room, where he relayed a similar message. Do not harbor any illusions. I will not betray Ning. 50,000. Lu Wei casually remarked. Yuan Sun was momentarily stunned. He had come to the capital to work for Yuan Ning and had never received such a large sum of money, which left him hesitating. After a brief pause, Yuan Sun gritted his teeth and replied, You know he is my elder brother. The amount needs to be increased. Once I am released, I cannot return to my hometown. Lu Wei smiled and nodded. Very well, I shall grant you 100,000. Excellent. I am willing to testify. Chapter 310. Eradicating the Yuan Ning Alliance. Director Chen. Will my actions impede your case proceedings? Lu Wei inquired somewhat sheepishly upon exiting the interrogation room. He was uncertain whether his unilateral decision would lead to any adverse consequences. Not at all, Director Chen reassured him. As long as we can apprehend them. Your intentions to uncover the puppet master are commendable. He then leaned in discreetly and added, however, Mr. Lu, should we truly take action against the instigator, it would be prudent to consult Mr. Wang first, as there may be some resistance. Understood, I shall speak with him shortly, Lu Wei nodded. Recognizing that he needed Wang Fun's influence to navigate potential challenges. That's good to hear, otherwise, I would face some pressure myself. You know how intricate the dynamics of this city can be, and resistance could certainly arise. In light of this, let us arrange a dinner this evening. Inviting Wang Fun and a few others to deliberate together. Director Chen, Lu Wei suggested, after a long day, why not enjoy a simple meal together? Nourishment is essential for us to serve the people better, wouldn't you agree? Then I shall graciously accept your invitation, Director Chen chuckled. I will send you the address shortly. Having lent a hand, Lu Wei felt it appropriate to express gratitude. A meal could indeed strengthen their camaraderie in this locality. He pondered for a moment before continuing. Director Chen, our comrades have been quite busy today and likely haven't had a proper meal. Allow me to arrange some takeout to alleviate their hunger. I hope it meets with your approval. Mr. Lu, you are too kind. It is the least we can do. Director Chen, we are all part of the same family in the community, and I wish to acknowledge the hard work of the colleagues in the bureau. Let us proceed with this arrangement. I will make the necessary arrangements now. Very well, I extend my thanks to you on behalf of my colleagues. As they walked into the courtyard, Lu Wei spotted a police vehicle parked nearby and paused. Director Chen, what type of police vehicles do our comrades prefer? Typically, they are procured by the municipal bureau and distributed accordingly. We primarily utilize domestic models nowadays. Pointing to a particularly imposing SUV, Lu Wei remarked, in that case, Director Chen, I would like to personally donate 10 of these SUVs to our police department, hoping to facilitate our officers' mobility. That is quite unnecessary. You are being overly generous. Director Chen replied with a pleased smile. After leaving the police station, Lu Wei instructed Zhou Yu to find a large restaurant and order several hundred takeout meals for delivery. Leaving Zhou Yu to manage the logistics, Lu Wei and another bodyguard, Song Shan, then proceeded to the nearest automotive dealership, noting that most grassroots vehicles were indeed domestic brands, prevalent on the streets. Since he intended to make a donation, he felt it was best to act promptly, as it was merely a matter of a few million. Upon entering the dealership, they surveyed the offerings for a brief moment. Good day, sir. Is there a particular vehicle that has caught your eye? The sales representative approached with a bold demeanor, recognizing that such affluent patrons were unlikely to be mere window shoppers. She had just witnessed Lu Wei and his companions alight from a Bentley, a vehicle that could easily purchase every car in their showroom. Regarding the SUV, what configurations are generally deemed practical? Lu Wei inquired, pointing at the Hongqi HS5. Sir, for excellent cost performance, you may consider our all-wheel drive Jillian Xixiang and two-wheel drive Jillian Xixiang models. Priced at 18 million and 98 million respectively. Oh, very well. I will take 10 of the all-wheel drive model, Lu Wei replied. Displaying a lack of interest in further deliberation, acquiring the vehicle was sufficient. How many did you say, sir? 10 vehicles? The female salesperson responded with a hint of excitement, anxious that she may have misheard. Indeed, 10 of the all-wheel drive model. Please fetch the contract, Lu Wei instructed. The female salesperson hurriedly dashed to the office, her fitted skirt accentuating her form. Lu Wei specified that the vehicles were intended for donation and requested their assistance in handling the necessary procedures, as this could potentially lead to a significant client in the future. The 4S dealership readily agreed. Delivery could be arranged in 10 days. Meanwhile, at the police station, Yuan Sun had relayed the details, and the interrogators returned to question Yuan Fu. Blinding lights illuminated Yuan Fu's increasingly despondent visage. Your accomplice has already confessed, stating that both of you were hired to commit the crime. Understand that cooperation may lead to leniency, while resistance will result in severity. Continuing to defy us will not serve your interests, the two officers asserted to Yuan Fu. Yuan Sun, that fool, how could he betray Ningguo? Did he not fear the disgrace of returning home? That is not your concern. We have gathered ample information. Whether you choose to speak is entirely up to you. Your willingness to cooperate could potentially mitigate your charges, they continued. Yuan Fu suddenly recalled the matter of whether Yuan Sun had received money from that individual. However, the two officers disregarded his query. Certainly, it's true. Yuan Sun is so spineless. He could be bought for 500,000. Do you not fear for your life? Yuan Fu's frantic cries echoed in the room. Bang! One officer slammed his hand forcefully on the table. Stop feigning ignorance. You have been given more than enough chances. Lu Wei informed Wang Fun of a dinner gathering that evening, advising him not to stray and to bring along Lin Xian and Qin Kong. Wang Fun agreed, seizing the opportunity to continue discussions regarding the platform. The venue was one recommended by Wang Fun, a favorite spot of Wang Muchuan for entertaining guests. Although Director Chen was merely from the sub-bureau, he held significant weight in the area and deserved ample respect. As the evening banquet commenced, all guests were present. After several rounds of drinks, Director Chen directly expressed his concerns to Wang Fun. Wang Fun waved his hand dismissively, replying, "No worries. We have investigated that individual, and those close to him lack capability. Should a more formidable figure emerge, Lin Xian and Qin Song can leverage their connections." Yes, indeed, Director Chen. Rest assured. Should we need assistance, we will not hesitate to reach out, Lin Xian and Qin Song promised. Well then, thank you all, Wang Fun replied, raising his glass in a toast to Director Chen. Let us hope for a smooth endeavor this time. The 5 glasses clinked together, representing what could be termed the eradication of the Yuan-Ning alliance. Chapter 311. Yuan Ning has been taken away after sending that voice message to Yuan Ning. Xie Guanghan promptly decided to transfer to another hospital. Following 2 harrowing incidents of abduction and assassination, he could no longer afford to be complacent. Upon his transfer, he was reluctant to remain hospitalized alone and quickly summoned 2 male relatives who lived nearby, offering them 300 yuan each day to ensure they stayed by his side at the hospital. On that very day, his relatives arrived and, upon witnessing his pitiful state, initially intended to express their concern and inquire about the nature of his surgery. However, Xie Guanghan skillfully diverted their attention, claiming that he had something inside his abdomen that required surgical removal. When asked if they should notify his parents, he shook his head, and they acquiesced to his wishes. After all, they were receiving compensation for their presence, merely needing to monitor him and provide basic care, which was far more comfortable than labor. Meanwhile, the investigation into this case was temporarily shelved. The information gathered regarding Xie Guanghan's stabbing was scant, rendering it an insurmountable case. After mobilizing police resources to conduct a thorough investigation, no useful leads emerged. Surveillance footage from the area was rendered ineffective due to the pandemic, as facial recognition was compromised. Identifying individuals based solely on their clothing was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, Xie Guanghan had only recently arrived in Rongqing. His connections were limited, and there were no particularly suspicious individuals. The events of his years away remained a mystery to all. Days passed without any communication from the parties involved, and with no further inquiries from the police, the case was left to rest for the time being. Lying in his hospital bed, Xie Guanghan's mind was in constant motion. Devising strategies to secure compensation from Yuan Ning, he was determined that this knife wound would not be in vain. He could not afford to engage in a futile struggle, for he had only just begun to enjoy a more comfortable life, and he was reluctant to jeopardize it. Especially after narrowly escaping death, Xie Guanghan had come to value his life dearly. Regardless of Yuan Ning's wealth, Xie Guanghan was skeptical that such influence could extend beyond the confines of the capital. He did not believe that Yuan Ning could maneuver through the entire nation with such ease. This incident was a consequence of his own negligence. He had let his guard down after returning from his hometown, and that overconfidence had led to his predicament. For the future, he resolved to prepare more thoroughly. Worst-case scenario, he could change his name and adopt a new identity. If necessary, he could even undergo extensive cosmetic surgery, to the extent that even his own mother would fail to recognize him. While lying in bed, Xie Guanghan watched numerous videos online, studying how kidnappers demanded ransoms and threatened wealthy individuals. He began to formulate his own plans, simultaneously considering measures to ensure his safety. He thought, why should a barefoot man fear a shod one? Losing a few million from his vast fortune was merely a drop in the bucket. Even a colossal loss of several billion would not be catastrophic. Nonetheless, Xie Guanghan felt it imperative to retain some form of incriminating evidence. If Yuan Ning were to resort to desperate measures, he would be ready to expose him. However, he was uncertain whether his company would report him for leaking data, potentially leading to legal consequences. At this juncture, no one was aware of his profits from selling data. Yet the act of disclosing confidential company information was undeniably a criminal offense. Should one proactively acknowledge their mistakes, perhaps stating that they sold 100,000 and incurred a loss of the same amount, thereby reaching an understanding with the company? Meanwhile, at the capital's police station, Yuan Fu is a tough nut to crack. Despite Yuan Sen's previous confessions, he was interrogated for 3 consecutive days and nights, ultimately breaking down and confessing. The police possess various methods capable of driving an individual to the brink of mental collapse. No matter how resilient one's willpower may be, enduring sleepless nights can prove unbearable. Yuan Fu divulged that he received benefits from Yuan Ning, assisting him in some unsavory activities. The assault on Lu Wei was also orchestrated by Yuan Ning. Though Yuan Fu professed ignorance as to the reasons behind it, Yuan Ning provided him with 200,000, instructing him to teach the individual a lesson, or to make him disappear altogether. After several days of surveillance, they devised this plan, believing that if the victim died, it would be even better. Initially, they intended to abduct Lu Wei and demand a ransom, but due to his constant company, they found it impossible to act. The case progressed further, prompting an immediate request to hire authorities regarding Yuan Ning. Yuan Ning was taken away the following day at Yuan Ning's investment company. As everyone was busy exchanging greetings and chatting, the front desk suddenly noticed a group of police officers outside the company door, some in uniform and others not. Upon entering, they directly inquired, "Is your company's chairman, Yuan Ning, present?" "Yes, he is in the office," the front desk nervously replied. "Very well, please take us to his office." As the front desk prepared to make a phone call, they were halted and had no choice but to lead the officers there. Thinking to themselves that their job was doomed, Yuan Ning was at the company, engrossed in studying the trading plans for the day, racing against time to check the opening bids. When he heard a knock on the door, he was irritated. His rule was to not be disturbed during this crucial time from 9:10 to 10 o'clock. Had they forgotten the rules? A shout erupted from his office, causing the front desk to tremble in fear. The leading police officer could only push the door open, and several officers filed in. Just as Yuan Ning was about to raise his head to scold, he saw the police and nearly swallowed his words, his expression returning to normal. "Boss, these police officers say they need to see you, and I could not stop them," his secretary said. "You may leave," he dismissed her. "May I inquire what brings you here, officers?" The leading officer produced a warrant from his folder, displaying it to Yuan Ning. "Yuan Ning, we suspect you are involved in a criminal case. This is a warrant. Please cooperate with us at the police station." "Officers, this must be a misunderstanding. I am a legitimate businessman and a good citizen of the country. Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, we need you to accompany us to the police station for an investigation." "Very well, I need to bring my lawyer. Yuan Ning employed his tactics. All right. Have him come along. Or would you prefer to go first? Then I shall make a call to summon him. As Yuan Ning reached for the phone, he was stopped. Call the secretary for assistance. I have arranged for someone to bring the secretary to you. Phone calls are not permitted at this moment. Randomly dispatch someone to fetch the secretary along with the lawyer. Once the lawyer arrives, he will initially be unaware of the circumstances and will need to accompany us to the police station. With a fortune amounting to billions, a friend has recommended he retain a lawyer, and now is the time for such counsel to prove its worth. Thus, Yuan Ning was taken away by the police, witnessed by his colleagues, who began to murmur among themselves. Has the boss committed a crime, leading to a direct police intervention? Could the company be involved in illegal activities? Will we be implicated? Is the company at risk of closure, and will we still receive our salaries? Chapter 312. Counterattack. The news of Yuan Ning's detention at the police station swiftly reached Wang Fun and Lu Wei. This time, there were accusations against two criminal suspects, and it seemed inevitable they would not escape scrutiny. An investigation into Yuan Ning had commenced, and they were confident that his misdeeds would come to light. They merely awaited favorable news from Director Chen. Upon his arrival at the police station, Yuan Ning's lawyer gained a preliminary understanding of the situation. Seizing an opportune moment, he discreetly whispered advice to Yuan Ning, who, being an intellectual of considerable acumen, quickly grasped the implication. Grateful for the insight, Yuan Ning reflected that every time he provided financial support to Yuan Fu and Yuan Shi, it was in cash and not through electronic transfers. Originally intended to allow them to relish the joy of handling thick stacks of bills, this choice now proved crucial. When the police began recording his statement, Yuan Ning feigned ignorance regarding the primary inquiries. Name, Yuan Ning. Gender, male. Do you know Lu Wei? Do you know Yuan Fu and Yuan Xin? Upon hearing these questions, Yuan Ning's expression transformed into one of feigned confusion. Who is Lu Wei? What does he do? Yuan Fu, Yuan's son. Comrade, please. There are hundreds of people with the surname Yuan nationwide. Even in my ancestral hometown, there are over 1,000. How could I possibly know them all? Just because we share a surname does not imply any connection. Yuan Ning's performance was convincing, leaving the police with a headache during the questioning process. We have received allegations against you, with criminal suspects accusing you of inciting them to harm others. What allegations? Do you have any evidence? The police officer picked up a photograph depicting Yuan Fu and Yuan's son, pointing it towards Yuan Ning. These two suspects are your cousins, Yuan Fu and Yuan's son. We contacted the village chief in your hometown for verification. Yuan Fu and Yuan's son are indeed your relatives, and Yuan Fu's phone contains records of calls with you. How do you explain this? Comrade officer, yes, they are from my hometown, my cousins. They came to the capital seeking employment, and we have communicated. They called me to inquire if I could assist them in finding a job. I am unsure how they obtained my number. I do not frequently interact with them and am not well acquainted. Last week, you called Yuan Fu to arrange a meeting with Yuan Fu and Yuan's son. Where did this take place, and what was discussed? Officer, I am but an ordinary businessman. I called him merely to inquire whether he had secured employment. It was not my family's urging that compelled me to assist. Rather, I sought to explore job opportunities for them. After all, they hail from my hometown and bear familial ties, which stirred within me a sense of compassion to lend them a hand. Yuan Ning speaks boldly, his eyes unblinking. Now, Yuan Fu and Yuan's son accuse me, claiming that they were summoned by you to assist in a nefarious deed against Mr. Liu of Wanma Bunting at your behest. They assert that during our meeting, you issued direct orders to Yuan Fu and presented him with 200,000. This is a grievous injustice, officer. These two are undoubtedly shifting blame onto me. I never anticipated they would engage in such unlawful conduct, yet this matter bears no connection to me, as I have never met them. Officer, it is imperative that you thoroughly investigate why these two are maligning my name. They likely harbor resentment for my failure to procure employment for them, thus attributing this blame to me in a desperate act of deflection. Yuan Ning's cunning rebuttals leave one at a loss, proving exceedingly complex and causing progress to stagnate, if not entirely cease. Yuan Ning possesses multiple identities, such as a member of the District Political Consultative Conference and a director of the XX Chamber of Commerce. Summoning him to the police station, he could remain no more than a day. Having arrived at the station for less than half a day, several individuals have already placed calls to the police chief's office inquiring about the situation. We are currently in the stage of summons and investigation. Yet we have not reached a direct determination of suspicion. At this juncture, the investigation may very well come to a halt. Incitement to crime is somewhat challenging to define as masterminding, and the evidence they possess consists solely of the suspect's testimonies. Officer, you assert that I incited them to commit violence? Pray tell, how did I do so, and what evidence substantiates this claim? Yuan Fu and Yuan's son have confessed that you provided them with 200,000 to carry out the attack. I gave them 200,000? Yuan Ning feigned incredulity, questioning in surprise. Would I generously offer such a sum to an acquaintance? I am by no means so magnanimous. Furthermore, how can it be proven that I provided this 200,000? Yuan Ning's counterargument was so forceful that it left the recording officer momentarily speechless. Director Chen felt a headache coming on. He sensed that their summons had been somewhat hasty, the evidence chain insufficient, and the opposing party's caliber rather high, which might lead to a presumption of innocence. He promptly sent a message to Wang Fun and Lu Wei, informing them of the situation. They could only retain Yuan Ning at the police station for a day. Without critical evidence, they might have no choice but to release him. Director Chen, could you inquire whether those two have secretly recorded any videos or audio? If they have, I am willing to purchase them. All necessary interrogations have been conducted. They must have disclosed everything they could, correct? Director Chen expressed some skepticism. Are today's suspects truly so psychologically resilient that they could conceal crucial evidence? I am uncertain, but it is worth a try. Perhaps something exists. Very well, I shall conduct the interrogation myself. Director Chen resolved to take matters into his own hands and re-examine Yuan Senator after a reminder. It indeed turned out that there was something. Yuan Sen recounted that on the day Yuan Ning arrived, he had surreptitiously taken a photograph, but later deleted it, leading him to believe he had no evidence to present. However, the deletion proved to be manageable. As long as the phone had not been severely damaged and too much time had not elapsed, data recovery remained a possibility. Director Chen promptly summoned the technical team to recover the photographs from Yuan Sen's phone, insisting they must locate them before Yuan Ning's summons period expired. Chapter 313. Yuan Ning's despondency. Typically, when summoned by the public security authorities, they can detain an individual for 24 hours. The investigation or interrogation regarding Yuan Ning was temporarily halted, allowing him to remain in the room under temporary custody. Director Chen was preoccupied with data recovery, hopeful of uncovering something significant on Yuan Sen's phone, and thus instructed those taking notes to withdraw for the time being. After a series of exchanges, Yuan Ning remained composed, feeling that everything was justifiable at this point. Although he could not leave, he resolved to make the best of his situation, viewing it as a chance to rest. His lawyer had informed him that the 24-hour detention was lawful, leaving him with little recourse. At worst, he could feign ignorance for a day and return home the next. The focal point for both parties lay in whether there was additional evidence to substantiate that Yuan Ning had provided financial support to the two criminal suspects, facilitating their illicit activities. After 3 hours of diligent work that afternoon, the technical department finally delivered promising news, perhaps aided by Lu Wei's fortuitous luck. The deleted photographs from Yuan Sen's phone had been successfully recovered, one of which captured Yuan Ning handing money to Yuan Fu. Yuan Sun had taken the photograph with the intention of preserving a memento, in case Yuan Fu refused to reimburse him, allowing him to confront Yuan Fu with evidence of the money exchanged. Once he received his share from Yuan Fu, he deleted the image. Meanwhile, Yuan Ning dozed in the interrogation room, mentally cursing the time wasted that day, calculating the financial losses he would incur due to the delay. He could have potentially earned a significant profit from his day's work. Suddenly, the door swung open, and several officers entered, seemingly wearing expressions of amusement, which tightened Yuan Ning's chest with apprehension. Once seated, the lead officer addressed Yuan Ning, stating, "Yuan Ning, confessing may lead to leniency, while resistance will result in severity. You should disclose your involvement in instigating Yuan Fu and Yuan Sun to harm others. It could earn you recognition for cooperation." "Officer, you must not wrongfully accuse an innocent person," Yuan Ning replied. "Do you know Yuan Jing?" the officer inquired. "That name sounds familiar. Is he a relative?" Yuan Ning replied, shaking his head. This cousin had vanished 6 months prior, having assisted in framing Wan Ma Binting, and Yuan Ning knew he could not admit any acquaintance. "Yuan Fu has testified that Yuan Jing previously came to the capital to assist you. Do you not care about his current whereabouts? The capital is vast. I cannot oversee everyone's affairs. He is free to go wherever he pleases," Yuan Ning retorted. The officer chuckled mockingly. In December of last year, Yuan Jing was apprehended for willfully damaging others' property, specifically the horses belonging to Lu Wei and his associates. Does that ring a bell? Unfamiliar with the situation, I deem this individual's arrest for his transgressions as justifiable. Very well, allow me to present something to you. Yuan Ning remained obstinate, refusing to divulge any information, prompting the police to present a photograph before him. Upon glancing at it, Yuan Ning was taken aback. The image depicted him handing money to Yuan Fu, undoubtedly captured by the individual accompanying Yuan Fu. A torrent of expletives surged through Yuan Ning's mind as he pondered how to articulate an explanation for this photograph. "Given your previous evasive responses, we shall revisit our inquiries." Yuan Ning had previously denied ever encountering Yuan Fu or having provided him with any funds. Now, with irrefutable evidence before him, one could only anticipate the futility of his further attempts at deceit. "I demand to see my lawyer. I shall remain silent until then," he uttered, falling into silence thereafter. On a new platform, a new journey awaits us. Let us eagerly anticipate the unveiling of this world come May 1st. A sudden utterance from Wang Fen's social media account ignited a frenzy among netizens, all clamoring to discern the meaning behind his declaration. Speculation arose regarding Wang Fen's intentions for this new platform. Would it revolve around live streaming? The phrase "eagerly anticipate the unveiling of this world" provoked discussions about Wang Fen's forthcoming venture. His account served as an organic promotional tool, drawing attention effortlessly. Following the acquisition of the National Treasure platform, the original framework and source code remained intact. Consequently, after recruiting sufficient personnel, an overnight meeting ensued, tasking product managers with refining features and prototypes based on the original platform. With a mere 20 days to launch the first version of the Kwaikan app by the end of April, recruitment efforts were frenzied, particularly targeting former developers from the platform, all receiving inquiries from headhunters with a singular question: would they consider returning? While functionalities could be incrementally added, the application itself needed to be operational to seize market share. This was the strategy established by Wang Fun and Lu Wei. There was no time to await the fermentation of the proverbial wine before beginning promotion, lest the opportunity be lost. In the realm of the internet, even a mere PowerPoint presentation could be spun into grandiose narratives. On one front, the company's personnel were laboring tirelessly to develop the app, while Wang Fun spearheaded promotional efforts to pique public curiosity. Once curiosity was ignited, the remainder would fall into place. Thus, Wang Fun's social media post became a free promotional platform, engaging public intrigue. Concurrently, the company's marketing department was instructed to pursue alternative promotional avenues. To make a significant impact, a budget of approximately 300 million was planned for marketing expenses. Lu Wei and Wang Fan had little inclination to concern themselves with the aftermath of Yuan Ning's detainment at the police station. It was merely a trivial matter, one that would likely inflate their egos further. However, as evening approached, Director Chun relayed some information to them. Yuan Ning appeared somewhat subdued, no longer exhibiting his previous bravado, particularly after the police presented the photograph from Yuan's son's phone. Now, Yuan Ning had lapsed into silence, awaiting the arrival of his lawyer for further proceedings. The two inquired of Director Chun with a single question: can we take action against him? After a long interval, Director Chun finally replied, indicating that while detention for a brief period was possible, a conviction might prove elusive. Nonetheless, a few days of confinement would suffice to temper his arrogance. In April, the nation had resumed its normal production and operational activities. Industries were in a frenzied state, striving to compensate for months of lost output. The demand for masks from Europe continued unabated, yet with domestic production restored, attention shifted overseas, igniting a price war that consequently drove down mask prices. The opportunity to profit significantly from overseas sales had slipped away. Although there remained some profit, the cost for charter flights had escalated, leading to a notable reduction in margins. My cousin-in-law called to inquire whether we should amplify production efforts. Lu Wei advised them to maintain orderly production without expansion, while simultaneously continuing to sell through domestic e-commerce channels. The initial goal of the mask factory was merely to provide my cousin and her husband with a viable business. Lu Wei had no aspirations for vast profits. The earnings from the past 3 months were ample for them to live comfortably in Hangzhou. Due to the platform issues and the incident involving Yuan Ning, Lu Wei found it necessary to remain in the capital until these matters were resolved. He had brought Jiang Xinan to the courtyard several times, which was purportedly rented by the company for convenience, though he had not disclosed that he had purchased it. Perhaps his previous experiences with Jiang Xinan's living conditions had left a negative impression on Lu Wei, making him reluctant to visit. The courtyard's prolonged renovations had resulted in poor sound insulation, a source of frustration for him. He contemplated the need for further renovations. How did people in ancient times manage to live in such conditions? Late at night, sounds of murmuring emanated from the master bedroom. What about the other nearby rooms? Once these matters were concluded and he was ready to leave Beijing, he planned to engage a renovation company for improvements. On April 15th, the national postgraduate entrance exam scores were released, albeit a month late. New regulations indicated that most universities would conduct online interviews this year. Lu Yang excitedly shared the news with Lu Wei, confirming that he had indeed passed the threshold, and then made a request. Jiang Qinghan had also applied to a school in Shanghai and had scored slightly higher than he. Could Lu Wei assist in securing her an advisor by leveraging some connections? In the chaotic realm of education, female candidates often faced disadvantages, particularly in instances of potential manipulation. Having support made a significant difference. Lu Wei acquiesced to the request, prompting Lu Yang to rush off to share the good news with Jiang Qinghan. Lu Wei then reached out to Han Shua as professor to establish contact, primarily to prevent high scores from being dismissed, rather than due to concerns about his own qualifications. As for Yuan Ning, he was temporarily detained alongside Yuan Fu and Yuan Sun, based on testimonies from 2 suspects and material evidence. The nature of the charges could vary significantly. It depended on how the police proceeded. They could classify the case as attempted crimes or intentional harm, and given Lu Wei's losses, the sentence could range from less than 3 years for a serious charge to detention or fines for a lesser offense. With this development, the situation seemed to be nearing resolution. Unexpectedly, while Yuan Fu was incarcerated, he learned of Yuan Ning's arrival and, eager to earn merit, reported another matter. He disclosed that he and Yuan Shi had previously followed Yuan Ning's orders to kidnap Xie Guanghan. Now, Yuan Shi had been dispatched by Yuan Ning to settle accounts with Xie Guanghan, a man considerably more ruthless than himself. This development introduced 2 additional figures into the case, Yuan Shi and Xie Guanghan. The police immediately commenced an investigation into both individuals. While no information was available regarding Yuan Shi, Xie Guanghan, who had been an employee at Zhongxing Futures, had already resigned and returned to his hometown in the southwest. The capital police promptly coordinated with their counterparts in the southwest and uncovered a significant revelation. Recently, in Rongqing, Xie Guanghan had been grievously injured in an assassination attempt, and due to a lack of leads, the assailant remained unidentified. With the collaboration of both police forces, clues regarding the perpetrator began to surface. Upon investigation, it was confirmed that Yuan Shi had indeed been present in Rongqing during the days surrounding Xie Guanghan's incident, raising suspicions of his involvement. Surveillance footage further clarified Yuan Shi's appearance, leading to an immediate warrant for his arrest. During this period, following the easing of pandemic restrictions, individuals were required to scan codes wherever they went, travel codes, venue codes, health codes, and so forth. Yuan Shi evaded capture for several days, unaware of the warrant against him, and refrained from venturing outside during the day. After returning to Rongqing, he prepared to fulfill Yuan Ning's orders by reporting Xie Guanghan. He resided in a small inn on the outskirts, spending his days gathering information about Xie Guanghan and returning late at night to rest. Upon receiving information about Yuan Shi, the Rongqing police swiftly arrived armed, surrounding and apprehending this brutal suspect. Initially, Yuan Shi was defiant during interrogation, claiming that Xie Guanghan had deceived him in futures trading, resulting in his financial loss, thus justifying his desire for revenge. However, when informed by the Rongqing police about the arrest of Yuan Ning, Yuan Fu, and Yuan Sun, he fell silent. Ultimately, he recounted the events leading to his crimes without reservation. The Yuan family was entirely dismantled, and Yuan Ning found himself burdened with an additional charge of intentional injury. leaving him with no escape and likely facing a minimum sentence of 5 years. With little hope for redemption, Director Chin promptly informed them of the developments, and the group expressed their astonishment, realizing that the situation had nearly escalated into a homicide case. However, it was not surprising that Lu Wei's mishandling resulted in 3 fatalities, further demonstrating Yuan Ning's deep-seated admiration for violence. Wang Fun and Lu Wei invited Director Chun to dinner as a gesture of gratitude. The following day, Lu Wei hurried to the 4S dealership to retrieve the vehicle and delivered it to the police station. Accompanied by a banner expressing profound appreciation for the police's diligent work, swift resolution of the case, and dedicated law enforcement for the people.